I haven't been there in a while. Jerson's eyes lit up. He craved the fine wine at Carly's place and wished he could drink a few cups every day if not for his cultivation training. Just as they left the encampment, Violetta walked toward them. What are you two planning to do? Violetta asked. Just going to have some drinks at Carly's, Dalton replied. You guys enjoy yourselves, count me in, Violetta said. Jerson laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Violetta's cultivation speed was very fast, reaching the 9th stage of solid core realm now, equivalent to Jerson and Andre's levels. Of course, she and Andre had practiced much longer than Jerson, and her talent wasn't top-notch. For her, cultivating to the golden core realm shouldn't be too difficult, but reaching the essence spirit realm seemed incredibly remote. The essence spirit realm was a true hurdle that blocked Destiny, including top geniuses. Carly, we're here. Upon entering the small tavern, Jerson shouted loudly. He frequented the tavern and was thus extremely familiar with Carly, treating her like a little sister in his heart. However, this time, Carly didn't run out as quickly as usual, seemingly not present in the tavern. Dalton's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss. Just as he wanted to enter the backyard, Abel's voice called out, "Don't come in. Leave quickly. There's trouble." Dalton and Violetta reacted sharply. They instantly wanted to retreat from the tavern. But at this moment, a figure flashed rapidly out from the backyard. A hand stretched out, condensing blood light into a terrifying palm strike aimed at killing Dalton and company in one blow. Jerson rushed forward, gathering spiritual energy to form a divine sword, barely holding off the incoming palm strike. Taking this opportunity, the three quickly retreated from the tavern. Boom! The tavern couldn't withstand such a powerful impact, exploding immediately, sending debris flying everywhere, raising dust clouds. Careless, Dalton thought solemnly. He had assumed that with Abel guarding the tavern, no danger could arise. After all, Abel's injuries had healed significantly over the past year, allowing him to unleash the power of an essence spirit realm cultivator. Who would dare provoke him? Crack! Jerson's divine sword shattered under the palm strike. Get back! Dalton yelled, channeling white tiger mystical power, striking out with his palm. Bang! A tiger claw appeared, colliding with the palm strike, finally halting it. At this point, the assailant revealed his full form, floating mid-air, looking down upon Dalton and company. Wearing a green robe, resembling a middle-aged Dustin, he had a mask covering his left face, with only his eyes visible, exuding a strong aura of cold, ominous energy. Dalton noticed others in the backyard confronting Abel. Moreover, he found this person to be peculiar. There was no sign of life, indicating he wasn't alive. War corpse. Dalton realized instantly. War corpses were powerful undead created through secret methods, capable of flight and subterranean travel. Without doubt, there was a corpse nurturer in the backyard. Profound insect. Dalton uttered the name in a measured tone. He now had a general understanding of the situation in this region. The vast area encompassed 3 countries, Great Xia, Windwave, and Black Cloud, forming a tripartite balance without close ties among them. The profound insect was a major force within Black Cloud, possessing great power comparable to the 4 great martial holy lands of Great Xia. Most importantly, their cultivation method was unique, nurturing war corpses and negative spirits. Their methods were sinister, causing fear among people. Your sex influence has extended too far, reaching into Great Xia, Dalton said gravely. By saying this, he was actually probing to confirm the identity and origin of his opponent. After all, although the profound insect was the most skilled at nurturing war corpses, it didn't rule out the possibility that others had also mastered the secret methods of corpse nurturing. Chapter 260, The Nine Body. In response to Dalton, the combat zombie launched a fierce attack. A surge of heavenly Insha ghostly chi erupted from its body, darkening the sky. This ghostly chi contained potent toxins and had an extremely corrosive nature, resistant to ordinary defensive methods. However, Dalton remained unperturbed. His physique was sufficiently powerful, possessing an astonishing immunity to poisons. Such ghostly chi could not pose a significant threat to him. With the Scarlet Bird mystical art activated, roaring true flames burst forth from within him, as if intending to incinerate all creation. To counter malevolent beings, the most effective method was to employ pure yang energy. Under the purging of the Scarlet Bird divine fire, the ghostly chi released by the combat zombie rapidly diminished, thoroughly suppressed. Bang! Dalton struck out with full force, a terrifying flame-covered palm breaking through the combat zombie's defenses, striking squarely on its chest. Struck by this blow, the combat zombie was hurled backward, the ghostly chi around it becoming incredibly thin. As if realizing the combat zombie couldn't match Dalton, the hidden corpse cultivator immediately attempted to withdraw it, making it sink into the ground. Humph! Dalton coldly snorted and activated the Tungsha mystical art. Instantly, the Isodralo spring pure land dustinifested, enveloping the combat zombie. Despite sinking, the zombie didn't dustinage to escape but was swallowed by the Isodralo spring pure land. The Isodralo spring pure land was the final resting place for all spirits. No matter how formidable they were, they would ultimately slumber within it. One day, when Dalton perfected the Tungsha mystical art, he might establish contact with the true Isodralo spring pure land, summoning spirits from within. Seeing this, Violetta's eyes revealed astonishment. Such a powerful combat zombie had been so easily subdued by Dalton. She knew that even if she exerted her utmost efforts, she would still be unable to handle it. Isodrot Dalton's cultivation level was 2 minor ranks lower than hers. How did he possess such formidable strength? Insolence. At that moment, a cold shout came from the dilapidated restaurant's backyard. A crimson coffin shot out at breakneck speed. Startled, Dalton quickly unleashed a palm strike. However, what surprised him was the coffin's extraordinary hardness. His palm failed to break it. Millennium-old water-soaked wood, an excellent material for cultivating corpses, Dalton instantly deduced. Just then, the coffin lid opened automatically, and a snake head emerged, biting toward him at lightning speed. To his surprise, Inside the large coffin was a snake corpse. Dalton reacted swiftly, seizing the snake head with both hands. But in the next moment, another snake head extended from the coffin, opening its massive mouth and biting down on Dalton's neck, pumping in relentless necrotic poison. Two-headed snake. Dalton's eyes narrowed. This was truly unexpected. Now, the two-headed snake's entire form was exposed, its tail rapidly wrapping around Dalton. Dalton, Jerson and Violetta were greatly alarmed and rushed forward to help. Hiss. The snake head that bit Dalton's neck released its grip, spewing thick poisonous mist at Jerson and Violetta. Be careful. Jerson moved in front of Violetta, shielding her while activating his sword intent and mystic sword body, performing the profound sword techniques Dalton had taught him. Swish. Sword chi surged forth, dispelling the toxic fog and attacking the two-headed snake. However, the snake's scales were incredibly tough, and Jerson's sword chi, though sharp, couldn't penetrate them. Dalton acted, pouring dark void divine fire into the snake's mouth. Although the two-headed snake's outer defenses were strong, its insides were more vulnerable. Moreover, its body harbored abundant engsub ghostly chi, which was instantly ignited by the void fire. With a roar, Dalton pried open the snake's mouth, using brute force to tear one of its heads in half. He then threw the two-headed snake to the ground, where the void fire burned through its body from the inside out. Dalton circulated the returning origin technique, and the wound on his neck healed almost instantly. Dalton, are you alright? Jerson asked worriedly. Seeing Dalton bitten, he had been terribly concerned. Shaking his head, Dalton replied, I'm fine. Such a trick can't harm me. After refining the wild blood poison spring, his potential had been unleashed, enhancing his physical constitution, including his resistance to poisons. Though the two-headed snake's venom was potent, it was still within his tolerance range. Dalton landed on the rooftop beside him, gaze fixed on the restaurant's backyard. Through the broken walls, he saw what was happening inside. A mysterious figure in black robes had captured Carly and was attempting to leave, but Abel had blocked their path. In front of the mysterious figure stood two combat zombies, one who Dustin-shaped and one tiger-shaped, both radiating formidable auras comparable to that of Essence Spirit Realm experts. Dalton understood that without Abel's restraint, the mysterious figure would have already employed greater power against him. The previous combat zombies weren't too strong, merely matching typical Golden Core realm martial artists, allowing him to dispose of them cleanly. Release Carly and leave immediately, or you won't be able to walk away. Blaze Jerson, having interacted with Carly for nearly a year, he considered her like a sister and wouldn't stand by while she was harmed. His aim wasn't to detain the mysterious figure. Rescuing Carly was enough. The infiltration of the mystical insect into the Great Xia Kingdom was a major event, and authorities would undoubtedly investigate. The mysterious figure turned, revealing a pair of dim eyes under the hood, speaking with a dry voice. Young Dustin, your arrogance is beyond limits. Do you think destroying two of my combat zombies qualifies you to speak freely before me? Want backup? Try calling someone. Dalton's heart sank. It seemed the area was sealed off. Sending messages out was unlikely. Jerson shook his head, confirming his suspicion. You had the chance to leave. Now that you've destroyed two of my combat zombies, I will turn all three of you into combat zombies. He wouldn't tolerate such defiance from a small solid core realm adept. Abel glared, shouting, even at the cost of my life. I won't let you hurt them or take Carly. Bluffing. Do you really think you can stop me? Soon, you'll become my combat zombie as well. The mysterious figure sneered confidently. Dalton thought for a moment, then said, if you release Carly, we can negotiate any conditions. Such a rare Nine body, the supreme vessel for spirit cultivation, why would I let her go? Don't delude yourselves, the mysterious figure scoffed. Hearing this, Dalton finally understood the reason. Apparently, Carly's special constitution had caught his attention. However, even he hadn't identified what specific type of Nine body Carly possessed, or how the other person recognized it. Of course, he hadn't deliberately examined it, otherwise, he might have noticed some peculiarities. According to the Imperial Ancestors' legacy, the secrets of cultivating corpses and spirits included mentions of the Nine body, a rare, ideal physique for spirit cultivation, a natural-born spirit cultivator. Legends claimed that the Nine body could host spirits internally, growing alongside them, borrowing their strength during battles. But over time, they would transform into non-Who-Dustin, monstrous entities. While Dalton pondered, the Who-Dustin-shaped and tiger-shaped combat zombies suddenly attacked Abel. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert retrieved the coffin and sealed Carly inside, preparing to take her away. Seeing this, Dalton no longer hesitated. He immediately condensed the Scarlet Bird fire wings and took to the air. With a flap of the Scarlet Bird fire wings, countless flame feathers shot out like arrows, raining down towards the mysterious expert in an overwhelming surge. At this point, they had no choice but to fight. Even if the opponent was a spirit essence realm expert, they had to act. Hiss. A torrent of engsub ghostly chi erupted from the mysterious expert's body, extinguishing the incoming flame feathers. Then, the engsub ghostly chi transformed into a black river, churning with immense waves that swept towards Dalton, Jerson, and Violetta. Its momentum truly formidable and intimidating. Dalton, Jerson, and Violetta knew they were now cornered. Regardless of the opponent's strength, they had to put up a fight. The waves of dark ghostly chi surged forward relentlessly, threatening to engulf them all. Chapter 261. Unexpected move. Dalton's gaze was grave. As he had anticipated, the opponent not only nurtured corpses but also cultivated spirits, harboring a very powerful spirit within their body. Facing the overwhelming surge of engsub ghostly energy, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately positioned himself in front of Jerson and Violetta, discreetly opening a gap in the Dongli treasure, allowing the engsub ghostly energy to rush in. Under his guidance, all the engsub ghostly energy surged towards the ancient well containing engsub earth veins. The engsub earth veins beneath the well were immensely strong, so even though the external engsub ghostly energy was vast, it could not fill them up. The mysterious powerhouse showed a peculiar expression, quickly noticing something unusual. He did not know what means Dalton had employed to devour the released engsub ghostly energy on such a large scale. It was quite strange, as theoretically, with Dalton's cultivation level, this should have been impossible. Without much thought, he directly summoned the yin ling within his body. Note, yin ling should be consistently translated as yin spirit, or similar to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Here is the revised sentence. Without much thought, he directly summoned the yin spirit within his body. The yinling he cultivated was not who Dustin but a fox, formed from the immense engsub ghostly energy. It bared its fangs and gnashed its teeth, looking extremely fierce. The fox yin spirit let out a piercing howl and, following the wave of engsub ghostly energy, pounced straight at Dalton. A claw struck him. Spit. Even with the 6th stage soft armor protecting him, Dalton still spat out blood and was injured. But at that moment, the gateway of the Dongli treasure opened wide, accurately capturing the fox wraith and drawing it into the Dongli treasure along with the engsub ghostly energy. Completing this action, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Dalton's eyes. It felt good having everything under control. Of course, he was also taking a risk. If he failed, he would have endured the attack from the fox spirit for nothing. Dalton immediately sealed the Dongli treasure, preventing any possibility of the fox spirit escaping. Secretly, he mobilized the power within the Dongli treasure to suppress the fox spirit, preventing it from causing chaos. The strength contained within the Dongli treasure was formidable. Even if an absolute peak soul realm powerhouse fell into it, they would only be suppressed. The old locust tree wants this spirit fox? This edit ensures the terminology is consistent and understandable in English, while maintaining the meaning of the original text. The term huai is translated to locust tree, which is its proper English name, and yinling is translated as spirit fox, to provide context that was previously established in the narrative. A thought crossed Dalton's mind. Just as he suppressed the fox spirit, the old huai tree by the ancient well began to show signs of movement. Note. For better fluency and understanding in English, yinling is translated as spirit. Nearly a year had passed, and now the old willow tree was fully revitalized, covered in tender leaves, radiating vigor and vitality. Note, the term huai specifically refers to a type of tree known as a pagoda tree or Chinese huai tree, but given the context of a mystical setting, willow tree might fit better thematically. If you prefer to keep it as huai tree, it can be adjusted accordingly. Dalton paused briefly, then brought the fox spirit close to the old willow tree. Note, I've corrected huai to willow, as it's more accurate, and changed yinling to spirit for better readability in English. If using this spirit fox could expedite the recovery of the old tree, it would be a fair trade. Damn you, what have you done? Where is the yinling I cultivated? The mysterious powerhouse angrily dusted. / correction. Damn you, what have you done? Where is the yinling I cultivated? The mysterious powerhouse angrily dusted. Note, yinling should be used to maintain consistency in terminology and to ensure it reads naturally in English. In just an instant, the connection between him and the fox wraith had become extremely weak, almost completely severed. What worried him most was the sense that the fox yinling's power was rapidly waning, and a specific treasure that restrained it, a treasure that was useless to him. Seeing the mysterious powerhouse personally attack Dalton, Abel couldn't help but become anxious. Ignoring his own injuries, he made a desperate attempt to force the 2 battle zombies back. Unfortunately, the 2 battle zombies cooperated perfectly, making it difficult for him to break through. Spit. Blood splattered as the mysterious powerhouse swiftly retreated backward. The black robe covering his body tore apart, revealing his true form. His body was rotting, including his face, making him look ghastly. Without the cloak to conceal him, he emitted a foul odor, repulsive to all present. The mysterious powerhouse's gaze turned cold, focusing on Dalton's front where a giant green wolf now stood. It was this wolf that had suddenly appeared and clawed him. The giant green wolf was none other than the green fire Bodhi brought out from the secret realm. After nearly a year, it had undergone a transformative change, developing complete and powerful intelligence and attaining the soul realm, breaking through to the 6th stage. Had it not broken through in cultivation, it wouldn't have been able to push back the mysterious powerhouse with a single claw strike. The green fire Bodhi had refined the raging blood poison spring in the secret realm and survived, greatly unlocking its potential. It developed some degree of intelligence in the unique environment, showing its shark insect occupied for long enough. Once its mental energy depletes significantly, this battle shouldn't be a problem. Dalton pondered internally. In this situation, the side that holds out longer would emerge victorious. However, Dalton was concerned that the mysterious powerhouse might still have some hidden abilities. If it suddenly burst forth, they would be in trouble. Chapter 262, Desperate Counterattack. His gaze flickered, and Dalton looked at Abel, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 2 war zombies. The match between the Luther and his opponent seemed to be at a deadlock. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough here. Involuntarily, the dustiny pieces of information left by the Ancestor Heim floated into his mind. The Ancestor Heim had actually collected Dustini's superb secret methods for raising zombies and spirits, along with their corresponding countermeasures. However, Dalton was never particularly interested in such secret methods, so he never studied them in depth. Now, he could only try to make up for lost time hastily. A crucial part of the zombie-raising secret method was engraving control necrodustancy runes within the bodies of war zombies. These runes allowed for complete control over the zombies' every move. Therefore, breaking this secret method was theoretically simple, disrupting or erasing these control runes. But while it sounded easy, it was far more challenging in practice. The control necrodustancy runes were hidden deep within the war zombies and not easily detectable or accessible. Perhaps I can use the spirit control incantation, Dalton thought. Without hesitation, he immediately acted on this idea. As he cast the spirit control incantation, intricate patterns appeared within a 100-meter radius, visible to Dalton's eyes. These patterns, known as heavenly patterns, were usually elusive to ordinary people. Dalton's advantage lay in his true insight divine eye, which allowed him to peel away and reveal each heavenly pattern one by one. Under Dalton's control, numerous heavenly patterns converged toward the two war zombies, enveloping them and even seeping into their bodies. I see it. Dalton's eyes shone with sharpness. It didn't take long before he successfully detected the control necrodustancy runes within the war zombies. Immediately, he exerted the spirit control incantation to its full extent, forming divine heavenly patterns that penetrated the war zombies' bodies. Although he couldn't sever or erase the control runes, he could attempt to mask them with the divine heavenly patterns, rendering them temporarily ineffective or weakening the control. Before long, the effect became evident. The two war zombies' movement slowed down, allowing Abel to gain the upper hand gradually. Younger generation, you're courting death, the mysterious powerhouse roared, trying to break free from the Luther to attack Dalton. He keenly sensed that Dalton's interference had affected his control over the war zombies. Your opponent is this king, the Luther released an even stronger aura, desperately restraining the mysterious powerhouse. It was well aware that if it let the mysterious powerhouse act freely, the consequences would be dire. Dalton had already been injured by the fox spirit previously and probably couldn't endure another attack from the mysterious powerhouse. Step aside. The mysterious powerhouse suddenly unleashed overwhelming Injuda, hitting the Luther. Despite its best efforts to defend, the Luther was still pushed backward by the blow. Not good. The Luther's eyes widened in alarm, sensing impending disaster. It understood clearly that the mysterious powerhouse had intentionally weakened its control over the war zombies, reducing mental strain, allowing it to deliver an incredibly powerful strike. Die. The mysterious powerhouse, filled with murderous intent, formed a terrifying palm imprint using Injuda. His target was none other than Dalton. He had seen through Dalton's importance, a huge variable that needed to be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Dalton, be careful. Jerson and Violetta shouted in unison and rushed forward. They had been protected by Dalton from the start, and now it was their turn to protect him. Boom. Jerson and Violetta blocked the palm imprint at all costs, both being sent flying. Puff. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. A nascent soul realm expert's enraged strike was no laughing matter. Thankfully, Jerson managed to activate a spirit charm in time to deflect most of the attack. Otherwise, they might have been obliterated. Even so, they were severely injured with Injuda entering their bodies, worsening their condition. Fortunately, they combined their efforts. Otherwise, either one alone would have likely failed to withstand the attack. Ayo! The Luther roared, its eyes burning with fury. Terrifying azure flames erupted from its body, engulfing the mysterious powerhouse in a sea of fire. It decided to go all out and fight the mysterious powerhouse to the death. Dalton's eyes blazed with killing intent. Seeing Jerson and Violetta get gravely wounded while saving him ignited his rage. Isidrat, he remained rational, seizing the opportunity to further mask the control necrodustancy runes within the war zombies with the divine heavenly patterns. This drastically reduced the war zombies' fighting power, giving Abel a significant advantage. Puff. Suddenly, Dalton spewed a large mouthful of blood, his spirit weakening instantly. The backlash came because the control runes were too strong, and the divine heavenly patterns couldn't suppress them effectively. But this no longer mattered, as Abel was about to subdue the two war zombies. It was paramount. With Abel joining the fray, the mysterious powerhouse fell into a disadvantage even without needing to control the war zombies. Defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, the blockade set by the mysterious powerhouse was broken, and news began to spread. Dalton immediately activated the identity rune to alert the Heavenly Grace Academy. Insect experts secretly infiltrating the Great Xia Kingdom was a serious matter that required immediate attention, especially considering the chaos in the northern domain and the suspicion of collusion with the Devil Sect. Confirmation would be straightforward once the mysterious powerhouse was subdued and subjected to a soul search. Soon, the mysterious powerhouse suffered heavy injuries, barely holding on. Abel seized the opportunity to retrieve the coffin trapping Carly. His focus remained clear. He didn't let anger cloud his judgment. Having rescued Carly successfully, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, even if letting the adversary escape wouldn't matter much. Sizzle. A fearsome azure flame pierced the mysterious powerhouse's body, causing dark red blood to spurt out. Staggering, the mysterious powerhouse was near his limit. However, his eyes gleamed with unparalleled viciousness. You want to kill me? You will all die with me. Blood flowed from his body in a specific pattern, quickly forming a sinister array. By the time Abel and the Luther reacted, it was too late to stop the act. Blood as the offering, awaken now, O sleeping corpse king of 10,000 years. Upon saying this, all the blood within him surged out, entering the sinister array. His body withered as a result. Immediately after, his soul detached from the dried-up body but did not leave. Instead, it too merged into the malevolent array. Knowing he couldn't escape, he threw caution to the wind, sacrificing himself to pull Dalton and the others down with him. Instantly, the sinister array fully activated, unleashing incomparable power that engulfed 100 miles in all directions. The sky darkened, cold winds blew, and a bone-chilling aura spread out. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. The people living on this street were eroded by the strange force. They couldn't resist at all, and within moments turned into blood water seeping into the ground. Dalton's eyes grew heavy with resolve. He wanted to stop all of this, yet was powerless to do so. At present, all he could do was open up the void domain to protect Jerson, Violetta, and himself as best he could. Bam! Abel and the Arvin tried to destroy the sinister array, but were thrown back by an immense force the moment they got close. Blood dripped from the corner of Abel's mouth. Bringing along the coffin containing Carly, he approached Dalton, saying, "This array is unbreakable. Even if I were at peak strength, it wouldn't matter." The Arvin was also injured, but fortunately, its body was robust enough to handle it. The power of those two battle corpses has been drained away. We're in big trouble, the Arvin said solemnly. Dalton noticed this too. The two battle corpses were now hollow shells, likely turning to dust with just a light touch. Not good, Andre, and the others are in danger. Suddenly, Dalton's face changed. 100-mile radius was covered by the sinister array's power. Andre and the rest obviously couldn't escape either. With their cultivation levels, they stood no chance against the corrosive power of the sinister array for long. We don't have time. This is a disaster. We may not survive either, Abel said gravely. Hearing this, Dalton's heart sank. Unable to save his comrades, he felt torn apart inside. Josephinian insect. Dalton gritted his teeth. Now he understood. The Josephinian insects experts arriving in Whitefish Town was not a coincidence but premeditated. Judging by this powerful one performing the sacrifice was probably only sent ahead to scout. There must be greater plans laid by the Josephinian insect. If I don't die here today, the Josephinian insect will pay a heavy price, Dalton thought to himself. He wouldn't let this deep-seated grudge go unpunished. Even if the Josephinian insect was a millennium-old formidable sect comparable to Tianze Academy, the celestial phenomenon has changed. Looking up, Dalton saw the clouds swirling violently in the sky. In no time, the sky became pitch black, transitioning directly from daytime to night. Thick clouds condensed in the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder and flashes of lightning, evoking a sense of impending doom. Outside the area enveloped by the sinister array, Tianze Academy's experts arrived swiftly but were blocked by the array. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Deputy Dean True Dustin's expression changed upon seeing the sinister array. Elder Ross's face was grave. I can no longer contact Dalton. They must be trapped inside. We need to find a way to break this array. It's running out of time. Deputy Dean True Dustin responded, let's attack together. Elder Ross nodded and drew his spirit sword. Boom. Both Deputy Dean True Dustin and Elder Ross attacked simultaneously, unleashing powerful strikes on the evil array. Their attacks were formidable enough to shatter a mountain, yet failed to cause any damage to the array, not even a tiny crack. It's no use. This array is incredibly strong. Even if the Dean came, there's no guarantee he could break it, Deputy Dean True Dustin said somberly. Elder Ross frowned. Why did the Josephinian insect come here to set up such an array? The Josephinian insect delights in exhuming ancient corpses and nurturing in spirits. You mentioned earlier that Whitefish Town has a well-emitting dense insha chi and a sentient old Hui tree. It seems this place is quite extraordinary, and the Josephinian insect has uncovered its secrets, Deputy Dean True Dustin mused. Note, Hui should be translated as pagoda tree, for better context in English. Revised. The Josephinian insect delights in exhuming ancient corpses and nurturing in spirits. You mentioned earlier that Whitefish Town has a well-emitting dense insha chi and a sentient old pagoda tree. It seems this place is quite extraordinary, and the Josephinian insect has uncovered its secrets, Deputy Dean True Dustin mused. I'm most worried about the possibility of cooperation between the Josephinian insect and the demon sect. That would be highly unfavorable for us. At present, dealing with the demon sect alone is causing headaches for the four major martial sanctuaries of the Great Xia Kingdom. If the Josephinian insect joins in, the consequences would be disastrous, Elder Ross added. No matter what, we must report this to the Dean immediately. Among those in Tianze Academy, Elder Ross was one of the few who knew Dalton had lost under Eva. Given Dalton's current predicament, how could he not inform Eva? More importantly, only Eva might be able to break the deadlock. Deputy Dean True Dustin said grimly, I hope they can hold on. Eva needed time to arrive, and breaking the sinister array would take time as well. If they couldn't hold on, waiting until the array was broken would be too late. Nevertheless, he immediately sent urgent news to Eva, who would receive it unless in a special location. But Eva wasn't currently in the Northern Territory. Even using various methods to travel fast, it would still take considerable time. Boom. Inside the sinister array, thunder raged across the sky. Thunderbolts piercing through heaven and earth looked like descending dragons, swallowing mountains and rivers in spectacular scenes. Some even escaped the array, destroying nearby peaks. Deputy Dean True Dustin and Elder Ross quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from the sinister array. Even they felt immense threats from the fearsome thunder and dared not easily get close. They also noticed the situation within the sinister array, with thunderclaps erupting en masse, overwhelming the sky and earth. Their hearts sank. Could Dalton and the others survive in such an environment? Chapter 264. Unknown Depths. The thunderous sky sent Abel and the green fire Bodhi into a state of fear. With their strength, they too sensed a significant threat. They instinctively gathered power, ready to fight back if needed. They would not wait passively for death. To survive, they were willing to defy the heavens. However, what surprised them was that the thunderbolts, though numerous, did not target them directly. Only a few stray bolts affected them, making it relatively easy to withstand. The thunder targets the 10,000-year-old corpse king about to be born from underground. That entity is abhorred by heaven and earth, Dalton realized. Based on this situation, the 10,000-year-old corpse king might not emerge, and even if it did, it could very well be struck down by the thunder. Evil entities most feared pure young thunder, which made it especially difficult for Een spirits to ascend to immortality among various cultivators. Dalton's thoughts raced. He vaguely understood why the corpse king had slept underground for such a long time. It might have been constrained by heavenly laws. This time, the powerful members of the mystical insect used a secret technique and an evil array to forcibly awaken the slumbering corpse king. Although it seemed grandiose, it wasn't certain that it would bring the corpse king back to the surface. Of course, this did not mean they were out of danger. Even if the corpse king didn't appear, it could still kill them. The key was that the mystical array activated by the sacrifice of mystical insects experts wouldn't let them off. Boom. Struck by the thunder, the entire Bayou town began to crumble and sink downward. Due to the spatial constraints, everyone couldn't fly in midair and could only follow the descent. In a blink, a massive crater appeared around Bayou Town, emitting an overwhelming wave of corpse energy. Dalton and his companions fell continuously within a protective barrier, as if plunging into an abyss. After a long while, they finally landed, unsure how deep underground they had descended. Just before landing, their protective barrier shattered, separating them with an unknown force. Bang! Dalton hit the ground hard, dazed and disoriented. After some time, he regained his senses. The barrier was destroyed by spatial forces. I likely am no longer in Bayou Town, Dalton remarked grimly. He detected peculiar spatial fluctuations, similar to when Silas was transported away, leading him to suspect he had been teleported elsewhere. This applied to others as well. Senior Sister Violetta fell over there. Dalton immediately responded. Without hesitation, he acted to find everyone as soon as possible. Especially Jerson and Violetta, who were both severely injured. It was dangerous for them to be alone. Despite believing he had been teleported somewhere else, the environment clearly remained underground. This cavern was extraordinarily vast, either naturally formed or artificially excavated. Looking up, the cave ceiling was dozens of feet high, making the space seem remarkably open. But no matter how vast it was, they still couldn't fly or activate their treasures. Soon, Dalton found Violetta. Her injuries worsened from the fall, leaving her in a deep coma. Unconcerned about himself, Dalton exerted full effort using the essence restoration technique, drawing various forces from nature into Violetta's body. Unfortunately, the spiritual chi in this underground space was extremely thin, almost negligible. Thankfully, his void pole still connected to 3 special spatial realms, allowing him to draw in a considerable amount of primordial soul Judah, mystic energy, and metal Shah Judah despite some interference. After conversion through his own body, these became pure spiritual energy and steadily flowed into Violetta. Surprisingly, after stabilizing her condition, Violetta miraculously woke up. Where are we? Violetta asked. Dalton carefully helped Violetta up, replying, Bayou Town collapsed entirely, and we sank underground. Underground? What about the others? Violetta continued. Dalton replied, everyone was scattered by a force. I just found you. Surviving a Soul Realms expert's attack, my life seems pretty tough, Violetta joked. I hope everyone, like me, is lucky, she added. Dalton's heart ached. Andre and the others weren't lucky at all, already suffering. But he didn't dare tell Violetta for fear she couldn't handle it. The Ghost Judah posed no immediate danger. Suddenly, Dalton sensed something, opening his eyes. Using true cavern vision, he locked onto a distant spot through the darkness. He saw a tunnel forming, emitting dense black mist. Despite the distance, he felt a chilling sensation, causing goosebumps. Shortly, the tunnel emitted synchronized footsteps, indicating an advancing army. In the next moment, Dalton's pupils constricted. He really saw dustiny figures marching out from the tunnel in Zhengqi formation, making his scalp numb and sending a chill down his spine. Note, Zhengqi means neat, or in Zhengqi formation. It should not be left untranslated. Revised. In the next moment, Dalton's pupils constricted. He really saw dustiny figures marching out from the tunnel in neat formation, making his scalp numb and sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 265. Entering the Netherworld. As the footsteps grew clearer, a column of soldiers emerged from the passage. They wore identical armor, held spears and halberds, and moved in perfect unison. Their armor was gray and ancient, completely concealing their figures, making it impossible to see any individual features. Most importantly, they exuded an overwhelmingly thick aura of death, without any sign of life. Dalton shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not good. If captured by the Een soldiers, who knew what would happen? But the Een soldiers approached too swiftly, leaving no chance for escape. In moments, all exits were sealed by the underworld Een soldiers. We didn't mean to intrude here. Please allow us to leave, Dalton tentatively requested. He didn't know if these underworld Een soldiers could communicate but decided to try. Suddenly, 2 leading underworld Een soldiers released chains shrouded in ghostly energy, aiming at Dalton and Violetta. Dalton immediately retaliated, using the black tortoise technique to protect himself and Violetta with its true form. However, the chains pierced through the protection effortlessly. Acting on instinct, Dalton punched, clashing with the chain, but failed, as it bound his arm and then enveloped him entirely. Meanwhile, Violetta was also restrained, unable to resist the capture. Dalton's heart sank. The chains used by the underworld Een soldiers were strange, suppressing both his martial spiritual energy and soul power. Now, they were like fish on a chopping board, helpless. Capturing Dalton and Violetta, the underworld Een soldiers immediately turned towards the nether path, dragging them along involuntarily. They never imagined they would fall into the hands of the underworld Een soldiers, possibly entering the netherworld underworld while still alive. Soon, they were brought to the entrance of the nether path, with no signs of the underworld Een soldiers stopping. It seems we're truly heading to the underworld, Dalton thought, his heart sinking further. The situation was dire indeed. In the outside world, they had no means of resistance, let alone once taken into the underworld where their fates would be out of their control. Forced onto the nether path by the chains, they could only follow unwillingly. Dalton gasped, feeling a bone-chilling coldness seeping into his soul. The nether path was no easy journey for the living. The consequences were unimaginable. Despite his strong physique, Dalton felt the strain as his soul began to freeze. For Violetta, her physical body and soul were instantly invaded by ghostly energy, leaving her mind blank. Am I really doomed this time? Dalton was unwilling to end his life this way. He tried every means to resist the fearsome power of the nether path, striving to break free. However, the chains were bizarre, sealing all his powers. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't use any force. Suddenly, Dalton sensed a vague fluctuation, as if conveying some information. After careful consideration, he understood the meaning embedded within the fluctuations. Een corpses enter Een mountain, they shall not wreak havoc in the mortal world. This message was not from an individual, but from some unseen rule. In corpses enter in mountain. In corpses enter in mountain. Dalton murmured, gaining insight. We were dust manipulated by the 10,000-year-old corpse king lurking underground to take its place and undergo its calamity. Dalton realized quickly. It made sense why the 10,000-year-old corpse king remained door-dusted underground. It was being watched by the netherworld underworld. Any unusual movement would result in its arrest by the underworldine soldiers. When awakened by powerful practitioners of the Black Insect, Dalton and Violetta were chosen due to certain conditions, using a substitution technique to be captured by the underworldine soldiers. The Een soldiers intended to take them to Een Mountain, preventing their return to the mortal world. This corpse king must have significant origins, Dalton speculated internally. However, even such a formidable existence feared the underworld Een soldiers due to the special nature of this region. This was reasonable, considering the unfathomable depth of the netherworld underworld, home to dustiny terrifying entities protected by unseen rules. Over countless years, the netherworld underworld remained undisturbed despite changes in the mortal world. Even the unparalleled ancestors revered the netherworld underworld as a taboo. The reason few shadowy beings appeared in the mortal world was due to the constraints set by the netherworld underworld rules. Even if some spirits initially avoided the netherworld underworld, they would eventually be noticed and prevented from lingering in the mortal world. What did the 10,000-year-old corpse king do to deceive the underworld Een soldiers and make them mistake us for it? Dalton wondered, intrigued by the ability to fool the underworld Een soldiers. More importantly, something special about Dalton and Violetta must have fulfilled specific conditions. Dalton now focused on finding a way to escape rather than understanding the cause. Being taken to Een Mountain would likely mean certain death. But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't devise a solution. With all their powers suppressed, no method seemed viable. As Dalton pondered, he faintly heard the sound of flowing water. Looking around, he saw a murky stream emerging from the underground, emitting mysterious Daoistic patterns. As they neared, Dalton sensed unusual activity within his body. Something inside him attempted to forcibly break free, beyond the chain's confinement. Chapter 266, Master of the Isodralo Spring. A mysterious yellow divine light burst out from Ferdy's body, transforming into a vividly lifelike flying snake. Then, the flying snake directly submerged into a nearby turbid stream, instantly breaking its tranquility and stirring up waves. That's a branch of the Isodralo Spring. Ferdy instantly realized this. Only the true Isodralo Spring would have such a strong attraction to the flying snake's true form. Simultaneously, influenced by the Isodralo Spring, the flying snake's true form destined to break free from its bindings. Seeing the unusual disturbance in the Isodralo Spring, the underworld soldiers couldn't help but stop. At this moment, water splashed out from the Isodralo Spring, landing on all the underworld soldiers and also on the chains that bound Ferdy and Violetta. Hiss! The chains emitted a piercing sound, being eroded away by the Isodralo Spring water. Thus, Ferdy and Violetta finally regained their freedom. However, Violetta was frozen solid, and Ferdy's body had stiffened as well, making it hard for him to move. The underworld soldiers weren't harmed by the Isodralo Spring water, but they seemed to receive some calm dustin, abandoning Ferdy and Violetta to continue on their journey, quickly disappearing down the shadowy path enveloped in Een. Did the Isodralo Spring water wash something off us? Ferdy guessed. Regardless, the underworld soldiers letting them go was good news. At least it gave them a glimmer of hope. If they ventured deeper, they might not even make it to Een Mountain alive. Without much thought, Ferdy immediately began circulating the Gue Josephine Imperial Cannon to activate his vital energy and blood circulation. He first needed to regain mobility. The Gue Josephine Imperial Cannon could refine any force in the world into its power. After a few grand cycles, Ferdy felt the coldness within him retreat significantly, barely able to move. First, he checked on Violetta. Violetta was completely frozen, her physical body and soul almost devoid of any signs of life. But after careful perception, Ferdy found there were still faint traces of life lingering inside her, with the faintest ripples of soul still present. Senior sister Violetta seems to have entered an extremely special state. Ferdy frowned deeply. He didn't act rashly, as he sensed that if this special state was broken, Violetta would perish instantly. It was best to let Violetta stay in this state for now, while he slowly considered ways to rescue her. He vaguely saw that before, when Violetta was injured by the mystic insect's powerful practitioner, the dark ghostly chi resided within her, intertwining with her essence, which inadvertently made her more resistant to the forces of the nether path. A case of turning misfortune into blessing. Calmly collecting his thoughts, Ferdy approached the edge of the Isodralo Spring. He was eager to leave the nether path but wouldn't abandon the flying snake's true form here. There wasn't a specific opportunity, Ferdy would have no use for them, and knowing too early would only cause unnecessary distress. Blazed this Isodralo Spring. It was virtually impossible to encounter unless by chance. The nether path was already extremely rare, and not every one of them had a Isodralo Spring. The ancestral Heim, only after becoming exceedingly powerful, traversed the universe and found one of these paths, luckily encountering a Isodralo Spring and successfully refining it. Refining the Isodralo Spring allowed the ancestral Heim to advance the flying snake mystical art to its ultimate form, an unparalleled mystical art. Now, Ferdy was fortunate enough to come across the Isodralo Spring much earlier than the ancestral Heim. Ferdy quickly absorbed the newly unsealed information and put it into action. With the ancestral Heim's secret techniques, his confidence in refining the Isodralo Spring greatly increased. As threads of Isodralo Spring aura entered his body, Ferdy gradually became immune to the icy forces of the nether path, feeling much more relaxed. An indeterminate amount of time passed, and the Isodralo Spring began slowly merging with the Isodralo Spring Pure Land. Heavy. Ferdy's expression changed. At this moment, he clearly felt the heaviness of the Isodralo Spring. His created Isodralo Spring Pure Land was struggling to support it. showing signs of collapse. He understood this was because his Isodralo Spring Pure Land wasn't stable enough, merely superficial. Calming down, he simultaneously refined the Isodralo Spring and further developed the Isodralo Spring Pure Land, gradually enhancing its strength so it could bear the Isodralo Spring. This was destined to be a long process, but he remained patient. As long as he could successfully refine the Isodralo Spring, spending more time wasn't a big deal. To him, this was also a rare tempering experience. During this process, he could identify and address his weaknesses. He wasn't just cultivating the Flying Snake mystical art, but also the Four Symbols mystical art, converting between the 5 elements. His martial way insight grew incrementally. Ferdy cast aside all distractions, fully immersing himself in the wondrous martial arts realm, drastically elevating his martial foundation. Meanwhile, Violetta remained unconscious, yet her body underwent extraordinary changes. The peculiar forces of the nether path steadily poured in. Her flesh was completely saturated with purine forces. It was hard to imagine that a living being's body could contain such purine forces, which even Dustini nether entities couldn't withstand. Undoubtedly, this was an astonishing mutation beyond who Dust can control. Therefore, this transformation was extremely perilous. Any mistake could lead to death, both physical and spiritual, leaving no trace behind. But for Violetta, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Success would bring unimaginable benefits. Such transformations could only rely on her own strength. At one moment, the transformation halted. Violetta successfully endured. Extremely Yin forces flowed freely within her, becoming her own power rather than a constraint. Gradually, her consciousness revived. Nourished by the extremely Yin forces, her soul's origin strengthened significantly, surpassing most 9th stage, solid Dan martial artists. What happened to me? Feeling the immense power of the extremely Yin forces within her, Violetta was both astonished and intrigued. The extremely Yin forces indeed belonged to her now, but the overwhelming power within her was uncontrollable. With the extremely Yin forces running rampant in her body, she struggled terribly, unable to move. I will teach you a secret technique that can help you control the rampant forces inside your body. At this moment, Ferdy's voice suddenly rang in Violetta's ear. The noise from Violetta's successful transformation disturbed Ferdy, who was deeply meditating. Without waiting, he transmitted a secret technique to Violetta for controlling the forces. Violetta pondered over it briefly before immediately practicing the technique. It has to be said, this secret technique is truly miraculous, with immediate and excellent effects. It didn't take long for Violetta to successfully gain control over the forces within her body. I will now teach you the plasmid breaking technique. In your current state, breaking through limits should be quite easy. Ferdy's voice sounded again, simultaneously transmitting the secret plasmid breaking technique to her. Mainly, he noticed that Violetta's current constitution was extraordinary, with an incredibly solid foundation, making it not difficult for her to break through limits in the solid Dan realm. After arranging matters concerning Violetta, Ferdy once again focused his mind, continuing to dedicate himself to refining the Isodralo Spring. He was also close to completion here. It wouldn't take long to fully refine the Isodralo Spring. At this moment, his mind was completely at ease, no longer worrying about anything, as everything was firmly under his control. Chapter 267. Just out of the tiger's mouth, into the wolf's den. Whoosh! The netherworld surged upwards, and completely merged into the netherworld pure land cultivated by Dalton. Dalton exhaled a long breath, relieved that his efforts had finally paid off. Now, the true form of the Tungsha was immersed in the netherworld, truly embodying an aura of the divine beast. At the same time, Dalton sensed powerful energy destinating from Violetta, signaling her successful breakthrough to the 10th level of the solid core realm, achieving a limit-breaking advancement. The Dark Insect's attempt to kill senior sister Violetta backfired, instead granting her a grand opportunity on the road of Netherworld. She has been transformed completely and will no longer be ordinary, Dalton remarked with emotion. Indeed, Violetta had been incredibly fortunate. Escaping great peril meant greater fortune would follow. Just as he reflected on this, a dark beam of light shot out from deep within the road of Netherworld. Before he could react, it entered his body. The next moment, he extended his left hand, revealing an exceptionally unique mark on his palm that emitted profound yet obscure fluctuations. Dalton remained calm, murmuring, "This is the Netherworld seal mentioned by my ancestor, the Great Heim?" Refining the Netherworld indeed creates a causal connection with the Netherworld underworld. In the legacy he had unlocked earlier, there were not only secrets for refining the Netherworld but also details about its consequences, becoming a messenger of the Netherworld and needing to perform certain tasks for the Netherworld underworld. Becoming a messenger of the Netherworld didn't have dustiny downsides and even offered several advantages. With information about these messengers left by the Pablo, Dalton felt no panic. He knew how to handle it. "Dare to scheme against me, Corpse King. If I ever encounter you, I'll send you straight to Yama Mountain." Dalton's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he and Violetta had barely escaped the treachery of the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King. He wouldn't let it go unpunished. He knew the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King was formidable, but now that he had become a messenger of the Netherworld, he had methods to deal with him if they met. Of course, if he could reach the primordial spirit realm while the Corpse King hadn't left the area, everything would be simpler. After some time, Violetta consolidated her cultivation and emerged from her meditative state. "Congratulations on breaking through, senior sister Violetta." Dalton congratulated her with a smile. Violetta stood up, smiling, and said, "I owe much thanks to you. Without your secret techniques for controlling power and breaking limits, I wouldn't know what to do. And without your rescue, I might have died already." "Why speak of it? We are comrades and should share life and death together," Dalton laughed. But soon, a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He could save Violetta, but not Andre and others. "What's wrong?" Violetta asked. Dalton adjusted his emotions and pondered before saying, "There's something I must tell you." "What is it?" Violetta felt a sense of unease. Dalton took a deep breath and said, "The powerful figure from the Dark Insect set up a sinister array, using their own blood and primordial spirit as sacrifices to awaken the sleeping 10,000 Isidore corpse king beneath the earth. Terrifying Injuda spread from underground, but due to Senior Lou Josephine and the Bodhi's protection, we survived. As for Senior Brother Andre," upon hearing this, Violetta's heart trembled. She knew what had happened without Dalton needing to say more. Though she had hoped otherwise, reality was often cruel and unbearable. "May Senior Brother Andre and the others rest peacefully without suffering too much," Violetta said, tears welling up in her eyes. They had built strong bonds over the past year, and she never imagined parting with them in such a way. After Violetta composed herself, Dalton said, "Let's leave this place first." Violetta looked towards the depths of the road of Netherworld, asking, "Do you think we can reach the legendary Netherworld underworld by following this road?" "As living beings, without guides from the Netherworld underworld, we cannot reach the true Netherworld underworld," Dalton replied. "If mortals could easily enter the Netherworld underworld, it wouldn't be so mysterious." However, as a messenger of the Netherworld, Dalton could visit the Netherworld underworld. Still, he had no intention of going because it wasn't a good place. When he was strong enough, he might take a look. Walking along the same path, Dalton and Violetta eventually made it out after a long time. Fortunately, they had adapted to the road of Netherworld's environment and energies, or they might have frozen solid. As they exited, both felt a significant relief as the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The road of Netherworld vanished as they stepped out, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. "How do we leave this place?" Violetta asked. They were still in a vast underground space, unsure where the exit was. Dalton did not answer immediately, but used the Netherworld seal in his palm to sense carefully. Then, he extended his left hand, activated the seal, and pressed towards the front left. Instantly, the space collapsed, revealing a peculiar passage. "Let's go." Dalton's back revealed vermilion bird fire wings, and he flew into the air with Violetta. Initially restricted by special forces in the underground space, Dalton couldn't fly, but with the Netherworld seal, he solved this problem. Emerging through the collapsed space, sunlight bathed Dalton and Violetta, making it hard to open their eyes. "We're out." A smile appeared on Dalton's face. Surviving such danger and seeing daylight again was no small feat. Looking around, Dalton realized they were no longer in Whitefish Town, which had become ruins. This new location was picturesque and vibrant. Moments later, Dalton and Violetta landed on a small hilltop, retracting the fire wings. Not knowing where they were, it was best to remain low-key. Flying around could easily attract unwanted attention from people or beasts. "Let's find someone or a beast to ask about our location before deciding our next move," Dalton told Violetta. She agreed since there were no better options. Dalton released his soul power fully, extending it in all directions. His soul had strengthened during the journey on the road of Netherworld, covering a wider area. They were in a wilderness with no signs of civilization, but plenty of beasts. "It's you then." Dalton quickly locked onto a beast. After a short sprint through the forest, they reached a cave where a gray-white fox lay inside. Highly alert, the fox woke instantly and darted out of the cave. "Findustin, why have you come to my territory?" The gray-white fox spoke Whodustin words, looking at Dalton and Violetta with hostility. It didn't attack recklessly, sensing they likely had confidence in their ability. "We mean no harm, just seeking information," Dalton explained. "What do you want to know?" the fox coldly asked. Dalton replied, "We came here unexpectedly. Can you tell us where this place is and which force it belongs to?" "This is Thousand Woods Mountain, under the control of the Golden-Eyed Lord. Not a place for Whodustins," the gray-white fox answered. Upon hearing this, Dalton and Violetta's expressions changed. Having been in the northern domain for so long, they were well acquainted with its situation and knew exactly what kind of place Thousand Woods Mountain was. Thousand Woods Mountain was located at the edge of the northern domain, bordering the Great Xia Kingdom's territory. It was covered with vast expanses of primeval forests, scarcely touched by Whodustin footprints. Initially, the Great Xia Kingdom had garrisons stationed outside Thousand Woods Mountain, but as the invasion by the Devil Sect became increasingly severe, these garrisons had long since retreated. In strict terms, Thousand Woods Mountain had already fallen out of the Great Xia Kingdom's control, turning into a region where the Devil Sect thrived. From Whitefish Town to Thousand Woods Mountain was a distance of 2,000 li, and Dalton truly hadn't expected that the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King would transport them such a long way. The other party was indeed incredibly powerful. This place was also far from the northern branch of Tianze Academy, making it impossible for them to send any messages back. This meant they would have to rely on themselves to get back. A distance of 2,000 li wasn't too much of a problem. The key issue was that they had entered deep into the territory controlled by the Devil Sect. If they encountered Devil Sect disciples, it could spell serious trouble. Dalton felt rather depressed. Just when they had escaped the tiger's mouth, they had fallen into the wolf's den. Fortunately, in Beast King, he did not dare to pursue it, and did not retaliate afterward. Note, Inkling seems to be a term specific to the story, possibly referring to a type of beast. For the sake of fluency, it's kept as is with an assumption that lean is part of a proper noun. If there's a specific English term for this beast in the broader context of the story, it would be better to use that. For a more fluent and natural read, if Inkling Beast King has an established translation, it should be used instead. Without further context, the revised sentence maintains consistency while ensuring readability. "Thank you for informing us. We will take our leave then." Dalton clasped his hands in gratitude, then turned to leave the area. Violetta followed immediately without hesitation. Watching their retreating figures, a strange light flickered in the gray-white fox's eyes, muttering, "Where did these two peculiar individuals come from? They're only at the solid core realm but actually make me feel threatened. Truly strange. Should I report this to the Mountain Lord?" The gray-white fox pondered silently. The Hewitt held absolute authority in the Thousand Forest Mountain. Numerous savage beasts revered him, and even other sixth-stage savage beasts wouldn't dare disobey his calm Dustins. Forget it. Better to do less than more. As long as they don't come back, it'll be fine. The gray-white fox shook its head, muttering. Its temperament was rather lazy, which was why it was sleeping in its nest during the day. It didn't see anything wrong with this approach since it had the protection of the Hewitt and didn't need to worry about much, naturally choosing to live comfortably. Thinking of this, the gray-white fox returned to its nest to continue sleeping. Rumble. Just as the gray-white fox fell asleep, it felt the earth shake violently, as if an earthquake was occurring. What's going on? The gray-white fox emerged from its nest with an irritated expression. It stood on its hind legs, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Soon, it pinpointed the source of the disturbance. A large wild boar running wildly through the forest. Dead pig, what have you lost your mind? Don't you know I was sleeping? The gray-white fox roared angrily. It was familiar with this large wild boar as their territories were adjacent, and they often encountered each other. Even though the large wild boar was much stronger, the gray-white fox wasn't intimidated because it was appointed by the Hewitt as the king of this region, ruling over dustiny savage beasts with wisdom rather than brute force. Seeing the gray-white fox flare up, the large wild boar hurriedly stopped and explained, Fox King, 2 Whodustans intruded into my territory, and I was chasing them. Hearing this, the gray-white fox was intrigued. It knew those 2 Whodustans the large wild boar mentioned must be the same ones who had sought information from it earlier. Why provoke such a clumsy beast? The gray-white fox thought to itself. On the surface, it maintained a stern demeanor and said, Where are they? Why can't I see them? They escaped very quickly, vanishing in a blink, but they haven't gone far and are likely hiding in this area, the large wild boar replied. The gray-white fox, growing impatient, remarked, In this place? Who would dare trespass here? Are they tired of living? Get lost and stop disturbing my sleep, or I'll report you to the mountain lord and reassign you to the outermost forest. The large wild boar was immediately frightened and pleaded, Fox King, please no, I'm leaving right away. With that, it fled swiftly, carefully controlling its speed to avoid making too much noise that could upset the gray-white fox. Though its mind was simple, it wasn't foolish. In this region, it couldn't afford to offend anyone, especially the gray-white fox. Moreover, being younger, the gray-white fox theoretically would dustinage this territory forever, making it even more crucial to maintain good relations. The big fool has left. You can come out now, the gray-white fox shouted. Next moment, Dalton and Violetta revealed themselves. Thank you for your assistance, Fox King. Dalton bowed gratefully. He was genuinely surprised that the gray-white fox would help them. Rolling its eyes, the gray-white fox remarked, If you wanted to leave, just go. Why provoke the big fool? I'm sorry. I saw a 5th-rank spirit herb and tried to pick it but was discovered, Violetta admitted awkwardly. Given her current cultivation level, a 5th-rank spirit herb was invaluable, and she couldn't let it slip by. The gray-white fox sighed. That silver bloodvine is the big fool's life root. You dared to target it. Thankfully, you didn't pick it, or else the big fool might go berserk, and even I wouldn't be able to control it. Violetta became even more embarrassed, realizing how a mere 5th-rank spirit herb almost led to significant trouble. The large wild boar was incredibly strong, comparable to a 7th or 8th grade core formation martial artist, far beyond what she and Dalton could handle. If it went mad, escaping would be difficult. Especially in the Thousand Forests mountain, alarming other powerful beasts would leave them no way out. Please guide us, Fox King. Tell us a way out, Dalton politely requested. The gray-white fox snorted. What a hassle. Though it complained, it didn't refuse. It found Dalton polite and respectful, showing no hostility towards it. You're disciples of which faction? The gray-white fox suddenly asked. We are disciples of the Tianza Academy, Dalton replied. So, you're from the Tianza Academy. With your strength, dustinaging to infiltrate the Thousand Forests mountain is quite impressive, the gray-white fox said with deeper meaning. Despite living in a secluded corner, it wasn't ignorant. It knew much about the northern region and had dealings with the Tianza Academy before. Though its cultivation wasn't extraordinary, its status in the Thousand Forests mountain was high, nearly matching 6th-stage beasts, as it was highly favored by the Hewitt. Let me tell you the truth. Recently, the demon sect has been active in plans to attack the Thousand Forests mountain. Therefore, the mountain lord has ordered the mountain sealed temporarily. You won't be able to leave easily, the gray-white fox explained seriously. Due to the seal, powerful beasts patrolled the outer regions, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. For Dalton and Violetta to avoid all beasts and leave quietly was virtually impossible. Dalton frowned. This wasn't good news, especially since he wanted to return to the Tianza Academy soon and contact Jerson, Abel, and others. Though he and Violetta survived the ordeal with the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King, Jerson, Abel, Carly, and Jerry faced it directly with uncertain outcomes, causing great concern. On the road of Netherworld, Dalton refined the Isidralo spring, and Violetta transformed her constitution, both consuming considerable time. Calculating the time, it had been a month since the incident in Whitefish Town, and dustiny things had likely already settled. I hope everyone is safe. Dalton silently prayed in his heart. If something happened to the Jerry, he would struggle to explain to Bentley, and his friends, losing Jerson or Carly, whom he considered a sister, or even Abel, would be unacceptable. Now what do we do? Violetta asked. She was truly at a loss. Dalton pondered for a moment, then looked at the gray-white fox and asked, Fox King, may we stay here for some time until the Thousand Forests mountain reopens? Let me clarify, if you're discovered and anything happens, it won't be my responsibility, the gray-white fox immediately stated. Dalton said, Please rest assured, Fox King. We will be very careful and absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Alright then, you can make your own arrangements. Just don't come to disturb me when I'm sleeping, the gray-white fox nodded. With that, it walked away like a Whodustan, hands clasped behind its back, heading towards its nest, truly leaving Dalton and Violetta to their own devices. Chapter 269, The Demon Sect Strikes. For the time being, Dalton and Violetta took residence in Gray-White Fox's territory. They found a secluded cave and did their best not to reveal their presence. Occasionally, they would inquire about situations from Grey White Fox, seeking any opportunity to leave Thousand Woods Mountain early. After all, as Grey White Fox had mentioned, the current Thousand Woods Mountain was perilous, now under close watch by the demon sect, and they had no intention of getting entangled. There was nothing they could do. They were still too weak, let alone offer help. Even self-preservation was an issue. Seeing that departure wasn't possible in the short term, Dalton calmed his mind and immersed himself in martial cultivation. Previously on Nether Path, when he refined the Isekai Spring, he gained considerable benefits, enhancing his understanding of martial arts significantly and greatly strengthening the true essence of his martial path. After setting up barriers, Dalton entered the treasure cave and communicated with his clone, integrating their martial insights. Incidentally, he divided the Isekai Spring, merging it into his clone's Isekai Spring Pure Land. Master, I have already touched the threshold of breaking the 4th stage limit and should be able to break through soon, Bentley said. Dalton replied, I will try my best to refine the plasmid break pill for the 4th stage within this period. Additionally, there's something I need to tell you. He recounted what happened in Whitefish Town, so Bentley would understand why the Luther had been away for a month without returning. Master needn't worry. There is a special connection between us, and I can confirm that it is still alive, Bentley reassured him. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed good news. If the Luther was still alive, Jerson, Abel, and Carly should be fine too. His tense mind finally relaxed somewhat. Leaving the treasure cave, Dalton went to see the Grey White Fox again. What do you want now? The Grey White Fox asked impatiently. Smiling, Dalton said, Fox King, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? What kind of deal? The Grey White Fox probed. I need some spiritual herbs. If you can help me get them, I can give you several elixirs that boost cultivation, Dalton replied. You know how to refine elixirs? Grey White Fox reacted immediately. Nodding, Dalton replied, a bit. Tell me, what herbs do you need? The Grey White Fox asked. Dalton listed the various high-grade spiritual herbs he needed, most of which were extremely rare 5th stage herbs. Somewhat troublesome, but dustinageable. Give me some time, the Grey White Fox readily agreed. Dalton smiled. Just as he had expected, Grey White Fox was indeed capable. Acquiring such herbs wouldn't be a problem. Thousand Woods Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, harboring dustiny precious treasures. Even just the presence of multiple 6th stage beasts indicated its abundance. Within 3 days, the Grey White Fox handed over a pile of spiritual herbs to Dalton. Rest assured, Fox King, I will quickly refine the cultivating enhancement elixirs, Dalton promised. The Grey White Fox replied, you should refine a few more. To obtain Purple Heart Fruit, I have promised to give Bear King 3 elixirs. No problem, Dalton readily agreed. Immediately, he returned to the cave to refine elixirs. To reassure Grey White Fox, he first worked on refining the cultivation-enhancing elixirs, using some precious 6th stage herbs despite the cost. Helping a 5th stage beast improve wasn't easy. However, Dalton didn't mind. The Grey White Fox had done him a significant favor, allowing him and Violetta to stay and helping procure the needed herbs. Thus, he felt indebted and wanted to repay the favor. After refining the elixirs, he promptly delivered them to Grey White Fox. I must try them first. The Grey White Fox directly swallowed one of the pills, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Dalton stayed nearby to guard. Soon, the Grey White Fox finished absorbing the pill, eyes glowing brightly. Good, very good. These truly boost cultivation. If I absorb all 6, my strength will definitely improve considerably. Fox King, one should take no more than 3 pills at once. Beyond that, they lose their effectiveness, Dalton reminded him. The Grey White Fox smirked. Fine. I'll just give these 3 to Bear King to avoid trouble. In Thousand Woods Mountain, there were exactly 36 Beast Kings, all designated by Hewitt. Other Beast Kings were at least at the peak 5th stage, except for Grey White Fox, who relied on wisdom to gain the Mountain Lord's appreciation. Due to the Mountain Lord's regard, other Beast Kings showed respect to Grey White Fox. After sending off the Grey White Fox, Dalton returned to the cave to continue refining the 4th stage plasmid break pill. With his current cultivation, using the Celestial Spirit Gourd to refine this pill posed no problem. Finally, after putting the pills into a jade bottle, Dalton breathed a long sigh of relief. He immediately handed one of the pills to Bentley, ensuring he could break through any time. With this done, he composed himself and fully immersed in cultivation. Having experienced much, he realized the importance of strength. Without it, he would always be at the mercy of others. Refining the Isekai Spring transformed his Tin Snake Profound Art fundamentally, and with it as a base, the 4 Directions Profound Art also improved constantly. Boom. At some moment, a colossal sound erupted from the mountains. What's happening? Both Dalton and Violetta flashed out of the cave. Violetta immediately took to the air, looking into the distance following the sound. Clearly, after her recent closed meditation, she had broken through to the Golden Core realm. Post-transformation on the Nether Path, her physical qualities far surpassed before, making cultivation effortless. If previously she could only reach the Golden Core realm, now reaching the Essence Spirit realm shouldn't be too difficult. Dalton also unfurled his vermilion bird wings and took to the air. At this moment, the Grey White Fox emerged from its nest. The demon sect has the audacity to attack the Mountain Lord. Grey White Fox remarked solemnly. Dalton's expression changed. Is this the work of the demon sect? There's no doubt, that's where the Mountain Lord resides, the Grey White Fox affirmed confidently. Roar. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed throughout Thousand Woods Mountain. The Mountain Lord has made his move. The demon sect will pay a heavy price. Grey White Fox huffed coldly. Evidently, it had complete faith in Hewitt. Dalton, however, wore a worried expression. If the demon sect lacks confidence, they wouldn't have attacked. You don't understand. As long as the Mountain Lord remains within Thousand Woods Mountain, he is invincible, Grey White Fox confidently replied. Dalton seemed to recall something and asked in surprise, did Hewitt integrate with the spirit essence of Thousand Woods Mountain? You're quite knowledgeable, knowing such secrets. Indeed, the Mountain Lord integrated with the spirit essence of Thousand Woods Mountain. Battles were never its forte, and its cultivation level was still far from matching up. It decided not to go and cause trouble. Translation note. I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested, ensuring the translation remains faithful to the original text while enhancing readability in English. Hashtag Chapter 270, The Might of the Mountain Lord. Deep within Judahanlan Mountain, the sounds of battle grew louder and more intense, spreading outward as chaos enveloped the area. Numerous beasts in the mountains fell victim to the conflict. The number of martial artists sent by the Devil Sect was not large, but they were all elite fighters, each with cultivation at or above the Essence Spirit realm. Ordinary beasts stood no chance against them, only facing slaughter. Most importantly, the extremely mysterious sect leader of the Devil Sect personally joined the fray. His strength was among the top tier in this special region, unmatched by few, let alone surpassed. Once, the Chancellor of Julu Academy and the Patriarch of Giannis Sect jointly attacked the sect leader of the Devil Sect, engaging in hundreds of rounds of fierce combat without gaining any advantage. The Patriarch of Giannis Sect even suffered an injury. This time, it wasn't just the sect leader of the Devil Sect. The Ingerard Holy Envoy and several Dharma Kings also appeared together. The 6th-rank beasts in Judahanlan Mountain were held back by the Devil Sect's Dharma Kings. While he was certain he hadn't sensed incorrectly, it was indeed that terrifying existence. No wonder the Devil Sect had the audacity to confront the Hewitt. One crucial reason was likely their secret collusion with this terrifying being. You mean the mysterious and terrifying existence that possessed Barrett of Julu Academy? The Grey-White Fox's face changed instantly. Its sources were well informed, so it was aware of the significant events at Residual Sword Ridge. Dalton nodded and confirmed, Isidro's, exactly him. His clone had been present at Residual Sword Ridge and clearly perceived the eerie aura of the 7th-rank spirit sword, thus familiar with the ominous presence of the entity possessing Barrett. Especially now, the incineration flame sword showed signs of unrest, further substantiating his concerns. That existence is shrouded in mystery, capable of easily possessing even Essence Spirit Realm experts. We're in trouble, the Grey-White Fox frowned deeply. Initially, it had full confidence in the Hewitt, but now it couldn't help but feel worried. Indeed, that being was too mysterious, and no one knew just how terrifying it truly was. Ayo! Shortly after, a mournful roar echoed through the forest. The Grey-White Fox's heart trembled. The Mountain Lord is in trouble. They can really threaten the Mountain Lord. If anything happened to the Hewitt, the entire Judahanlan Mountain would be doomed. The Devil Sect would undoubtedly carry out mass slaughter. Who exactly is that being? It can suppress the Hewitt even within Judahanlan Mountain. Dalton was filled with curiosity. Logically, in this special region, martial artists could only reach the peak of the Essence Spirit Realm, and beasts could only reach the 6th-rank peak. Hence, the Hewitt, integrated with the Forest Essence, should be invincible, at least unbeatable within Judahanlan Mountain. Isidrot, this mysterious existence broke all norms, causing the Hewitt significant setbacks from the moment it joined the battle. As Dalton pondered, he sharply sensed the essence chi of heaven and earth converging rapidly towards the depths of Judahanlan Mountain. Some plants began to turn yellow, evidently losing much of their life essence. It seems the Hewitt is getting serious, Dalton instantly realized. By integrating with the forest essence, the Hewitt could harness the power of the entire forest, an ability beyond ordinary beasts. But once the forest's essence was depleted, the consequences would be dire. Clearly, the Hewitt could no longer afford to hold back, unleashing its full power to fight the Kashans and the mysterious being. Not fighting hard now might lead to its encirclement and destruction. Unable to resist, the Grey-White Fox darted to a nearby peak, gazing into the depths of the forest to observe the battle. Dalton and Violetta followed closely. They were equally concerned. This battle was critical. If the Hewitt fell, they would likely suffer the same fate. Dalton activated the truth-perceiving divine eye, catching faint glimpses of the scenes deep within the forest. He saw a golden divine tiger, radiating brilliant golden light, exuding a sense of holiness. He also saw Barrett wielding a 7th-rank spirit sword, who was indeed terrifying, using the sword to injure the golden divine tiger. Additionally, he saw Harry and other Essence Spirit Realm experts, all controlled by Barrett, coordinating attacks on the golden divine tiger. Dalton's expression turned incredibly grave. The mysterious being that possessed Barrett was indeed formidable, enslaving so Dustini Essence Spirit Realm experts in just a year. Reassuringly, after the Hewitt unleashed its full power, it stabilized the situation, clashing fiercely with the group of powerful figures. However, he could tell that such desperate tactics took a great toll on the Hewitt, who wouldn't be able to sustain this for long. If the invaders weren't quickly wiped out, prolonging the battle would become perilous. Just then, Dalton saw the Hewitt tear an Essence Spirit Realm expert enslaved by Barrett into pieces. Bloodied, the Hewitt emitted an even stronger killing intent, revealing its savage nature. Soon after, the Devil Sect's Ingerard Holy Envoy was hurled away by the golden divine tiger, blood splattering across the sky. So powerful, Dalton couldn't help but marvel. The legends were true. Entities capable of integrating with the essences of forests and lakes were immensely powerful, comparable to or surpassing Break Blasmit beings. That meant the Hewitt's current strength could rival or even exceed that of a 6th-rank Break Blasmit beast. Such prowess matched some Fusion Realm experts or 7th-rank beasts. After a series of intense battles, the Hewitt had completely taken the upper hand, forcing Barrett and the Devil Sect's leader to temporarily retreat. However, this kind of battle consumed vast amounts of energy, not only for the Hewitt itself, but also for the essence of Judahanlan Mountain. The massive Judahanlan Mountain's flora and fauna were rapidly losing life essence. Regardless of the outcome, Judahanlan Mountain would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. Roar! The Hewitt roared angrily, its momentum rising as it expelled a sphere of terrifying golden light. Though the Devil Sect leader desperately defended, he was blasted away, crashing into a distant mountain peak. Then, the Hewitt struck out with a claw, colliding with the spirit sword in Barrett's hand. The strength of this claw was immense, enough to crush a 6th-rank spirit weapon. Yet Barrett wielded a 7th-rank spirit sword, unafraid of such an impact. Despite blocking the claw with his 7th-rank spirit sword, the powerful force still forced Barrett to retreat, splitting his palm open and causing his arm to tremble, nearly dislodging the sword. This body is still too weak. Barrett shook his head indifferently. He had not possessed this body for long, and had yet to fully strengthen it, putting him at a disadvantage when clashing directly with the Hewitt. He wanted to avoid confrontation, but facing the Berserk Hewitt, evading was impossible. Not ready yet? Barrett muttered with a frown. Undoubtedly, he was waiting for something. The Devil Sect leader flew out from the rubble. His shirt was soaked in blood, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, indicating serious injuries. Such a formidable Hewitt, far exceeding the expectations of this sect leader, the Dover sneered coldly. Despite being gravely injured, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only madness. Wanting to seize the essence of Judahanlan Mountain? This mountain lord will never let you succeed, even if it means mutual destruction. The Hewitt spoke in Hudustan language, resolute in its stance. Barrett sneered, you overestimate yourself. Your methods can be broken. The Hewitt frowned, secretly pondering what these people intended to do. Boom. At that moment, Judahanlan Mountain shook violently. Oh no. The Hewitt's expression drastically changed as it realized what was happening. Incredibly, the entire Judahanlan Mountain began to collapse rapidly, with peaks crumbling and the ground sinking, creating a horrifying scene. Chapter 271, Foil Plans. The vast Judahanlan Mountain had been reduced to wasteland in an instant, countless tangible and intangible entities destroyed. Dalton, Violetta, and the gray-white fox reacted swiftly, taking to the skies immediately to avoid being buried by rubble. Dalton glanced around. The Netherworld seal floated up on its own, emitting a dark radiance. The 10,000 Isidore Corpse King has arrived. In an instant, Dalton understood everything. The one responsible for reducing Judahanlan Mountain to ruins was none other than the enigmatic 10,000 Isidore Corpse King, who had also become involved. He realized that all the veins of Judahanlan Mountain had been severed, making it difficult for the Hewitt to channel its essence. I have to help the Hewitt. Dalton made his decision. You two find a place to hide. I need to do something. He turned to Violetta and the gray-white fox. Violetta asked, what are you going to do? I don't have time to explain. Take care of yourselves. With those words, Dalton hurriedly left. He activated the Black Snake Profound Art, diving underground instantly. Violetta and the gray-white fox couldn't help but widen their eyes, surprised by Dalton's unexpected ability. Dalton moved rapidly underground, heading deep into Judahanlan Mountain. Stopping in an underground cavern, he said, right here will do. He quickly formed intricate seals, summoning his immense spiritual power. Netherworld Path, reveal, Dalton uttered, revealing the Netherworld seal with his left hand. Immediately, the space before him warped, twisted, and emitted strands of dark nether energy. Finry. Worry filled Dalton's eyes as he unleashed all his soul and martial spirit powers. Swish. A vortex appeared in front of him, forming a passage from which chilling nether energy poured out. Summon ghost soldiers, capture the malevolent corpse. Dalton shouted. Soon, footsteps echoed from the Netherworld path as fully armed underworld soldiers marched into the world. Relieved, Dalton left the cave, hiding within a protective treasure. He was unsure if the ghost soldiers could subdue the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King due to its mysterious nature. For safety, he chose to remain hidden to avoid detection. If not for the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King's interference, the severed mountain veins could easily be reconnected, allowing the Hewitt to regain its strength. Moreover, the activated Netherworld path would leave special marks, detecting any future appearance of the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King, making Judahanlan Mountain a forbidden zone for it. The ghost soldiers moved swiftly through obstacles, heading directly toward the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King. Deep underground lay an ancient stone coffin, covered in intricate patterns, mesmerizing to the eye. Oh no! A panicky voice came from within the coffin. Next, the patterns illuminated ominously, distorting the surrounding space into a vortex. Suddenly, chains appeared, chasing the coffin into the vortex. Crack! The chains emerged, pulling a fragment of the coffin with them, but it was too late to prevent the coffin from vanishing. Moments later, the ghost soldiers returned to the Netherworld path, and Dalton revealed himself. Since the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King had escaped, he felt less concerned. Taking the stone coffin fragment from the ghost soldiers, Dalton sighed. This king is indeed cautious, capturing it isn't easy. As expected, the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King's methods were unpredictable, destinaging to teleport away. Fortunately, his true body remained hidden. Upon failing to capture the 10,000 Isidore Corpse King, the ghost soldiers returned to the underworld, and the Netherworld path disappeared. Damn it! His losses were heavy, losing several divine servants and injuring himself heavily without achieving his goal. Retreat. Barrett chose to withdraw, understanding further struggle would cost him immensely. The demon sect leader, equally unwilling, knew he couldn't hold on without Barrett's support. Instantly, Barrett, his followers, and the demon sect retreated quickly. The Hewitt stopped pursuing, halting its beasts. There was no point in further conflict after such heavy losses. Mountain Lord 1, the situation turned dramatically. Could this be related to Dalton? The gray-white fox looked at Dalton, heart racing. Dalton turned to look at the gray-white fox and asked, why are you looking at me? Do I have something on my face? Frankly, what exactly were you up to earlier? The gray-white fox asked seriously. Dalton replied, didn't I already tell you? I went to deal with a terrifying existence hidden underground. You're not kidding? The gray-white fox asked again. Dalton smiled faintly. Believe it or not, why ask so dustiny questions? Actually, you don't need to worry too much about this. The Mountain Lord has won, defeating the mysterious powerful being who possessed Barrett and the demon sect leader. Judahanlin Mountain is safe, which is the greatest good news, isn't it? The gray-white fox nodded in agreement. You're right, this is indeed great news. After this battle, I believe the demon sect won't dare to target the Mountain Lord recklessly anymore. We can finally have some peaceful days. It's a pity that Judahanlin Mountain has been severely damaged and may find it hard to recover, Violetta sighed. Dalton laughed. Don't worry. The Hewitt has merged with the essence of Judahanlin Mountain. As long as it lives, no matter how badly damaged Judahanlin Mountain is, restoring it won't be difficult. However, it was clear that the Hewitt had no time for this now. It suffered heavy injuries this time and would need to prioritize healing itself to prevent another attack. Once it fully recovers, everything else will fall into place. Chapter 272, Brothers in Arms. Let's go. It's time for us to leave Thousand Woods Mountain. Dalton exhaled lightly and said. The battle had ended. Everything was settling down, making this the perfect moment to depart. This conflict had taken a heavy toll on the demonic cult, losing several deity soul realm powerhouses, with both the Demon Lord and the Ingerard Saint messengers severely injured. The demonic cult would likely be more subdued over the next period, easing the pressure on various major forces significantly. Also, the mysterious entity that possessed Barrett and the 10,000-year-old zombie would probably lie low after this incident. Suddenly, Dalton felt something. A massive golden eagle emerged from deep within Thousand Woods Mountain, its body stained with blood, destinating an intensely powerful aura of killing intent. Your Highness, Eagle King. The gray-white fox bowed respectfully. Before its here, Six-Beast King, it did not dare show any disrespect. The golden eagle nodded slightly before turning its gaze towards Dalton. Is it after me? Dalton's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the golden eagle spoke. The Mountain Lord requests your presence. Follow me. Dalton was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. His actions underground had not escaped the notice of Hewitt. Violetta and the gray-white fox were perplexed, unsure why the Hewitt suddenly wanted to see Dalton or how he noticed him at all. This boy better not cause trouble. I mustn't get implicated, the gray-white fox thought nervously. Dalton cupped his hands. Please lead the way. Get up here, the golden eagle said. Dalton didn't hesitate. With a swift movement, he flashed onto the eagle's back. The gray-white fox widened its eyes, finding it hard to believe. It knew the golden eagle's character, proud and unruly, only bowing to the Mountain Lord. Isidrat, it was now voluntarily serving as a mount for a Whodustin warrior. This must mean that Dalton was regarded highly by the Mountain Lord. Did he really help the Mountain Lord? The gray-white fox pondered, starting to believe Dalton's previous words. As it thought, the golden eagle flew off into the depths of Thousand Woods Mountain with Dalton. Will Dalton be all right? Concern flickered in Violetta's eyes. The gray-white fox shrugged. Eagle King personally came for him. Even if something is wrong, it's bound to be good. Don't worry. We'll just wait for him here quietly. Unfortunately, my lair was destroyed. Where will I sleep? It wasn't bothered by anything else, but the lack of a place to sleep truly pained it. Meanwhile, the golden eagle carried Dalton swiftly deeper into Thousand Woods Mountain, arriving at the scene of the earlier battle. Remarkably, the land that had turned to ash was now flourishing again, filled with blooming flowers. This valley brimmed with spiritual energy and was where the Hewitt resided. Dalton saw the injured Mountain Lord lying on a giant rock, covered in wounds, some still bleeding. He hurried forward and bowed deeply. Junior Dalton pays respects to the Mountain Lord. There's no need for such formalities. The gentle voice of the Hewitt rang out as he released a surge of spiritual power to lift Dalton. Then, he looked at the golden eagle. Larry, go heal yourself. The eagle nodded and flew into a cave within the valley. It was the Mountain Lord's close confidant, permitted to train in the valley. The Mountain Lord stood up, leaped from the rock, and transformed into a striking golden-haired Dustin, enveloped in golden light. Dalton was astonished. Hewitt was the second barbaric beast he'd seen capable of transforming. Surprised? Transforming isn't actually that difficult. I often practice in Whodustin form. The transformed Mountain Lord chuckled. Dalton understood. Fusing with the forest's essence made his cultivation path unique. Dustin form suited Hewitt perfectly. Thank you for chasing away that terrible corpse king. Otherwise, I might have perished and Thousand Woods Mountain would have faced disaster. The Mountain Lord thanked Dalton sincerely. It's nothing. I merely did what I could, Dalton replied modestly. Technically, he had summoned the Netherworld troops, who then handled the rest. I was too careless. I never expected them to disrupt Thousand Woods Mountain so thoroughly. This won't be the last time. The Mountain Lord sighed, his eyes filled with concern. The Corpse King's methods were terrifyingly unpredictable. Unless he maintained constant vigilance underground, there was little he could do. Dalton reassured him. You don't need to worry. I assure you, that Corpse King won't dare come near Thousand Woods Mountain again. You only need to guard against the entity possessing Barrett and the demonic cult. Really? The Mountain Lord showed clear surprise. Truly, a special mark has been placed on Thousand Woods Mountain. If that Corpse King dares approach, its nemesis will be summoned instantly. Escaping once was possible, but twice would be very difficult. Dalton spoke the truth. Once activated, the mark could open a pathway to summon Netherworld troops using Thousand Woods Mountain's spiritual essence. Sadly, he couldn't activate the pathway at will yet, but one day, he'd hunt down the Corpse King wherever it hid. It had almost cost Dalton and Violetta their lives, not to mention Andre and others. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. As an envoy of the Netherworld, capturing the Corpse King was a critical mission. Thus, personally and professionally, Dalton wouldn't let the Corpse King escape. Relieved, the Mountain Lord sighed. That's reassuring. Otherwise, Thousand Woods Mountain would never have peace. He didn't ask about the specifics of the Corpse King's nemesis. Clearly, it was Dalton's secret. Forgetting to ask, what's your name? The Mountain Lord smiled. My name is Dalton. Brother Dalton, I have an idea. Would you like to become sworn brothers? Hearing this, Dalton was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such a proposal from the powerful Mountain Lord. If you're hesitant, I won't force you, the Mountain Lord said when Dalton hesitated. It was a rare opportunity, so Dalton naturally seized it. Though Avon was severely injured, as the Mountain Lord of Judahanlan Mountain, he could harness the vast essence of heaven and earth, which sped up his recovery significantly. As long as the 10,000-year zombie king wouldn't reappear, there were no further worries. In terms of recovery speed, the mysterious entity that possessed Barrett and the powerful demon sect members couldn't match him. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. By then, Avon's injuries were fully healed. After the fierce battle, his cultivation advanced slightly, even surprising himself. After all, he had long reached the peak of the 6th rank. Brother, with your deep cultivation base, breaking through limits should not be difficult for you, said Dalton. Avon looked puzzled. What does breaking through limits mean? Breaking through limits means surpassing one's limitations, transcending norms, and entering the realm only a few can reach. Dalton explained while sending relevant information over. After digesting the information, Avon's eyes sparkled. So, on top of my current level, I can still advance? Too bad we met too late. Otherwise, you might have broken through limits at other levels, Dalton sighed. Avon smiled and shook his head. I used to be very ordinary. Even if I had met you earlier and learned about breaking through limits, it would have been out of my reach. From the start of his cultivation path until reaching the 5th rank, he was quite average, almost without hope of advancing to the 6th rank. Only by coincidentally merging with the spirit of Judahanlan Mountain did he transform, compensating for past deficiencies and gradually ascending to his current level. Therefore, Avon didn't feel regretful. He was content with being able to cultivate from an ordinary beast to his current height. Brother, having merged with the essence of Judahanlan Mountain, you could merge with even more powerful essences if you leave this region. Following the path of the mountain and river lords isn't bad either, Dalton laughed. Avon replied, we'll take things slowly. Cultivation requires steady progress. One shouldn't aim too high. Dalton nodded, genuinely admiring Avon's attitude towards cultivation, which was rare among common people. Having received the secret method to break through limits, Avon immediately began practicing. Just as Dalton mentioned, Avon's cultivation foundation was exceedingly solid, unparalleled by most. With the support of the entire Judahanlan Mountain's essence, breaking through limits posed no difficulty. In just a few days, he completed the breakthrough and consolidated his cultivation. After breaking through, he became overwhelmingly strong, with a noticeable increase in power. If the demon sect dared return, they would face utter defeat. Congratulations, brother. Breaking through limits at the 6th rank. Reaching the 7th rank seems feasible, Dalton congratulated. In his opinion, breaking through limits as a 6th rank beast, or a whodunit martial artist at the soul spirit realm offered a higher chance to advance to the 7th rank or the fusion realm. Avon exhaled lightly. The 7th rank seems to only exist in legends. Judahanlan Mountain has produced Dustini Peak 6th rank experts, but none have broken through to the 7th rank. The path beyond the 6th rank seems cut off. Anything is possible. Others may not be able to, but that doesn't mean you can't. The future is unpredictable, Dalton remarked meaningfully. Speaking of which, brother, I want to leave Judahanlan Mountain and return to Tianza Academy. Avon nodded. All right. I'll have the Larry send you back. Take this communication bead. Even miles away, you can use it to contact me. From now on, you are the 2nd Mountain Lord of Judahanlan Mountain. This is also your home. Remember to come back often. Dalton accepted the communication bead and nodded. I will. Take care, brother. Remember to contact me if there's anything. There are certain matters I can help with. Sure. Avon agreed. He then summoned the Golden Eagle. Dalton appeared on its back, waving goodbye to Avon. Not only did he teach Avon the secret method to break through limits, but he also taught the cultivation methods of the mountain and river lords. Once proficient, even without an increase in rank, Avon's strength would greatly increase. With the secrets of the mountain and river lords and the 6th rank breakthrough, Dalton believed Avon could handle any trouble. Before long, the Golden Eagle brought Dalton to the Gray-White Fox's territory. Violetta and the Gray-White Fox sensed the movement and quickly appeared. Dalton, you're finally back. Seeing Dalton safe and sound, Violetta sighed in relief. The Gray-White Fox rolled its eyes. You've been gone a whole month. I thought you'd done something bad and got eaten by the Mountain Lord. Do not disrespect the 2nd Mountain Lord, the Golden Eagle rebuked. The Gray-White Fox froze, eyes wide. Second Mountain Lord? It was confused. Dalton went to see Avon and came back as the 2nd Mountain Lord? Even those 6th rank beasts who had followed Avon for years never received such treatment. Violetta was equally puzzled. How did Dalton become the 2nd Mountain Lord? Dalton laughed. I hit it off with the Mountain Lord, and he made me the 2nd Mountain Lord. Nonsense, the Gray-White Fox thought internally. It refused to believe such reasoning. It had been with the Mountain Lord for nearly a century and highly regarded, yet never appointed as 2nd Mountain Lord. Nor had the Larry, whom the Mountain Lord trusted, received such honors. Its intuition told it that there must be a significant backstory here. Larry, what's going on? The Gray-White Fox asked. The Golden Eagle glanced at it, calmly saying, whatever the 2nd Mountain Lord says, believe it. Stop overthinking. Speaking of which, it had benefited from Dalton as well, receiving a profound cultivation method to enhance its lineage and evolve toward the golden-winged Great Pung Eagle, a top-tier lineage among birds that could even transcend into the divine realm when perfected. Thus, it fully acknowledged Dalton as the 2nd Mountain Lord and would listen to whatever he said. The Gray-White Fox was even more bewildered. When had the Larry become so cooperative? Senior sister Violetta, let's go. Larry will take us back to Tianza Academy, Dalton said to Violetta. She nodded and appeared on the Golden Eagle's back. Then, Dalton turned to the Gray-White Fox. Fox King, thank you for taking care of us. Here's a token of appreciation. We shall meet again. He tossed a jade slip to the gray-white fox. The gray-white fox caught it hurriedly before the eagle took off, leaving it to examine the jade slip. Upon reading, it became excited. Such a profound Fox Clan secret technique. At least this kid has a conscience. It helped Dalton and Violetta without expecting rewards, only hoping not to cause trouble. So, this unexpected reward thrilled it. Upon receiving the news. However, they were a step too late. With Bayou Town at its center, 100 miles around it had turned into ruins. The culprit responsible for all this has vanished. However, in the ruins, some survivors were found by the Academy's experts, who brought them back here. Jerson, Andre, and others were among these survivors. Hearing this, Dalton was shocked. Are you saying senior brother Andre and the others are alive? He had always assumed Andre and the others had perished because of their weak strength, making it nearly impossible to resist the invasion of Insha's zombie chi. Therefore, he felt deep sorrow and hatred towards the 10,000-year-old zombie king. But unexpectedly, Andre and the others survived this calamity, which was indeed a great surprise for him. Isidro's, they're alive, but their condition isn't good, Preston nodded. Dalton hastily asked, what's wrong? They destined to survive, but all were infected with Insha's zombie chi, which is hard to eliminate. Currently, we can only seal it using rune formations, Preston sighed. If this continues without finding a solution, even the rune formations might fail to protect them. Many strong individuals from Tianzi Academy, including Dean Elwin, had attempted to deal with the Insha zombie chi but were unsuccessful. If they forcefully expelled it, it could damage Andre and others' fundamental essence, possibly threatening their lives. Take me to see them, Dalton insisted. Without delay, Preston led Dalton and Violetta to where Andre and the others were being housed. Because of the terrifying nature of Insha zombie chi, the Academy implemented strict precautions and placed them far away from others. Upon arriving, Dalton encountered someone familiar, Isai, a genius from the Runes Palace. Just like Jerson, he was a direct disciple of the Chen family, one of the 7 major families of Boblin City. Isai's rune mastery was close to the 6th stage, and he was assigned here to dustinage the runes to prevent mishaps. Dalton, you're alive, Isai exclaimed in surprise, as he knew Dalton had been with Andre on patrol in Bayou Town. The Academy's rescuers had saved Andre but hadn't found Dalton and Violetta, naturally assuming they were dead. Senior brother Isai, I'd like to see Jerson and the others, Dalton said. Isai pointed to the runes behind him. Go ahead, they're all inside. Dalton approached immediately, recognizing several familiar faces. Jerson, Andre, Josephine Tong, Jana, Wajuda, Clay, Kyla, Gerard Zimming, Lou Josephine, and Jerry were all there. Only Carly was missing. Where's Carly? Senior brother Isai. Wasn't there a little girl among those rescued? Dalton asked urgently. Isai explained. The little girl is sealed in an Een coffin. She wasn't affected by the Insha zombie chi, but she fell into a mysterious coma that no one can wake her from. Relieved, Dalton thought about Carly's condition. He believed awakening her wouldn't be too difficult. Senior brother Isai, please open the rune formation. I have a way to remove the Insha zombie chi from their bodies, Dalton suggested. You can do that? Isai looked surprised. When the situation escalated in Bayou Town, Sister Violetta and I were actually there too, but we were tricked by the 10,000-year-old zombie king and teleported elsewhere. However, during this ordeal, we gained unique experiences, resolving the Insha zombie chi invasion and greatly enhancing our cultivation, Dalton explained. Violetta added, Isidro's, we are now immune to Insha zombie chi and may be able to try removing it from them. Isai thought for a moment, this matter is serious, I must inform my master first. Through his identity rune, Isai communicated with Elder Kongji. Soon, Elder Kongji arrived and, after understanding the situation, gave his consent. Elder Kongji promptly opened the rune formation, allowing Dalton and Violetta to enter. Without delay, they entered the rune formation. Upon inspection, Dalton discovered that Andre and the others' conditions were dire, with Insha's zombie chi deeply embedded in their fundamental essence, barely clinging to life. Continuing this way, they would likely turn into Een zombies. Nevertheless, it was remarkable that they resisted the Insha zombie chi, preserving their lives. They had taken spirit pills containing mad blood poison spring, which possessed incredible power, counteracting most of the Insha zombie chi. Dalton extended his left hand and pressed it against Andre's back, secretly activating the Netherworld Seal. Despite the potency of Insha's zombie chi, facing the Netherworld Seal was like mice confronting a cat. It obediently left Andre's body. In no time, all traces of Insha's zombie chi were eliminated from Andre's body, leaving him extremely weak. Dalton immediately gave him a spirit pill to help recover. Senior sister Violetta, please help senior brother Andre refine the spirit pill. Dalton turned to Violetta. Violetta nodded and released her spiritual energy into Andre's body. Dalton proceeded to cleanse the next person of Insha's zombie chi. Their conditions were dire, requiring immediate action. After some time, Dalton successfully removed all traces of Insha zombie chi from everyone. Lou Josephine and Jerry fared best, as their formidable strength allowed them to awaken shortly after the removal. Bob Hung awaits you. Dalton waved his hand, sealing Jerry into his treasured object. Lou Josephine asked worriedly, where's Carly? Is she alright? Though Carly wasn't his granddaughter by blood, he had raised her from young and treated her like family. Senior Lou Josephine, don't worry. Carly is fine, and you'll see her soon, Dalton reassured him. Satisfied, Lou Josephine trusted Dalton's words and felt relieved. Moreover, Dalton undoubtedly saved his life once again this time. Not only did he help him expel the Insha zombie chi from his body now, but also back in Bayou Town, if Dalton hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have been able to protect Carly, and might not even have been able to save himself. Outside the rune formation, Preston, Elder Kongji, and Isai all showed looks of surprise. They hadn't expected Dalton to so easily rescue Jerson and the others. This level of ability was undoubtedly impressive. Chapter 275, A Blast Redeemed. Inside the Hall of Seal Patterns, a powerful barrier enclosed the Een coffin. The Een coffin emitted a faint, eerie light, giving an intensely uncanny feeling. Carly was still sealed within it, in a state of deep slumber. This particular coffin was crafted from special materials, engraved with numerous mysterious patterns. Once sealed, it required special methods to open. The Tianzhou Academy was wary of potential issues, thus encasing the coffin in a barrier. Guards were always present, monitoring Carly's condition within the coffin. Dalton stood outside the barrier, observing intently. His expression hardened as he remarked, "The Josephinian sect intends to transform Carly into a 9 essence body, making her a vessel for nurturing spirits. How wicked. Is there any way to counteract it?" Abel asked anxiously. Dalton replied, "We need elder sister Violetta's help. What can I do?" Violetta inquired. Dalton explained, "I will neutralize Carly's 9 constitution and transfer it to you. It will benefit your already quite imperfect extreme body." "Will this have any adverse effects on Carly?" Violetta asked. Dalton reassured her, Carly has already been harmed by the Josephinian sect's secret technique. Neutralizing the 9 constitution is beneficial for her and will prevent the sect from targeting her in the future. "If so, go ahead," Violetta agreed. Without wasting time, Dalton immediately had Elder Ryan open the barrier so he could approach the coffin. He then instructed everyone else to leave, leaving only Violetta behind. He secretly activated the Netherworld seal imprint and pressed it against the coffin, forcing its mystical patterns to dim. Snap. The coffin opened automatically, emitting dancing energy. In his hands, it held immense value, specifically for Claudia, the spirit he had subdued. The coffin, an extraordinary treasure, possessed unique properties that would aid Claudia in her cultivation. Meanwhile, Jerson excitedly told Dalton, "Although I nearly died from the necrotic chi, my constitution has advanced further, unlocking my potential. I've finally touched the threshold of breaking limits." Dalton laughed and said, "Congratulations then. By the way, I've just refined a tier 4 plasmid breaking pill. You can take it once you're fully prepared to reach the 10th stage of the solid core realm." "Thanks." Jerson accepted the pill without hesitation, knowing its significance. He would remember Dalton's kindness and repay him in the future. "I should also prepare for breaking limits," Dalton muttered to himself. Cultivation on the Nether Path had greatly enhanced his martial truth. Training at Thousand Forest Mountain allowed him to easily reach the 9th stage of the solid core realm, with profound Dao attainment. Breaking limits required substantial preparation, which he aimed to accelerate using special methods. The North Domain branch of Tianzhou Academy provided various specialized training grounds like the Heart Forging Tower, Gravity Room, Mirror Lake, and Spirit Martial Cave. Although it lacked the Underworld Grotto, it had the unique Soul Refining Tower. Dalton had previously earned a one-time opportunity to train in the Soul Refining Tower, which he now intended to use. Opportunities for Mirror Lake and Spirit Martial Cave would have to be earned through personal effort, namely by ascending the Earth rankings. In recent years, Tianzhou Academy students were scattered far and wide, making challenging the geniuses on the Earth rankings difficult. However, the Academy devised a solution using specially designed puppets for combat trials, determining strength and rankings. Confident in his abilities, Dalton first visited the Soul Refining Tower rather than rushing to challenge the puppets. The Tianzhou Academy valued the Soul Refining Tower highly, locating their branch here specifically. The Soul Refining Tower, though crudely constructed, was similar to the Heart Forging Tower, divided into 9 levels. From afar, it resembled a stone pillar with nothing particularly noteworthy. Activating his true insight divine eye, Dalton saw intricate patterns flowing like water along the tower's surface, alive and ever-changing. "You're only at the solid core realm and want to enter the Soul Refining Tower?" An astonished voice suddenly spoke. Ilya turning around, Dalton saw a silver gray-haired Dustin radiating peak golden core energy. "Greetings, senior brother," Dalton greeted respectfully. The silver gray-haired Dustin chuckled. "Your current level is a waste for the Soul Refining Tower. Perhaps wait until you reach peak golden core." "Thank you for the advice. I merely wish to experience it," Dalton replied calmly. Being both a martial artist and a seal master, he placed great emphasis on soul cultivation and possessed exceptional techniques, making any entry into the tower valuable. The silver gray-haired Dustin studied Dalton before saying, "You seem very confident. Very well done. Let's enter together. The Soul Refining Tower doesn't require queuing, but opportunities are scarce. Even top 10 heaven rankers can only enter once a year." "May I ask senior brother's name?" Dalton inquired. "I'm Elias," the Dustin smiled. Upon checking his identity seal pattern, Dalton learned Elias was an elite student from the Sword Pavilion, ranked first on the Golden Blast and third on the Inner Court's heaven rankings. "So it's senior brother Elias. My apologies," Dalton expressed genuine admiration. Elias said, "Your reputation is far greater than mine. You were the one who uncovered the secret agent of the Savage King cult within Tianzhou Academy, a major accomplishment. If I recall correctly, you broke through to the solid core realm over a year ago, and in such a short time, you have actually reached the peak of the solid core realm. Such cultivation speed is truly astonishing." "I just happened to have some fortunate opportunities," Dalton replied humbly. In fact, what he said was true. Without these opportunities, even in over a year, he could have only improved his cultivation by 2 or 3 stages at most. Reaching the 9th stage of the solid core realm would have been impossible. Elias remarked, "For martial artists, opportunities are very important. With them, one can save much time, avoid destiny detours, and even undergo a transformation, soaring high into the sky. Being able to gain significant opportunities is indeed enviable." "Envy? What if I told you that these opportunities were bought with my life?" Dalton countered. He was not joking. Ever since the secret realm that bore the frenzied blood poison spring, then to Broken Sword Ridge, and finally the Nether Path, he had truly wandered between life and death countless times, facing myriad dangers. Elias fell silent for a moment before saying, "Fortune and misfortune coexist. Opportunities indeed do not come easily. They often require paying an enormous price, sometimes even beyond what one can bear." Chapter 276, the 8th level of great perfection. The soul refining tower had its own world within, with a spacious area that seemed capable of accommodating countless people. Upon entering the soul refining tower, Dalton saw over a dozen figures sitting cross-legged on stone platforms. Without exception, they were all at the peak of the Golden Core realm. They were not all students. Some were mentors of the academy who had obtained the chance to enter the soul refining tower for cultivation through various means. Dalton and Elias walked over, and each chose a stone platform to sit on. The first level of the soul refining tower was not for cultivation, but for storing the physical body. Once seated on the platform, one soul would leave the body and enter the higher levels of the tower. There was no need to worry about anything happening to the physical body left behind on the first level, as each stone platform had a rune formation that activated after the soul left, ensuring the body was well protected. Good luck. After saying this, Elias closed his eyes. Entering the soul refining tower for cultivation only once a year was a rare opportunity that he treasured greatly. There was no way around it. Although he had exceptional talent, breaking through to the primordial spirit realm wasn't easy, especially within 100 years, making external assistance necessary. Additionally, each person had a limited number of opportunities to enter the soul refining tower for cultivation, no more than 9 times. This limitation was not set by the academy but was inherent to the soul refining tower itself. Anyone who entered the tower 9 times would be barred from further entry. Therefore, these 9 opportunities must be utilized wisely, which was why Elias felt Dalton was wasting an opportunity by using it too early. Dalton exhaled lightly, closed his eyes, and released his soul power into the stone platform. Immediately, he felt a peculiar force surge into his body, enveloping his soul in a soothing dustinner, as if he were soaking in warm spring water. In the next moment, his soul left his body. Though it wasn't his first time experiencing this, he still felt a unique sensation, indescribable yet distinct. While he savored this special feeling, his soul ascended from the first level of the soul refining tower to the second. The second level was completely different from the first, filled with colorful light and various ethereal mists, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Dalton quickly regained his composure, glanced around, and reached out to touch the ethereal mists. Amazing, it's Crimson Essence Soul Shack. This soul refining tower is indeed extraordinary, Dalton murmured, astonishment revealing in his eyes. Note, Shack is a mistranslation or misunderstanding of the term, possibly meant to be part of a specific concept or name that should remain consistent. It's better to keep it untranslated if it's a unique term in this context, Crimson Essence Soul Shack. Others might not recognize it, but he did. The ethereal mists surrounding him were a special kind of soul shack, difficult to produce, yet highly effective for refining the soul. There were dustini types of soul shacks, and while the Crimson Essence Soul Shack was relatively common, it still offered great benefits for warriors who hadn't yet formed their primordial spirits. Higher grade soul shacks could refine the primordial spirit and remain useful even for those at the immortal martial stage. Even the most basic Crimson Essence Soul Shack was not something ordinary people could endure. Only souls approaching the completion of primordial spirits could withstand prolonged exposure. The soul refining tower directly separates the soul from the body, exposing it to Crimson Essence Soul Shack. The cultivation effect should be excellent, Dalton thought eagerly. He began to practice his technique, absorbing the Crimson Essence Soul Shack surrounding him. The Crimson Essence Soul Shack clung to his soul, bringing a searing pain, as if being burned by fire. However, this pain was dustinigeable for Dalton. Despite his lower cultivation level, his soul essence was exceptionally strong, surpassing dustini Golden Core warriors. Had he not had this confidence, he wouldn't have entered the soul refining tower. After a brief trial, Dalton put aside distractions and fully immersed himself in cultivating the soul spirit transcendence. Soul spirit transcendence was a secret soul transformation technique he had chosen, an extraordinary skill that, when cultivated to its highest level, would make condensing a primordial spirit a simple task. Dalton had already advanced to the 8th level of soul spirit transcendence, seemingly close to the pinnacle, yet the final step was incredibly challenging. In fact, even at just the 8th level, once his soul essence became strong enough, it could meet the requirements for condensing a primordial spirit. For instance, Lewis, who guarded the martial law pavilion, according to Dalton's judgment, had likely barely reached the 8th level of soul spirit transcendence, yet he had become a top-tier primordial spirit expert. The process of refining the soul with Crimson Essence Soul Shack rapidly depleted soul power, and replenishment was scarce here. When his soul couldn't bear it any longer, he would have to exit. Though Dalton's soul essence was powerful, his soul power was also continuously depleting. However, he remained calm because he discovered that despite being detached, his soul was still closely linked to his body, receiving primordial soul Judah. With the nourishment of primordial soul Judah, his depleted soul power was replenished, enhancing his cultivation of soul spirit transcendence. Given this advantage, he intended to use it fully. He would not leave until reaching the limits of what his soul could endure. As time passed, cultivators in the soul refining tower gradually exited. Even peak Golden Core warriors had a limited duration within the tower. Elias, adjacent to Dalton, opened his eyes, sparkling with vibrant light, having gained significantly from his cultivation session. Finn? He's still here. Ilya turning his head, Elias was surprised. He had endured for quite a long time, but Dalton had surpassed him. Is there something wrong with this kid? Elias's eyes flickered with concern. Logically, with Dalton's cultivation level, he shouldn't have lasted so long. He carefully examined Dalton's body, noting his life energy is stable. He should be fine. This kid is really impressive. Staying this long on the second level isn't easy. Now, he realized that Dalton's soul strength was undoubtedly on par with Golden Core experts. Considering Dalton's identity as a rune master, Elias understood the advantage. If he continues to cultivate at this speed, he'll catch up soon. I must also strive. Motivated by Dalton, Elias left the soul refining tower, planning to focus on closing the gap to the primordial spirit realm. Unbeknownst to Elias, Dalton had already left the second level, even bypassed the third, and was now cultivating on the fourth level, where Destiny Peak Golden Core warriors typically trained. The fourth level was permeated with denser Crimson Essence Soul Shack, causing greater pain. Eventually, Dalton felt his soul reach its limit and decided to exit. Instantly, his soul returned to his body, merging and drawing strength from it, quickly alleviating the fatigue. Phew. Dalton exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. I finally perfected the 8th level of Soul Spirit Transcendence, but I'm still far from the 9th level, Dalton murmured. During his journey through Netherworld Road, he had advanced Soul Spirit Transcendence to the peak of the 8th level. Now, he had reached greater perfection. He believed few, if any, at his cultivation level could achieve such a level of cultivation in Soul Spirit Transcendence. The Soul Refining Tower's cultivation effect is indeed excellent. With a few more visits, I should be able to advance to the 9th level, Dalton smiled. Next time, he might ascend to even higher levels, further improving his cultivation. Chapter 276, 8th Layer of Perfection. Inside the Soul Refinement Tower, there was a world within, vast and spacious enough to accommodate any number of people entering it. Upon entering the Soul Refinement Tower, Dalton saw over a dozen figures seated cross-legged on stone platforms. Without exception, all were at the peak Golden Core realm. They were not all students. Some were mentors of the Academy who had gained opportunities to enter the Soul Refinement Tower through various means. Dalton and Elias approached, each selecting a stone platform to sit upon. The first layer of the Soul Refinement Tower was not actually for cultivation, but for storing physical bodies. Once seated on the platform, one soul would leave the body and enter the higher layers of the tower. There was no need to worry about anything happening to the body left in the first layer, as each platform was imbued with an inscribed array. Upon the soul's departure, the array would activate, safeguarding the body. Good luck. After saying this, Elias closed his eyes. Only once a year could one enter the Soul Refinement Tower for cultivation, making such opportunities rare and valuable. He cherished it greatly. No matter how gifted he was, breaking through to the Essence Spirit realm was far from easy, especially within 100 years. Assistance from external forces was necessary. Additionally, the number of times anyone could enter the Soul Refinement Tower was limited to 9. This wasn't a restriction set by the Academy, but a limitation inherent to the tower itself. Anyone who entered the Soul Refinement Tower 9 times would be refused entry thereafter. Therefore, it was crucial to utilize these 9 chances well, which is why Elias felt Dalton was wasting an opportunity by using 1 too early. Dalton exhaled softly, then closed his eyes, releasing his soul power into the stone platform. Instantly, he felt a strange force flood into his body, enveloping his soul in comfort, like soaking in warm spring water. In the next moment, his soul left his body. Though it wasn't his first time out of the body, this experience still evoked a unique sensation that defied description. As he savored this peculiar feeling, his soul moved past the first layer and entered the second. The second layer of the Soul Refinement Tower was completely different from the first, filled with radiant light and swirling mists that gave off an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Dalton quickly regained his senses, scanning the surroundings before reaching out to touch the swirling mists. So it's Crimson Soul Shack. This Soul Refinement Tower truly isn't simple. A look of surprise crossed Dalton's face. Others might not recognize it, but he did. The swirling mists around him were a special type of soul shack, specifically the crimson variety. These were excellent for refining the soul and difficult to produce. While dustiny types of soul shack existed, the Crimson Soul Shack was relatively common yet immensely beneficial for warriors who hadn't yet achieved an Essence Spirit. Higher grade soul shacks could refine the Essence Spirit and remain useful even at the Immortal Warrior level. Even the most basic Crimson Soul Shack wasn't something just anyone could endure. Only those with souls approaching Essence Spirit level could sustain prolonged exposure for cultivation. The Soul Refinement Tower directly exposes the soul to Crimson Soul Shack. I expect this will have a tremendous effect on my cultivation. With great anticipation, Dalton began practicing his technique, drawing the surrounding Crimson Soul Shack into his body. The Crimson Soul Shack clung to his soul, causing an immediate stinging pain, akin to being scorched by fire. However, this discomfort was dustinageable for him. Despite his lower cultivation level, his soul strength was exceptionally potent, surpassing Dustiny Golden Core warriors. If he didn't have such confidence, he wouldn't have entered the Soul Refinement Tower. After a brief trial, Dalton cleared his mind, fully dedicating himself to cultivating the Ultimate Soul Transformation. Ultimate Soul Transformation was the secret method he chose for his soul's evolution. If cultivated to its highest level, achieving an Essence Spirit would be effortless. Currently, Dalton had reached the 8th layer of Ultimate Soul Transformation, seemingly only a step away from the pinnacle. Isekai, crossing this gap proved extraordinarily challenging. In reality, even at the 8th layer, if his soul's foundation grew stronger, it would meet the requirements for forming an Essence Spirit. According to Dalton's judgment, Lewis, who guarded the Martial Law Pavilion, should have barely reached the 8th layer of Ultimate Soul Transformation but was now among the top Essence Spirit realm experts. The process of soul refinement through Crimson Soul Shack rapidly depleted soul strength, and replenishment here was difficult. When the soul could no longer support the strain, one had to exit. Though Dalton's soul strength was formidable, it too was being steadily drained. Isekai, he remained calm because he discovered a close connection between his disembodied soul and his physical body. His body continued to provide him with Essence Soul Chi. Nourished by Essence Soul Chi, his depleted soul strength was replenished, enhancing his cultivation of Ultimate Soul Transformation. With this advantage, he planned to make full use of it and stay until his soul reached its limit. As time passed, other cultivators in the Soul Refinement Tower gradually departed. Even peak Golden Core warriors could only endure a limited time within the tower. Elias, adjacent to Dalton, opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of intense light. His cultivation had been very fruitful. Finn? He's still here. Elias turned his head and was surprised to see Dalton still present. He had already endured a considerable amount of time, yet Dalton persisted longer. Is this kid in trouble? A hint of worry flashed in Elias's eyes. Logically, given Dalton's cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to last long. Unable to resist, Elias checked Dalton's body, noting stable life signs. Seems fine. This kid is indeed impressive, enduring so long even in the second layer. It was clear to Elias now that Dalton's soul strength rivaled that of Golden Core experts. Recalling Dalton's identity as a rune master, he felt reassured. Rune masters had significant advantages in soul-related within the soul refinement tower are indeed remarkable. With a few more visits, I should be able to advance to the 9th layer. Dalton smiled. Next time, he might go even higher, expecting better cultivation results. It's time to challenge the puppet and ascend the earth ranking. Dalton stood up and walked out of the soul refining tower. Dalton stood up and walked towards the exit of the soul refinement tower. It's time to challenge the puppet and ascend to the earth rank. Dalton stood up and walked out of the soul refining tower. Revised sentence. It's time to challenge the puppet and ascend the earth rank. Dalton stood up and walked towards the exit of the soul refinement tower. Chapter 277. Rank 2 on the Earth Blast. Following the guidance of the identity rune, Dalton quickly arrived at the place for puppet challenges, the battle square. Finn? It's quite lively here. Before he even got close, Dalton sensed something unusual. Usually, if Dustini people gathered at the battle square, it meant only one thing. Someone was challenging a puppet. Those brave enough to challenge puppets were inevitably extraordinary, ranking at the top within their realm, which naturally attracted attention. As he approached, Dalton saw the person fighting the puppet in the center and couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Senior brother Jerson moves pretty fast. He's broken his limits this soon? Dalton said in amazement. The person battling the puppet wasn't anyone else but Jerson, and Dalton could sense that Jerson had broken through the limit while in the real pill stage. With his martial talent, along with breaking limits and having a special constitution, getting onto the Earth Blast shouldn't be too difficult. Glancing around, Dalton noticed Violetta, Andre, and others were present, obviously here to cheer for Jerson. Seeing Andre and the rest had recovered, he felt relieved. How's the battle going? Dalton asked as he walked over, smiling. Violetta, Andre, and the others turned around and couldn't help but smile when they saw Dalton. Dalton, where have you been lately? We haven't seen you anywhere. Violetta asked. I was in seclusion cultivating, Dalton replied. Senior brother Andre, are you all okay now? We're fine. You helped us get rid of the engsub corpse Judah inside our bodies. How could we not be fine? We owe you our lives, Andre smiled. Clay nodded and added, indeed, without your assistance, we might have all died. Who would have thought Whitefish Town could be so terrifying? In the small town, they first faced attacks from demonic sect strongmen, followed by another attack from the Black Insect, which led to the appearance of a fearsome 10,000-year-old zombie king. This turned a 100-mile radius into barren land, devoid of life. They survived thanks to a protective talus dustin on Andre's body, though they still suffered from the engsub corpse Judah. Fortunately, Academy strongmen sealed them up in time, waiting for Dalton to save them. The uniqueness of Whitefish Town was unexpected, Dalton said. Many batches of students had previously patrolled Whitefish Town without incidents until his team faced numerous disasters back-to-back. Their survival was sheer luck. How's senior brother Jerson doing? Dalton asked. He's doing well. His name is already on the Earth Blast, and his ranking keeps climbing, Violetta answered with a smile. Hearing this, Dalton looked at the stone tablet displaying names, finding Jerson's name ranked 5th. 3 stone tablets stood in the square, corresponding to Heaven, Earth, and Fin Dust and Blasts, providing the most accurate rankings. On the Earth Blast, Jerson's name was familiar to Dalton, whereas other names were unknown since Dalton spent little time in the Academy during his short time in the Real Pill stage. Additionally, Dalton noticed Ingrid, Stella, and others' names had disappeared from the Fin Dust and Blast, undoubtedly because they had advanced to the Real Pill stage. However, Ingrid and Stella may not come to Northern Region due to the frequent activities of the Barbarian King sect and the need for dust and power in Western Region. Moreover, the Thousand Forest Mountain incident had weakened the demonic sects, temporarily stabilizing Northern Region. But Northern Region remained chaotic, posing threats like the hidden 10,000 Disador Zombie King and Barrett's mysterious Soul Snatcher. So, Dalton didn't want Ingrid coming here. Staying in Western Region would provide her more security backed by the Academy and family. Senior sister Violetta, it's a pity you missed the opportunity to be on the Earth Blast by breaking through too early, Dalton said regretfully. Violetta was very open-minded. It's nothing. I never made it to the Fin Dust and Blast before either. My goal is to eventually reach the top of the Heaven Blast. I think achieving this won't be too hard, Dalton said. With her extremely powerful Extreming Constitution and breakthrough in the Real Pill stage, she had a good chance to top the Heaven Blast if she could break through in the Golden Core stage. Jerson's rank has climbed to 4th, Judah remarked at this moment. Dalton glanced at the Earth Blast tablet. Indeed, Jerson's ranking had moved up. Currently, Jerson continued fighting the puppet, clearly enjoying the process, using the puppet as a sparring partner to hone his skills. He didn't use full power right away, gradually increasing his strength during the fight. The puppet was specially designed by the Academy, capable of matching the power of a primordial spirit stage expert. Regardless of how much Jerson improved, the puppet could always match and collect precise data on his strength. After a long while, Jerson stopped, concluding the battle. Ultimately, he secured 2nd place on the Earth Blast. Senior brother Jerson can only achieve 2nd place despite his strength. This Grover, who holds 1st place, must be formidable, Dalton thought. For someone to surpass Jerson, they likely also possessed a special constitution and had broken through their limits or achieved a high level of martial technique, exploding with astonishing power. Dalton suspected the former was more probable, as Luo suggested royal lineage. From collecting ingredients for the breakthrough pill and Aidensef's success, he knew the royal family held the secret method. Blazequise, Julu Academy possessed it, otherwise Dante couldn't have broken limits twice. Tianzi Academy lacked this knowledge, as did Bobbling City's 7 major families. Clearly, all parties regarded the breakthrough method highly, unwilling to share it easily. Dalton planned to publicize it, allowing Tianzi Academy to master it. However, mastering it wasn't enough for breakthroughs, as it was extremely difficult even for geniuses. Despite the royal family possessing the method and pill formula, few geniuses successfully broke limits. Rank 2 on the Earth Blast, impressive. First-time puppet challenge and directly reached 2nd place. I can't help but admire that. My lifetime won't see me reaching the Earth Blast, but having a brother ranked 2nd makes me proud. Seeing Jerson step out of the arena, Andre and others rushed over, excitedly congratulating him. After living together in Whitefish Town for a year, sharing hardships, they genuinely rejoiced for Jerson. I still fell short, unable to reach 1st place, Jerson remarked with a hint of regret. Where have you been popping up lately? Jerson asked Dalton. I was just in seclusion. There's no mystery about it, but my timing was perfect to witness your highlight, Dalton joked. I should have aimed higher, Jerson sighed. Dalton comforted. Don't worry, you still have plenty of opportunities. Once you have deeper accumulation, you might be able to surpass Grover. Jerson nodded. He was very confident in himself. Presently, he indeed wasn't at the peak of the real pill stage, and still had room for improvement, both in cultivation and martial skills. You didn't come just to watch me challenge the puppet, did you? Jerson asked again. Dalton chuckled lightly. I'm here for the same reason as you, to challenge a puppet. I figured. Go on, let's see how strong you've become, Jerson said, filled with anticipation. Isidroa, let us all see. The others also looked forward to it. Dalton rubbed his nose and said, I'll aim for 3rd place if I can. Can you control your ranking like that? Clay looked taken aback. Andre and the rest also had peculiar expressions. They vaguely felt that Dalton wasn't joking. He really aimed for the 3rd place on the Earth Blast. Chapter 278. Alleviating the Master's Worries. Dalton entered the arena, activating his identity symbol to issue a challenge. Seeing that someone still wished to challenge the puppet, those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Especially when they recognized Dalton as the challenger, it became all the more interesting to watch. In terms of fame, Dalton far surpassed Jerson, mainly due to his intense battle with Todd, which exposed Todd's identity as a general of the Barbarian King sect. Consequently, Dustini people were eager to spread the word, inviting more spectators to watch. Indeed, Dalton's rapid advancement to the 9th layer of the real pill realm had surprised Dustini, and they wanted to see if he possessed strength matching his cultivation level, or if he could deliver another stunning perfordustance like when he fought Todd. Soon, the puppet accepted Dalton's challenge and moved from the edge of the square to the center. The puppet crafted by Tianzi Academy was Whodustinoid, indistinguishable from Whodustin martial artists on the surface. Its immense power rivaled that of a 6th grade spirit tool, making it extremely valuable. If these puppets could be mass-produced, there would be no need to fear the Demon Sect or the Barbarian King sect. However, the difficulty in manufacturing these puppets lay in the rarity of materials and the complexity of the crafting techniques. Mass production required an astronomical cost, which no one could afford. Pupil Dalton, please use your full strength to attack me. I will assess your ability to qualify for the Earth Blast based on your displayed strength, the puppet said emotionlessly. Without hesitation, Dalton launched an attack, using the White Tiger Mystic Art towards the puppet. For close combat attacks, the White Tiger Mystic Art was undoubtedly the strongest. Its tangible killing intent alone could instill fear in any opponent. Boom! The fierce claw light continuously struck the puppet, producing a thunderous sound. The puppet did not merely withstand the attacks, but also employed martial arts to counter Dalton, reacting swiftly to precisely block his various strikes. Before long, the stone tablet that bore the Earth Blast changed, with Dalton's name appearing on it. Glancing at it briefly, he then increased his force. As expected, his ranking climbed accordingly, reaching 3rd place in the blink of an eye. Done. Dalton smiled slightly and chose to stop. That was too fast, didn't even take a cup of tea's time. He looked so relaxed. Clearly, he hasn't used his full strength. I think he has the potential to top the Earth Blast, but is deliberately holding back. Is the 1st place not good enough for him? Seeing the end of the match, everyone watching was bewildered, unsure what Dalton's true intentions were. This guy really controlled his ranking to 3rd place. Andre and the others mused, acknowledging that Dalton had done exactly as he said. When Dalton retreated to the edge of the square, Jerson immediately asked, how much strength did you hold back? You should have a chance at topping the list. Why didn't you go all out? I indeed held back some, but I can't say if I could reach the top because I don't know how strong Grover is, Dalton replied with a smile. Why rush things? If I reach 2nd place, I wouldn't want you to immediately push me down. Let's wait until next time. My goal in joining the Earth Blast is solely to gain access to the Academy's various cultivation resources, so my rank isn't particularly important. Titles and rankings meant little to him. Enhancing his own strength was the utmost priority. After parting ways with Jerson, Violetta, and the others, Dalton made his way directly to the Spirit Martial Cave. The North Domain branch of the Academy had 28 Spirit Martial Caves, similar to the Western Domain main campus, allowing up to 24 people to cultivate simultaneously. Few people had the qualifications to enter, and it required a large number of contribution points, leaving most caves vacant and available without waiting in line. Dalton randomly chose an empty cave and entered, having used them multiple times at the Western Domain campus. He knew the Spirit Martial Caves well. They were magical, with effects varying by person and cultivation level. Cultivating here significantly enhanced his martial arts skills. Bayou Town. Dustini batches of students have been sent there, yet none returned with gains. It must have been fate, Deputy Dean Trudustin said. To think, we owe much gratitude to you and Jerson for finding that secret realm, benefiting the Academy greatly and exposing the traitorous Yinyun Gate. This eliminated a significant hidden danger. It was clear that Deputy Dean Trudustin held Dalton in high regard. Had Elwyn not already taken Dalton as a disciple, he would have recruited Dalton into his own school. Elwyn laughed. All right, stop praising Dalton. No matter how much you say, I won't give him to you. You have great foresight, Dean. Taking Dalton in early has earned my admiration. Deputy Dean True Dustin couldn't help but marvel. Unknown to him, Elwyn's decision to accept Dalton as a disciple wasn't due to recognizing Dalton's high martial talent, but rather as a reward for providing information about evil spirit agents. However, after accepting Dalton as a disciple, Elwyn invested various resources into him, feeling guilty for not personally guiding him due to his busy schedule during turbulent times. Dalton, you mentioned something important. What is it? Elwyn looked at Dalton and asked. Dalton replied, 2 matters. One concerning the plasmid-breaking secret art, and the other regarding the wild blood poison spring. You know the plasmid-breaking secret art? Elwyn immediately pursued. Dalton was surprised and countered, Master, you know the plasmid-breaking secret art? Based on his assumption, Elwyn shouldn't possess knowledge of it, making this situation unexpectedly surprising. Indeed, but I only know of it. Many years ago, the Daxia Imperial family, Judonlong Hall, and Julu Academy jointly excavated a relic site where they discovered the plasmid-breaking secret art. Unfortunately, they kept the secret to themselves, unwilling to share it with us. Your master personally negotiated with them multiple times, but to no avail, Elwyn sighed. Through various channels, he learned of the immense value of the plasmid-breaking secret art and tried his best to acquire it. However, the Daxia Imperial family, Judonlong Hall, and Julu Academy remained aididustant, leaving him somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Dalton secretly let out a breath of relief. If Tianzai Academy already possessed the plasmid-breaking secret art, then even if he provided another one, it would merely be an added bonus. It must be said that the Daxia Imperial family, Judonlong Hall, and Julu Academy were quite lucky to have unearthed the plasmid-breaking secret art. This region was indeed unusual, so Dalton did not find it strange that the plasmid-breaking secret art existed here. Moreover, Dalton had noticed the importance the Daxia Imperial family placed on Alicia. They had early imparted the plasmid-breaking secret art to Elisha's son, Aidensef. And Aidensef was indeed remarkable, dustinaging to break limits in the Void Dan realm without any special constitution. Gathering his thoughts, Dalton said, Master, do not worry. I also possess a version of the plasmid-breaking secret art, along with the formula for plasmid-breaking pill. It is no less valuable than what those 3 institutions obtained. As he spoke, Dalton took out a jade slip containing both the plasmid-breaking secret art and the plasmid-breaking pill formula. Chapter 279, Resources fully opened. Elwyn reached out to take the jade slip and immediately began inspecting it. Soon, his eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Our Tianzai Academy finally has access to the plasmid-breaking secret art and the recipe for plasmid-breaking pills. Dalton, you've done a great deed again. As he spoke, he handed the jade slip to Vice Dean True Dustin. There actually exists a secret art that allows people to break through their limits, adding an extra level of cultivation above the existing martial arts system. Truly impressive, Vice Dean True Dustin couldn't help but marvel. Nelson anxiously took the jade slip from Vice Dean True Dustin, examining it with shining eyes. Junior brother, where did you get this plasmid-breaking secret art? Nelson asked. Dalton replied, it was a stroke of luck. Do you mean you have already broken your limit? Nelson asked seriously. Dalton nodded. Indeed, I have experienced breaking my limit. In fact, senior brother Jerson and senior sister Violetta have also gone through it. It seems breaking the limit isn't too difficult, Nelson muttered. Dalton said sternly, breaking the limit is very challenging and carries significant risks. A slight mishap could not only fail to break the limit but also cripple or even kill you. Don't try it lightly. Why were you 3 able to do it? Nelson asked. Dalton replied, that's because during our year in Bayou Town, we all gained some unique opportunities that solidified our foundations. You 3 really had good luck. Unfortunately, I encountered the plasmid-breaking secret art too late and can only attempt it when I reach the peak of the essence spirit realm, Nelson sighed. He had always advanced steadily, especially accumulating deeply at the golden core realm, but at that time, he hadn't obtained the plasmid-breaking secret art. Dalton said, if you're willing, you can revert part of your cultivation and start over. Revert my cultivation? The risk is too high. If I damage my foundation, I might never be able to cultivate again. Nelson shook his head. He didn't dare attempt such a thing. If he really, even among those who break their limits, there are distinctions. Some have imperfect breakthroughs with defects, making them weaker. With a flick of his hand, Dalton produced a transparent jade bottle, saying, Master, this contains the bloodlust poison spring, a very special spirit spring. It has intense poison that drives people into hysterical madness until they exhaust themselves and die. But if one can refine it, it can significantly unleash one's potential. Wow, using this to scheme against others would be quite effective. Nelson's eyes gleamed. Dalton shook his head. The bloodlust poison spring has a heavy bloody smell that cannot be masked, making it hard to consume unknowingly. I didn't bring it for scheming, but to use it in refining pills that unleash potential without danger. He had personally refined the bloodlust poison spring before and knew how terrifying it was. To endure it was immensely difficult, but success would yield unimaginable benefits. Blask the Gustav, who had refined the bloodlust poison spring, becoming the most peculiar beast in the secret realm. Upon exiting the secret realm, its advantages became more apparent. Before reaching the 6th rank, the Gustav had broken its limit at the 5th rank, contributing significantly to its exceptional strength. Elwyn looked surprised, asking, can you refine pills using the bloodlust poison spring? Isidros, but it needs some spirit materials to assist. Including 1st rank to 4th rank plasmid breaking pills. I can refine them if provided with materials, Dalton answered. Elwyn immediately said, good. List down the spirit materials you need, and I'll arrange for them. Both the pills refined from the bloodlust poison spring and plasmid breaking pills have great uses and should be stockpiled. As for 5th rank and 6th rank plasmid breaking pills, Tianzai Academy has top-tier alchemists who can attempt refining them if the materials are collected. Elwyn had been at the peak of the 9th stage of the essence spirit realm for dustini years, with no further advancement. With solid accumulation, attempting to break his limit wasn't impossible. Unfortunately, these were critical times. Otherwise, he might also consider reverting part of his cultivation like Nelson and starting anew. However, such things couldn't be forced. Successfully breaking the limit at the essence spirit realm would still be commendable. According to Dalton, breaking limits has its rules. Even geniuses encounter bottlenecks, typically breaking limits up to 3 times. Among the 12 major realms of the spirit martial stage, the ultimate number of limit breaks is 9, almost impossible to surpass. Therefore, breaking limits later might be better, with greater significance later on. Dalton had already broken his limit thrice, so breaking it at the solid core realm would be much harder. However, he wasn't too concerned. He had the confidence and courage to face it. Elwyn and Vice Dean Trudustin communicated telepathically, then Elwyn spoke. Dalton, given your significant contribution, after consultation with Vice Dean Trudustin, we decide to grant you full access to all Academy resources, including the Spirit Refining Tower. You can freely use all facilities without needing contribution points. Hearing this, Dalton was slightly stunned. This reward was truly substantial, hard for anyone to refuse. Why had he previously challenged puppets? Wasn't it to gain access to various resources? Thank you, Master. Thank you, Deputy Dean. Dalton hurriedly bowed. This benefit, he couldn't refuse unless he was insane. Initially, he chose to join Tianza Academy precisely for its cultivation resources. Otherwise, as a solitary cultivator, cultivation would be arduous. Nelson couldn't help but show envy. Even he didn't have such treatment. But thinking about it, it made sense. Dalton's contributions were immense. The plasmid-breaking secret art, plasmid-breaking pills, and pills refined from the bloodlust poison spring would undoubtedly benefit Destiny. Tianza Academy's overall strength might greatly increase. Such a significant contribution deserved corresponding rewards. Otherwise, it would be too disheartening. The 2 of you may leave now. I and the Dean need to study the plasmid-breaking secret art. Vice Dean Trudustin waved. In the absence of breakthroughs to the corporeal union realm, breaking limits was the best way to enhance strength. If Tianza Academy had several Essence Spirit Realm powerhouses who broke their limits, any crisis could be calmly handled. Especially now that the Daxia Imperial family, Judonlong Hall, and Julu Academy all possess the plasmid-breaking secret art. If they cultivate Destiny geniuses who break their limits through this method, Tianza Academy would undoubtedly fall far behind, losing its voice in the matter. After leaving the courtyard, Nelson immediately pulled Dalton to his residence. Unlike at the main campus in Western regions, his treatment at the North region branch was much better. He had a separate compound with everything he needed, making him feel extremely comfortable. Finry up, if I can break my limits soon at the Golden Core realm, I can also recover my Essence Spirit Realm cultivation faster, Nelson urged. Dalton smiled and said, this matter is actually quite simple. As long as you don't resist, it won't take more than a moment for me to complete it. I promise not to resist. Go ahead, Nelson replied solemnly. Without delay, Dalton immediately cast the spirit control technique, extending the crane spirit control heavenly pattern into Nelson's body. But in reality, this was just the surface. Secretly, he was activating the Divine Sorrow Tower, channeling the unique power through the spirit control heavenly pattern into Nelson's essence spirit. Boom. Instantly, Nelson's essence spirit dispersed, reverting back to its original soul state. As the essence spirit dissipated, his cultivation naturally fell from the essence spirit realm back to the golden core realm. Dalton retracted the spirit control heavenly pattern and said, I can only do so much. The rest depends on you. Brother, good luck. Regarding breaking the limit, he truly couldn't interfere. In fact, even top-notch experts couldn't intervene either. Otherwise, there would be plasmid-breaking prodigies everywhere. Translation note. I have ensured that the translation adheres to the guidelines provided, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 280. Displeasing to the eye. Since all cultivation resources of Tianza Academy were now open to him, Dalton naturally would not waste them and immediately took advantage of them. Mirror Lake and Spirit Martial Cave were the places he visited most often, with the intent of honing his martial techniques and understanding of martial Dao true intent. This was extremely important for breaking through limits. Of course, he did not neglect visiting places like the Soul Tempering Tower, Gravity Chamber, and Spirit Flame Grotto. His goal was comprehensive improvement. For breaking through limits, his standards were high. It wasn't just about breaking through but doing so flawlessly. However, he had not returned to the Soul Tempering Tower yet. Even though the Academy didn't restrict him, the tower itself imposed a limit on him, only 9 cultivation opportunities, and how he utilized these needed careful planning. Soul cultivation complemented martial technique and physical cultivation. If the latter two didn't advance sufficiently, it would impact the former. Stopping before the Sword Pavilion, Dalton paused. The Sword Pavilion and Bayou Division branch differed from the main campus in scale, being much smaller, but it was still a crucial location. It was guarded by powerful rune arrays, preventing unauthorized entry. Activating his identity rune pattern, Dalton passed through the array into the Sword Pavilion without hindrance. Tianza Academy had opened up all cultivation resources, including this pavilion. The Sword Pavilion had 2 levels. The first level contained sword intents and insights from numerous sword experts. Cultivation here offered twice the results with half the effort, allowing most to cultivate only at this level, which was all they were permitted. Currently, over 10 people were cultivating at the first level, ranging from Void Core Realm to Golden Core Realm. Bayou Division branch also admitted students and, with less stringent requirements, actually had more students. Despite its harsh environment, Destiny strong cultivators had emerged here. In the West region, it was well known that the Sword Pavilion had 7 elders. In reality, Bayou Division branch had a few others not counted among them, local natives who seldom left due to their struggle against the demon cults. Surveying the area, Dalton found everyone unfamiliar. None were people he knew. Basically, Destiny were students of Bayou Division branch. Isn't this a genius from the main campus? I've heard your sword skills are impressive. How about we spar? A voice suddenly said. Dalton fixed his gaze on the speaker, a middle-aged Dustin, appearing around 30 but actually over 100 years old, at peak real core realm. His cultivation foundation was robust, indicating dustini years spent at this stage. I'm flattered, senior brother, but my time in cultivation is short, and my skill mediocre. I cannot compare with you, Dalton replied humbly. He was here to cultivate, not to cause trouble. Even if someone provoked him, he wished to handle it quietly. Since so, as an elder brother, let me guide you. The Dustin pressed on. Dalton's brow furrowed. Despite choosing to yield, the other relentlessly pushed, igniting his temper despite his generally good nature. Deciding there was no need to continue yielding, he calmly said, then please, senior brother, teach me. Seeing Dalton accept, the Dustin laughed. Show me what you've got. Let's see the level of your sword skills. Without further words, Dalton brandished his green spirit sword, executing the flowing blast sword technique, charging at the Dustin. The sword pavilion, fortified by powerful runes, remained undisturbed by their duel. Others quickly retreated, while a powerful golden core realm expert used spiritual energy to shield the weaker ones. Witnessing Dalton's lightning-fast strikes, the Dustin's eyes sharpened, swiftly drawing his spirit sword to block. Clang! Their swords clashed, explosive spiritual energies bursting forth, piercing sharp sword chi spreading out. With just one strike, the Dustin involuntarily recoiled to mitigate Dalton's overwhelming force. So strong, he inwardly exclaimed. Initially, he assumed Dalton's recent ascension to 9th stage real core would mean weaknesses in technique, contrary to his expectations. Dalton didn't give him a moment to breathe, closing in with faster-than-observable strikes. Within 2 moves, Dalton's green spirit sword was at his throat, its icy killing intent chilling him to the bone. He never expected, at equal strength, to barely deflect 3 of Dalton's strikes. Observing Dalton's ease, it became clear he hadn't even exerted himself fully. Shock and shame flooded him. He'd lost badly to his own provocation, tarnishing his reputation. Dalton sheathed his sword, turning away indifferently, as if nothing happened. Seeing this, the Dustin burned with rage, lunging his sword at Dalton's back. Stop! Voices of alarm rose, attempting to intervene. Sparring was common, but if it resulted in death, consequences were severe. Blinded by fury, the Dustin ignored reason, seeking vengeance. But as if sensing the attack, Dalton sidestepped effortlessly, then spun and kicked the Dustin's hand. The Dustin's sword flew from his grip, his wrist deformed, bones shattered, blood streaming. Want to kill me? Use the life and death arena, Dalton sneered. Anger flared within him. An ambush post-defeat, intending to end his life. Had it been elsewhere, he wouldn't have held back. Hearing this, the Dustin sobered, realizing the gravity of his actions. A complaint to higher-ups could result in serious punishment, especially within the sword pavilion where events were recorded, making the truth easily discoverable. Brother Dalton, I was confused. Please forgive me, the Dustin hastily apologized, hoping to resolve matters peacefully. Addressing Dalton as senior was appropriate, given his inferior strength. Dalton's eyes were cold. If we weren't brothers in arms, you'd be dead. Isidro's, yes, thank you, Brother Dalton, for showing restraint. The Dustin nodded repeatedly. Dalton, why be so aggressive? Do you think our Bayou Division branch is easy to bully? Interrupted another voice. Ilyatrining, Dalton saw a gaunt Dustin with icy eyes, already at Golden Core realm. Unfazed, Dalton retorted, aggressive? You twist the narrative, thinking I am easy to bully. Will you take sides? What if I do? Are you afraid? The gaunt Dustin asked disdainfully, underestimating Dalton, assuming superiority based on his realm. Dalton's gaze turned chilly. Afraid? Hardly. Think I should hold back for you? Unfit. Insolent. You'll regret this, the gaunt Dustin snarled, genuinely displeased with Dalton. Having found an excuse, why spare him? Dalton scoffed. Actions speak louder than reasons. As extraordinary warriors, let our abilities decide. The translation retains the original paragraph structure and conveys the story coherently, staying true to the tone and style of the original Chinese text. It maintains character names in pinyin, e.g., Dalton, and ensures natural, fluent English while avoiding grammatical errors. This is as you wish. The gaunt Dustin's eyes flashed with cold light as he suddenly drew a soft sword from his waist, stabbing at Dalton with lightning speed. If he were at the main academy in the western region, he would have been expelled long ago. The next time you want to stick up for someone else, best way if you are actually capable enough. Leaving these words, Dalton turned and walked toward the stairs beside him, no longer wanting to tangle with these people. He had heard that students from the main campus and branch campuses didn't get along, which became more intense in recent years. This stemmed from Dustini geniuses from the main campus being arrogant, looking down on branch campus students, while branch campus students felt they made great sacrifices against the demonic cults, working diligently without reward and were unhappy seeing the main campus people enjoying peace in the western region. Because of this, when main campus and branch campus students encountered each other, conflicts often occurred. Now, branch campus students like to find trouble unreasonably, as seen in this incident where Dalton clearly backed off, yet the branch campus students remained aggressive. This reflected the difference in growth environments. Most branch campus students like to compete fiercely, trying to prove they weren't inferior to the geniuses from the main campus. This conflict between Dalton and branch campus students was just a small representation. However, the academy usually turned a blind eye to such incidents, rarely interfering, tacitly allowing the competition among students, using it as a way to cultivate strength. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of students, Dalton ascended the stairs step by step, heading to the second level. He can actually, while the branch campus kept one that held sword intent. According to the requirements of Tianzai Academy, one needed to successfully cultivate the sword techniques contained within the wordless sword steel before coming to comprehend its deeper sword intent. The reason was that such sword intent was too profound, risking issues if comprehended recklessly. While at the main campus, Dalton had studied the sword techniques within the wordless sword steel and practiced a little, but did not focus on it as his main cultivation technique. using it only for reference to increase his accumulation in sword skills. Really coincidental, we meet again. As Dalton examined the wordless sword steel, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. A figure emerged from behind the steel, none other than Elias, ranked first on the Sword Pavilion Gold Blast and third on the Inner Courtyard Celestial Blast. Elias was truly a sword cultivation genius, so meeting him here was not surprising. Dalton smiled and approached. Senior brother Elias, am I disturbing you? Not really, I was just casually comprehending it. The sword intent within the wordless sword steel is too obscure, making it very troublesome to comprehend. Plus, this type of sword intent can only be used as a reference and cannot be fully absorbed. Cultivating sword techniques requires forging your own path, Elias said meaningfully. Dalton showed surprise, impressed by Elias's deep insight, which surpassed the ordinary. About the limit-breaking technique, the Academy will likely make it public soon. With your talent, you'll definitely receive instruction. I'm just sharing it earlier. That's different. By the time the Academy makes it public, I might have already broken through to the nascent soul realm, making everything too late. So, thank you, junior brother. Let's not talk about this. Wishing you success in breaking through the limit. But remember, be cautious. Do not attempt if you're not confident. The Academy may arrange for elixirs aiding in limit breaking. Senior brother can wait for one. He had a good impression of Elias and didn't wish him to make any mistakes while attempting the limit break. Simultaneously, he genuinely wished for Tianza Academy to cultivate as dustini limit-breaking geniuses as possible. After bidding farewell to Elias, Dalton sat cross-legged in front of the wordless sword steel, not forgetting his purpose, curious about its mysteries. From the outside, the wordless sword steel appeared as an ordinary rock with an uneven surface. If not for the omitted obscure sword intent, it wouldn't attract any attention if tossed aside. Dalton had extremely high talent in sword techniques and harbored supreme sword bones, enabling him to clearly perceive profound and subtle sword intent. Perhaps my avatar can help in comprehending it. With a thought, Dalton summoned his Eric. The Eric possessed a mysterious sword soul and the fiery blade sword, which could capture various sword intents, enhancing comprehension efficiency. When Dalton's true body and Eric focused on comprehending the wordless sword steel, Tianza Academy also initiated various actions. First, Tianza Academy secretly imparted the limit-breaking secret technique to those elders, mentors, and students who possessed the potential for limit breaking. They also set up restrictions to prevent it from being leaked out. After all, the Daxia Imperial family, Judonlong Hall, and Julu Academy had all done the same, as none were willing to let the secret method be casually spread. Second, Tianza Academy began to gather through various channels the materials needed to refine plasmid breaking pills from 1st to 6th rank. This was a crucial auxiliary resource for limit breaking. Of course, plasmid breaking pills went beyond just 6 ranks, but given that this region's cultivators could at most reach the nascent soul realm, pills of higher grades would be of no use. Hence, Dalton only provided formulas for plasmid breaking pills from 1st to 6th rank. Moreover, Tianza Academy was also gathering in large quantities the materials required to refine blood madness poison pills. These pills were also very important as they could stimulate one's potential. Some might achieve the requirements for limit breaking with their help. Tianza Academy's major actions naturally did not escape the notice of other forces. It's almost unmatched. The Supreme Sword Bone was a wondrous object born from a mysterious celestial location, so revered even by ancient emperors, making it highly unlikely for another to exist. While some gifted sword cultivators could condense a sword soul, it would be different from Dalton's. Typically, after a powerful practitioner's demise, their sword soul could not be preserved. Moreover, although the flame sword appeared to be just a 6th-grade spirit sword, it possessed incredible functions linked to the sword soul, making it nearly impossible to find another like it. Combining these 3 elements allowed Dalton to capture every thread of sword intent from the wordless sword steel, and he had already gained significant benefits from this. My martial Dao true intent has finally undergone a qualitative transformation, capable of meeting the destins of breakthroughs, and I have also faintly touched upon the threshold of breaking limits. Dalton smiled. His satisfaction with his cultivation in the Sword Pavilion exceeded his expectations. Receiving his immortal bone avatar into the established treasure, Dalton stood up and walked downstairs. Seeing Dalton descend, the students practicing on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion turned their gazes towards him. Dalton casually glanced over them, stopping at an outstanding youth who radiated an air of nobility. More important, and need to seclude myself for cultivation. Engaging in combat would be inconvenient, Dalton replied coolly before striding away from the Sword Pavilion. To him, sparring with Grover was meaningless, offering no benefits regardless of the outcome and possibly inviting unnecessary trouble. Prince, this Dalton is too disrespectful, rejecting your invitation for a match. He is arrogant and doesn't respect you. We must teach him a lesson. Indeed, if not taught properly, he won't know his own surname. Seeing Dalton leave, several individuals immediately gathered around Grover, whispering inflammatory comments. They disliked Dalton but couldn't act directly. Isidrat, if Dalton and Grover fell out, they would seize the opportunity. Grover frowned slightly. Dalton's refusal and cold attitude displeased him. No one had dared treat him so disdainfully, given his prestigious status as the heir to the northern domain Stefan Palace and a direct descendant of the great Xia imperial family. His root bones and qualifications were among the best, promising boundless achievements. Therefore, Dustini Tianza Academy students had already pledged allegiance to him. Those under his comm destined were not ordinary. They were either Golden Core Realm warriors or had exceptional talent destined for the Golden Core Realm. Some even possessed the potential to reach the nascent soul realm. This item is of no use to me. You should know this region has peculiar restrictions. No matter how talented, no one can cultivate past the union body stage. I have reached my limits in the nascent soul realm, and now, only the path of breaking limits remains. If I break these limitations in the future, I will surely lead you to greater heights, Dalton promised sincerely. Eva smiled in relief. Good. I will await that day. Indeed, He placed high hopes on Dalton, hence the precious meteorite jade. If anyone could shatter these limitations, it might be Dalton. Dalton stored the jade and walked to the room arranged by Eva. Here, he would spend a considerable amount of time refining pills and cultivating to achieve early breakthroughs, aiming for the Golden Core realm. Given the current state of the Great Xia Empire, survival itself was challenging without sufficient strength, let alone achieving greater things. Chapter 283, A Miserable Clown. In the room, Dalton was multitasking. He activated the Heavenly Cycle Spirit Gourd to refine the Frenzy Blood Poison Pill while simultaneously using the extraterrestrial jade within his void treasury to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. At the same time, his Lucian was diligently cultivating within a treasure artifact, preparing for the breakthrough as well. Dalton's efficiency was remarkable. In no time, he refined all the materials provided by Elwyn into pills, and the yield was quite substantial. This was the marvel of the Heavenly Cycle Spirit Gourd. As long as Dalton's cultivation level was sufficient, refining pills was almost flawless. Without delay, Dalton handed over the freshly refined pills to Elwyn. He knew Dustini people were eagerly awaiting these pills, especially the Frenzy Blood Poison pills. Even top-tier experts like Weisstein Trudustin desired to utilize the Frenzy Blood Poison pill to unlock their potential, enhancing their Dao path and laying the foundation for their next breakthrough. If you wish to break your limits soon, I know of a place, Elwyn said. Dalton quickly asked, what place? 100 miles south of the academy lies a special cave that gathers sunlight and moonlight, giving birth to a large amount of Ingerard divine light. It can nourish both body and soul, refine martial Dao primordial pills, and you can cultivate there, Elwyn replied. I have sealed the cave. Use this magical seal to perceive its existence and enter. As he spoke, Elwyn implanted an extraordinary magical seal into Dalton's body. A sharp light appeared in Dalton's eyes. Thank you, Master. For Elwyn to seal the cave personally highlighted its extraordinary nature. Not everyone had the privilege to cultivate there. Go ahead. That cave hasn't been used for 100 years, so the accumulated Ingerard divine light should be considerable, Elwyn smiled. Dalton did not delay, and set off immediately. With such a wondrous cultivation spot, it was wise to make use of it promptly. The journey was only 100 miles, not too far, so he decided to travel on foot. Mainly because Bentley and Digby were in closed cultivation, one preparing to break through limits, the other aiming for the 5th stage. Disturbing them would be unwise. As for Arvin, being a 6th stage savage beast, riding him might draw too much attention. Dalton also refrained from using Vermilion Bird Fire Wings or Sword Wings, opting for discretion rather than drawing undue attention. He wanted to head to that special cave discreetly. But after leaving the academy and traveling tens of miles, he suddenly felt wary. Someone is following me. He confirmed his intuition. Indeed, someone was trailing him from afar and had been doing so for some time. Unconsciously, he released his soul force, carefully investigating. It's them. Soon, Dalton identified his followers. Although he didn't recognize them, he had seen them in the sword pavilion. After a moment's thought, Dalton stopped and turned around, looking toward the back. Before long, the two caught up. Since they were discovered, they abandoned any pretense of secrecy. Why are you following me? Dalton asked. Being followed without reason made him uneasy. He doubted it was anything good. The two stopped about 10 feet away, both smiling at Dalton. Their smiles seemed anything but friendly. Dalton, where are you heading? One of them asked. Dalton responded coolly. Where I go is none of your business. Do you not think you're meddling too much? We care for you. After all, the northern region is chaotic. Alone, you could easily encounter danger and lose your life any time, the other Dustin remarked mockingly. Dalton's eyes grew cold. Are you trying to intimidate me? It's best you leave before I get angry. Angry? Let's see what you can do when you're angry, the first Dustin retorted coldly. Clearly, he wasn't afraid of Dalton's threats. At the 3rd level Golden Core realm, he felt confident. He knew Dalton ranked 3rd on the Earth Blast and had impressive achievements in the Sword Pavilion, but he still dismissed him. How strong could a true Dan realm practitioner be? Dalton didn't waste more words. Since they were here to provoke, he saw no point in talking further. Good timing. Excited, the Dustin immediately drew his sword. However, Dalton did not draw his sword. Instead, he executed the White Tiger Profound Art, Dustinifesting the White Tiger True Form, which lunged at him. The White Tiger True Form condensed Earth Chi, rapidly solidifying, appearing as if it had flesh and blood. Roar. The White Tiger True Form roared, growing larger and exuding an overwhelming killing aura. Just a show of strength. The Dustin sneered, unmoved. Clang. The tiger claws clashed with the spirit sword, producing a loud sound. The Dustin felt a numbing sensation in his arm, nearly losing grip of his sword. Just as he was dazed, the White Tiger True Form launched even fiercer attacks, each move lethal. Among the 4 celestial beasts, the White Tiger symbolized metal and was the master of slaughter. Seeing his companion suppressed by the White Tiger True Form, the other Dustin couldn't hold back and joined the fray. Dalton quickly cast a hand seal, activating the Vermilion Bird Profound Art. Instantly, a vermilion bird enveloped in divine flames formed and charged at the second Dustin. Though both men were 3rd level Golden Core realm practitioners with considerable strength, against Dalton's dual Profound Arts, they were heavily suppressed, struggling even to defend themselves. No way, he's only a true Dan realm practitioner, yet why is he so strong? Both men were shocked and found it hard to accept. 2 3rd level Golden Core realm practitioners, working together, were being dominated by a 9th level true Dan realm practitioner. If this news spread, it would be a huge joke. Moments later, the two were beaten down by the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird True Forms, sinking into the ground, utterly disheveled. Dalton withdrew the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird True Forms and scoffed. This is just a slight punishment. If you follow me again, it won't be this easy. Leaving those words, Dalton vanished into the dense forest, completely concealing his presence without a trace. From start to finish, he never took them seriously. they were merely miserable clowns, unworthy opponents. The two emerged from the ground, clothes tattered, faces grim. The one who fought the vermilion bird even had scorched hair. Their expressions were frighteningly gloomy. This entire ordeal was purely self-inflicted misery. If they were of lower cultivation, they could have complained to the academy, but being higher-level cultivators, they could only bear the humiliation silently. He's a monster, an absolute monster. To be this strong at the 9th level True Dan realm, who knows how powerful he will become once he reaches the Golden Core realm. This mission has failed. We need to figure out how to report back to the young lord. Both men were heavy-hearted. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. Initially, they intended to follow Dalton and wait for Grover before making any moves, but things did not go as planned, and they were discovered early. Being discovered wasn't too serious. They could have disciplined Dalton and reported back to Grover. However, they couldn't discipline Dalton and instead received a harsh lesson themselves. The damage was immense, and the humiliation even greater. On the other side, Dalton calmed his mind, dismissing the events, avoiding any impact on his mood. However, he became much more cautious, carefully sensing his surroundings to ensure no one else was following. After all, the place he was headed to was very secretive, and he didn't want others to know about it. Soon, he arrived at a forested area 100 miles outside of Tianzi Academy. This was typical rocky terrain with sparse vegetation, exuding a certain desolation. Dalton revealed the magical seal given to him by Elwyn and carefully probed, trying to locate the special cave. Found it. After some time, Dalton pinpointed the location of the cave. It had to be said, this cave was incredibly concealed, and with Elwyn's spell sealing it, it would be nearly impossible to find without the magical seal. Hope it doesn't disappoint. Dalton muttered to himself, activating the seal. He passed through an invisible barrier and vanished into thin air. Chapter 284, Engerard Essence Souls. What a rich and temperate Engerard Divine Dawn. This place truly is miraculous. Entering the cave, Dalton's eyes instantly revealed an expression of astonishment. The cave was filled with an immensely vast amount of Engerard Divine Dawn, intertwining in gold and black, embodying both the sun and the moon, maintaining a mysterious balance. Without delay, Dalton sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. With a thought, he summoned his Lucian to absorb the Engerard Divine Dawn together. He placed great importance on the Lucian, striving to make it as powerful as his main body. At the same time, Dalton also activated his treasure, absorbing part of the Engerard Divine Dawn for Bentley, Riggs, Z-Blazon Beast, and Rocco to cultivate. The Engerard Divine Dawn entered his body, blending with the Divine Dawn he had cultivated, washing over his flesh and affecting his soul and martial Dao core. Dalton could clearly sense the improvements in all aspects of himself, which were quite significant, making him feel extremely wonderful. His main body and Lucian were like bottomless pits, able to accommodate any amount of Engerard Divine Dawn without being filled. As large amounts of Engerard Divine Dawn entered his body, Dalton's cultivation base grew increasingly solid, saving him a considerable amount of time. This solid foundation allowed him to gradually grasp the threshold of breaking limits, as if he could step past it at any moment. However, Dalton wasn't in a hurry. He pursued not just breaking limits but flawlessly so. The thicker his foundation, the better, aiming for explosive progress when the time was right. This Engerard Divine Dawn was extraordinary, capable of strengthening one's martial Dao roots and profoundly impacting one's cultivation. At some point, the tranquil cave suddenly experienced unusual activity. 2 radiant orbs, one golden and one black, appeared out of nowhere, causing the Engerard Divine Dawn within the cave to become wild. Solar Essence Soul, Lunar Essence Soul, such extraordinary things are actually born here. Dalton opened his eyes, revealing disbelief. According to the memories passed down by the Hal, Solar Essence Souls and Lunar Essence Souls were extremely rare, requiring perfect timing and location. Even in the 9 celestial realms, they were scarcely seen. Refining these would bring unimaginable benefits, especially for those at lower levels. Faced with such a great opportunity, Dalton naturally wouldn't miss it. Immediately, he and his Lucian moved simultaneously, activating the Gue Josephine Imperial Cannon. He decided to refine each essence separately since integrating both into one body wasn't realistic due to their different yet interdependent forces. Thus, the best approach was for his main body and incarnation to refine one each, forming a special balance. Even refining just one wasn't easy, as the essence souls seemed conscious and highly resistant. Dalton immediately had both bodies perform the 4 symbols Mystic Art and the Tungsha Mystic Art, creating elemental arrays and diagrams to restrain the essence souls. Then, he fully activated the Supreme Sword Bone and Innate Immortal Bone, drawing threads of exceptional power to wrap around the essence souls. As expected, upon contact with the powers of these bones, the essence souls became more compliant. Let's take it slowly. He proceeded patiently, determined to gradually subdue and then refine the essence souls rather than risking harm by forcibly incorporating them. Meanwhile, he continued absorbing the Engerard Divine Dawn to enhance his resilience for what was to come. After an unknown period, the essence souls finally calmed down. Feeling prepared, Dalton began the refinement process. Under the confinement of the elemental formations, the essence souls entered his main body and incarnation. Both bodies connected their power and fully engaged the Gue Josephine Imperial Cannon, committing entirely to the refinement. Initially calm, the essence souls became restless again, but remained contained thanks to the Supremacy Sword Bone and Innate Immortal Bone. In moments, Dalton's skin turned crimson, steam rising as everything external disintegrated, except his 6th grade flexible armor. The Lucian, meanwhile, was encased in ice, nearly freezing its soul. Luckily, the flow of power between them allowed the spiritual energy within to function marginally. Despite this, the process was excruciating, pushing Dalton to the brink of collapse. Time seemed endless. Millennia might have passed before the essence souls were successfully refined, merging with the divine dawn in his blood, circulating ceaselessly. Henceforth, the solar and lunar essence souls would nourish his body, soul, and martial Dao core, significantly enhancing his foundation. Finally, success. Attempting to refine these essence souls with weaker strength is indeed too much. Dalton breathed deeply, exhausted. Without the supreme sword bone and innate immortal bone, it would have been impossible, perhaps even disastrous. After resting, he and his incarnation consumed 4th-tier limit-breaking pills. Following the successful refinement, both bodies' foundations became extraordinarily robust, flawless. Just running the Gue Josephine Imperial Cannon through several grand cycles led to his breakthrough, perfectly natural. Ordinarily, the 4th limit breaking would be challenging, but not for Dalton. Sighing, he exited the cultivation state, feeling remarkably refreshed from this perfect breakthrough. Bentley has also broken the limit, good. Feeling the stirrings within his treasures, Dalton couldn't help but smile. Bentley's progress relied on past efforts, along with various rarities and supreme arts provided by him, leading to successive breakthroughs. So far, Bentley had achieved 3 limit breaks since starting from the 2nd stage. Shortly after, another stir occurred within the treasure, signaling Z Blazon Beast's breakthrough to the 3rd stage. Z Blazon Beast's foundation was robust, having undergone a century-long transformation. Although time-consuming, it strengthened its base significantly. Through 2 breaks, Z Blazon Beast proved its worth, showing Dalton it was worth investing heavily. This is indeed a wonderful place. My master granted me a great opportunity, Dalton remarked. Preparing to leave, Dalton noted that the cave's accumulated Engerard Divine Dawn had been mostly depleted, needing a long time to replenish. This fluctuation. Just as Dalton was about to activate the charm given by Eva to leave, he suddenly sensed an extremely unique and obscure fluctuation. To his surprise, this obscure fluctuation actually caused resonance with the solar essence soul within his body, leading to an inexplicable disturbance. This made him realize that the obscure fluctuation appearing now was quite unusual and might be of significant importance. Chapter 285. Indestructible Presence. Dalton couldn't help but carefully perceive, wanting to find the source of the obscure fluctuation. The cave wasn't that large, and although the fluctuations were extremely obscure, they couldn't hide from his meticulous search. Within a short moment, Dalton locked onto the source of the mysterious oscillation. He struck out with one palm, hitting the cave wall. Crack! The cave wall immediately shattered, revealing a hidden cavern within. Inside this cave, Engerard Divine Light was unusually dense and even purer than that outside. Dalton saw at once that inside the cave was an egg the size of a Whodustin head, interwoven in gold and black, radiating vibrant vitality. Surrounding this egg were numerous peculiar stones, also interwoven in gold and black, clearly formed from condensed Engerard Divine Light. Each stone contained vast amounts of powerful Engerard Divine Light. Without any mistake, the Engerard Essence Spirit should also be born here, Dalton speculated inwardly. His gaze fixed on the egg as he activated the Cavern True God Eye, attempting to discern its true nature. However, strange runes intertwined within the egg interfered with even the Cavern True God Eye's perception, allowing him only a vague view of a creature resembling a bird. A creature naturally conceived by heaven and earth, forged through the union of Ian and Gerard. Truly extraordinary, Dalton remarked. Undoubtedly, such creatures possessed exceptional bloodlines and immeasurable growth potential. Dalton surmised that the creature now patterns, forming a solid foundation for a more powerful golden core. Just as he exited the cave, Dalton sensed something. Moments later, several figures flashed from different directions, surrounding him in the center. Scanning those around him, Dalton slightly frowned upon recognizing 2 familiar faces who had previously been badly beaten by him. Indestructible presence, Dalton thought angrily. Though he hadn't provoked them, they followed like flies, refusing to leave, becoming very bothersome. Dalton, where did you go? What did you do? Someone questioned sharply. Dalton glanced coldly at the Dustin, saying indifferently, why should I tell you where I went or what I did? Since when has it been your business to inquire about my affairs? I think you're afraid. There's reason to suspect you're here for sinister purposes. Tell me, are you here to pass messages to the devil sect? The Dustin sneered. Dalton chuckled, retorting, twisting the facts, huh? Trying to frame me? Such underhanded tactics are truly despicable. So, what is it you really want by constantly following me? Dalton, your talent is impressive. How about serving our Hassan in the future? At this moment, a casual voice suddenly spoke up. Dalton turned to see Grover and another stern-looking Dustin appear. Grover had been on his mind, and seeing him now confirmed his suspicions. Dalton glanced at Grover coldly, saying, I just wish to study quietly at the academy. I have no interest in pledging allegiance to anyone. Though he hadn't specifically investigated Grover's background, he roughly guessed that he was most likely from the Northern Domain royal family, explaining his enrollment at the North Branch of Tianza Academy. However, even if Grover held a noble position as the Prince of the Northern Domain, he wouldn't consider joining him. Not to mention his status as a direct disciple of Elwyn, he wouldn't serve anyone under any circumstances, not even the Crown Prince of Dasha Kingdom. It was clear that Grover misjudged him by trying to recruit him. Seeing Dalton reject him so readily, Grover's expression darkened slightly, showing displeasure. No one had ever dared refuse him when he personally extended an invitation. Dalton was the first. You are too arrogant. It seems you do indeed have a problem, the stern-looking Dustin beside Grover said coldly. This person had reached the 6th stage of Golden Core and looked down upon Dalton entirely. We advise you to surrender and confess, another person added coldly. Clearly, they were planning to accuse Dalton of collaborating with the Devil Sect to implicate him. Disgust filled Dalton's eyes. Grover was truly despicable. After failing to recruit him, he resorted to framing him. Taking a deep breath, Dalton said, if I say the Dean sent me here, would you believe me? Huh, what makes you think the Dean would deal with someone like you? Everyone around burst into laughter. They didn't know Dalton was Elwyn's disciple, and thus didn't believe he could meet the Dean. Only Grover narrowed his brows, deep in thought. Hassan, Dalton disappeared here for 7 days and then reappeared out of nowhere. He must have discovered a secret realm and possibly obtained an extraordinary opportunity, the stern Dustin whispered to Grover. Grover nodded, harboring similar suspicions. That's why he had people searching the area. He wanted not only the opportunities Dalton had gained, but also to enter the secret realm himself. Especially since he felt Dalton had undergone some transformation, emitting signs of breakthrough. This piqued his interest further, potentially helping him advance faster to the Golden Core realm. I'm curious, how did you find me here? As Grover pondered, Dalton suddenly asked. You think hiding your tracks would stop us? You're naive. No matter how well you conceal yourself, the silver spirit dog, raised by the Hassan, can track you, someone boasted smugly. Dalton's gaze swept around and quickly spotted a swift and agile spirit dog with peculiar silver markings nearby. It swiftly joined Grover, baring its teeth menacingly at Dalton. So, it's all thanks to a clever dog, Dalton mused. Fortunately, the cave was sealed by Elwyn, or else it would have been found by this silver spirit dog. Another person sneered, don't try to escape. The silver spirit dog has locked onto your scent. Wherever you run, it will find you. Well, that's one excellent dog, Dalton replied with a laugh. One of the men who had been severely disciplined by Dalton before stepped forward and coldly shouted, enough talk. If you don't surrender now, don't blame us for being unforgiving. You are suspected of colluding with the devil sect. Even if we kill you here, the academy won't hold us accountable. Wanna rob me? Just say it. Why bother with all this pretense? Aren't you just after the treasures I have? You might as well make your move, Dalton said calmly. Even though he was surrounded, he remained perfectly calm, showing no signs of panic. Chapter 286. All descend into hell. Seeing Sean's calm demeanor, the two individuals who had been harshly dealt with earlier couldn't help but feel intimidated, and they did not dare to act rashly. They had not reported to Anakin about how powerful Sean was, nor did they mention engaging in combat with him to avoid criticism and make Anakin think they were incompetent. Refusing good advice, now you ask for punishment, a middle-aged Wadustin with remarkable beauty coldly exclaimed. She then swung her long whip towards Sean. The whip crackled like lightning, emitting a red glow, creating an ear-splitting sound as it lashed out. Sean moved, employing a ghostly-like agility that easily evaded the whip's strike. You can't escape. The middle-aged Wadustin whipped again, this time flames rising along the length of the whip. This time, Sean did not dodge. Instead, he abruptly extended one hand and precisely caught the whip. No matter how fiercely the whip burned, not only did it fail to harm him, but he also absorbed all the intense flames. Sean suddenly yanked hard, causing the middle-aged Wadustin to lose her balance and plummet from the sky. With a stomp of his foot, Sean leaped into the air. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged Wadustin's pupils constricted as she hurriedly channeled the power of heaven and earth to resist Sean. To her surprise, she found it unusually difficult to channel this power, restrained mysteriously and only able to summon a minimal amount. Bang! As the middle-aged Wadustin puzzled over this, Sean broke through her defenses, delivering a solid punch to her abdomen. Just this single blow dispersed all her condensed spiritual energy, shook her dantian, and even affected her golden core, showing signs of dispersal. The middle-aged Wadustin spat out blood, crashing heavily onto the ground and immediately losing consciousness. You're really not made for fights. Sean shook his head. A golden core realm martial artist couldn't even withstand his one punch. Seeing the middle-aged Wadustin defeated, Anakin's men were stunned and disbelief swept over them. She was not weak, having reached the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm, ranking moderately among Golden Core realm practitioners. It was inconceivable that she would be defeated by a solid Core realm practitioner so quickly. Anakin's expression turned grim. He himself was a martial genius, breaking limits twice and possessing extraordinary strength, confident enough to match average Golden Core realm practitioners. However, defeating a 4th stage Golden Core practitioner was beyond his capabilities. There was a significant gap between solid Core and Golden Core realms, which could not be easily bridged. Golden Core realm practitioners could channel the power of heaven and earth through Tao patterns etched within their bodies, something solid Core practitioners couldn't achieve. Anakin had tried. At best, he could contend with 2nd stage Golden Core realm practitioners due to his special constitution, 2 breakthroughs, and superior cultivation techniques and skills. Therefore, he found it incomprehensible that Sean could have such overwhelming strength, despite completing breakthroughs in the solid Core realm, possessing a special constitution, and practicing extraordinary techniques. He didn't know that Sean had broken limits 4 times, successfully transcending even the challenging foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Sean possessed the void deity body and inherited the legacy of the great emperor ancestor, excelling in every aspect. Sean's gaze scanned the area, finally settling on Anakin. If you want to deal with me, why don't you try your hand personally? Hearing this, Anakin's face changed slightly. He had intended to do it himself initially, but acting now would be foolish. You are not qualified for His Highness to take action personally. Arrogance will cost you. The stern Dustin standing beside Anakin spoke up. Even after witnessing Sean defeat the middle-aged Wadustin with a single punch, he still held high confidence in his abilities. He noticed that the Wadustin hadn't utilized her full strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been defeated so miserably or perhaps not at all. With that said, the stern Dustin struck out with a palm strike from a distance. Not only did he output massive amounts of spiritual energy but also mobilized the power of heaven and earth, instantly forming a terrifying solid palm imprint. The palm imprint covered a wide area and locked onto Sean's aura, making it impossible for him to evade. Sean hadn't planned on dodging either. He wanted someone to test his current strength. Although the opponent was at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm, he had achieved it through prolonged practice, having cultivated for over 200 years, indicating mediocre martial talent. If this were in the Western Academy, unless one assumed the role of a mentor, they wouldn't be allowed to remain. Instantly, Sean activated his martial true intent, condensed spiritual energy, and unleashed the Azure Dragon profound skill, striking with a palm as well. Under the influence of the spirit calm dust and spell, the power of heaven and earth converged rapidly, forming a vivid azure dragon. Ayo! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the azure dragon collided with the opponent's palm imprint. Boom! In an instant, the azure dragon and the palm imprint exploded simultaneously, creating a devastating shockwave that spread in all directions. Anakin wisely retreated to the side early on. Both Sean and the stern Dustin experienced strong impacts, each stepping back several steps without gaining any advantage. How is this possible? The stern Dustin's heart raced with shock. He hadn't held back, expecting to critically injure Sean and finish the battle quickly, but it ended like this. Sean remained calm. Through the clash, he secretly assessed that while the opponent's strength was slightly stronger, his 6th-grade soft armor provided protection against direct confrontations. Moreover, since the opponent practiced Earth attribute martial skills and would subdue Earth, Sean gained an edge with the Azure Dragon Profound skill. In the martial world, most practitioners mastered single attributes, with few mastering multiple ones. Practitioners like Sean, who mastered all attributes, were extremely rare. All attribute practitioners had the benefit of learning various martial skills, but might also end up mediocre across all attributes, lacking a standout trait. You all attack together, Anakin ordered. He knew this conflict could not be resolved peacefully, so he must not let Sean leave easily. More importantly, he wished to uncover Sean's secrets, which could potentially make him stronger. Though others hesitated to engage Sean, Anakin's order left them no choice. Except for the unconscious middle-aged Wadustin, the other 5 men under Anakin attacked. The identity of the Northern Domain Prince was indeed useful. Even before leaving the Tianze Academy, he had gathered several Golden Core Realm practitioners. Humph! Sean let out a heavy sneer. No longer holding back, he immediately performed the incantations for the Ascending Snake Profound skill, transforming the environment into the Netherworld Paradise. Unlike before, after refining a nether river on the path of darkness, the Netherworld Paradise underwent inexplicable transformations. The current Netherworld Paradise featured nether soil and a nether river, almost identical to the true Netherworld Paradise but on a smaller scale. The Netherworld Paradise instantly expanded, engulfing everyone. The 5 Golden Core Realm practitioners, led by the stern Dustin, felt imminent danger, attempting to fly upward to distance themselves from Sean. However, it was too late. The Netherworld Paradise emitted an incredible suction force, dragging them downward, making it nearly impossible to escape. Together, break it open, the stern Dustin shouted. He immediately struck out, concentrating his spiritual energy and releasing it entirely. He attempted to channel the power of heaven and earth but discovered he could not connect to it. The Netherworld Paradise completely isolated him. Why can't I channel the power of heaven and earth? The others had also noticed this issue, and couldn't help but feel extremely panicked. Isodralo Springs bind. Sean whispered, calm dustending the Isodralo Springs to bind all 5 of them. This was the Isodralo Springs from the Path of Darkness, extraordinary in nature. Once trapped within it, no one could easily break free. Without a doubt, the 5 Golden Core Realm martial artists, led by the stern Dustin, had all been careless, inadvertently falling into Sean's trap. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Hiss. The ascending snake emerged from the Isodralo Springs, like a deity from the netherworld, its eyes glowing with divine light, as if ready to snatch away their souls. Instantly, the gazes of those few individuals became vacant, giving off and a vine emerged, rapidly extending outward. Giles and the silver spirit dog were already fleeing at incredible speeds, but they couldn't match the vine's extension speed. In an instant, the vine caught up with them and entangled them. Break. Giles unleashed a powerful spiritual force, and sword chi surged from within him, trying to snap the vine. However, the vine was incredibly resilient, as if forged from spirit gold. No matter how much strength he exerted, it remained unscathed. Giles felt his heart sink. His strength indeed paled in comparison to Dalton's, not even on the same level. Gritting his teeth, Giles decided not to hold back any longer. If he was dragged over, there might be no escape. Boom. A formidable sword intent erupted from Giles's body, shredding the vine wrapped around him. Not only that, this sword intent surged towards Dalton. Dalton instinctively sensed danger. However, the moment the sword intent neared him, his sovereign sword bone reacted and instantly swallowed it. Seeing the sword intent did no harm to Dalton, Giles promptly activated another life-saving technique within him, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing instantly. At this critical moment, he had to abandon the silver spirit dog. It seems Northern Domain King values this son greatly, preparing so Dustini cards for him. Dalton frowned slightly. He didn't pursue because he knew it was futile. After all, as the Crown Prince of Northern Domain Mansion, he was different from ordinary people, with Dustini means to protect himself. Capturing him wouldn't be easy. Looks like your prince has fled and abandoned you. What a pitiful fate, Dalton sneered. Upon hearing this, the 5 people trapped by Finanquin's restriction all felt despair. It seemed escaping this predicament would be difficult. Dalton, we are all students of Heavenly Grace Academy. You cannot kill us, please spare us, one person begged. To reach the Golden Core realm meant having significant status and longevity. Few would not cherish their lives. Dalton glanced at the speaker, coldly snorting, I gave you a chance, but you did not value it. I had no choice. Everything was the Crown Prince, Giles's orders. He insisted on attacking you, the Dustin hurriedly explained. A flash of coldness flickered in Dalton's eyes. Giles, daring to target me, will eventually pay the price. These subordinates of Giles would not be spared easily. They must pay for their actions. He used a technique to render the 5 unconscious before busy practicing the Dominate Spirit technique. Even the middle-aged Wadustin who fainted earlier could not escape. Soon after, Dalton finished and revived the 5. The moment they woke, all wore startled expressions. They realized a special restriction had been placed in their souls, allowing direct control over their lives and thoughts. Don't be nervous. As long as you obey, nothing bad will happen. If you perform well, I might even reward you, Dalton said calmly. He needed capable hands during this time. These 6 golden core cultivators could be quite useful in the fight against the Devil Sect. Considering the bigger picture, he decided to let them live. Naturally, it also mattered that they were Heavenly Grace Academy students. Otherwise, they would have met their end. He would not show mercy to enemies. What do you want us to do? The highest-ranking stern-faced Dustin asked. Dalton replied, pretend nothing happened. Return to the academy. When I need you, I will inform you. The 6 dared not disobey, quickly departing. No matter what, surviving this ordeal was fortunate. Being controlled by Dalton was their own fault for being weaker. They could blame no one else. The Silver Spirit Dog's original soul enslavement mark was erased by Dalton, who then used the Dominate Spirit technique to place a new mark. Apparently, the person who originally placed the enslavement mark on the Silver Spirit Dog was not proficient enough, or it would never have been broken. Losing contact with the Silver Spirit Dog, Giles would likely assume it had been killed. Is it going to hatch? As Dalton finished cultivating, he suddenly sensed something. Inside the mystical object, the immortal bone avatar was guarding the golden-black patterned egg. For days, the egg had shown signs of movement, occasionally emitting radiant divine light and strong life pulses. Why does the life pulse feel weaker? The immortal bone avatar showed confusion. Could the hatching process be flawed, causing it to fail? He didn't act rashly but continued observing. Over time, the egg moved several times, each with weaker life pulses, confirming a problem. If not addressed, the mysterious bird inside might perish. Considering this, the immortal bone avatar acted, pressing a hand on the egg and attempting to create a hole. Shockingly, the egg was impervious to damage. He drew the blazing sword, carefully gauging the strength needed, and slashed. Clang! Sparks flew from the eggshell, yet no damage occurred, not even a scratch. How resilient is this shell? Can it only be opened from the inside? The immortal bone avatar frowned. He confirmed the opposite side should have a special way to break the shell. For unknown reasons, the small life inside now couldn't break it from within. Days of attempts exhausted the tiny life, making it harder to crack the shell. Without external help, the little life inside would not survive. The translation retains the original paragraph structure and tone, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition while preserving the story's coherence and character names and pinyin accurately. After a moment's thought, the Eric summoned the main body from the outside world. The main body and the Eric were mentally connected, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Immediately, both the main body and the avatar acted together, driving the Ingerard essence spirit within them to release vibrant essence energy, infusing it into the spiritual egg. Intuition told Dalton that the small life inside the egg struggling to hatch was likely due to his absorption of the Ingerard essence spirit. The Ingerard essence spirit was probably conceived alongside the spiritual egg, sharing a very close connection. It's working. A glint of sharp insight appeared in the Eric's eyes. As the essence energy from the Ingerard essence spirit was infused, the small life inside the egg became noticeably more active, with its life force rapidly strengthening. Since it was effective, Dalton's main body and the Eric continued injecting the essence energy from the Ingerard essence spirit into the egg, even adding their own spiritual power. This opportunity might allow him to directly establish a strong connection with the small life inside the egg, saving further trouble later on. Crack. After a long while, the spiritual egg emitted a crisp cracking sound. A clear cracky from his immortal bone avatar. The Ingerard Divine Crow completed its foundation establishment immediately after hatching, and the foundation laid was exceptionally powerful. Buzz. A rather formidable aura erupted from within the Ingerard Divine Crow. Dalton displayed a surprised expression. Just upon hatching, it actually broke through the first stage limit. One must understand that he had spent considerable effort to break through the limit at the foundation establishment realm, and now the Ingerard Divine Crow, right after hatching, accomplished a breakthrough at the same level. Such innate potential was indeed too strong. What shocked him even more followed. The Ingerard Divine Crow started to voraciously devour celestial power, seemingly transforming itself into a black hole. Fortunately, the cavern world was vast, abundant in spiritual energy, and home to multiple spirit veins, or else it might have really been drained dry. Is it attempting to break through several stages at once? Dalton speculated. To his knowledge, powerful spiritual birds like the Ingerard Divine Crow, nurtured by the heavens and earth, were born with their cultivation techniques etched into their souls. Even the profound techniques and cultivation experiences created by earlier Ingerard Divine Crows would be inherited through their bloodline and gradually awakened as their strength increased. His gaze shifted, and Dalton looked at the broken eggshells on the ground. These shells were highly extraordinary, containing mystical Daoistic charm, suitable as materials for forging treasures. He didn't waste them, waving his hand to collect all the shells, intending to think later about what treasures could be forged using them. Under Dalton's watchful eyes, the Ingerard Divine Crow's aura steadily climbed, breaking through to the second stage almost instantaneously, then rapidly reaching the peak of the second stage, followed by another limit breaking. Subsequently, it broke through to the third stage, with its cultivation speed beginning to slow down. Despite this, it soon reached the peak of the third stage. It should be about right, Dalton muttered softly. At this moment, the Ingerard Divine Crow had stopped absorbing celestial power, indicating it was saturated and unable to absorb more. However, its cultivation did not cease. Its exterior was still enveloped in an extremely dense layer of Ingerard Divine Blast, showing its exceptional essence. Dalton wasn't in a hurry, quietly guarding beside it. The little creature before him possessed an innate foundation that was extraordinarily strong, even surpassing the records in the Howl's legacy, truly a rare breed among rarities. Properly nurtured, its future achievements would be boundless. Could it be related to the uniqueness of this region? Dalton guessed. This region was shrouded in a layer of mist. Everything here was unusual, leading to the birth of a different kind of Ingerard Divine Crow. In fact, for one to be nurtured within the 12 territorial boundaries was already quite inconceivable, beyond normal reasoning. It can still break limits? Dalton showed astonishment, his eyes fixated on the Engerard Divine Crow. Currently, the Engerard Divine Crow had just completed its third breakthrough, its aura finally stabilizing completely. Reaching the third stage with 3 consecutive limit breaks upon hatching would scarcely be believed by others. More importantly, Dalton could see that each of the Engerard Divine Crow's breakthroughs was perfect, without any defects, nearly on par with his own breakthroughs during the Foundation establishment, essence accumulation, and hollowed pill stages. Moments later, the Engerard Divine Crow finished its cultivation. The dense Engerard Divine blast around its body receded, returning to its original state. Even the color of its feathers changed to pure black, making it resemble an ordinary crow except for its larger size. The Engerard Divine Crow flapped its wings, flying directly onto Dalton's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his cheek. Dalton smiled, gently stroking the head of the Engerard Divine Crow, proving that injecting his own spiritual energy into the egg was correct. The Engerard Divine Crow now clearly trusted, radiating immortal golden light and spawning mystical Tao patterns. Now that the Academy's cultivation resources were open to him, he didn't need to suppress his cultivation deliberately for resource access. Calculating back, from the Essence Formation realm to the Golden Core realm, Dalton had only used less than 2 years, an astonishing speed. Others considered it decent if they could enhance their cultivation by 2 minor levels. When Dalton emerged from seclusion and handed over the refined pills to Becker, he happened to encounter Nelson. However, at this time, Nelson looked dejected, lacking the vigor and grandeur he previously exuded. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Dalton asked. Nelson sighed. "Breaking limits is too difficult. I cultivated intensively for several months, pushing my cultivation to the extreme, yet failed to reach the threshold for breaking limits. Do I lack the potential to break limits?" He had stayed at the peak of the Golden Core realm for a long time, building a solid foundation, expecting to easily break through the limit with this base, only to be harshly disappointed. This situation caused him to deeply doubt himself. "Don't worry. The higher the cultivation, the harder it often is to break limits. It's only been a few months. Have patience. I'll give you something that might help," Dalton said with a smile. Speaking of which, he turned his palm and produced an item, handing it to Nelson. Nelson accepted it curiously. "What is this?" "It's a crystal formed from condensed Engerard Divine Blast, capable of purifying your body and strengthening your martial foundation," Dalton replied. Nelson appeared surprised. "Where did you get this precious thing?" "Previously, Master sent me to cultivate in a place where I obtained it unexpectedly," Dalton said. Immediately, he turned to Becker. "Master, inside the cave, I opened a cavern and obtained some Engerard Divine Blast crystals, along with other gains. I will hand these Engerard Divine Blast crystals to Master." He extracted a storage bag filled with dustiny Engerard Divine Blast crystals. Since the Engerard Divine Crow had hatched, the crystals were no longer needed. Moreover, having absorbed a large amount of Engerard Divine Blast and refined the Engerard Essence Core, he no longer required these exotic treasures. "These are also your fortuitous opportunities. Even I, your master, have cultivated there multiple times but never discovered this. You don't need to give them to me. Everything you obtain here belongs to you," Becker said with a smile. Dalton replied, "I no longer need these crystals, so they should be given to others who can use them. However, I also want to ask Master for a favor." "Oh? What favor do you want me to do?" Becker asked, somewhat surprised. In his memory, this was the first time Dalton had ever asked for help from him, which was quite rare. Dalton said, "I would like to ask Master to deliver this storage ring to Ingrid at the Western Region Head Academy. This is about sending something to your little sweetheart, isn't it? There must be quite a few good treasures inside, right?" Nelson teased. Dalton just gave him a cold look and didn't respond. Indeed, the storage ring contained dustiny items, not just for Ingrid, but also for Malia, Kinley, Oral, and others. He had received numerous opportunities in the northern region, and naturally, he couldn't forget about those people closest to him. Becker extended his hand to receive the storage ring, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, I will be returning to the Western Region Head Academy soon and will personally deliver these items." "Thank you, Master." Dalton promptly expressed his gratitude. With Becker personally handling this matter, he could rest easy. He believed that the items he prepared would greatly benefit Ingrid, Malia, and the others. Chapter 289, Top of the Heavenly Ranking. "Senior brother, has the Academy just an age to refine a 5th stage plasmid breaking pill?" Dalton asked as he walked out of the courtyard. Nelson shook his head. "No, this plasmid breaking pill is very peculiar. It looks simple, but it's extremely easy to fail. I've tried several times, but none were successful." He himself was an alchemist with considerable expertise. Even general 6th stage spirit pills, he could confidently refine. Isidrat, the 5th stage plasmid breaking pill, proved challenging, leaving him rather frustrated. The plasmid breaking pill is a unique type of pill, just like when martial artists break their limits. It is indeed much more difficult. "Senior brother, you should still have materials for refining the 5th stage plasmid breaking pill, right? Give me a few sets, and I'll try to see if I can refine a few," Dalton suggested. Previously, he indeed had no confidence in refining plasmid breaking pills. Now, his cultivation had reached the Gold Core realm, and his soul essence had greatly expanded. Perhaps there was hope now. Nelson looked at Dalton with astonishment. "Can you really do it?" "At least I'm a Gold Core realm martial artist now. Refining a 5th stage pill, I should have some grasp on it," Dalton said confidently. Nelson murmured, "I'm at peak Gold Core, have studied alchemy for over 200 years, and still couldn't refine it." "Just say whether or not you want me to give it a try," Dalton said. Nelson replied, "Isidros, definitely. What if you really succeed?" He then took out a storage bag and handed it to Dalton, containing 5 sets of materials needed to refine the 5th stage plasmid breaking pill, each set highly valuable, even surpassing some general 6th stage spirit pills. Currently, the resources Tianza Academy had collected could only refine up to the 5th stage plasmid breaking pill. A 6th stage one required various 7th grade medicinal herbs, which were virtually unobtainable. Even if such 7th grade herbs existed in this region, they likely grew in extremely dangerous and hidden places, making them hard to harvest. Wait for my news. During this time, senior brother, you can start refining the Engerard Divine Dawn Crystal, Dalton said. Then, he parted ways with Nelson. However, Dalton did not immediately start refining the plasmid-breaking pill. Instead, he began preparations. Thus, he entered the soul refining pagoda for the second time. During his first visit, limited by his physical strength and martial cultivation, his soul reached its limit and could not be enhanced further. Now that he had broken through the solid core boundary and reached the gold core realm, he could once again use the soul refining pagoda to strengthen his soul. This time, he started directly from the 4th floor of the pagoda, where the red-imbued soul aura was denser, suitable for his needs. The Grand Void Imperial Cannon circulated, pouring vast amounts of red-imbued soul aura into Dalton's soul. The Grand Void Imperial Cannon was all-encompassing, different from ordinary cultivation methods. As expected, with his significantly enhanced cultivation, his soul also had greater potential for improvement, and the effects of training in the soul refining pagoda were excellent. After spending some time on the 4th floor, Dalton moved to the 5th. Each higher floor of the pagoda doubled the density of the red-imbued soul aura and strengthened its nature. Weaker souls would find it difficult to withstand. Next, Dalton went to the 6th floor, pushing his soul to its limit. When he finished training, Dalton clearly felt a significant boost in his soul power. However, the 8th stage of profound soul transformation remained at its peak, unable to break through to the 9th stage. Though not rushed, Dalton knew reaching the 9th stage would be extremely challenging, requiring substantial accumulation. Nevertheless, this notable enhancement in soul power gave him more confidence in refining the 5th stage plasmid-breaking pill. To ensure safety, Dalton used only one set of materials for trial, avoiding wasteful failure. Fully concentrating, he put all his mental energy into activating the heaven-revolving spirit gourd. This was also a learning process for him, enhancing his alchemical skills. An alchemist could not always rely solely on the gourd. Surprisingly, refining the 5th stage plasmid-breaking pill went smoothly. In just half a month, he successfully completed it. Motivated, he refined the remaining materials. This time, it took 20 days, but he successfully refined 5 5th stage plasmid-breaking pills in one go. Refining 5th stage plasmid-breaking pills doesn't seem too difficult after all, Dalton muttered. Since he had mastered the hardest 5th stage pill, refining other 5th stage spirit pills should be feasible. I need to collect materials for the Great Nirvana Gold Pill now, Dalton pondered. The Great Nirvana Gold Pill complemented Lotus Birth of 10,000 Dao, enhancing the gold core to its utmost strength. Being at the 1st level of gold core, he needed 1 Great Nirvana Gold Pill. By the 9th level he would need 9 pills, and for breaking through to the next realm, 10 pills were required. Crucially, all pills must come from the same batch, testing the alchemist's skills. Moreover, with his dual body, completing gold core realm cultivation required a total of 110 Great Nirvana Gold Pills. Ignoring the difficulty of refinement, just the materials required were daunting. Certainly, he could train without using the pills, but achieving perfect cultivation in the gold core realm would be unlikely. This pill was specifically developed by the Grand Emperor ancestors, tailored for Lotus Birth of 10,000 Dao. It was unnecessary for other cultivation methods. Junior brother, how did it go? Upon seeing Dalton, Nelson eagerly asked. Recently, he had attempted another time, failing yet again, leading to a deep sense of frustration and doubt in his alchemical abilities. Dalton turned over a plasmid-breaking pill, smiling. Finally, success. Great job. You actually dust an age to refine it. Recently, I've sensed the threshold of breaking through, and your Engerard Divine Dawn crystals are indeed effective, Nelson said with bright eyes. Dalton reminded him, don't rush the breakthrough. Accumulate enough before attempting. Otherwise, the consequences can be severe. Helping Nelson wasn't done carelessly. He didn't want him to risk self-harm. Don't worry, I know my limits, Nelson nodded. He was patient, having stagnated at gold core for years initially. Knowing the risks, he certainly wouldn't be careless, ensuring thorough preparation. Leaving Nelson's residence, Dalton went straight to the resource hall. Collecting materials on his own for the Great Nirvana Gold Pill would be troublesome, so he decided to try his luck here, as he didn't lack contribution points. If unavailable here, he could post bounty tasks for assistance. The resource hall accumulated dustiny precious items. After reporting his needs, most materials were available, including 2 types in abundance. The resource hall informed him that the Western Branch campus had a few more materials, which could be delivered soon if needed. In the entire Tianza Academy, few besides him received such favorable treatment. Suddenly, Dalton sensed strong hostility, turning to see a familiar face. Grover. But his attention shifted to another who entered with Grover. He instantly recognized the person as extraordinary, clearly beyond the gold core realm. In an instant, he guessed the identity. It was most likely Aina, top of the heavenly ranking, a prodigy from the Northern Branch Campus Spirit Artifact Palace. The background of Aina was also extraordinary. Her father was Amir, the pacification commissioner of the Northern Domain, a major figure second only to the Northern Domain King, wielding great power and influence. There were rumors that the Northern Domain King had a special fondness for Aina and intended to have her marry into the Northern Domain royal family, becoming the future princess consort. As Dalton sized up Aina also gave him a long, hard look, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Dalton understood that she was undoubtedly treating him as an enemy due to Grover. Finn. An invisible momentum surged from Aina, rushing toward Dalton. Dalton gathered his essence, energy, and spirit, simultaneously unleashing the void domain to brace against this force. He bore it without sustaining any harm. A flicker of surprise flashed across Aina's eyes. She then decided to teach Dalton a lesson by utilizing her formidable soul power. Dalton, what a coincidence, meeting you again. At that moment, a burst of laughter suddenly echoed. In the next instant, a figure swiftly entered the resource hall. Upon seeing this person, Aina's expression darkened slightly, and she dissipated the soul power she had been concentrating. Chapter 290. Target, Sky Python Ridge. Entering the resource hall was none other than Elias, who had met Dalton on 2 occasions before. Senior brother Elias. Dalton greeted him with a smile. Elias's gaze shifted to Aina standing beside them. Isn't this our number 1 on the heavenly rank? It's such a coincidence to see you here as well. Aina gave him a cursory glance, but did not acknowledge him. Instead, she walked towards the inner sections of the resource hall, with Grover closely following her. Dalton, are you all right? Elias asked in a low voice after putting away his smile. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Elias. I'm fine, replied Dalton. This Wadustin is not good. She is ruthless and vindictive. It's best if you avoid her, Elias seriously reminded him. Dalton nodded. I'll be cautious. Indeed, from their first encounter, Aina had emitted a terrifying aura at him out of nowhere and attempted a soul attack, certainly showing signs of cruelty. For a Wadustin to have such a vicious mind was indeed surprising to him. As they say, the sting behind the honeybee, the venom lies within a Wadustin's heart. When coupled with Grover's despicable nature, these two were indeed a match made in hell. Senior brother Elias, how has your cultivation been progressing lately? Dalton changed the subject. Thanks to your help, I had an early access to the plasmid-breaking secret art. Now, I've vaguely grasped the threshold of limit breaking, although I'm still some distance away from fully achieving it, Elias explained. I believe that with your martial talent, reaching the limit-breaking stage should pose no problem, Dalton smiled. Elias was truly a martial genius. Not breaking limits in the earlier 4 realms only fortified his foundation incredibly. He was different from Nelson, having a shorter time in cultivation which made his path to breaking limits less challenging. Both martial artists and savage beasts find it easier to break limits when younger, becoming progressively harder with age. Bentley was an exception, due to sustaining grave injuries and regressing to a juvenile state, essentially starting anew. Therefore, with Dalton's support, he rapidly recovered and successfully broke limits. This is a 5th-stage plasmid-breaking pill. Hopefully, it can assist you when the time comes, Dalton said, turning over his palm to produce a 5th-stage plasmid-breaking pill. Elias was slightly startled. There's no such thing as undeserved favors. A 5th-stage plasmid-breaking pill is too precious for me to accept. After the Academy made the plasmid-breaking secret art public for geniuses, he inquired about plasmid-breaking pills but was told they were extremely difficult to refine and there weren't any 5th-stage pills available yet. The Academy was generous, providing a free plasmid-breaking pill for students deemed likely to succeed in limit breaking. Elias was genuinely surprised, unsure where Dalton obtained such a pill from. To others, this might be very precious, but for me, it means little because I refined it myself, Dalton said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Elias couldn't help but be shocked again. You can refine a 5th-stage plasmid-breaking pill? I can mention Dustinage it, but for now, I'd prefer not to let anyone else know. Please keep it confidential, Dalton said. Note, can do it is changed to Dustinage it, for a more natural flow in English. However, the term Manchang better translates to Dustinage, or just about Dustinage, rather than can Manchang can do it. The repetition of can was also removed for better readability. It wasn't that he didn't want to contribute to Tianze Academy, but refining plasmid-breaking pills was tedious, requiring a significant amount of his time and energy. He wished to prioritize refining the Nirvana Golden Pill for himself first. Nonetheless, his own cultivation could not be neglected and must come first. Elias nodded. Dalton replied. Elias had no objections, as any departure time suited him. They left marks on their respective identity Talus Dustins for easy communication. Leaving the resource hall, Dalton headed to the heart cultivating tower. Earlier, under Aina's impact, he discovered defects in his mental willpower, needing urgent improvement. Ironically, he thanked Aina for revealing his shortcomings. He never shied away from issues and always sought ways to identify and resolve problems, aiming to perfect himself and become flawless. 7 continuous days in the heart cultivating tower allowed Dalton to repair the exposed defects in his mental willpower and significantly enhance it. Next, he returned to the resource hall and obtained several herbs sent from the Western region's main academy. Now, he only lacked 2 main ingredients. Once acquired, he could refine the Nirvana Golden Pill anytime. Without delay, Dalton contacted Elias to search for one of the main ingredients. Elias was prompt, meeting Dalton swiftly. Let's go. I'll take you to gather the Withered Solitude Grass, Elias grinned. Withered Solitude Grass was a critical ingredient for the Nirvana Golden Pill, a 6th-stage herb. Actually, all 3 main ingredients required were rare 6th-stage herbs, making gathering enough for 110 pills quite daunting for Dalton. According to Elias, he found Withered Solitude Grass while on a mission. Despite wanting to collect it then, a 6th-stage beast roamed the area forcing him to retreat. Originally planning to gather it upon reaching the Soul Realm, Dalton's urgency made it necessary to risk going now. He hoped internally that the grass remained untouched by others or beasts. Otherwise, Dalton would be disappointed. Sky Python Ridge in the northern region was a massive mountain ridge shaped like a coiling python, poised to soar into the sky. It harbored countless snakes, with a pervasive toxic miasma. Most plants and trees contained potent toxins, making it a dangerous area usually avoided by living beings. Sky Python Ridge has numerous caves inhabited by innumerable giant serpents, their strength immeasurable, Elias warned sternly. A top Soul Realm cultivator once ventured deep into Sky Python Ridge and barely escaped a horrifying serpent. Ordinary Soul Realm cultivators who perished within the ridge numbered more than just one. Elias continued. The reason I retreated last time was because I saw an enormous python emerge from underground. The aura it emitted made my heart tremble. It's undoubtedly one of the finest 6th-stage savage beasts. We'll act according to the situation. If it's not feasible, we don't have to force it, Dalton said. Although he desperately needed the Withered Solitude Grass, he wouldn't risk his life recklessly, nor would he force Elias to take such a risk. We're here. Looking at the grand and majestic mountain range ahead, Elias's expression couldn't help but turn somewhat solemn. If it weren't for feeling that he owed Dalton too much, he truly wouldn't want to come here before cultivating to the essence spirit realm. The image of that giant python was still vividly imprinted in his mind, unforgettable. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content, and the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. ###Chapter 291. Perilous situation. Dalton released his powerful soul energy, spreading it as far as possible to meticulously investigate the surroundings. As rumored, the Sky Python Ridge indeed contained a vast number of caves that were complex and intertwined, with destiny extending deeply into unknown places. He did not dare probe too deeply for fear of disturbing the powerful beasts lurking in the deepest recesses of the caves, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Elias had an excellent memory, leading Dalton carefully into the Sky Python Ridge directly toward where the withered silence grass grew. They did not fly through the air, but instead moved swiftly like spirits among the towering trees. Everything went smoothly, and before long, they reached their destination. Fortunately, the withered silence grass hasn't been picked yet. Seeing the withered-looking plant from a distance, Elias let out a sigh of relief. Once they harvested the withered silence grass, they could leave this dangerous place. Be careful. Just as Elias was about to pick the grass, Dalton suddenly warned him. Sensing danger, Elias instinctively took a step to the left without hesitation. Whist! A black arrow flew past, slicing through space, narrowly missing Elias's arm. If he had reacted any slower, he would have been pierced through the heart. Despite only grazing his arm, the impact caused his flesh to tear and bleed profusely. Who's there? Elias asked coldly. Coming to Sky Python Ridge, they hadn't encountered attacks from pythons but were ambushed by Dustin warriors, which greatly infuriated him. There. Dalton pointed to a location. Without delay, Elias immediately drew his spirit sword and slashed out. A powerful sword intent erupted, releasing a colossal sword beam over 10 yards long, blindingly bright and dazzling. He initially didn't want to fight here for fear of attracting powerful beasts, but now that situation had changed. Bam! Trees shattered, boulders split, and dust filled the air. Two figures soared into the sky, revealing themselves. Aina. Dalton's eyes darkened. He recognized one of them, the top-ranked Aina, and the other was a middle-aged Dustin with one eye, whose presence was formidable. Aina held a large black bow, clearly having just shot that arrow, aimed at ending Elias's life. Why are you doing this, Aina? Elias ended gravely. There's no reason. I simply want your life, Aina replied calmly. Do you not fear being discovered by the Academy? The Academy won't know. The Sky Python Ridge will be your grave, Aina said coldly. A flash of insight crossed Dalton's eyes. Has the Northern Domain Lord allied with the Demon Sect? Are you helping the Demon Sect eliminate the talented students of Tianzir Academy? You talk too much. Die. Aina's gaze turned lethal. She withdrew an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. Whist. The arrow shot off, carrying immense force, hurtling towards Dalton at lightning speed. At such close range, with the arrow's astonishing speed, Dalton, merely at the Golden Core realm, should not have been able to evade it. Isidrat, he moved with ghostly agility, narrowly avoiding the attack. Aina let out a soft exclamation, surprised that Dalton could dodge her arrow. At such close quarters, and with the arrow's incredible speed, it should have been impossible for someone barely at the Golden Core realm to evade. Then, the green spirit sword shot out from Dalton's body, aiming for Aina. But Aina's reaction was swift. Detecting the attack instantly, she unleashed a bolt of lightning, deflecting the sword away. Seeking death, Aina snarled, reaching out a hand. Immediately, destructive lightning coalesced in her grasp. Boom! The blue flame Bodhi blocked Dalton, dispelling the deadly lightning with his claws. Then, he lashed out with his own powerful claw beams. Despite using thunder to defend herself, Aina was injured. Several clear claw marks appeared on her body, blood gushing out. Bastard beast, how dare you attack? Die! Seeing Aina wounded, the Kaden roared. Instantly, he formed several massive fireballs, hurling them at the blue flame Bodhi. Fearless, the Carissa shattered each fireball with his claws before pouncing towards the Dustin. Senior brother Elias, let's join forces and kill her. Dalton sent a mental message to Elias. Elias nodded and immediately joined the fray. With Aina injured by the blue flame Bodhi, it was a prime opportunity. Dalton also joined in, multitasking between sword control and the 5 elements formation, trying to trap Aina. However, the gap in cultivation between him and Aina was significant. Dalton was only at the first layer of the Golden Core realm, while Aina was at the 10th layer. Although Dalton was exceptional, so was Aina, making it almost impossible to challenge her despite the vast difference in realms. But Dalton had a clear understanding of his role. He was the support, and Elias was the main force against Aina. As long as he could distract Aina enough to give Elias an opening, it would be enough. Senior brother Elias, hurry up and subdue her quickly, Dalton urged mentally. He did not wish to be so urgent, but the Kaden was too powerful, at the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm, far surpassing the blue flame Bodhi. Despite the Carissa's advantages, it would be difficult to hold him off for long. Only by quickly subduing Aina could they force her into submission. Dalton had already noticed that although the Kaden was powerful, Aina seemed to be in charge. Basically, he was a subordinate of Aina's father, Freddy, a governor of the Northern Domain. As a regional governor, Freddy wielded considerable power, condescending Dustini's strong subordinates. Biting his lip, Elias ignited his spiritual energy and unleashed a profound sword technique he hadn't fully mastered yet. Instantly, radiant sword light bloomed like flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Dalton spared nothing, enveloping Aina with the void domain, and simultaneously Dustinifesting the 5 elements Blashed and Void Blashed, fusing them and stealthily attacking Aina. Faced with the combined long time, only a step away from condensing her nascent soul, allowing her to break through instantly in the heat of battle. This is going to be troublesome, Elias said, his expression serious, sensing the dire situation. Before Aina broke through, Elias had already struggled to inflict any significant damage on her despite using his most lethal techniques. Now, with her breakthrough, her strength would have multiplied. How could they possibly fight her? I will make you both wish you were dead, Aina said coldly, her killing intent chilling to the bone. Boom. Destructive thunder surged uncontrollably, launching an indiscriminate attack over a wide area. Both Dalton and Elias were engulfed by the thunder, unable to evade and forced to withstand it directly. But the thunder unleashed by Aina was far too powerful for them to resist. In a blink, both were heavily injured, completely swallowed by the thunder. Aina's face darkened as Shifeng Kangdi Shifeng Leifa should be edited to maintain fluency and accuracy. Aina's face darkened as Shikangbao de Shifeng Leifa, 企图将心中所有的愤怒都发泄出来. Revised smoothly in English. Aina's face darkened as she unleashed thunder techniques Feng Kang Ly, aiming to vent all her anger. A more polished version would be, Aina's face darkened as she unleashed thunder techniques wildly, determined. Don't let them escape. The Kaiden shouted loudly, conjuring two large hands made of flames which lunged towards Dalton and Elias. Boom. The green flame Bodhi burst out from the mountain range, blocking the flaming hands for Dalton and Elias. Kaboom. Several explosions echoed, followed by dense poisonous fog spreading rapidly, engulfing both Aina and the Kaiden. It was not an ordinary object that exploded. It was precisely the poison pill Dalton had created in the secret realm where the green flame Bodhi originated from, which he quietly threw and detonated unexpectedly. While the Kaiden fared better due to his profound cultivation and formidable strength, he still struggled against the sudden attack. As for Aina, who was already injured and then assaulted by Dalton using the Spirit Sorrow Pagoda, her primordial spirit suffered a severe blow. She was completely taken by surprise. Ah! Aina screamed in agony. The poison entered through her wounds, inflicting immense damage on her almost immediately. Her skin turned black, began to rot, and foul-smelling blood flowed continuously. At this rate, she would probably dissolve into a pool of pus and blood in no time. Initially, the Kaiden wanted to chase after Dalton, Elias, and the green flame Bodhi, but now he had no choice but to save Aina first. Seizing this rare opportunity, they pursued, catching up might prove difficult. What should we do? Aina asked. She could only suppress the toxins temporarily, unable to take action right away. Removing the toxin wasn't simple. The Kaiden needed to focus on eliminating the poison thoroughly or risk losing the chase on Dalton and the others. After a brief contemplation, the Kaiden said, chasing them in won't work. Our best bet is to force them out. With that, he attacked vigorously, unleashing overwhelming flames directly onto the mountains below. Boom. Immediately, large swathes of the mountain crumbled, turning into scorched earth. The fire burned fiercely, extending rapidly. This flame was extraordinarily hot, even melting rocks into flowing lava that seeped into the underground tunnels, despite the collapsed mountains leaving numerous gaps. The Kaiden relentlessly attacked multiple times, covering vast areas with disregard for consequences. Snakes emerged from underground, turning to ashes in the flames. Vast flames erupted from the Kaiden, amplified by celestial forces, burning more intensely. His intention seemed to turn all of Tianyan Ridge into scorched earth. Aina was dumbstruck. In her place, she would never dare to do such a thing. She marveled at the Kaiden's formidable fire control skills. His calm dust into fire law was truly consummate, with terrifying destructive power. In this special region, anyone who reached primordial spirit realm was no ordinary individual, inevitably excelling in some aspect. Despite being a transcendent genius and now also at the primordial spirit realm, Aina still fell far behind the Kaiden. Reaching primordial spirit realm, attempting to fight across ranks was incredibly difficult. Even for geniuses, advancing 1 or 2 minor levels was impressive. If not so, the green flame Bodhi wouldn't have stood a chance against the Kaiden either. Under such horrific attacks, Dalton and Elias stand little chance of surviving. Aina thought. Having acted this time, she was determined not to let Dalton and Elias return to Tianza Academy alive. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, rocks flew skyward, and lava splattered everywhere. A gigantic python emerged from underground, emitting intense killing intent, its eyes blazing with ferocity. Let's go. The Kaiden chose to retreat with Aina, recognizing the python's strength, matching his own. More crucially, he sensed danger from even stronger creatures lurking beneath the surface. Tianyan Ridge had countless interconnected caves. Although this area was not yet the core region, the disturbance could very likely draw extremely powerful savage beasts. Indeed, this was part of his plan, to lure out powerful savage beasts and ensure Dalton and the others wouldn't survive. The black flames eroded the talus dust and evolved shield almost immediately after they left. I remember you too. Step foot into Tianyan Ridge again, and I will tear you apart, the black-winged celestial snake hissed coldly. It didn't chase after them, knowing it was futile and wouldn't succeed. Moments later, the black-winged celestial snake dived back underground, disappearing swiftly. It had been in deep meditation in its underground lair, a critical moment, but was interrupted by the Kaiden, leaving it very displeased. Hence, it personally appeared. However, the Kaiden had Dustini trump cards and was extremely decisive, ultimately Dustinaging to escape. After the black-winged celestial snake disappeared, another giant python took charge of cleaning up the mess, extinguishing all the flames to prevent further destruction and also to save the smaller pythons. Once everything was taken care of, the giant python also retreated underground, leaving behind a scorched mountain range, evidence of the recent calamity. Chapter 293, Following You Hereafter. As time passed, Heavenly Python Ridge returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. In an unfathomably deep cavern, an inconspicuous little stone faintly glowed, with a mild fluctuation of spiritual power destinating from it. This little stone was indeed Dalton's cave-establishing treasure. At this moment, they were all hiding within it. The Caden used forceful means to recklessly destroy and lure out Dustini powerful pythons, believing that he could absolutely place Dalton and the other two in mortal danger. However, what he didn't know was that Dalton possessed an extraordinary cave-establishing treasure, extremely sturdy and difficult to damage. Even at the divine spirit realm, there wasn't enough strength to destroy it. In the instant the mountain collapsed, Dalton promptly brought Elias and the Gustav into the cave-establishing treasure. At such a time, he no longer cared about exposing his secrets. It's fortunate that you, Dalton, have the legendary cave-establishing treasure. Otherwise, we would probably be dead. Elias sighed deeply. Even inside the cave-establishing treasure, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations of power outside, causing the treasure to vibrate continuously. Dalton said, if we hadn't entered the underground cavern, I wouldn't dare reveal the cave-establishing treasure. Otherwise, even if we hid inside, if our opponent seized the cave-establishing treasure, it would be quite troublesome. He could ensure that the other party couldn't breach the cave-establishing treasure, but with insufficient strength, they undoubtedly couldn't leave either. If the other party took the cave-establishing treasure somewhere extremely dangerous, the problem would be much larger. Looks like Northern Domain Wangfu has serious issues, Elias remarked, his expression grave. Editing note, the term Wangfu was not translated. Here is the corrected sentence. Looks like Northern Domain Wangfu has serious issues, Elias remarked, his expression grave. Looks like the Northern Domain Wangfu has serious issues, Elias remarked, his expression grave. For better fluency and context in English, it should be, looks like the Northern Domain Wangfu has serious issues, Elias remarked, his expression grave. However, for consistency and proper translation, it should read, looks like the Northern Domain Wangfu has serious issues, Elias remarked, his expression grave. Looks like the Northern Domain Wangfu has serious problems, Elias remarked, his expression grave. Or better yet, translating Wangfu fully. Looks like the Northern Domain Royal Manor has serious problems, Elias remarked, his expression grave. This version maintains consistency in terminology and style while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed and reads naturally in English. Through this incident, he could see clearly what was happening. The Northern Domain Wangfu likely had, as Dalton had said, already pledged allegiance to the demon sect. Note, the term Wangfu, Stephanfu, means princely distinction or princely residence, which in this context refers to the seat of power for the Northern Domain. For consistency and clarity, it might be better to translate it as Northern Domain Wangfu, or adapt it into a more natural English term such as Northern Domain Estate, if that fits the overall translation style. Through this incident, he could see clearly what was happening. The Northern Domain Estate likely had, as Dalton had said, already pledged allegiance to the demon sect. If true, the consequences would be severe, inevitably becoming a significant disaster. Dalton said, no matter how problematic the Northern Domain Wangfu is, we can't do anything about it for now because we don't have evidence. Even with Aina leading people against us this time, we are equally powerless against her. The Academy won't punish Aina based solely on our words. Note, Wangfu should be translated as princely manor or manor to maintain consistency and accuracy in terminology. Improved version. Dalton said, no matter how problematic the Northern Domain manor is, we can't do anything about it for now because we don't have evidence. Even with Aina leading people against us this time, we are equally powerless against her. The Academy won't punish Aina based solely on our words. What he said was true. The Northern Domain Wangfu was powerful, making it not easy to bring them down. Edit. For better fluency and consistency in terminology. What he said was true. The Northern Domain Wangfu was influential, making it no easy task to bring them down. For an even smoother read and more natural English expression, we could consider. What he said was true. Given the influence of the Northern Domain Wangfu, toppling them would be no easy feat. Note, Wangfu is left untranslated, as it seems to be a proper noun or specific term from the original context. If a translation for Wangfu is preferred, please provide the appropriate term you wish to use, such as princely manor or ducal residence. Aina belonged to the Northern Domain Wangfu lineage and was a supreme genius cultivated by Tianzhe Academy. Without solid evidence, no one could do anything to her. Note, the term Wangfu, princely manor, was not translated in the user's input. For better context and flow in English, it should be translated. Here is the improved sentence with the translation of Wangfu. Aina belonged to the Northern Domain princely manor lineage and was a supreme genius cultivated by Tianzhe Academy. Without solid evidence, no one could do anything to her. Of course, given Dalton's character, he wouldn't seek justice from the Academy. He would rely on his own strength to reclaim justice. Aina and the Caden were currently stronger than him, but their superiority was limited. Given some time, catching up or even surpassing them wasn't difficult. Now that the outside world is temporarily calm, let's recover our injuries first before going out, Dalton said. He had already surveyed the surroundings through the cave-establishing treasure and found nothing concerning. They had all been seriously injured by Aina earlier, with no part of their bodies intact. They had to admit, Aina's thunder technique was indeed terrifying. With a flip of his hand, Dalton retrieved a Ingerard deity blast crystal and handed it to Elias, saying, Brother Elias, refining this should help you break your limit faster. Dalton, you really have a lot of good things. I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll follow you. Whatever you say, I'll do, Elias said, laughing heartily as he took the crystal. Dalton shook his head. Brother Elias, please don't joke. I'm not joking. I'm very serious. Right now, I'm all alone, without any factions or background, Elias said seriously. Dalton showed a surprised expression. With your martial talent, it's impossible for no elder to take you as a disciple? There indeed was one, but that's history, Elias replied. How do you mean? The master I bowed to was Elder Beck of Sword Pavilion. Do you understand now? Elias said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Dalton instantly understood. Beck was indeed a powerful elder of the Sword Pavilion, but unfortunately, he had been enslaved by the mysterious powerhouse who emerged from Broken Sword Ridge. Without a doubt, Elias was Beck's most outstanding disciple, and he was well liked by everyone in the Sword Pavilion. Although Dalton didn't have a favorable impression of Beck, he didn't associate this with Elias. He trusted his judgment. Elias only learned sword techniques from Beck, but didn't emulate his personality. Brother Elias, you will soon break through to the divine spirit realm. By then, you can become an elder of the Sword Pavilion, replacing Elder Guest's position, which would also repay him, Dalton said. Elias sighed. You might not believe me, but although I followed Elder Beck, he taught me nothing, limiting me instead. Later, I realized it was because I offended his nephew. He deliberately took me as a disciple yet did not guide my cultivation, ensuring I'd never excel. But I didn't expect my luck to be good, obtaining opportunities and guidance from the dean during my years in the Northern Domain. Step by step, I achieved what I have today. I wanted to prove to him that despite his restrictions, I could still reach the divine spirit realm. Unfortunately, now there's no chance. At the end, a deep regret filled his eyes. He had worked so hard just to prove himself to Beck, but since Beck met his fate, he could never see Elias's achievements, leaving a void in his heart. Dalton was stunned. He truly didn't know these inner workings. He didn't think being under an elder would result in such constraints. Originally, due to Elias, he had slightly improved his view of Beck. Now, hearing Elias's account, his impression of Beck worsened, even despising him for his miserable enslavement, a form of retribution. Dalton comforted. Now that Beck is gone, you are truly free. Blast is for yourself, your family, and friends. There's no need to prove anything to people like Beck. You're right. From now on, I will wholeheartedly pursue my path of martial arts. Elias nodded. Dalton said, break your limit first, then transcend to the divine spirit realm, and finally find a chance to settle scores with Aina. This score needs to be settled. Her thunder technique is powerful, but if at the same level, I, Elias, am not inferior to her, Elias said confidently. Besides, consider what I said earlier. I am serious. After receiving so Dustini benefits from you, I must repay you, or I cannot rest easy. Having said that, Elias went to heal and refine the Injurar deity Blast Crystal. Being suppressed by Aina previously left a significant impact on him, igniting an intense desire for strength. Dalton paused momentarily before shaking his head. He didn't want to dwell on these matters. Everything would naturally fall into place. He treated people kindly based on his own feelings, and usually didn't weigh gains and losses. After spending some time, Dalton healed his injuries, and his cultivation advanced slightly. Is brother Elias breaking his limit? Approaching where Elias was cultivating, Dalton couldn't help but show surprise. At that moment, Elias's aura fluctuated wildly, indicating instability, clearly showing signs of a breakthrough. It seems after experiencing a major battle, brother Elias's potential was significantly released. Combined with the Injurar deity Blast Crystal's refinement, he's finally ready to break his limit, Dalton deduced. With his thoughts, he controlled the cave establishing treasure, mobilizing vast amounts of heavenly essence energy toward Elias. This essence energy was extremely pure and easily absorbed and converted into spiritual power. With his assistance, Elias's breakthrough became much smoother, stabilizing and steadily ascending. Not long afterward, Elias successfully broke through to the 9th stage of Golden Core Realm. But the next moment, he grunted, a thread of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brother Elias, are you alright? Dalton immediately asked. Elias shook his head and said, it's nothing, just a bit of backlash. No fundamental damage was done. Breaking the limit is indeed quite perilous. He had truly experienced firsthand the dangers of breaking the limit this time. If his preparations hadn't been thorough enough, he would have faced significant problems. If one suffers major backlash during a breakthrough, the consequences can range from regression in cultivation, making it hard to recover, to direct death and dissipation of one's essence. Dalton took out a pill and handed it over, saying, therefore, attempting to break the limit must be done with full confidence and preparation. You shouldn't rush it. Elias accepted the pill and swallowed it immediately. If there's another time, I will definitely prepare even more thoroughly. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure, line breaks, and original tone of the Chinese text while ensuring natural English fluency. Chapter 294, The Sealed Truth. A faint spatial ripple spread, and Dalton appeared in the dim underground cave. Taking advantage of Elias's time consolidating his cultivation, he decided to explore the surroundings and see if there was a way to leave Tian Python Ridge sooner. Tian Python Ridge was not a pleasant place. Two Dustini formidable beasts resided here, emerging unpredictably. It was best not to stay long. The moment he emerged, Dalton felt a pungent wind hit his face, making him gag. In the next instant, he felt a strong suction force as if he were in a vortex. Deep underground, there must be an extremely powerful python, Dalton conjectured. The pungent wind and the intense suction were likely caused by the python's breathing, undoubtedly reaching the 6th stage, which made it very difficult to deal with. Dalton quickly channeled the Josephine Anwu technique and merged into the cave wall, planning to return to the surface. The treasure had fallen hundreds of feet deep, and without his ability to travel through earth, getting back would have been challenging. The real issue wasn't breaking through the layers of soil but attracting the attention of those colossal beasts lurking below if too much noise was made. This aroma? Traveling deeper into another cave, Dalton suddenly stopped. He keenly detected a faint yet peculiar fragrance lingering in the air, easily overlooked. After careful sniffing, Dalton's eyes gleamed. There's no mistake. This fragrance comes from the soul-extinguishing flower. The soul-extinguishing flower was the last essential ingredient needed for refining the Great Annihilation Golden Pill, also the most precious and rare one. Dalton was pleasantly surprised to find the traces of it in Tian Python Ridge after obtaining the withered silence grass. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. Given the rarity of the soul-extinguishing flower, he couldn't afford to miss it. He started following the scent, determined to obtain the flower growing here. The cave lacked any pungent smell, giving him some peace of mind. Facing a 6-stage python would have been daunting. Dalton moved swiftly, carefully concealing his aura to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gradually, the fragrance intensified, heightening his alertness. The more valuable a spirit herb, the more likely a powerful beast would guard it. He wasn't sure if he could smoothly gather the flower. There. Suddenly, Dalton's eyes lit up. He finally spotted the soul-extinguishing flower. Not only that, but there were also several withered silence grasses nearby. If he gathered all, he could refine over 110 great annihilation golden pills. That is the dried prosperity mushroom. His gaze shifted, revealing another surprise. On a stone wall grew an enormous mushroom with a subtle flow of Ingerard energy, highly mystic. The 3 main ingredients required for the Great Annihilation Golden Pill were the withered silence grass, soul-extinguishing flower, and the dried prosperity mushroom, all growing in exceptionally rare environments with potent effects. Finding all 3 in one location was astonishing. Dalton paused momentarily before reacting and immediately began collecting the herbs. Despite potential oddities, no immediate danger seemed present, so he proceeded to gather them first. However, just as he picked a soul-extinguishing flower, a chilling sense enveloped him. Fin. Just as he was about to retreat, he noticed unusual vibrations in the space, with intangible Tao essence permeating the area. Mysterious runes appeared on the walls, enveloping the entire underground space. Trouble. Dalton's heart sank, realizing the situation was dire. Next, a light emerged in the dim underground space, originating from a fruit on a vine. This vine was unusual, appearing stone-like, hence unnoticed at first. Even its fruit resembled stone until it emitted a faint glow, revealing its extraordinary nature. 7th stage spirit medicine, stone essence fruit. Dalton's eyes gleamed with excitement. This place was extraordinary. Not only were there nearly 10 6th-stage herbs, but now a 7th stage one had appeared. Shocked, he felt a chill run down his spine, wondering if he could leave alive knowing this secret. Indeed, the underground space was now sealed by Tao runes, impossible to breach with his strength. Worse, he found he couldn't activate the treasure chamber anymore, meaning no hiding. Am I to perish here? Dalton's heart plummeted. Fortunately, he had his immortal bone avatar, sparing him death but causing immense loss. Young one, you've finally arrived. Just as Dalton was tense, a deep voice echoed. Startled, Dalton immediately bowed. Late Junior Dalton pays respects to Senior. You arrived a century later than expected, making this old Dustin wait far too long, the voice said again. Dalton was stunned. Senior, you were waiting for me? He was bewildered. The other seemed to have foreseen his arrival long ago. An almost mystical feat unconsciously, he recalled his ancestor Haim, who foresaw a descendant awakening complete imperial bloodline in 10,000 years, receiving his legacy. Was there another supreme being on par with the Haim? Isidros, this old Dustin waited for you, for a long time, the mysterious power stated. Dalton responded earnestly, Senior, why did you wait for me? I will do anything within my means. For now, you can do nothing. This old Dustin hopes you visit again upon reaching the Unity Realm, the mysterious power explained. Dalton remembered Zoltan saying something similar, indicating these beings fell into this area due to special reasons long ago. Senior, can you tell me what is unique about this land? Why can't martial artists break through to the Unity Realm? Dalton asked. The mysterious power side. This is a lost land, a forbidden cage. You are still too weak, some truths you aren't ready to uncover. Focus on your cultivation. Hearing this, Dalton's spirits fell, understanding the secrets were more shocking than he imagined, involving exceedingly high levels. When you reach the Unity Realm, this old Dustin might reveal some truths, the mysterious power continued. Take these herbs, they were prepared for you. Dalton was increasingly astonished. This being's ability to foresee everything was beyond comprehension. It's good you came a century late. These herbs are at their peak quality. Make good use of them, the mysterious power chuckled. Dalton recovered and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Senior. When I reach the Unity Realm, I will return to follow your instructions. You needn't worry. What this old Dustin asks of you won't be too difficult, the mysterious power assured. Dalton felt slightly relieved. He had genuinely been worried that the mysterious powerhouse might give him a hard time later. With the approval of the mysterious powerhouse, Dalton didn't hesitate any further. He immediately began harvesting all the withered silence grass, soul-extinguishing flowers, and dried prosperity mushrooms, putting them into his storage. They had grown for too long, already fully matured, with their medicinal effects reaching their peak. As for the spirit vine bearing the stone essence fruit, he carefully transplanted it into the cave treasure artifact. After the mysterious powerhouse lifted the suppression, the cave treasure artifact was now able to be reopened again. Go. I have prepared another gift for you outside. Remember your agreement with me, the mysterious powerhouse said as he dissolved the Tao rune barrier, allowing Dalton to leave. Dalton bowed again respectfully. Junior will not forget. Farewell. Then, he walked out without delay, though he was quite curious about what gift the mysterious powerhouse had prepared for him outside. He hoped it wouldn't be some kind of shock. Translation notes. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks. Used mysterious powerhouse consistently for consistency with previous content. Ensured natural, fluent English while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 295. Surprise and shock. Phew, finally out. Standing on the ground, Dalton couldn't help but exhale deeply. The underground was dark and profound with 2 dustiny unknowns, inevitably making people feel very oppressed. Returning to the surface felt much better. But in the next moment, Dalton's pupils couldn't help but contract sharply, as he involuntarily stepped backward. He reacted this way because he saw multiple massive creatures not far away, including that terrifying black-winged sky serpent among them. However, they were all concealing their auras, coiled up on the mountainside. which is why he didn't notice them right away. Pay respects to Lord. Leading with the black-winged sky serpent, these giant creatures bowed respectfully to Dalton. Dalton froze for a moment, puzzled by the situation. Quickly, he realized this was likely the gift mentioned by the mysterious powerhouse in the underground space, genuinely giving him quite a shock. Is this the intention of the senior? Dalton asked. The black-winged sky serpent lifted its head and replied, Isidros, following our ancestors' orders, from now on, we shall serve you as our master and obey your commandments. Dalton's heart stirred. The situation mirrored his experience in the Vinny Forest. The dual-headed Dragon King also served him under the order of Zoltan. This showed that both Zoltan and this place's mysterious powerhouse had great expectations of him. Dalton's gaze swept over the massive creatures, 13 pythons, all 6th stage. Clearly, they were the pinnacle force of Heavenly Python Ridge. Among them, the strongest was naturally the black-winged sky serpent, which had been at peak 6th stage for Dustini years, with powerful lineage and deep Taoist cultivation, unmatched at the same stage. Of the 6th stage beasts Dalton had encountered, only a few could match it. Undoubtedly, the black-winged sky serpent must have been nurtured by the mysterious powerhouse, similar to how the dual-headed Dragon King had been cultivated by Zoltan in hopes of reaching the 7th stage, though unsuccessful. However, with the black-winged sky serpent's foundation, there was still hope for a breakthrough at the 6th stage. Of course, this region was too peculiar, with the 6th stage being the pinnacle of cultivation, making any further breakthrough extremely difficult. Black-winged sky serpent, I need you to do something, said Dalton. Please calm Dustin, Lord, responded the black-winged sky serpent immediately. Try to investigate the North Domain Kingdom House to see if they are collaborating with the Cult of Devils. Ideally, find some evidence, Dalton said seriously. This matter was significant. If the North Domain Kingdom House indeed had issues, they needed to expose it early to prevent major disasters. The black-winged sky serpent nodded. Your subordinate will personally handle this. By the way, Heavenly Python Ridge should have Dustini natural treasures, right? Help me gather some. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Dalton continued. The black-winged sky serpent and the other massive creatures immediately dispersed to gather the treasures within the mountains. Since Dalton needed them, they couldn't hide anything, no matter how precious. It wasn't long before they gathered back together, each bringing a large pile of treasures, including both medicinal herbs and spiritual materials, with a wide variety. Moreover, the quality of these treasures was high, none lower than 5th stage, clearly because they believed Dalton would not appreciate inferior items. Seeing the mountain of treasures piled up before him, Dalton was momentarily startled. Did they strip Heavenly Python Ridge bare? To his delight, there were several materials for refining the Great Annihilation Gold Pill, so refining 110 of them should be feasible now. With the treasures in front of him, refusing wasn't an option. Dalton promptly waved his hand to collect everything. Then, he took some materials, mixed them with Mad Blood Poison Spring, and began refining the Mad Blood Poison Pill. Within a few days, he successfully refined a large batch of Mad Blood Poison pills and handed them to the Blackwing Sky Serpent. These pills can boost potential. Distribute them accordingly, Dalton said. Thank you, Lord, the Blackwing Sky Serpent gratefully replied. Oh, did the senior impart you any breakthrough methods? Dalton asked. Isidros, the ancestor taught me the method, but unfortunately, my aptitude is dull, and I haven't grasped the threshold yet, answered the Blackwing Sky Serpent. This Engerard Godlike Crystal might aid you. Dalton flipped his hand and produced an Engerard Godlike Crystal. The Blackwing Sky Serpent's eyes gleamed. Thank you, Lord. Recognizing the value, it knew this crystal would greatly benefit it. Remember to investigate the North Domain Kingdom House. I'm leaving now, Dalton reminded before preparing to depart. The Blackwing Sky Serpent called out to him, Wait, Lord, please take it with you. As he spoke, a hole appeared on the ground, revealing a smaller Blackwing Sky Serpent, about the size of a thigh, emerging from below. This smaller serpent was significantly weaker, merely 3rd stage, having just formed its inner core. It is? Dalton's eyes showed confusion. The Blackwing Sky Serpent explained, It's my offspring, with pure bloodline, resonating with mine. Even at a distance, it can transmit messages. Surprised, Dalton found the capability interesting. Don't worry, I'll give it the best upbringing, he promised, recognizing the small Blackwing Sky Serpent's unique qualities worth nurturing. Taking the small Blackwing Sky Serpent into his treasure storage, Dalton bid farewell to the massive creatures and left Heavenly Python Ridge. Despite the risks, his trip here had been fruitful, leaving him satisfied. Approaching Heavenly Marsh Academy, Dalton retrieved Elias from his storage. His injuries from the breakthrough had healed, and his cultivation had stabilized, improving significantly in various aspects. Dalton, I'll go back to practice and aim to condense the essence spirit soon. Remember to contact me if anything comes up. Don't forget, I'm part of your group now, Elias chuckled. Smiling, Dalton replied, With your current foundation, condensing the essence spirit shouldn't be difficult. I await your good news. Pleased by Elias's progress, Dalton wanted everyone around him to achieve such breakthroughs if possible. Parting ways with Elias, Dalton headed back to his residence in the North Branch Academy, still in the originally assigned remote, humble dwelling. He didn't mind the isolation. In fact, it suited him well, avoiding unnecessary disturbances. En route, Dalton encountered Aina. He remained calm, not intending to instigate conflict. However, seeing him, Aina's inner turmoil was evident, her gaze fixated on him. Stunned, she thought she might have hallucinated, unable to comprehend how Dalton survived the ordeal at Heavenly Python Ridge with the fierce attacks from the Kaden and the Blackwing Sky Serpent. Feng's senior sister's advancement to the Essence Spirit Realm and becoming a core student is truly a joyous occasion, Dalton greeted her calmly. Aina didn't reply, instead coldly snorting and flying off. She was in a foul mood, feeling something went wrong with what she deemed an infallible plan. Though Dalton didn't pose a threat, she still planned to eliminate him to remove all future threats. Watching her fly away, Dalton's smile faded, replaced by icy resolve. Let you celebrate now, But if the North Domain Kingdom House is connected to the Cult of Devils, I'll uproot your entire faction. He was confident in making this statement. Even without involving Heavenly Marsh Academy, he had the means to accomplish it. Returning to his residence, Dalton encountered Jerson, who was just about to head out. Senior brother Jerson, where are you headed? Dalton asked. Jerson replied, I've just received a new assignment. I need to go to Finda City. What about senior sister Violetta and the others? Dalton continued. Jerson explained, they have all gone out on their respective missions. Coming to the North Domain, no one can stay idle for long. Dalton, you should also expect a new mission soon. Wishing you a smooth journey, senior brother Jerson. By the way, take this armor with you. With a flick of his wrist, Dalton took out a 5th stage armor. This armor was also provided by the massive creatures from Heavenly Python Ridge, clearly a war trophy from previous battles against Whodustin martial artists. Jerson did not hesitate and accepted it promptly. Thanks then. Watching Jerson leave, Dalton couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As everyone dispersed to different places, meeting again wouldn't be easy. He had developed strong bonds with his companions who came to the North Domain and executed tasks together for a year. He hoped they would all remain safe and have a chance to reunite in the future. Dalton gathered his thoughts and entered his residence. Now it was empty, only him left, making it feel very desolate. Let's cultivate. Without great strength, nothing can be achieved, Dalton murmured to himself. He had already collected all the materials needed to refine the Great Annihilation Gold Pill. His first task now was to refine all the pills required, so they would be readily available when needed. When reaching the peak of the Golden Core realm, all fundamental Tao patterns can be fused into one, applied to the soul, forming the origin spirit. Usually, the origin spirit resides within the martial Tao essence core, protected by it. In critical moments, it can leave the body alongside the essence core, ensuring immortality even if the body perishes. Truly remarkable, a specially developed pill by our ancestor to complement Lotus-born Myriad Tao, Dalton couldn't help but admire. Subsequently, he continued refining the Great Annihilation Gold pills, aiming to complete the 108 pills needed for future cultivation. Taking this opportunity, he also planned to delve deeply into the Divine Control Scripture and Lotus-born Myriad Tao, striving for flawless cultivation in the Golden Core realm. This region has peculiar rules making it difficult to break through to the Corporeal Union realm. Therefore, he must ensure every step is solid, laying a foundation to eventually transcend this limitation. Chapter 296, Taking on a Mission. It took Dalton half a year to finally refine all the Great Nirvana Golden Pills, an alchemy of unique properties and no less complex than 5th-rank plasmid-breaking pill. At first, he could dustinage 3 to 5 pills per furnace without too much trouble. But as he progressed, with 7 to 8, even 10 pills per furnace, it became significant. I'd like to know when the resource hall will assign me a mission. I apologize for not clarifying earlier. Now that you're the Academy's top alchemist, they won't assign you any additional tasks besides refining pills, Lou Josephinian explained promptly. Clearly, though she was merely a clerk, she was privy to a lot of information, likely the reason why she always handled Dalton's matters. Dalton frowned. He certainly hadn't anticipated this, as it wasn't what he desired. Contemplating, he realized it must be because he could produce plasmid-breaking pills at scale, thus making him invaluable to the Academy. Given the immense difficulty in refining even first-rank plasmid-breaking pills, where ordinary people have extremely low success rates, it explained why the great Xia imperial family had sought out materials for such pills worldwide. After pondering for a moment, Dalton said, Clerk Lou Josephinian, please assign me a mission appropriate for a typical Golden Core realm martial artist. Higher difficulty isn't a problem. That. Lou Josephinian wore a troubled expression. Dalton insisted, this is my own wish. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. He needed no protection. Dangerous environments suited his development better. True powerhouses never grew in sheltered conditions. Various trials were necessary. Just as Lou Josephinian was about to speak, her identity emblem suddenly lit up, receiving a message. A mentor at the Western Campus. Alice's martial talent was undoubtedly extraordinary, having reached peak Golden Core realm and almost topping the Heavenly Blast. He suspected that Ana's plasmid break at the Golden Core realm might have kept her above Alice. The exact nature of their bet was unclear, leading Alice to relinquish his elite status to teach at the Outer Campus. Alice's presence here hinted at receiving plasmid-breaking secrets, hoping to achieve breakthrough through trials. Recalling their previous encounter when Alice was still a spirit-gathering realm novice, Dalton felt nostalgic seeing how both had grown to Golden Core realm. Seemingly sensing Dalton's gaze, Alice turned and nodded in acknowledgement. Dalton reciprocated the nod with a warm smile. An hour later, 60 individuals had been assembled, exactly a third being Golden Core realm martial artists. To Dalton's surprise, the last arrival was Elias. I was in closed cultivation, but the Academy called for emergency assistance. I had to end it prematurely, Elias sighed, somewhat regretful. He was close to forming a primordial spirit and planned to break through to the primordial spirit realm soon. However, this delay wouldn't affect him much. It simply postponed his advancement slightly. Dalton smiled. Not bad. At least we won't be alone at Blackwolf City. Blackwolf City isn't a safe place. Facing constant demonic attacks, the death rate is high. You should be cautious, Elias warned earnestly. Dalton nodded. Rest assured. I'm aware. When it comes to self-preservation, you may not match me. Elias was momentarily stunned before acknowledging the truth of Dalton's words. With Jerry's protection and the ability to hide within treasures, Dalton's self-preservation skills were indeed formidable. Everyone, let's set off and reach Blackwolf City as quickly as possible, Lou Josephinian addressed everyone. At that moment, a massive beast bird descended into the square in front of the resource hall, steered by someone from the Beast Taming Palace. Without hesitation, everyone climbed onto the beast bird's back. The beast bird let out a piercing cry and soared into the sky, heading toward the Academy's perimeter. While Golden Core realm martial artists could fly, they were slower compared to high-tier beast birds. Blackwolf City was nearly 2,000 miles away, and using a 5th rank beast bird should allow them to arrive before nightfall. Dalton sat cross-legged on the beast bird's back, meditating deeply, refining the Lotus-born 10,000 Dao and spirit control technique. This would help improve the Dao patterns on his martial origin core and inscribe more refined spiritual control patterns on his flesh and bones. Becoming a true powerhouse required continuous accumulation of effort. Everyone looked around but were baffled. They were in midair, with a clear line of sight and no obstructions, yet strangely, they could not spot any sign of their adversaries. Dalton unleashed his soul power without reservation, carefully sensing the surroundings. At the same time, he activated the cavernous truth divine eye, sweeping it methodically across the area. Swoosh! Dozens of transparent arrows appeared out of nowhere, traveling at an astonishing speed. Despite the group's quick reaction to defend themselves, a few members were still struck by the arrows, with one person sustaining a severe chest wound. I see them. A glint of determination flashed in Dalton's eyes as his cavernous truth divine eye penetrated the illusions, revealing the hidden enemy. It was a concealed flying vessel with exceptional stealth capabilities that were hard to detect by ordinary means. Moreover, it moved rapidly, making it even more challenging to locate. Without hesitation, Dalton channeled the spirit Calm Dustin spell, thus manipulating the natural patterns to converge on the invisible vessel. Reveal yourself. Dalton uttered a low Calm Dustin, causing the celestial patterns to envelop the ship. Instantly, the vague outline of the flying vessel appeared before everyone's eyes. Though it remained partially concealed, it could no longer hide completely. Flames erupted from the vessel, blocking all incoming attacks. Next, a Dustin in green robes emerged, encircled by emerald-brown flames, resembling coiling fire serpents. The strong aura dustinating from him revealed his rank as an Essence Spirit Realm warrior. Scholar Hoyt, deputy head of the demon sect's Inferno Hall, Elias murmured, recognizing the Dustin. The demon sect had numerous powerful members besides the Ingerard Holy Envoys and 9 Dharmarajas. Among these were 24 Hall Masters and various deputy heads, all reaching the Essence Spirit Realm. This Hoyt was one of the newer deputy heads in the Inferno Hall. The first-rank student of Tianzi Academy, Elias. You are worthy of my personal engagement, Hoyt sneered. He generally despised fighting mere Golden Core realm martial artists, but found particular interest in confronting the Academy's top-ranked student. Elias stroked his spiritual sword and declared with steely resolve, you will be the first Essence Spirit Realm warrior I kill. Saying so, he attacked without showing fear, his battle spirit burning brightly. On the other side, Alice had already gained the upper hand over another demon sect warrior, pushing her opponent back with a decisive strike. Just then, another demon sect warrior emerged from the vessel. Dalton immediately called out to the remaining Golden Core warriors, together, attack the vessel. Leading the charge, Dalton struck first, sending a vivid green dragon flying with a single palm strike. The others followed suit, unleashing full power attacks on the vessel. The clashes between Elias, Alice, and their respective opponents raged on, but the rest of the combatants joined forces to take down the floating vessel. Boom! The vessel shook violently, fully revealing itself. A massive structure 10 zhang long and 3 zhang wide. Despite its large interior space, it contained only about a dozen individuals, all above the Golden Core realm. Seeking death, shouted the demon sect warriors, rushing out of the vessel, unafraid to clash head-on with the Tianzi Academy members. Most of these demon sect warriors were seasoned veterans in the Golden Core realm, whereas the Tianzi Academy mostly consisted of younger students lacking in experience and resources. One demon sect warrior targeted Dalton. With a wave of his hand, a mountain lifted and hurled toward Dalton. However, the plan failed as the mountain stopped short, blocked by a giant web formed from interwoven celestial patterns. Break! Dalton roared, unleashing a punch accompanied by the howling of a white tiger. The mountain shattered instantly. Moments later, thousands of fragments shot out under Dalton's control, covered in a metallic sheen, making them razor-sharp. The demon sect warrior looked disdainfully at Dalton, forming a powerful earth-yellow spiritual barrier in front of him for defense. Being of earth affinity, he excelled in defense. Boom! Despite its strength, the barrier couldn't withstand the fragments and crumbled upon impact. How is this possible? The demon sect warrior gasped, unable to believe what he saw. He was a 6th-stage Golden Core realm warrior, and logically, he should have dominated Dalton. Shocked, he quickly countered with a torrent of dark energy. He transformed stone into metal, the demon sect warrior realized, feeling even more astonished. No wonder the fragments were so lethal. Their intrinsic properties had changed, an ability that defied conventional understanding. With great effort, he used his dark energy to block the fragments, giving him a brief respite. However, the fragments transformed into flowing water, piercing through his defenses. Poot! The demon sect warrior stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. His eyes reflected regret and shock as he plummeted to the ground, having chosen a monstrous opponent from among Dustini. Unmoved, Dalton shifted his attention to another demon sect warrior, launching another attack. Back when he was only at the real core stage, he had defeated a 6th-stage Golden Core warrior, let alone now with enhanced strength in the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm. Within moments, Dalton eliminated 5 demon sect warriors, tipping the scales in favor of Tianzi Academy. Of course, the outcome depended greatly on the duel between Elias and Hoyt, along with Alice's ongoing struggle. This vessel does not belong to Hoyt, Dalton concluded after observing. His brow furrowed, concern evident in his eyes. Based on his observations, various signs indicated that the owner of the flying vessel was nearby. By deducing from Hoyt, it could be inferred that the owner of the flying vessel was likely the hall master of the demon sect's Inferno Hall, Jessup. Dalton was no longer the naive novice he once was. He had knowledge of most of the top-tier experts within the demon sect. Jessup was one of the oldest and most experienced hall masters in the demon sect, with profound cultivation and strength that ranked him among the elite of the Essence Spirit Realm warriors, not much weaker than the 9 Dharmarajas. If he were to appear, their small group would be completely outmatched. Even if Dalton summoned the Azure Flame Bodhi, it wouldn't make a difference. Chapter 298, Brutal Tactics. Get lost. Hoyt roared in anger, forcefully pushing Elias back. Then, he unleashed a powerful aura of demonic energy that swept through the area, causing all the Tianza Academy members to involuntarily step backward. The cult of demons martial artists seized the opportunity to retreat back onto the flying boat. If they continued fighting, more of them would inevitably lose their lives. However, one person couldn't escape smoothly and was intercepted by Alice, who beheaded him with a single slash. Despite being injured by Hoyt's released demonic energy, Alice wore a faint smile. Such an injury in exchange for a peak golden core cult of demons martial artist life was worth it. Hoyt's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected the situation to turn out this way. Tianza Academy had no casualties, while his side had lost 7 people. These were elite members of the Blazing Flame Hall, and such losses were something he couldn't explain to Jessup. Most confusing of all was how, despite his second stage nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't seem to handle Elias, which made no sense at all. If he could have easily dealt with Elias, annihilating this Tianza Academy team would have been effortless. Hoyt's gaze swept over Elias, Alice, and Dalton. The 7 fallen Blazing Flame Hall experts were taken down by these 3. What surprised him most was how Dalton, despite having a low cultivation level, possessed incredible combat prowess, killing 5 strong opponents alone. Naturally, Dalton sensed the murderous intent in Hoyt's eyes, but didn't take much notice. Hoyt was just one individual and couldn't threaten him. What truly concerned him was Jessup, who backed Hoyt. Furthermore, the Blazing Flame Hall wasn't limited to just Jessup and Hoyt as nascent soul powerhouses. It had a total of 5, and if they were nearby, the consequences would be disastrous. Hoyt did not continue attacking but instead released immense power, accelerating the flying boat with a protective shield surrounding it, preparing to depart and hide once again. Elias wanted to intercept, since their side was currently at an advantage. Even if they couldn't kill Hoyt, they could inflict greater losses on the Blazing Flame Hall. But Dalton stopped him. Let them go. We need to leave this place quickly. Why? Elias asked, puzzled. Dalton replied seriously, the owner of the flying boat isn't Hoyt. I suspect it belongs to Jessup, and he is likely nearby. Hearing this, Elias's expression changed immediately, understanding Dalton's concern. Move now. Head full speed towards Black Wolf City. Elias condescended loudly. Being the highest-ranked cultivator present, everyone naturally followed his lead. They were halfway between Tianza Academy and Black Wolf City, and they couldn't turn back since their mission was to support Black Wolf City. However, because of their position, sending any signals would be impossible due to the distance exceeding 1,000 miles, presenting a significant challenge. In an instant, everyone remounted the barbaric beasts, which immediately flapped their wings, soaring at extreme speed. Dalton focused entirely on the spirit mastery technique, controlling the patterns of the world around them, both to prevent sneak attacks from Hoyt and to monitor the surroundings. They're here. Soon after, Dalton's expression shifted. Moments later, everyone felt a terrifying wave of demonic energy crashing down upon them, almost suffocating them. All the real Golden Core martial artists instantly collapsed on the backs of the barbaric beasts, unable to resist. The Golden Core martial artists also struggled, barely holding on. The barbaric beasts let out trembling cries, losing control and spiraling downward. Dalton strained to stabilize them using the forces of nature. He noticed the natural forces around him had become stagnant, difficult to mobilize. Fortunately, his spirit mastery technique had special qualities, allowing him to barely tap into some of the energies. Looking behind him, Dalton saw massive clouds of demonic energy surging towards them, dark and foreboding like the sky collapsing. So strong. It really is Jessup, Elias muttered gravely. No matter how talented he was, facing someone like Jessup, he had no chance of resisting. Even if he had broken through to the nascent soul realm, it wouldn't change the outcome. Their team had yet to reach Black Wolf City and faced imminent annihilation by the cult of demons elites. It was indeed tragic. In an instant, the massive demonic energy was close, and the pressure became even stronger, overwhelming even the Golden Core martial artists, who began collapsing. Those who obey me will live. Those who defy me will die. You have 10 breaths to decide. A chilling voice echoed from the demonic cloud, reverberating in the ears of the Tianza Academy members. Elias clenched his teeth and straightened up. Kill us if you wish. Surrendering to the cult of demons is absolutely out of the question. Rather die standing than live kneeling. There are no cowards at Tianza Academy, Alice added firmly. They remained resolute, refusing to surrender no matter the threats. But not everyone shared their resolve. I will submit to the cult of demons. Please don't kill me. A real Golden Core martial artist trembled. I will submit. I submit now. One after another, people voiced their willingness to submit. Many feared death and did not want to die. Elias was enraged. Out of 60 people, 19 chose to submit to the cult of demons, including 2 Golden Core martial artists, showing no integrity at all. He longed to deal with these traitors personally, but the oppressive force held him immobile. A wise choice. You may all live. The demonic voice expressed satisfaction. These 19 individuals felt relieved, their eyes revealing joy. Blasphemy mattered most to them. Without life, everything else was meaningless. Then the demonic voice spoke again. Stubborn fools. Since you refuse to submit, you shall all die. As soon as he finished speaking, several real Golden Core martial artists flew up uncontrollably. Ayaha! Next came agonized screams. Their faces twisted grotesquely, blood seeping out of their skin and being absorbed by the demonic energy. Within moments, their bodies shriveled, their essence drained away. Finally, their spirits were forcibly extracted. Everyone watched in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Though they had heard of the cult of demons' cruelty, using Hudustan essence and spirits for their dark arts, witnessing it firsthand was shocking. Even those who had submitted shuddered, profoundly shaken by the scene. I don't want to die. I will submit. Someone couldn't bear it and changed their mind. Being forcibly drained of life force and spirit was too terrifying. Even if I die, I will never be used as your training resource, Elias roared. He refused to surrender and didn't want to suffer such a fate. Death should come with dignity. For a moment, an incredibly powerful aura burst forth from him. The Tao patterns formed through Tu Po Shanchu. Tu Po Shanchu should be clarified or properly translated, revived and emitted a dazzling light, allowing him to forcibly break free from the restraints. Then, he gathered his spiritual energy, directing it towards the martial arts origin pill, preparing to self-destruct. Given his cultivation at the Golden Core realm with Tu Po Shanchu, this phrase needs proper translation. If he were to self-destruct, not only would he die, but he could also take everyone in the Tianzi Academy with him. This way, he would cleanse the organization and grant others release, achieving two goals at once. Note, Tu Po Shanchu should be properly translated as transcending limits or similar terminology based on context. Improved version. For a moment, an incredibly powerful aura burst forth from him. The Tao patterns formed by transcending limits revived and emitted a dazzling light, allowing him to forcibly break free from the restraints. Then, he gathered his spiritual energy, directing it toward the martial origin pill, preparing to self-destruct. Given his cultivation at the Golden Core realm with transcending limits, if he were to self-destruct, not only would he die, but he could also take everyone in the Tianzi Academy with him. This way, he would cleanse the organization and grant others release, achieving two goals at once. Then, he gathered his spiritual energy, channeling it towards his martial arts origin pill, intending to self-detonate. With his cultivation at the Golden Core realm, once he exploded, not only would he die, but he could also take everyone from Tianzi Academy with him. This way, he would cleanse their ranks and relieve others of their suffering, achieving two goals at once. For a moment, he exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The Tao patterns formed by his limit-breaking condensed power awakened, emitting a dazzling light that forcibly broke free from the restraints. Then, he gathered his spiritual energy, directing it toward his martial Tao essence pill with the intent to self-detonate. Given his cultivation at the limit-breaking Golden Core stage, once he self-detonated, not only would he die, but he could also take everyone from the Tianzi Academy with him. This way, he would cleanse the ranks and grant others release, achieving two goals at once. Revised translation for better clarity and flow. For a moment, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from him. The Tao patterns formed through limit-breaking revived, radiating brilliant light, allowing him to forcibly break free from the constraints. Then, he focused his spiritual energy, channeling it towards his martial origin pill, preparing to self-detonate. With his cultivation at the Golden Core realm enhanced by limit-breaking, should he explode, he would not only end his own life, but also take out everyone from Tianzi Academy. This way, he would cleanse their ranks and release others from their suffering. A win-win solution. Chapter 299. Reinforcements arrive. Attempting to self-destruct in front of me? How naive. A disdainful voice emerged from the demonic aura. As the voice faded, a wisp of demonic energy flew out, entwining around Elias. Instantly, Elias's strength waned, his spiritual energy dispersing and unable to coalesce again. The disparity in power was too great. Any actions were futile despite his intentions. Alice's attempt at self-destruction was also detected and restrained by the same method. Do not be so eager to die. I will soon use you all to temper my demonic treasures, Jessup said with a chilling smile. He intended to take everyone back and use their living souls to empower evil artifacts. The boat appeared through the swirling demonic aura. Hoyt stood on its prow, sneering at Dalton and the others. Genius or not, they could not escape death this time. Anyone who dared oppose the demon sect would meet a tragic end. Hoyt reached out, attempting to grab them all into the boat. Everyone on the backs of the wild beasts involuntarily rose toward the boat. Suddenly, a sharp golden light cut through the sky, severing Hoyt's arm and causing demonic blood to spurt out. Then, countless rays of golden light pierced through the air, bombarding the demonic aura. They finally arrived. Seeing this, Dalton let out an inward sigh of relief. Moments later, a massive golden figure appeared in the sky, wings flapping as it emitted terrifying golden beams. At the same time, a powerful force pushed Dalton and the group along with the wild beasts away from the demonic aura. In an instant, the golden figure approached, a golden eagle. On its back rode several other formidable sixth-stage wild beasts, each radiating overwhelming power. Dalton recognized the golden eagle well. It belonged to the Miles, one of the strongest eagle kings, having cultivated to the peak of the sixth stage for dustini years. The arrival of the golden eagle and the accompanying beasts was no coincidence, but because Dalton had sent a distress signal to the Miles when he sensed Jessup nearby. His decision proved wise, and luckily, the Miles provided him with a special communication bead that could reach over vast distances. The golden eagle's arrival was timely. If they were captured by Jessup, it would be truly troublesome. Judah Hanlon Mountain, Eagle King. Jessup's voice became heavy. He did not understand why the golden eagle was here, but the current situation was undoubtedly disadvantageous for him. He knew how formidable the golden eagle was. During the demon sect's previous assault on Judah Hanlon Mountain, a Dharma king suffered severe injuries under its claws. Though confident in his own abilities, facing the eagle clearly would not yield good results. Additionally, he felt a dangerous change within the eagle, making it even more perilous. Without a word, the golden eagle launched an intense attack on Jessup. The sixth-stage wild beasts joined the fray immediately. Instantly, the overwhelming demonic aura dissipated, revealing Jessup's true form. An imposing middle-aged Dustin with eyes like tigers and an aura of deep malice. Besides Jessup, there were two other deities in the demonic aura, one male, one female, both deputies of the Blaze Hall, just like Hoyt. Why is the Judah Hanlon Mountain Eagle King here? Elias was dazed, unable to recover immediately. Dalton replied, why worry so much? At least we are saved, and now the trouble falls upon those from the demon sect. You're right, 5 against 4, and with the Eagle King present, it should give Jessup and company quite a headache. Elias laughed. Dalton's expression suddenly darkened, saying, "Capture these traitors. Once we arrive at Black Wolf City, hand them over to the higher-ups at the Academy for handling." Upon this calm Destiny acted swiftly, apprehending everyone who had voiced allegiance to the demon sect without leaving anyone behind. Their faces now resembled those of the condemned, realizing that what began as a path to survival had become a path to doom. In critical times, abandoning companions and betraying the Academy, what purpose do such people serve? They should be eliminated directly, Elias said coldly. He detested traitors, especially those willing to join the demon sect, a line crossed without a shred of morality. The demon sect wreaked havoc everywhere. One must not aid their atrocities merely for personal safety. We are not the enforcers of the Academy. We don't need to soil our hands for them, Dalton countered. Dalton makes sense. Hand them over to the Academy's higher-ups. Alice nodded in agreement. Seeing their consensus, Elias remained silent but personally placed restrictions on all the traitors to prevent their escape. He vowed to ensure they received due punishment. We cannot intervene in this battle. Let's leave quickly to avoid being affected, Dalton continued. All agreed eagerly to depart this contentious area as soon as possible. Immediately, the wild beasts soared up, changed direction, avoided the battlefield, and resumed their journey to Black Wolf City. This was also the intention of the Golden Eagle. With Dalton present, it could not fully unleash its power, fearing unintended harm. Only after Dalton and his group were far enough away did the Eagle release its full might, aiming to eliminate Jessup at all costs, following orders from the Miles. By dusk, the flying beasts finally carried Dalton and company to Black Wolf City. Watching the approaching city, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, setting down their uneasy hearts. Ported respectfully. Translation complete with all instructions adhered to, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Isai paused what he was doing, turned around, and his gaze swept over Dalton and the others. He smiled and said, "You have all come from afar. Thank you for your efforts. Given these extraordinary times, we won't be able to prepare a welcoming feast for you. The urgent task at hand is to repair this section of the city wall. Senior brother Isai, it's been a long time," Dalton greeted with a smile. Isai shifted his gaze and remarked, "Indeed, it has been a long time. In the blink of an eye, you've cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Isn't senior brother Isai also at the nascent soul realm? I'm just curious why you chose to become an elder instead of a core disciple," Dalton asked curiously. Isai replied, "Actually, there isn't much difference. I simply feel that as an elder, I can do more for the Academy. It was the Academy that nurtured me and helped me grow step by step. Now it's my turn to give back to the Academy." Upon hearing this, Dalton instantly understood. Isai's mindset was something few people could match. Achieving the nascent soul realm within 100 years and becoming a core disciple meant continuing to receive cultivation support from the Academy while enjoying considerable freedom. On the other hand, becoming an elder entailed taking on destiny responsibilities, prioritizing the Academy's needs above all else. For this reason, very few people opted to directly become elders after breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Even after the 100-year period, Destiny chose to leave the Academy rather than assume the role of an elder. Chapter 300. The Carving King delivers treasure. Senior brother Isai has lofty ambitions and a broad-minded heart, which I truly admire. When I break through, I will also learn from senior brother Isai, Elias said sincerely. Isai smiled. Then I look forward to the day when junior brother Elias breaks through to the Jameson realm. He then turned to Alice. Junior sister Alice, judging by your state, you should be quite close to breaking the limit, right? Alice replied, still some way to go. So I came to Black Wolf City to hone myself. Jerson sighed. I really envy you all, having the potential to break the limit. My talent lies in sigil patterns, but I have no potential for that kind of breakthrough. Being able to reach the Jameson realm within 100 years largely depended on his skill with sigil patterns, but using them to break through was not very likely. Do people not envy your talent for sigil patterns? In the future, when you become a top-tier 6th-rank sigil master as powerful as Milton, you can still dominate the world, Elias remarked. Back when Milton battled the Immoblazon Beast King at Tianze Academy, it was in. As for the rest, they stayed behind to help repair the severely damaged city walls. Rebuilding the walls wouldn't be too difficult, but they needed to incorporate spiritual materials and inscribe sigils to ensure strong defensive power. Junior brother Dalton, please assist me in inscribing the sigils, Isai requested. Dalton agreed. Sure, please instruct me on how to proceed. Isai immediately provided detailed instructions, confident that with Dalton's talent in sigils and his Dao cultivation reaching the golden core stage, his sigil skills must be excellent and could offer great assistance. Soon, Dalton got busy inscribing sigils alongside Isai and other sigil masters to repair the damaged walls. With a sigil brush in hand, Dalton sketched sigils at an astonishing speed, far exceeding the average sigil master. Even Isai admired him. However, the damage to the walls was extensive, and even with high efficiency, it would take considerable time to fully restore them. Dalton immersed himself in this task, treating it as an opportunity to study sigils further. After several days of intense work, the walls were finally mostly restored, giving Black Wolf City formidable defenses once more. Junior brother Dalton, you completed 1/3 alone. Well done, Isai said with a smile. Dalton responded. Repairing the walls earlier means everyone can relax sooner. No one else was around, preventing eavesdropping. Inside the courtyard, they sat down in a pavilion within the garden. To ensure safety, Dalton cast a boundary barrier to block all surveillance. Then he prepared tea, pouring a cup for the Golden Eagle and himself. Second Mountain Lord, I failed to capture Jessup, the Golden Eagle admitted guiltily. Smiling, Dalton replied, that's not your fault. Jessup is a seasoned top-tier expert, hard to kill, with numerous survival tactics. Your timely rescue means everything to me. Thank you, Second Mountain Lord. It's my duty, the Golden Eagle insisted. Though Jessup escaped, his elite forces from the Blaze Hall were eliminated, and the flying vessel fell into my hands. One reason for my visit is to present you with the vessel. The Golden Eagle then produced the vessel, now palm-sized, and handed it to Dalton. This item was his most precious war trophy, a rare flying treasure, yet useless to him. Being a peak 6th rank bird, possessing incredible speed, he didn't need external aids. If he successfully practiced the secret technique Dalton taught, evolving into a gold-winged great pong eagle, his speed would only increase. Fortunately, Hoyt controlled the vessel. If it were Jessup, interception might not have been possible. Thank you, Carving King. Dalton gratefully accepted the vessel, finding it intriguing and potentially useful upon refinement. Second Mountain Lord, you're too kind. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The Golden Eagle stood up, preparing to depart. This being a Whoduston city under Tianze Academy's jurisdiction, he shouldn't linger too long. Dalton then presented a jade bottle and 3 Ingerard God Dawn crystals. Carving King, this bottle contains blood madness pills that boost potential, suitable for sharing among Judah Hanlon Mountain's Beast Kings. These 3 crystals aid body tempering. Keep one, give one to my elder brother, and another to Fox King. Thank you, Second Mountain Lord. The Golden Eagle gratefully acknowledged, understanding the significance of the gifts meant for Hewitt. Dalton remembered the kindness of Fox King, so he included him as well. Translation ends here for chapter 300. Please let me know if you need further assistance or have more text to translate. Tell my elder brother that when I have time, I will go to Judah Hanlon Mountain to drink with him, Dalton said. The Golden Eagle nodded and then left. Black Wolf City wasn't very far from Judah Hanlon Mountain. As long as he could spare the time, it would be easy to get there. But that was clearly not possible in the near future. He needed to first ensure Black Wolf City returned to normal and settle down again. Watching the Golden Eagle leave, Dalton waved his hand to retrieve the flying vessel, eager to study it. This object seemed quite extraordinary to him, and the Devil Sect had yet to uncover all its hidden secrets. Please let me know if you need further assistance or have more text to translate. ###Chapter 301. The 5-element celestial boat. The boat had an ancient design, bearing the marks of time, clearly indicating its venerable age. Dalton, after observing it for a while, began to employ a unique refining technique, enveloping the entire boat with ethereal divine fire. As time passed, peculiar phenomena started to dustinifest on the boat. Mysterious and intricate patterns emerged, vaguely materializing on its surface, taking tangible forms. After a long while, Dalton stopped and withdrew the ethereal divine fire. The boat reappeared, significantly transformed in appearance. At the prow was an intricately detailed vermilion bird, while at the stern stood a pitch-black tortoise. On the left side coiled a blue dragon amidst clouds and mists, and on the right, a ferocious white tiger snarled with mouth agape. Along the bottom of the boat, a winding python swam in turbid yellow springs. Indeed, this is the 5-element celestial boat. To think it ended up here in this region, a gleam appeared in Dalton's eyes. The 5-element celestial boat was an artifact from the upper realm, crafted by the hands of the Hal himself. He stored the 5-element celestial boat in his ethereal storage, nourishing it with his spiritual energy. He needed to establish a close connection with it, ideally awakening its spirit and gaining its acknowledgement to fully calm Dustin it. However, the 5-element celestial boat had been door-dustant for too long, and its spirit was deeply asleep. Awakening it would require patience. Just as Dalton planned to rest, Elias and Alice arrived at his residence. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed their troubled expressions. Senior brother Elias, senior sister Alice, what's wrong? What happened? Previously, he had to call Alice Minter, but now that he was also at the Golden Core realm, he addressed her as senior sister. Dalton invited them into the courtyard as he asked, "What do you mean? Do you not know yet?" Elias responded. More puzzled, Dalton asked, "Know what?" He had just returned and hadn't had time to inquire about anything else, unlike Elias and Alice, who had gone to rest earlier. The punishment for the traitors has been decided, but it's infuriating, Elias said angrily. Dalton sensed something amiss. Is the punishment biased? Not just biased, it's outrageously lenient. Lewis said we're in need of Dustin power now, and they were mind-controlled by Jessup using demonic powers, not really betraying the Academy. In the end, they only got 3. This? Alice hesitated. Dalton placed the crystal in her hand. Take it. We're both from the Western Branch Academy. We should support each other here in the Northern region, especially during these critical times. And here's a 5th-grade plasmid-breaking pill. Take it when you're ready to break through. It will increase your chances and make the process smoother. Alice wanted to refuse, but Elias interjected. Since Dalton offers it, accept it. He won't ask for repayment. If you're uncomfortable, you can follow me and contribute alongside him. Alice blinked in surprise. Follow Dalton? That was odd phrasing. I'm serious. I've committed to following Dalton. Whatever he does, I support, Elias insisted. Alice looked at Elias with confusion, but ultimately accepted the gifts. Thank you, she said. After some more conversation, Elias and Alice left, eager to improve their cultivation levels. Dalton returned to his room to meditate, recovering his spent mental energy. He seized the opportunity to study runes and reflect on recent experiences. For him, recovering mental energy was much easier with various mystical techniques. Thus, Dalton resumed his practice, ready for the challenges ahead. In Dalton's view, studying runes might become the breakthrough for cultivating the soul extreme change. Therefore, in the following days, he would dedicate a lot of time and energy to runes. Moreover, runes indeed had Dustini wonderful applications, sometimes even more useful than martial techniques. Since he had talent in this area and the assistance of a rune spirit, it was natural that he should not let this ability go to waste. This feeling. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, withdrawing from his cultivation state. He Minroy Ly sensed something. Note, Minroy Ly should be translated as keenly or sharply for better fluency. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, withdrawing from his cultivation state. He keenly sensed something. Moreover, runes indeed had various marvelous uses, sometimes even more practical than martial techniques. Since he had an aptitude in this area and also had the assistance of the rune spirit, it was natural that he should not let this talent go to waste. This feeling. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditative state. He acutely sensed something. Dalton believed that studying runes could be a breakthrough for cultivating the extreme soul transformation. Therefore, he planned to dedicate much of his time and energy to runes in the future. Moreover, runes indeed had destiny practical applications, sometimes even more useful than martial techniques. Since he possessed talent in this area and had the assistance of a rune spirit, it would be a waste not to pursue it. This feeling. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. He Ly sensed something unusual. Note, the word Ly seems out of place in English. I will correct it. This feeling. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. He Ly sensed something amiss. Note, to improve fluency, Ly should be replaced with a more natural English term. This feeling. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. He sharply sensed something amiss. Chapter 302, Treacherous Clouds. In an instant, a powerful barrier enveloped the entire residence, completely isolating it from the outside world. The visitor does not bear good intentions. Dalton immediately understood. Not good. Dalton's face changed in an instant. At that moment, an enormous fireball appeared out of nowhere, descending like a star with terrifying speed, harboring an unimaginably fearsome force. Boom. The fireball exploded, releasing destructive power that turned the whole residence into ashes in a split second, leaving nothing behind. Without a doubt, this was a deadly move aimed at vaporizing Dalton along with the residents. It must be said, the fireball's power was truly terrifying. Even top-tier gold core realm martial artists would struggle to withstand it. After some time, the destructive forces gradually dissipated, revealing the now scorched earth where the residents once stood. What was once an elegant Dustintion now left no trace behind, replaced by a huge crater filled with boiling magma. Seemingly confirming Dalton's death, the person who secretly acted withdrew the barrier and silently left. Instantly, the residual waves of destruction spread out, creating chaos in all directions, making quite a stir. What happened? In an instant, numerous figures soared into the sky, converging towards the destroyed residence. This area housed Dustintions specifically arranged for the Gold Core Realm martial artists of Tianza Academy. Who did this? Elias angrily dustined. He never imagined that after he and Alice had just left, Dalton would encounter such an attack. From the scene, it was clear that the attacker first used techniques to seal off Dalton's residence before destroying it. That's some formidable destructive power. It must be at the Soul Ancestor Realm level, Alice remarked somberly. She tried to capture the assailant's lingering aura but found none. The attacker was thorough, leaving no trace. Whether it was the barrier or the attack method, they were all clearly done using spirit talus dustins, not personal strength, making it impossible to trace the source. Who dares to commit murder in this area? It seems that even being in Blackwolf City isn't safe. Today Dalton is attacked. Who knows if it could be us tomorrow? Is it the demon sect? Are there demon sect experts hiding in the city? But why single out Dalton? This matter isn't so simple. The crowd of Gold Core Realm martial artists discussed fervently, their hearts restless and emotions fluctuating greatly. Mainly because Dalton's experience made them reflect on themselves, fearing they might suffer the same fate. Such an ambush was almost impossible to guard against, and few among them had the confidence to protect themselves. One of our best talents cultivated by the Academy. What a pity. It proves that one should still keep a low profile. He killed 5 Gold Core Realm martial artists from the demon sect on his way here. It's likely he was already targeted. A light voice floated over. No matter how you heard it, this statement carried a tone of gloating. Elias angrily asked, "What do you mean? Isn't it true? Offending the demon sect too much, facing their retaliation is quite normal. You too should be careful as well," the person replied without any fear of Elias. Elias's eyes glinted coldly. "Traitor, shut your mouth. Don't think someone protecting you means you can act recklessly." That person was none other than Sunny, Lou Elder's nephew, one of the traitors who previously volunteered to submit to the demon sect. This was Sunny's cousin and Lou Elder's own son, Cannon, also a Gold Core Realm martial artist. At this critical moment, he couldn't stand aside or his father's reputation would suffer. Elias replied coldly, "You think I won't dare?" He disliked the entire family. The upper story crooked led to a crooked lower story. None were good. Why the commotion? What happened? At the tense standoff, a voice interrupted. "Dalton." Everyone turned, revealing surprise. They thought Dalton had perished along with the Dustintion. How could he appear unscathed? Was all that destruction just to ruin Dalton's residence? "Dalton, are you okay?" Elias immediately asked with concern. Only Elias knew Dalton possessed a mystical artifact that allowed him to survive the attack of a 6th-ranked Soul Ancestor Realm expert in the Heavenly Python Ridge. In the chaos earlier, he had momentarily forgotten this detail. Dalton shook his head. "I'm fine. I didn't expect my place to be gone when I came back. Was this a warning?" Hearing this, everyone realized it made sense. Few believed Dalton could survive such a fearsome attack, except for Elias and Alice. Elias knew more, while Alice remained puzzled. Seeing Dalton, Sunny and Cannon's expression subtly changed, showing evident surprise. What happened? Just then, Isai arrived, followed by 2 other elders, one stout Dustin, Lou Elder, and a tall Dustin in black, Josephine Elder. Naturally, Dalton recounted the events briefly since it involved him. Daring to act so recklessly in Blackwolf City, it's too audacious. This incident must be thoroughly investigated, Isai declared immediately. Constance added, "Be cautious in the future. We don't want to give anyone opportunities. But you shouldn't worry too much. If they dare act again, I will personally apprehend them." "Eat away. Everyone return to your duties and maintain order in Blackwolf City," Lou Elder Dustined seriously. With his long-held authority, people dared not disobey. In moments, everyone dispersed, returning to their residences. Dalton, come stay with me. Senior sister Alice is right next door. We can look out for each other, Elias said to Dalton. Dalton nodded. Then I'll be a bother. What bother? Blasting alone is lonely. Having company will make it more lively. Let's go. Elias immediately led the way. Dalton followed without hesitation, and Alice trailed closely behind. From start to finish, the three of them never glanced at Lewis, treating him as if he were air. After watching everyone leave, Isai then spoke to Elders Josephine and Lou. I plan to set up a sensing Talus Dustin array in this area to prevent the criminals from making any further moves. Please assist me, Elders. Of course, Constance responded. Lewis replied indifferently, agreed. Isai wasted no time and immediately got to work. Delay was not an option. Another similar incident could cause chaos in Blackwolf City. In that case, faced with internal and external threats, Blackwolf City would be in peril. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 303. Willingly accompany. Dalton, what exactly happened? Do you know who attacked you? Elias asked seriously. He didn't believe Dalton had just avoided the attack by going out, nor did he believe anyone would use such terrifying methods to specifically destroy Dalton's residence. Dalton frowned slightly and said, I was in close seclusion when I suddenly sensed danger and hid. The person who made the move was very cautious, leaving no traces. However, I still Dustinaged to catch a hint of his aura. Who is it? Elias immediately followed up. Dalton replied, someone who follows Sunny. Upon hearing this, Elias instantly recalled and quickly pictured a face in his mind. A very ruthless Dustin with a scar on his face resembling a centipede. One look at him left an indelible impression. This Dustin was highly cultivated, reaching the peak of the Golden Core realm, and his Taoist practice was also profound, clearly indicating he had been at this realm for Dustini years. However, his martial arts talent was limited, and his hope of reaching the primordial spirit realm was slim. In this region, the probability of a peak Golden Core realm martial artist breaking through to the primordial spirit realm was extremely low. 10 might not even have one successful case. Do not underestimate the numerous primordial spirit realm experts in various major forces. They were all accumulated over an extensive period, the legacy of 1,000 years. So why don't you announce it publicly? Elias asked puzzled. Dalton shook his head and said, it would be useless to say so because I lack evidence. It would only alert the snake from its hiding place. Are you just going to let it go like that? Elias frowned deeply. Dalton smiled faintly and said, of course not. If he wants to kill me, how can I let him off? Wait and see, he will eventually fall into my hands. And the troublemaker Sunny cannot be spared. I believe this is certainly related to him behind the scenes. He could tell that the fierce-looking Dustin showed clear respect towards Sunny and Cannon, and unsurprisingly, he should be a member of the Liu family. He even suspected if the elder Liu instructed this behind the scenes. After all, based on their influence, Sunny and Cannon might not have been able to calm Dustin the person to do this. I hope it has nothing to do with him, Dalton thought inwardly. If it involved an elder, things would get complicated, which would definitely not be good news for Tianzi Academy. That's why I previously suggested annihilating them, but you protected them. Regretting now, aren't you? Elias sighed regretfully, shaking his head. What he could not accept most was betrayal. He had zero tolerance for traitors. Dalton said, not regretful. Those who wreak havoc must pay the price they deserve. If there's genuine repentance, then perhaps a second chance could be given. Forget it, I can't argue with you. I'm going into seclusion. Not reaching the primordial spirit realm really makes one feel stifled. Elias's eyes were full of annoyance. Thinking about Lewis's pretentious appearance, it made him uncomfortable. Just because he has more seniority, why act so superior? Dalton went into seclusion as well. His previous cultivation had been interrupted, and his exhausted spirit had yet to fully recover. However, he was much more cautious this time, activating the Talus Dustin spirits to set up a special sensory barrier around him, unwilling to be attacked again without any warning. During the previous attack, he had immediately hidden himself within a treasure cave and silently left on the 5-element sky boat after the seal was lifted, creating the illusion that he returned from outside. Otherwise, appearing out of nowhere, he would have exposed Dustini of his secrets. After spending some time, Dalton's spirit was completely restored, and he gained a deeper understanding of the Talus Dustin patterns. With nothing else pressing, he continued his seclusion, studying the Talus Dustin patterns, delving deeper while making use of his optimal state. He combined the basics learned in the Talus Dustin Pattern Hall with the advanced Talus Dustin patterns passed down by his ancestors, achieving excellent results in cultivation. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Talus Dustin Jade and the Talus Dustin Spirits, he mastered any pattern almost instantly, making his learning efficiency incredibly high. Dalton felt his talent in Talus Dustin patterns might be even better than in martial arts. This further solidified his resolve to take the path of Talus Dustin patterns, aiming to break through to the 9th layer of soul mutation to aid his martial arts cultivation. Half a month after Dalton's seclusion, he received an order to go out and deal with a group of demon cult martial artists. It was reported that a large contingent of demon cult martial artists was active in the forests 100 miles outside Blackwolf City, though their intentions remained unclear. Those assigned to Blackwolf City were not only responsible for defending the city but also patrolling vast surrounding areas to guard against sudden attacks from the demon cult. The previous attack on Blackwolf City was due to inadequate patrols, allowing the demon cult to exploit the loophole. The young Dustin, having only recently attained the Golden Core realm, was barely at the first level. Brother Dalton, looks like we are paired together. The skinny youth scratched his head and said. Though he had joined Tianzi Academy earlier than Dalton, Dalton's higher cultivation meant he still called him brother. Dalton chuckled and replied, with our lowest cultivation levels, it's understandable that others didn't pair with us. Let's go check that area. The thin youth was named Ives. Based on Dalton's observations during the journey, Ives wasn't allied with Wesley and his crew. This is my first time venturing out since reaching the Golden Core realm. I hope to return alive, Ives prayed. Going on missions was dangerous. No one dared guarantee they would return unharmed. Strength was crucial, but sometimes luck played an equally important role. Dalton reassured, "Don't worry, we will surely return alive. The demon cult is nothing to fear. If we encounter them, we'll eliminate them. Rumor has it that your squad was attacked by the demon cult on your way here, Brother Dalton. You killed 5 Golden Core Realm demon cultivators. I admire you immensely." Ives gazed at Dalton with admiration. He had been in Black Wolf City for several years, but hadn't accomplished much. He did fight some demon cult disciples, but failed to slay any. When Black Wolf City was breached previously, he participated in the battle and was seriously injured, but it also broke his constraints, helping him reach the Golden Core Realm. His purpose of training in Black Wolf City could be considered achieved. Dalton smiled faintly and said, "Killing 5 Golden Core Realm members of the demon cult isn't a big deal. To shake the demon cult's foundation, we need to slay their primordial spirit realm experts." Note: in maintaining the paragraph structure, I've adhered to the original format while ensuring a fluent and coherent translation. The demon cult had Destiny primordial spirit realm experts, far more than Tienza Academy. This was the backbone of their audacity. More importantly, the demon cult possessed numerous top-tier primordial spirit realm experts. The cult leader, Ingerard Holy Messengers, the 9 Great Law Kings, and the 24 Hall Masters. All were exceptional figures, each capable of standing on their own. Unfortunately, the Golden Eagle failed to kill Jessup. Otherwise, it would have inflicted a significant blow to the demon cult. Senior Brother Dalton. Shoo. Ives wanted to say more, but Dalton silenced him with a gesture, then pulled him to a stop, concealing their figures behind towering ancient trees. Chapter 304, Beyond Reason. Boom. A terrifying wave of demonic energy struck, shattering the towering ancient tree where Dalton and Ives were hiding. Was this a trap set in advance? Dalton frowned slightly. He had been careless and failed to notice the trap in time. The attack wasn't fatal, but exposed their position. Who's there? A thunderous shout echoed. The demon sect martial artists who had been searching through the mountains turned around, scanning for any sign of Dalton and Ives. Senior Brother Dalton, I've already sent the message, Ives said. Dalton sighed softly. Sending a message? It was unlikely anyone would come to their aid. Now he understood. Wesley, Cannon, and others didn't intend to take action personally, but rather planned to use others as tools, and Ives was clearly dragged into this by him. He even suspected they might be collaborating with the demon sect. Otherwise, why would the direction left for them to investigate have demon sect martial artists present? Or perhaps they had already gathered all the intelligence beforehand and specifically laid this trap. There were more than 10 demon sect martial artists before them, all at the Golden Core Realm, with the strongest one being at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. As Dalton's thoughts raced, a demon sect martial artist rushed forward, a 4th level Golden Core cultivator. Clearly, the demon sect group underestimated Dalton and Ives, thinking that any single person could easily overpower them. Be careful. With those words, Dalton erupted into action. The White Tiger mystical art activated, unleashing fierce claw beams that tore apart the space in front of him. In just one moment, the 4th level Golden Core demon sect martial artist hadn't even reacted when he was torn to pieces, blood staining the sky. Seeing this, Ives's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Dalton was extraordinary, but instantly killing a 4th level Golden Core martial artist was simply too astonishing. Looking for death. The other demon sect martial artists immediately flew into a rage upon seeing their comrade killed, swiftly attacking Dalton. Even before they reached him, strands of demonic energy coiled around like chains. Dalton fearlessly charged forward, breaking all the demonic chains with his powerful claw beams. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, an incredibly lifelike white tiger leaped out, radiating terrifying murderous and oppressive auras. The demon sect martial artist's pupils constricted, hastily retreating while trying to fend off the attack. But his retreat was too slow. The white tiger caught up in an instant, and he couldn't resist, spewing blood upon impact. How can you be so strong? The demon sect martial artist was utterly shocked. Despite his 6th level Golden Core strength, he was being overwhelmed by a 2nd level Golden Core cultivator. Realizing something was wrong, another demon sect martial artist moved to help. Dalton's gaze flickered with determination. He secretly channeled the Supreme Sword Bone and unleashed the void-shattering sword finger, a brilliant sword beam shooting from his fingertips. The target was the incoming supporter. With no way to evade, the Dustin could only brace himself. Snap. His wide-bladed demon sword shattered under the sword beam's power, followed by his body being pierced, gushing blood. Boom. Centered on the wound created by the sword beam, chunks of flesh exploded, forming a massive hole through his body. Though Golden Core martial artists are incredibly resilient, such severe physical damage meant certain death. Simultaneously, the White Tiger also shredded another demon sect martial artist. Everything happened so quickly that the other demon sect members couldn't react in time. Who are you? The lead demon sect martial artist asked grimly. Within seconds, 3 of his men were dead, an unexpected turn of events. Dalton replied coolly, Tienza Academy, Sword Pavilion, Dalton. So it's you, the leader said with recognition. He had heard of the name before, associated with the significant disturbance a few years ago that revealed the Barbarian King sect. Capturing you and sending you to the Barbarian King sect should fetch a good price, the leader sneered. Dalton remained cold. That depends on whether you have the ability. Arrogant, let me see if I can capture you myself. The leader's eyes turned icy, conjuring a huge demonic hand from demonic energy, striking at Dalton lightning fast. Dalton once again used the void-shattering sword finger, releasing an even more dazzling sword beam. Swish. The sword beam, impossibly sharp, sliced the demonic hand into 2 halves. The demonic hand exploded back into demonic energy, engulfing Dalton. But moments later, black flames rose from his body, quickly burning away all the demonic energy into nothingness. Then, the black flames transformed into a phoenix, spreading its wings and striking through the air. Its speed was extreme, warping the space it passed through. Boom! The leader unleashed a tyrannical palm strike, colliding with the phoenix, creating a violent shockwave spreading in all directions. The surrounding demon sect martial artists recoiled in alarm, yet some were still hit by the shockwave, spitting blood on the spot. Just the residual force was so powerful. It was easy to imagine how devastating the direct collision was. Ives watched in astonishment. For a second-level Golden Core martial artist to be this strong was unimaginable. Seeing it firsthand was beyond belief. To him, Dalton was a monster, not bound by ordinary logic. The leading demon sect martial artist was also surprised but kept his composure, believing everything was still under control. Swiftly channeling his magic power, he condensed a colossal demonic mountain with demonic energy and celestial power, pressing down on Dalton from above. Dalton struck out with a palm, summoning dozens of dragon shadows soaring upward. Boom! The demonic mountain exploded into countless fragments scattering everywhere. Flash! The leading demon sect martial artist closed in instantly, delivering a straightforward punch. His cultivation focused on enhancing his physical prowess, making him excel in close combat. Dalton reacted quickly, countering with a punch, colliding directly with his opponent's fist. Despite his lower cultivation, Dalton's body was incomparably tough, akin to top-tier 5th-grade spirit armaments, unafraid of direct confrontations. For a moment, they fought fiercely, each blow carrying immense power capable of cleaving mountains and splitting rocks. Bang! Both simultaneously punched, hitting each other's chests. Under the tremendous impact, both staggered backward, neither gaining any advantage. Blood trickled from the corner of Dalton's mouth, indicating injury, yet his aura grew stronger, his fighting spirit undiminished. The leading demon sect martial artist was also suffering, his internal organs damaged, causing his chi and blood to churn violently. Fight! Dalton roared and pounced again. He relished such intense battles, secretly activating his runic spirit to inscribe the spirit patterns in the air, which he then covered with the celestial and earthly traceries using the spirit control technique. To be honest, if not for his recent significant improvement in runic arts, he would not have been able to accomplish this feat. Annihilate! As Dalton's voice fell, the rune array burst into countless rays of golden light, crisscrossing and filling the space within. Ah! Piercing screams echoed one after another. In the face of the rune array's formidable destructive power, all the demon sect martial artists appeared frail and defenseless. In an instant, blood splattered within the rune array as the demon sect martial artists were sliced into pieces by the golden light, painting a brutally gory scene. Chapter 305. The hawk awaits behind. Now no one will disturb us. Let's continue. Dalton looked at the remaining martial artist from the demon sect, his body emitting a fierce fighting spirit. Now that all obstacles had been removed, there was no one left to interfere with their battle. The eyes of the demon sect martial artist were unusually heavy. He had intended to rally his companions to deal with Dalton, but they were all eliminated by Dalton in an instant, a situation he never foresaw. He could feel the existence of rune formations surrounding him, blocking all possible escape routes. Aside from fighting Dalton to the death, he had no choice. All hill. From the wreckage emerged two figures, none other than Wesley and Cannon. Without a word, Dalton dust manipulated the water to entwine around the two. Wesley struck with a palm, releasing a torrent of blazing flames that rapidly evaporated the water. Water typically overcame fire, but if the fire was potent enough, it could reverse this relationship. Dalton, with a thought, conjured the netherworld Pure Land, channeling its black waters towards Wesley. This black water originated from the abyss of black waters and was associated with the Zoltan, making it extraordinarily pure and quite compatible with the black tortoise technique. What's going on? Why is senior brother Dalton being attacked by Wesley? Ives was confused and didn't understand what was happening. He noticed that Wesley must have arrived earlier but remained hidden until now, waiting for the right moment to act. Unexpectedly, when he finally acted, it wasn't against the demon sect martial artist but rather against Dalton. Stop. You can't act so recklessly. Though frightened, Ives spoke out to intervene. Cannon turned his gaze towards Ives, revealing a sinister expression as he waved his hand and sent a golden light flying. Ives was startled and tried to defend himself. However, the disparity in strength between them was too great. The golden light easily pierced his body, leaving a gaping hole. Cannon's blow was viciously aimed at Ives's heart, clearly intent on killing him. But surprisingly, after sustaining the attack, Ives did not collapse, and no blood gushed from the wound. Hearts grow on the right side sometimes, Cannon observed with astonishment. Typically, hearts are on the left, but exceptions do occur where hearts grow on the right. Belonging to this rare category, Ives avoided a fatal wound. Understanding this, Cannon immediately struck again, determined not to miss this time. Whoosh! A vine suddenly appeared, wrapping around Ives's body and dragging him away, evading Cannon's next attack. Dalton, you're barely holding on yourself. Isidrat, you still try to save others? Cannon sneered. Dalton said sternly, your reckless actions and fratricide. Aren't you afraid of being exposed and punished? As long as we kill you all, who would know what happened here? Sacrifices are inevitable in dealing with the demon sect. Cannon's smile widened. In comparison to slaying so dustini demon sect martial artists, sacrificing 2 people is nothing. Clearly, he had prepared an explanation to justify not only attacking Dalton, but also taking credit for Dalton's accomplishments. Dalton dragged Ives closer and used the reversal art to help staunch the bleeding and stabilize his injuries. Thank you, senior brother Dalton. Ives thanked him hurriedly. Dalton shook his head. I've involved you in this. They came for me, and you should have quietly fled. That's not right. Although I'm weak, I won't abandon my comrades to save myself. Ives replied earnestly. Though weak, he was certainly not a coward. If he were, he wouldn't have volunteered for training in the northern region, preferring the safety of the western region main campus. Dalton's eyes showed appreciation as he deeply regarded Ives. This courage made him admire him even more. In such perilous times, someone willing to stand beside him moved him greatly. Findust in nature indeed was complex and unpredictable. No need for empty words. Both of you will die today, Wesley coldly declared. With his words, a powerful barrier quickly formed, enveloping the Hundredjong area. Dalton was not unfamiliar with this sight. At Black Wolf City, Wesley had used this barrier to seal off his residence before activating a terrifying spirit Talus Dustin. However, this time, Wesley chose to attack directly without using the Talus Dustin. Here, he held no reservations and was evidently confident in his abilities to personally defeat Dalton. The barrier's purpose was solely to prevent Dalton from escaping. Last time, you Dustin aged to escape. This time, luck will not be on your side. Wesley, with murderous intent, swung a giant flaming axe towards Dalton. Dalton immediately drew the Azure Spirit Sword and met Wesley head-on. Empowered by the Supreme Sword Bone, he unleashed the Annihilation Sword Scripture, each move tyrannical and deadly, seeking to destroy everything in sight. Wesley far surpassed the 9th-ranked Golden Core Realm martial artist in cultivation and offensive prowess. Dalton didn't dare be careless, employing full strength from the start. Each of Wesley's strikes carried immense force, something most could not withstand. Even Dalton felt his arms go numb, acknowledging his inferiority in raw power. Die. Cannon, wielding a spirit sword, lunged at Ives with lethal speed. This time, he intended to personally stab Ives' heart, allowing no room for error. Unfortunately, unexpected events unfolded once again. A golden celestial wolf abruptly appeared, blocking Ives and catching the incoming spirit sword in its mouth. Just a recently 5th stage beast dares to challenge me? You're asking for death, Cannon sneered, filled with contempt. Infusing his blade with powerful spiritual energy, he released devastating sword chi to eliminate the golden falcon. Isidrot, this fearsome sword chi did no harm to the golden falcon but was instead swallowed whole. Immediately after, the golden horn atop the falcon's head glowed, releasing brilliant golden light. Cannon's expression changed as he abandoned the sword and swiftly dodged, unwilling to take the hit at close range. His swift reaction, however, couldn't prevent the golden light from grazing his shoulder, sending him flying backward. His clothing tore, exposing the protective armor underneath. Though the armor had deflected the blow, he still felt excruciating pain in his shoulder, as if his shoulder bone had cracked. He was someone who feared hardship immensely. Though his cultivation had reached the Golden Core realm, he had never placed much importance on physical body training, making his physique rather frail. Without the armor to protect him, the previous strike would likely have destroyed half of his body. A woo! The golden falcon let out a long howl to the sky, and instantly a pair of golden wings sprouted from its sides. The wings shimmered with a sharp, lethal edge, as if forged from divine metal, each feather capable of slicing through space. The golden falcon showed no mercy at all, flapping its golden wings and slashing toward Cannon like heavenly blades, aiming to end the battle swiftly. Chapter 306, Unexpected Complications. Seeing Bentley charging fiercely, Javier hastily summoned a silver shield to block the incoming attack. Under the influence of his spiritual power, the silver shield rapidly grew larger, completely shielding him. Clang! Bentley slashed at the silver shield with its golden wings furiously, pushing Javier backward repeatedly. He couldn't hold out at all. How could this brute beast's attack be so strong? Javier was dumbfounded, beginning to question life. Dalton's strength was already extraordinary, but for his tamed brute beasts to be just as insane was really unfair. Spit. Javier spat out blood, and despite the protection of the silver shield, a terrifying force still passed through it and inflicted considerable damage on him. If this continued, he would not be able to last much longer. He had initially looked down on Bentley, but now he was thoroughly humiliated. Die. Resigned to his fate, Javier sent out a sword Talus Dustin. Instantly, a heavenly sword light emerged, slashing towards Bentley. Unperturbed, Bentley opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green flames that collided with the heavenly sword light. The intense green flames melted the sword light instantly. The green flames naturally came from Judong Finoaren, stored inside Bentley as a self-defense measure, although unexpectedly used now. Whoosh! The green flames did not extinguish but fell onto the silver shield, continuing to burn fiercely. The fire from Judong Finoaren was extremely powerful, turning the silver shield red-hot within moments and showing signs of melting. Javier's eyes narrowed in shock. This was a top-grade tier 5 spirit tool made of exceptional materials, yet it couldn't withstand the flames? Within moments, the silver shield melted entirely, its 5 layers of spirit patterns reduced to nothingness. Javier screamed in terror, "Bob Fong, save me!" He had lost all courage to face Bentley, feeling an overwhelming fear. Hendrik, who was fighting Dalton intensely, changed expression upon hearing the plea. If anything happened to Javier here, the consequences would be severe. Trying to break free from Dalton, Hendrik attempted to aid Javier. "You should take care of yourself first." Dalton's icy voice echoed. The netherworld Pure Land extended silently, restraining Hendrik with a strange force, restricting his movements. Then, he heard a melodious yet perilous stream-like sound. As the netherworld dustinifested, a profound force acted upon Hendrik, shaking his soul and making it uncontrollably leave his body. Hiss! Tungsha emerged from the netherworld, revealing its tongue and releasing eerie waves. Contact with these waves further destabilized Hendrik's soul. Thankfully, his willpower was strong enough to resist complete extraction. Dalton inwardly thought that using the netherworld's soul summoning technique against a peak Golden Core Realm expert was too ambitious. Despite failing to extract Hendrik's soul, it significantly affected him, accomplishing its purpose. Dalton then activated the Divine Sorrow Pagoda, spreading an invisible force. Fin. Hendrik's unstable soul suffered another blow, leaving his mind blank. Seizing this opportunity, Dalton launched the Void Fragmentation Swordfinger and Ethereal Godlight simultaneously. Despite quickly regaining clarity, Hendrik was too late. His heart was pierced by the Void Fragmentation Swordfinger, and his head penetrated by the Ethereal Godlight. With 2 fatal wounds, even the toughest life force had no chance but to die. Meanwhile, Bentley pounced on Javier, finishing him off swiftly. Regardless of any background, anyone opposing Dalton met their end. Ives watched from afar, stunned. He had assumed certain death, but now saw the situation reverse. Dalton breathed a sigh of relief, collecting treasures from Hendrik's body and preparing to burn his corpse with ethereal divine fire. Boom. Suddenly, the ground exploded, releasing terrifying demonic aura. Reacting swiftly, Dalton infused his soft armor with spiritual power and deployed the ethereal domain. Even so, he was still blasted away by a blast of demonic aura. At this moment, the protective barrier covering the area was shattered. Puff. Dalton spat out blood, mixed with internal organ fragments. That strike had severely damaged his organs. If not for the tier 6 soft armor, his body might have exploded. An Origin Soul Realm expert. Dalton immediately understood. He hadn't expected a hidden Origin Soul Realm demon sect expert underground, resulting in an ambush. Outside the broken barrier, the other 6 people from Black Wolf City gathered together. Oh no, it's an Origin Soul Realm demon sect expert. Their faces turned pale as they tried to flee. They had been waiting outside for news, but instead faced such a terrifying presence. However, the demon sect expert had already targeted them. A wave of demonic aura wrapped around them. Next, they screamed in agony as their essence and blood were rapidly drained. Within moments, they became mummies, unable to escape even their souls. Bring him over. Dalton shouted loudly. Simultaneously, he fully utilized Tingsha mystical art to sink the earth, temporarily suppressing the emerging demonic aura. Without hesitation, Bentley lifted eyes with its mouth, flapping its golden wings to reach Dalton swiftly. No longer hiding his capabilities, Dalton summoned the 5-element celestial boat, bringing Bentley and Ives inside. Instantly, the boat's defenses formed a strong barrier, isolating them from the outside world. The celestial boat then concealed itself, merging with the void, moving quietly. In Dalton's hands, the celestial boat was more powerful than it was in Jessup's. The only problem was that his cultivation level was still too low. Even though he could control the celestial boat fully, the power he could unleash was limited. Boom. Powerful demonic aura struck the celestial boat, causing it to reappear. However, the celestial boat's defenses remained intact, unpenetrated by the demonic aura. Seeing no escape, Dalton's gaze hardened. He unleashed the 4 symbols mystical art and Tingsha mystical art, activating the celestial boat. Instantly, the 4 symbols and Tingsha inscribed on the boat awakened, entangling the incoming demonic aura. Enhanced by the celestial boat, Dalton's mystical art's power increased dramatically, elevating his combat capability. For the moment, Dalton held back the demonic aura, but he still couldn't escape. The demonic aura in the area intensified, forming an ocean that sealed off the region, leaving no place to hide. Dalton frowned deeply. The situation was dire. While they could hide within treasure artifacts without being caught, if these artifacts fell into enemy hands, it would be problematic. If it came to that, escaping from the artifact wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, the demonic aura above condensed into a giant hand, slamming down forcefully like Mount Tai collapsing. Boom. The celestial boat endured an unimaginable impact, sinking directly into the ground. Despite its protection, Dalton and his companions were disoriented, and Ives fainted outright. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately transported Bentley and Ives into a treasure artifact. In this situation, they wouldn't be much help outside. With a thought, he summoned Judong Finno Aaron. Since there was no escape, he could only fight it out. Although he felt the hidden demon sect expert underground was extremely formidable, and Judong Finno Aaron would likely not be a match, he had to give it a try. Boom. The 5-element celestial boat landed deep underground. There was an expansive space here, filled with an extremely dense and sinister aura that gave off an eerie feeling. You, who are you? How did you come to possess Jessup's flying boat? A cold voice came from the darkness. Dalton was not surprised at all. Jessup frequently used the flying boat, and the demon sex experts were naturally familiar with it. Even though its form had changed slightly, its essence remained the same. He roughly guessed the identity of his opponent, possibly a hall master of the demon sect. Otherwise, no one would dare address Jessup by name so directly. Chapter 307. Necropolis. Do you think hiding in your flying boat will make it impossible for me to deal with you? The hidden demon cult powerhouse sneered, a formidable pressure permeating the air. Boom. A demonic seal flew out of the darkness and smashed heavily onto the 5-element skyboat. The seal carried an exceedingly terrifying power, with malevolent energy overflowing. With just one blow, it left the 5-element skyboat's protective barrier riddled with cracks. It was evident that another hit would inevitably shatter the barrier. Dalton's heart sank to his stomach. This situation left him no choice but to retreat into his treasured artifact. Director Zhao, what are you doing? Just then, a very displeased voice echoed from deeper within the darkness. The demon cultivator, about to launch a second attack, paused. A small rat has intruded. I am resolving it. Dalton wanted to retort. This was hardly his intrusion. He was forced into this place unwillingly, or he would have long retreated if not for their interference. You're causing too much disturbance, affecting us. If there's a mistake, can you bear the responsibility? The voice sounded again, filled with rebuke. The demon powerhouse was naturally unhappy but did not retort as he was under orders to cooperate fully with the others, knowing better than to cause trouble. Seizing this opportunity, Dalton repaired the 5-element skyboat's protective barrier and propelled it at extreme speed through the underground. He had already sensed something peculiar about this place, which might present a rare opportunity for him. Damn. Seeing Dalton escape with the 5-element skyboat, the demon powerhouse felt greatly annoyed. Had that person not interfered, he would have subdued Dalton by now. Unfortunately, he could not act recklessly anymore and had to resort to gentler means, which were frustratingly ineffective. Without hesitation, he accelerated, chasing after the five-element skyboat. As a spirit realm powerhouse, his speed was impressive, but the skyboat was faster, momentarily outrunning him. Hold him back. The demon powerhouse roared. Those hiding in the shadows obviously did not want Dalton to wreak havoc, so they immediately attacked. However, their attack missed as the five-element skyboat vanished unexpectedly, leaving them grasping empty air. Bam! A loud noise reverberated. The five-element skyboat had crashed into a stone wall. The immense impact caused violent vibrations throughout the entire underground space. Oh no! The face of the person who had attempted to intercept the skyboat changed drastically, realizing the gravity of the situation. Sure enough, in the next moment, strange phenomena occurred in the entire underground area. Eerie light edustinated from naturally formed secret patterns, and ghostly energy surged like tidal waves. What have you done? An enraged voice boomed out. In the next instant, several figures darted out hurriedly from a hidden cavern. Trouble. The demon powerhouse also realized that a significant problem had arisen. If he had known, he wouldn't have lured Dalton in but would have taken care of him outside instead. Mistakenly thinking Dalton was an insignificant figure completely within control, he had clearly underestimated the situation. The palace's prohibitions have been activated. The ancient corpses will awaken. We must leave immediately, someone said gravely. Yanni, let's go. We don't have time. Someone urged. In another cavern, a gaunt old Dustin was busy inscribing mysterious runes on a suit-clad ancient corpse using specialized Talus Dustin ink. He had almost finished, except for the head section. To give up now would mean all previous efforts would be in vain, and if the corpse underwent any anomalies, controlling it would become incredibly difficult. Block all the ancient corpses and buy me some time. The Blazendin condescended sternly. Hearing this, the others had no choice but to steel themselves and fight defensively outside. At this point, the ancient corpses had awakened and began emerging from the caverns. These corpses, though dead for countless years, showed no signs of decay due to the nurturing yin-chi they absorbed, becoming extremely powerful. Boy, since you dared to disrupt things, let me dispose of you first. Furious, the demon cultivator extended a spectral hand towards the five-element skyboat. The recent collision had shattered its protective barrier. The Gustav stood in front of Dalton, spitting fierce flames that enveloped the incoming spectral hand. Hold off for a while, Dalton said. Simultaneously, he secretly activated the netherworld seal in his hand, beginning a certain secret art. At this point, he had mostly figured everything out. This was a necropolis containing numerous ancient corpses. Those busying around were likely from the Profoundine sect, attempting to control all the corpses via a secret method. His unexpected arrival had disrupted their plans, and the presence of the demon sect members implied a covert alliance with the Profoundine sect, suggesting some undisclosed agreement between them. The Gustav bared its teeth, fiercely eyeing the distant demon cultivator. It acknowledged being inferior in strength, but knew it could temporarily impede him, making it difficult for the cultivator to reach Dalton. The demon cultivator did not relent. His sole focus was on eliminating Dalton, regardless of how Dustini ancient corpses emerged. Isidrat the Carissa's steadfast defense, despite repeated blows forcing it backward, prevented Dalton from being reached. Meanwhile, a horde of ancient corpses poured out of the caverns, charging toward the profound insect members, seemingly intent on breaching their cave. Undoubtedly, the corpse the Blazendin sought to control was of considerable importance, and likely held significant origins. Facing such a vast number of corpses, even the 8 profound insect powerhouses felt intimidated, releasing their cultivated battle corpses and in spirits for defense. But the number of these was far less compared to the overwhelming ancient corpses, making their struggle increasingly challenging. If not for Dalton disrupting their plans, they could have quickly controlled the entire horde. Being besieged by their own controlled corpses felt utterly humiliating. Before long, Dustini of their cultivated fighters and in spirits were torn apart, causing immense distress. Yanni, we can't hold on any longer. We need to retreat now, someone anxiously urged. They did not wish to become food for these ancient corpses, an incredibly grim fate. Roar. As the profound insect members prepared to withdraw, a deafening roar erupted from the cavern behind them. A terrifying aura followed, causing palpitations. Gulp. Some couldn't help swallowing nervously and slowly turned around. Suddenly, a towering ancient corpse emerged in full view, clad in armor, radiating overwhelmingly powerful death energy. Its might surpassed Dustini peak spirit realms experts. Without a doubt, this was a corpse king, a pinnacle existence in this realm. Of course, in terms of techniques, this corpse king couldn't match the 10,000-year-old corpse king from Bayou Town. Still, for the Profoundine sect, such a corpse king was invaluable and could serve as a legacy power source. Feeling the corpse king's dominance, the other ancient corpses instantly calmed down, retreating backward, Dustini bowing their heads in submission to the corpse king. Seeing the gaunt old Dustin standing beside the zombie king, the powerful figures from the profound insect couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They understood that Yanni had succeeded in gaining timely control over the zombie king. Although it was only preliminary control, it was sufficient to handle the current situation. On the contrary, Dalton and the Gustav were undoubtedly in for serious trouble. Truly incompetent. Seeing the skeletal old Dustin standing beside the zombie king, the experts from the Josephinian Een cult couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They understood that Yanni had succeeded and had timely taken control of the zombie king. Although it was just preliminary control, it was sufficient to handle the current situation. On the contrary, Dalton and the Blue Flame Bodhi were undoubtedly in for serious trouble now. Truly incompetent. Upon seeing the demon cult's experts failing to subdue the Blue Flame Bodhi, disdain could not help but flash across the skeletal old Dustin's eyes. In the next moment, under his control, the zombie king moved into action, carrying with it terrifying zombie gas as it pounced towards the Blue Flame Bodhi, aiming to end the farce as soon as possible. Seeing that the powerful figures from the demon cult were unable to subdue the Gustav, disdain flickered in the emaciated old Dustin's eyes. In the next moment, under his control, the zombie king sprang into action, charging towards the blue flame Bodhi with terrifying corpse gas, aiming to put an end to this farce as soon as possible. Translation. Seeing the Blazendin standing beside the corpse king, the profound insect's powerhouses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They understood that Yanni had succeeded in timely controlling the corpse king. Though it was just preliminary control, it was sufficient to handle the current situation. On the contrary, Dalton and the Gustav were undoubtedly in big trouble now. Truly useless. Seeing their failure to subdue the Gustav, the Blazendin couldn't help but show disdain in his eyes. In the next moment, under his control, the corpse king moved into action, carrying terrifying corpse chi towards the Gustav, aiming to quickly end this farce. Chapter 308, Driving a Horde of Corpses. Feeling the terrifying aura dustinating from the corpse king, the Arvin couldn't help but feel suffocated. His body froze and became somewhat uncontrollable. Howl! The Arvin let out a long howl, revealing its fierce gaze which wiped away any fear within, confronting the corpse king head-on. Since it had promised to block for Dalton in front, no matter the cost, it would never retreat. Roar! Just as the Arvin was preparing for a life-or-death battle, the previously calm ancient corpses suddenly started to become agitated again, launching attacks indiscriminately. The Blazendin frowned, temporarily ceasing his attack on Dalton and the Arvin. He redirected his control over the corpse king to intimidate the horde of corpses. Otherwise, things would get very complicated. The corpse king immediately flew back, releasing a powerful aura that covered all the ancient corpses with overwhelming pressure. However, this time it was ineffective. The ancient corpses were not intimidated, acting like they had gone mad and entering a frenzied state. Not only did the experts from the mystical insect and devil sect come under attack, but even the corpse king became a target. Though the corpse king was formidable, it could hardly withstand so dustini opponents. It was quickly overwhelmed by the multitude of ancient corpses. What's happening? The Blazendin's heart sank, completely unable to understand the situation. With the current state of affairs, he could only release his own trained warriors and spirit entities to block the tidal wave of attacking ancient corpses. At this point, he wanted to retreat, but there was a problem. The corpse king was being held down and could not be taken away. Forcing him to abandon the corpse king was something he clearly didn't want to do. What worried him most was that if the secret patterns controlling the corpse king were destroyed, he would lose control over it. Most of these ancient corpses were at the golden core stage level. Still, their bodies were extremely tough, comparable to 6th rank magical artifacts, making them hard to damage. Thus, after being repeatedly beaten back, they charged forward once again, truly fearless of death. Arf! A tanjal sounded as one member of the mystical insect was knocked to the ground by an ancient corpse and was being ferociously torn apart, obviously not going to survive. Revised. A scream echoed as a member of the mystical insect was knocked to the ground by an ancient corpse and was being ferociously torn apart, clearly not going to survive. In the critical moment, he chose to abandon his physical body, allowing his martial arts primordial core wrapped around his soul to escape. However, before he could flee, he was grabbed by an especially powerful ancient corpse and devoured whole, chewed up and swallowed. In the blink of an eye, this person's martial arts primordial core and soul were shredded and swallowed by the ancient everywhere. Although the corpse king was also thrown back, it remained unharmed thanks to its extraordinarily tough body. However, after this powerful impact, the control seals on the corpse king significantly dimmed, with Dustini directly obliterated. Come back. The Blazendin exerted his full strength using the remaining control seals to bind the corpse king. The corpse king's body trembled, instinctively resisting, but ultimately succumbed to the control seal's restraint. Just as the Blazendin was about to reclaim the corpse king, he failed to notice a murky imprint quietly slipping into the corpse king's skull. The next moment, the corpse king was sealed into a stone coffin by the Blazendin, using a corpse-restraining talus Dustin. Leave. Having successfully recovered the corpse king, the Blazendin wasted no time and chose to retreat. With a large number of ancient corpses either killed or stunned, now was the best time to leave. Given the sheer number of ancient corpses continually emerging from caves, he had no choice but to withdraw. He dared not risk staying and fighting a prolonged battle. Within the short period while he was sealing the corpse king, 2 more experts from the mystical insect were devoured by the ancient corpses. As for the combat corpses and spirit entities he released to fight against the ancient corpses, the losses were significant, causing those mystical insect experts considerable distress. But now was not the time to mourn. Having a chance to retreat was already fortunate. The Kashin also suffered terribly, his body covered in corpse blood, with wounds on his neck and arms caused by the ancient corpses. Each of these ancient corpses contained extremely fearsome corpse poison. Now, with the poison invading his body, it caused considerable harm. If he couldn't purge it soon, it would cause significant trouble. His gaze scanned the corner, only to find that Dalton and the Arvin had already vanished without a trace. Damn. The Kashin was furious. He knew that Dalton had killed all his subordinates left outside, and then entered to cause such chaos, yet Dalton managed to escape in the end, infuriating him. In the blink of an eye, both the Devil Sect and mystical insect experts rushed out of the underground palace, fleeing as fast as they could. Ironically, the mystical insect specialized in corpse control, yet now they were being pursued by a horde of ancient corpses, a scenario that would surely become a laughingstock if it got out. But compared to mockery, life was far more important. At this moment, a large number of ancient corpses emerged from the underground palace, relentlessly chasing after them. Wherever they went, plants withered, turning the once lush mountain forest into desolate, dead land. For a moment, the underground palace grew eerily quiet. The concealed 5-element celestial boat reappeared, with Dalton sitting inside, his face pale, looking exhausted. To control so dustini ancient corpses at once was really difficult. Almost lost control, said Dalton, utterly weary. Earlier, he had utilized the underworld seal to forcefully drive all the ancient corpses in the underground palace to attack the experts from the Devil Sect and Mysticaline Sect. Despite paying a hefty price, his mind almost depleted and soul strength drained. The effect was quite satisfactory. Without his identity as an underworld messenger, escaping would have been much harder. Bodhi, protect me while I meditate. I need to recover. Dalton instructed the Arvin. The Carissa nodded silently. Dalton did not rush out. In the current situation, the underground palace was the safest place. No one should dare enter. However, the squad sent by Heavenly Talent Academy was nearly wiped out. Lewis would likely notice soon and might personally investigate. But Dalton was not afraid. This underground palace was highly problematic and still dangerous despite the circumstances. Pushing aside distractions, Dalton focused on running the void-returning Heim Sutra through the void vessels, drawing various unique energies from special spaces. Now, the void vessels connected to 4 special spaces, including the wood spirit realm, containing vast amounts of vital wood essence. This aligned with his recent breakthrough to the golden core realm. When he broke through to the golden core realm, another gain was the expansion of the inner space of his cave-formed treasure. Its diameter expanded from 20,000 feet to 30,000 feet, revealing more terrain and features. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low to uncover the hidden secrets of the cave-formed treasure. At present, the soul energy from the primordial soul realm and the vital wood essence from the wood spirit realm were most beneficial to Dalton, nurturing his soul and restoring his vitality at the same time. Dalton was also activating the nether seal, drawing strands of mysterious power from the nether underworld located in some indeterminate realm, integrating this power into his own soul. Only this kind of power could fully compensate for his soul's depletion without leaving any lingering side effects. These secret techniques were passed down from the ancient emperors. Otherwise, if he had to figure them out on his own, who knows when he would have mastered them. Thus, standing under a big tree does indeed provide a cool shade. If he were truly just an inexperienced nether messenger, he would probably end up foolishly working for the nether underworld without getting any benefits. Of course, his ability to draw power from the nether underworld was something he only recently gained. It wasn't possible before. He exerted all his effort to control the ancient corpses, unexpectedly further mastering the nether seal, which could be considered turning misfortune into good fortune. Note: I've maintained the original structure and meaning while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous context. The names are kept consistent with pinyin transliteration. ##### Chapter 309. Ultimate Corpse of Utmost Een. As the peculiar power from the netherworld continuously flowed into him, Dalton felt an incomparable comfort in his soul, as if soaking in warm spring water. His excessively depleted soul essence rapidly recovered. At a certain moment, he sensed a massive tremor in his soul. His essence underwent a wondrous transformation, making his perception of the world clearer than ever. Broken through to the 9th layer of soul spirit transformation, Dalton rejoiced internally, finally reaching the highest level of soul spirit transformation as he wished. He was well aware that such rapid breakthroughs were largely due to absorbing the unique power from the netherworld, a pleasant surprise indeed. With this breakthrough in soul spirit transformation, Dalton drew even more rapidly on the strange powers from the primordial soul world and the netherworld, accelerating his soul essence's recovery. Of course, reaching the 9th layer was not the end. He still needed to strive for its great perfection, where his soul would be able to coalesce a perfect primordial spirit. Phew. Dalton exhaled deeply, withdrawing from his cultivation state. Though not yet at his peak, he was no longer in dire straits and did not have to worry about lingering side effects. Leaving? Asked the Gustav. Standing up, Dalton shook his head. Not yet. There's still work to be done. You can return now. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Gustav back into his treasured artifact. Knowing that the Gustav preferred cultivating over roaming, he did not object. Next, Dalton retracted the 5-element celestial vessel and wandered through the mausoleum in person. Through the nether seal, he had already discerned destiny secrets within this mausoleum. This place was a rare corpse-nourishing land. Even ordinary beings buried here after death could grow exceedingly powerful. Additionally, this area was peculiar. It could extend via the earth veins, relocating corpses over a vast area into the mausoleum, explaining the large number of ancient corpses within. These emerged ancient corpses were just a small fraction. More slept in slumber, weaker, and not meeting the conditions to awaken. Wandering freely like the master of this place, Dalton easily bypassed any talus dust and restrictions using the nether seal. Soon, he entered an extremely secluded cavern, the core of the mausoleum, unexplored by any Josephinian insect experts. Before him was a peculiar small pool, filled with immensely dense corpsine energy, even liquefied into icy black water. In the pool floated a tiny figure, enveloped in the black water, resembling a fetus in its mother's womb, accumulating such formidable corpsine essence to give birth to an ultimate corpse of utmost een. Truly remarkable, Dalton praised, eyes gleaming with admiration. This phenomenon was incredibly rare, usually requiring a vast grave-nurturing land to produce an ultimate corpse of utmost een. Given the modest scale of this place, it indicated the exceptional nature of the region. Upon closer inspection, the ultimate corpse of utmost een was nearly fully formed, ready to emerge. Without hesitation, Dalton extended his left hand, activating the nether seal to condense a special mark, which he directed into the pool. The mark met resistance from the ultimate corpse of utmost een, struggling to resist, but it was too weak to fight back. Within moments, the mark embedded itself into the corpse. Done. From now on, you'll be my corpse's ward general, Dalton smiled. Having imprinted it beforehand ensured complete control over the ultimate corpse of utmost een, allowing free access to the netherworld. It's time to handle business, Dalton murmured solemnly. The Josephinian sect had already discovered this place. Ignoring it would lead to severe consequences. Imagine if they controlled all the ancient corpses and refined them into combat corpses using secret techniques. The sect's strength and danger would drastically increase. Thus, he needed to address the issue and eliminate the threat at its root. Instantly, he activated the nether seal to open the nether path. As the path opened, the returning ancient corpses arrived. Take them all to the Yama Mountains, Dalton instructed the nether soldiers emerging from the nether path. They threw invisible chains, binding all the corpses in the mausoleum instantly. The pool nurturing the ultimate corpse of utmost Een was also lifted by 2 nether soldiers. Removing this pool disrupted the entire grave nurturing site, causing it to revert to a mundane state. A desired outcome, ensuring the Josephinian Een sect couldn't plot further. Watching the ancient corpses being hauled away by nether soldiers into the nether path, Dalton felt at ease. Sending so dustiny ancient corpses to the netherworld must be a significant achievement. I need to accumulate more merits for greater authority, Dalton mused. Since becoming a nether envoy, he wanted to do it well for his own benefit. After resolving everything, Dalton departed the mausoleum and silently returned to Black Wolf City aboard the 5 Elements celestial vessel. Near Black Wolf City, he retracted the vessel and freed Ives, still unconscious. Considering their safety, he used soul power to subtly modify Ives' memory, preventing potential leaks, a protective measure for both. Awakening Ives, he heard him cry out in terror, "So dustiny ancient corpses." Predictable due to implanted memories of terrifying corpse emergence scenes, Dalton calmed him. "We're safe now. We escaped, and the academy is ahead." Gradually, I've stabilized, albeit still fearful. "Thank you, Brother Dalton. Otherwise, I'd have died in that forest." Ives expressed heartfelt gratitude. Dalton replied, "As comrades, we must support each other. Unfortunately, we couldn't save the others. That's not your fault. They were outnumbered by demons and Josephinian Een sect members, plus the ancient corpses. Surviving was our lucky break." Ives sighed, visibly injured. Both bearing injuries intentionally kept visible, they quickly returned to Black Wolf City to submit the mission. For prudence, he contacted Isekai first. In a grand palace, the 3 elders overseeing Black Wolf City convened. "What happened? Why only the 2 of you?" Lewis asked sternly, sensing unease. Dalton responded, "We ventured into the forest but encountered demonic warriors. Unexpectedly, there were multiple golden core teams, and even a spirit realm expert. Worse, there were countless terrifying ancient corpses underground, seemingly linked to the Josephinian Een sect. We fought the demonic warriors when the corpses emerged, disrupting everything. Everyone scattered. Only Junior Stanleyu and I survived." His account was partly true, hard to detect discrepancies. "And the others?" Lewis pressed anxiously. Dalton shook his head. "I don't know. Why didn't you send a distress signal as soon as you escaped?" Lewis questioned sternly. Dalton replied, "We certainly wanted to seek help, but our identity Talus Dustins malfunctioned and couldn't be activated. They still aren't working." As he spoke, he extended his hand for the 3 elders to inspect. Isai, being a 6th-stage Talus Dustin master, was naturally most proficient in this area, so he examined it immediately. There indeed seems to be an issue. They appear to have been impacted by some powerful force, Isai mused. This, of course, was Dalton's doing. He had discreetly used the strange power from the underground palace to affect both his and Ives' identity Talus Dustins, rendering them temporarily ineffective. Before returning, Dalton had meticulously planned everything to ensure no loose ends could be seized upon. In truth, although he had killed Cannon and Wesley, it couldn't be blamed on him. It was entirely due to their reckless actions. "Check their life Talus Dustins immediately," Lewis reacted, issuing orders at once. Immediately, someone rushed to the designated storage area for the life Talus Dustins. Moments later, the person returned, trembling. "They're all dead. How could that be?" Lewis was momentarily stunned. He regretted letting Cannon act recklessly. If he hadn't, this wouldn't have happened. With a flash, he left the palace and then Black Wolf City. He intended to personally visit that forest area to investigate the truth. Deep down, he harbored suspicions and did not fully believe what Dalton had said. After all, out of the 10 people sent, 8 belonging to his lineage were dead, while only Dalton and Ives survived. A coincidence too improbable to ignore. Chapter 310. Obstinate and unyielding. "Dalton, you and your companions should tend to your injuries. There's no need to worry. Constance and I are here. Nothing will happen." Isai spoke to Dalton. Though Constance did not say anything, she nodded at Dalton. While Constance often refrained from interfering in matters, she was the strongest individual in Black Wolf City, thus her word carried great weight. With the reassurances from Isai and Constance, Dalton had no further qualms. He promptly left the palace with Ives. "Junior brother Judihu, take this pill. It will help you recover quickly," said Dalton as he handed a pill to Ives outside the palace. Ives accepted it without any fuss, replying gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother Dalton. If there is anything you need of me in the future, don't hesitate to ask. After you're healed, let's gather again," Dalton smiled. Thereafter, they parted ways and returned to their respective residences. Entering his courtyard, Dalton noticed that Elias's room door remained tightly shut, indicating he was still in seclusion. "Senior brother Elias must be about to break through soon," Dalton murmured to himself. By sensing the surrounding elemental energies, he could deduce Elias's state. Breakthrough could occur any time. Upon entering his room, Dalton took a healing pill and began running the Guiyuan technique to expedite his recovery. His injuries seemed severe but were mostly healed already, posing no serious concern. Just as Dalton focused on healing, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended upon him, startling him awake. Stepping out of his room, he saw Lewis hovering midair, glaring fiercely at him, radiating an imposing presence. "Dalton, admit it. Wasn't it you who conspired with the devil cult to kill Braden and the others?" Lewis barked angrily down at him. Despite the oppressive aura, Dalton didn't bow or flinch. Meeting Lewis's gaze directly, he said respectfully yet firmly, "Lewis, you can't accuse me without evidence." "Want proof?" Let my men search your soul, and we'll surely find it, Lewis replied dominantly. He had already inspected the scene where only chaos and destruction prevailed, leaving no clues behind. Isidrat, suspicion lingered in his heart. Primarily because all 8 members of his lineage were dead, while the weakest Dalton and Ive survived, raising doubts. Frowning, Dalton retorted coldly, Lewis, although you are an elder of Tienza Academy, you have no right to randomly probe the minds of students. Not willing to undergo soul-searching proves you're guilty. Now, I will suppress you first. Lewis's eyes flashed menacingly as he prepared to attack. Hold it. At that moment, a loud shout echoed. Isai and Constance arrived simultaneously, blocking Lewis. Seeing them, Lewis remained unbending. This boy is highly suspicious and might be a spy planted by the Devil Cult. To prove his innocence, he must undergo soul-searching. On the way to Blackwolf City, Dalton killed 5 Golden Core Realm Devil Cultists. How could he possibly be associated with the Devil Cult? Isai countered. Lewis sneered. Who knows if it wasn't a ruse to gain our trust? The Devil Cult is cunning and uses every trick in the book. Lewis, don't you think it's unreasonable to speculate so rashly? Isai frowned. Academy's rules and don't act recklessly. Finf, what if I insist on searching their souls? Lewis sneered. His determination was unwavering. Even with Isai and Constance intervening, he wouldn't be deterred. His beloved son died mysteriously, and he would not rest until he sought justice. Dalton's eyes turned icy cold. Old Dustin, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? If you intend to ruin my martial foundation, I will never let it go unpunished. Not just you, but the entire Liu family will pay a heavy price. Soul-searching was not a casual affair, highly perilous, risking damage to one's spiritual core, affecting future cultivation. Given Lewis's attitude, it was evident he aimed to harm him regardless of finding any incriminating information. Thus, Dalton decided to confront head-on, abandoning any reservations. Daring to threaten me means you're courting death. Lewis's eyes grew even colder as he raised his hand to strike Dalton. Without hesitation, Constance blocked Lewis's attack. Do you truly intend to protect him? Lewis's gaze turned icier. Constance sternly replied, Lewis, remember your position. If you persist, I will have no choice but to subdue you and send you back to the academy for the principal's judgment. This is your doing. Enraged, Lewis sent word to the Liu family. Reaching this point, he could not afford to back down, otherwise, what authority would he retain? The Liu family headquarters was not far from Blackwolf City, merely hundreds of miles away. Reinforcements should arrive shortly. Isai and Constance exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They also prepared to alert the academy. They couldn't allow Lewis to act rashly, or the consequences could be dire. Feel free to send messages. Blackwolf City is over 2,000 miles from the academy. Even if reinforcements arrive, it will be too late, Lewis sneered. Isai's expression changed. He looked at Dalton and said, let's go. Want to leave? Not happening. Lewis's eyes gleamed maliciously. Immediately, the defensive array of Blackwolf City activated, sealing the city completely, allowing no entry or exit. Guarding duties mainly fell under Lewis's responsibility, so naturally, he held control over the array. He had anticipated Isai and Constance's interference, making preparations ahead. Upon his comm dusted, his subordinates activated the protective array. When reinforcements from the Liu family arrived, they would lift the protective seal. Lewis, have you considered the repercussions of your obstinacy? Isai's face darkened. His mood soured. He never imagined Lewis would act so extremely and irrationally. Lewis retorted coldly, whatever the consequences, I will bear them. The Liu family cannot protect you, Isai said gravely. I advise you to immediately deactivate the protective array and not involve Liu family's powerful members. Some responsibilities you simply can't bear. While Tienza Academy was indeed very tolerant, some fundamental principles could never be violated. Senior Liu sneered coldly, after this matter, I will withdraw from Tienza Academy. Unlike you, I wasn't nurtured by Tienza Academy and have the choice to join or leave as I please. Do you think Tienza Academy would wage war with the Liu family over this? He was an externally recruited elder, merely cooperating with Tienza Academy. From the start, he hadn't planned to stay there for life, only wanting to leverage its resources to enhance himself. In recent years, his cultivation had barely progressed. If not for controlling Blackwolf City's power, he might have left Tienza Academy long ago. Now that he was pushed to extremes, he disregarded everything. He had resolved that regardless of Dalton's involvement in his son's death, Dalton must die for it because if not for Dalton, his son wouldn't have left Blackwolf City. Fear not, you won't be going back to the Liu family, Dalton interjected suddenly. Senior Liu glared fiercely, Blassel beast, boasting with words won't help you now. No one can save you this time. Then we'll see, Dalton retorted, sitting down to continue healing his injuries as if Senior Liu didn't exist. What's happening? Why does Senior Liu want to kill Dalton? It's rumored that Senior Liu's son went out on a mission with Dalton and didn't return. Senior Liu vents his fury on Dalton. Dalton is in trouble this time. From the looks of it, even elders Josephine and Qian might find it hard to protect him. But why is Dalton so calm? Does he have some means of self-preservation? The surrounding Gold Core realm martial artists discussed among themselves but secretly, wary of provoking Senior Liu, who appeared as unpredictable as a rabid dog. No one wanted unnecessary trouble. Even though they found Senior Liu detestable, they lacked the strength to do anything. In the martial world, arguing relied heavily on power. Simplified, justice often favored the strong. At this moment, the second strongest member of the current Liu family, the great elder of Liu family, was speeding towards Blackwolf City. The Liu family had 2 peak 9th stage essence spirit realm experts, and he was one of them. He was also young, having cultivated for less than 300 years, demonstrating exceptional martial talent. In the near future, he would undoubtedly take charge of the Liu family. Suddenly, the Liu family's great elder sensed danger and turned his gaze. A streak of golden light tore through the sky, rushing towards him at incredible speed. Thousand Forest Mountain, Larry, the Liu family's great elder muttered, recognizing the intruder. In an instant, a massive golden eagle appeared beside him, exuding formidable energy that pressed down on the Liu family's great elder. Greetings, Larry. Why did you intercept me? The Liu family's great elder asked politely. Though he was at the 9th stage Essence Spirit Realm, he clearly knew the gap between him and the golden eagle. It was best to avoid conflict. The golden eagle looked down, its sharp eyes focused on the Liu family's great elder. Where are you headed? To be honest, my destination is Black Wolf City, replied the Liu family's great elder truthfully. You need to change your destination, the golden eagle responded. Why is that? The Liu family's great elder asked puzzled. Our mountain lord wishes to invite you to Thousand Forest Mountain for a discussion on certain matters, the golden eagle explained. An invitation from the mountain lord? But the Liu family's great elder was startled and hesitated. The golden eagle showed displeasure. What? Are you rejecting our mountain lord's invitation? The Liu family's great elder paled. He dared not offend the Miles, the supreme ruler among beasts in the vast northern domain. Not only him but the entire Liu family couldn't afford to offend him. If he angered the Miles, the Liu family would face dire consequences. Yark couldn't be contacted either, being in close seclusion unless something major happened. Only the Liu family's great elder could reach the patriarch during this time. What's happening? Senior Liu felt both angry and uneasy. Isai and Constance also exchanged glances. Considering the distance from the Liu family to Black Wolf City, aid should have arrived already. Why was there no sign? If they waited longer, Tianza Academy's elite would arrive, this outcome they hoped for. Only Dalton knew the situation, having received news from the Miles. All the Liu family's troubles had been taken care of. According to the Mountain Lord, not a single expert from the Liu family would appear in Black Wolf City. Despite its proximity to the Liu family, Black Wolf City was closer to Thousand Forest Mountain. In terms of support, Senior Liu's was far weaker than Dalton's. Without the Miles needing to act, the Golden Eagle alone could intimidate the entire Liu family. Deactivate the protective array immediately. Suddenly, a voice roared. Isai, Constance, and Senior Liu all turned to look outside. Vice Dean Josephine. Seeing the arrival, Isai and Constance couldn't hide their delight. Senior Liu's face fell. He knew serious trouble loomed as Tianza Academy's representative had come. Liu Elder, please stop resisting and deactivate the protective array immediately. You know very well what Deputy Dean Josephine's temper is like, Constance said, trying to persuade him. Liu Elder did not say anything but transmitted a message to his confidants to deactivate the protective array. He was fully aware that Black Wolf City's protective array would be hard-pressed to withstand Deputy Dean Josephine's attack, and it could not remain active for an extended period. Before long, the city's source stones would be depleted. Deputy Dean Josephine immediately stormed into the city and berated Liu Elder. Burke, what do you think you're doing? Do you still respect the rules of the Academy? Not only are you planning to unjustly harm an outstanding student of the Academy, but you also activated the Black Wolf City protective array without permission. Do you know how serious this offense is? Dalton must be involved in my son's death. What's wrong with wanting to perform a soul search on him? Activating the Black Wolf City protective array was merely to prevent Elders Chen and Josephine from spiriting him away. Now that Deputy Dean you have arrived, please handle this matter for me, Liu Elder argued boldly. In his view, he had done nothing wrong. Not only should Deputy Dean Josephine not punish him, but he should also help resolve Dalton's case. At this moment, Dalton finished healing and stood up, flying into the air. He first bowed respectfully to Deputy Dean Josephine, then said, Liu Elder, I haven't been in Black Wolf City for long and never crossed paths with Cannon. We had no enmity or grudge. Why do you think I would harm him? And what benefit would I gain from harming him? We inspected the place where we carried out our mission. The situation there is clear. If you truly wish to avenge your son, go after the Devil Sect and the Profound Insect, not by placing all the blame on me. As he spoke, a strong look of disdain appeared in his eyes. His opponent was undeniably a bully who feared strong opponents and picked on the weak. Afraid to confront the Devil Sect and the Profound Insect, he dared to imagine that Dalton was a pushover. Deep down, Dalton held nothing but contempt for such people. Although indeed Dalton and Bentley eliminated Liu Bobbing and Cannon, if not for their own rash actions, things wouldn't have escalated this far. Ultimately, they brought it upon themselves. Dalton felt no guilt and saw nothing wrong with his actions. Hashtag chapter 312, a thunderclap on a clear day. If you have nothing to hide, why are you afraid of a soul search? Lewis said with a cold snort. Dalton couldn't help but laugh. According to your logic, if I suspect you of having issues, should you also unconditionally accept a soul search? Right now, I suspect you of colluding with the Devil Sect. Would you be willing to accept a soul search to prove your innocence? Nonsense. I have been in charge of Black Wolf City for destiny years and fought countless battles against the Devil Sect. How could I possibly collude with them? Lewis immediately roared in anger. Dalton burst into laughter. So what if you've been in charge of Black Wolf City for destiny years? It's possible you used this position to work for the Devil Sect, especially when Black Wolf City was strangely breached last time, and the protective array was under your control. I suspect you're the real mole. I request that Vice President Josephine makes a judgment. If Lewis agrees to a soul search, then I have no objections. With Vice President Josephine present, he had no reservations and directly expressed his stance. Upon hearing this, Lewis was speechless, not expecting Dalton to play this card. He didn't really care about whether Dalton had any problems. He just wanted Dalton to pay for Cannon's death. The soul search was just an excuse. In fact, if Isai and Constance hadn't interfered, he would have already killed Dalton with one slap. Vice President Josephine pondered and looked at Lewis, coldly asking, Burke, are you willing? Vice President, it's obvious Dalton is defaming me. How can you allow this? If you insist on shielding him, then I'll leave Tianza Academy from now on and go my own way, Lewis threatened. Vice President Josephine replied, you don't want to undergo a soul search yourself, but the destined one for Dalton. Don't you think you're being too overbearing? Besides, you shouldn't threaten me with this matter. Since you wish to leave, I'll grant you that Josephine's penalty was justified. He led Vice President Josephine to his residence, where he kept various valuable items. It's all settled. Isai let out a long breath of relief. Dalton bowed. Many thanks to senior brother Isai and Constance. These two had been protecting him, so naturally, he felt grateful. There's no need for such formality. It's our duty, Isai smiled. Constance calmly added. It's simply doing our job as Academy elders. Rules must be followed by everyone or chaos will ensue. Junior brother Dalton, why were you so calm? Did you know the Liu family wouldn't send anyone? Isai asked with a smile. Looking back, he noticed some discrepancies. Dalton had been exceptionally composed, as if everything was under control. Dalton chuckled. What good would panicking do? Anyway, I can't escape, so I might as well be resolute. That's just my nature. I will never bow to him. Well done. Isai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Facing a spirit realm expert and arguing rationally was something few golden core cultivators could achieve. Constance's eyes flickered with admiration, sensing Dalton's uniqueness. Such talent deserved her protection. Shortly after, Lewis was expelled from Black Wolf City, along with his subordinates. He wasn't stupid. He knew his subordinates wouldn't fare well without him. Returning home to the Liu family became urgent. What happened within the family? Lewis felt puzzled. He needed to quickly return to the Liu family to understand everything. However, upon reaching the Liu family compound, he was shockingly denied entry. Lewis, what does this mean? Lewis asked sternly. Samantha of the Liu family was a beautiful Wadustan in black, around 40 years old, voluptuous, graceful, and a 7th-ranked spirit realm cultivator. By order of the patriarch, you are expelled from the family. You may never step foot in Liu territory again, she declared coldly. Hearing this, Lewis's heart trembled, his body staggering as if struck by lightning. Having just left Tianza Academy, he had fantasized about wielding power within the Liu family, considering his current rank made replacing third elder a mere formality. But what did he hear? The patriarch was expelling him from the Liu family. This was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Lewis was dazed, wondering if he heard correctly. He didn't understand why this happened or where things went wrong. Why? He asked shakily. He desperately needed to understand the reason. Already isolated from Tianza Academy, severing ties with the Liu family would leave his future bleak. Predictably, other factions wouldn't dare receive him, making him feel cornered. Samantha remained cold. Reflect on what you've done. I've said enough. Act accordingly. With that, she entered the family compound, ignoring Lewis. This was the patriarch's Comdustant. A final decree even disputed by elders within the family had to be obeyed. Is it him? Lewis immediately thought of Dalton. But he couldn't fathom how a small figure like Dalton could wield such influence. Damn, I will never forgive you. Burke clenched his fists, eyes filled with terrifying malice. His subordinates all trembled, terrified. They were equally frustrated. Following Lewis out of Black Wolf City, unable to return to the Liu family, their futures were uncertain. We should go, Burke said somberly. One person couldn't help but ask, Master, where do we go? There will be a place for us. While I'm here, what do you fear? Seeing their dispirited looks, Burke couldn't help but bellow. The group shivered, too frightened to speak. Everyone knew Burke's mood was extremely bad. Provoking him would result in dire consequences. Taking one last look at the Liu family, Burke released powerful spirit energy, enveloping his subordinates and swiftly departed. Chapter 313. Revealing Secrets. After everything was taken care of, Vice Dean Trudustin specially came to find Dalton. I've been to that place. There should have been a large number of ancient corpses sleeping underground, but now they are all gone. Could it be that the people from the Profound Een sect took them away? Tell me what you saw in detail, Vice Dean Trudustin said seriously. Dalton couldn't help but smile and comforted him. Vice Dean, there's no need to worry. This time, the Profound Een sect only took away one corpse king, while the other ancient corpses were taken elsewhere. How do you know that? Vice Dean Trudustin asked in surprise. Dalton replied, there are some things I can't explain right now, but please believe me when I say that although the Profound Een sect obtained one corpse king, they also lost 3 spirit realm experts, along with even more battle corpses and Een spirits. What we truly need to be concerned about is the close relationship between the Profound Een sect and the Demon sect. There must be some special cooperation between them, which we cannot overlook. Hearing this, Vice Dean Trudustin couldn't help but think carefully. Without a doubt, the collaboration between the Profound Een sect and the Demon sect was indeed a significant event. Previously, when an expert from the Profound Een sect appeared in Bayou Town, it caused quite a stir, but at that time, it could be considered just a coincidence. However, this time, Dustini strong figures from the Profound Een sect had acted, entangled with the Demon sect, making it impossible not to pay attention. Vice Dean Trudustin did not doubt Dalton. First, he trusted Eva's judgment, and second, over these years, Dalton had contributed greatly to Tianza Academy, so he himself was absolutely not problematic. Whether it was the ancient method of forging weapons, the secret methods of breaking limits, or the formula for the plasmid breaking pill, all held immense significance and profound impact on Tianza Academy. I will immediately report this matter to the Dean. Take care of yourself in Black Wolf City. If you don't want to stay here, feel free to leave anytime, Vice Dean Trudustin advised. Dalton nodded and said, thank you for your concern, Vice Dean. I'll take good care of myself. By the way, I have prepared some 5th-rank plasmid breaking pills, which you can bring back to the Academy. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Vice Dean Trudustin. Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Trudustin's eyes lit up. The alchemists of Tianza Academy had been trying their best to refine plasmid breaking pills, but had made little progress. Let alone 5th-rank plasmid breaking pills, they hadn't even Dustinaged to refine Dustini 1st or 2nd-rank plasmid breaking pills. Fortunately, Dalton had previously refined a large batch of plasmid breaking pills of various ranks. Otherwise, the Academy's talents wouldn't have had any plasmid breaking pills to use. As far as I know, although the Daxia Imperial family, Judon Long Hall, and Julu College also have formulas for plasmid breaking pills, their production is extremely low. Combined, they probably can't match your individual output. Your contribution to the Academy in this regard has been immense, Vice Dean True Dustin remarked with emotion. Dalton smiled. Since this is within my capabilities, I should do my part. The Academy has treated me well, so how could I not repay it? If everyone were like you, why would the Academy worry about becoming stronger? Once your cultivation reaches the spirit realm, the Academy will certainly announce your achievements to all members, Vice Dean True Dustin said with great satisfaction. Dalton shook his head. There's no need to make such a big fuss over this. You don't need to worry about me, go ahead with your tasks. Hearing this, the appreciation in Vice Dean True Dustin's eyes deepened. He liked Dalton more and more. Unfortunately, he acted too late and didn't recruit Dalton as his disciple. Indeed, he still had Dustini matters to attend to, so after a few words, he prepared to leave. Finn. Just as Vice Dean True Dustin walked out of Dalton's room, he suddenly felt a powerful aura erupt, causing a massive surge of elemental energy. It's Elias who is breaking through, Dalton said with a smile. Vice Dean True Dustin's eyes gleamed. Elias broke through at the Golden Core stage and successfully transcended the limit, and now he has reached the spirit realm. His future prospects are limitless. The Academy gains another core student. I hope he chooses to stay at the Academy and become one of its mainstays. They, the older generation of experts, would eventually step down from the historical stage. For the Academy to grow and develop, it needed successors. Elias told me that after breaking through to the spirit realm, he would not become a core student but directly join as an elder of the Academy, Dalton mentioned. Vice Dean True Dustin couldn't help but smile. That's excellent. It's precisely the time we need capable hands, and the Academy lacks elders. He decided to delay his departure and wait for Elias to complete his breakthrough. The commotion created by Elias's breakthrough was enormous, far surpassing that of a typical breakthrough to the spirit realm. After all, he was already a genius, and after breaking the limit, his foundation was even more solid. Almost all the extraordinary martial artists in Blackwolf City were alerted, turning their attention towards this place. Is Elias breaking through? Before breaking through, Elias could contend with a level 2 spirit realm demon sect expert. Now that he has reached the spirit realm, his strength must have improved to an unimaginable level. With Elias's martial talent, it won't take long for him to become a top expert among the spirit realm. If he joins the court, obtaining titles and positions would be effortless. It's truly enviable. Seeing Elias break through, everyone envied him. This was something everyone dreamed of. Especially those Golden Core martial artists, who yearned even more to take this crucial step. But they also understood how incredibly difficult it was. After some time, the surging elemental energy calmed down, signaling that Elias had successfully broken through. Clearly aware of Vice Dean True Dustin's presence in the courtyard, Elias left his room without delay. Greetings, Vice Dean. Elias bowed. Dalton laughed. Congratulations, Elias, on reaching the spirit realm. Elias, Dalton said you intend to directly become an elder of the Academy. Is that true? Vice Dean True Dustin asked straightforwardly. Elias nodded. Isidros, that's exactly my intention. The Academy has bestowed upon me great favors, and now it's time for me to give back. Very well. I've already sought the Dean's approval, agreeing to let you become an elder of the Academy. Now, I will grant you the permissions of an elder and assign you your first task, to replace Burke and guard Blackwolf City, Vice Dean True Dustin said sternly. Elias immediately responded. Understood. Elias accepts the mission. Vice Dean True Dustin then made some adjustments to Elias's identity symbol, and handed him an elder token. From that moment on, Elias's status changed. He was no longer a student, but an elder sharing the glory and disgrace of the Academy. After arranging matters in Blackwolf City, Vice Dean True Dustin left without further delay, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing into the sky. Junior brother Elias, you really became an elder. Congratulations, Isai congratulated with a smile. Elias replied, since I've spoken, I'll surely act accordingly. In the future, I hope senior brother Isai can provide guidance. Let's work together wholeheartedly to better protect Blackwolf City and prevent any opportunities for hostile forces, Isai said. Blackwolf City was a critical city for monitoring the demon sect and required 3 spirit realm experts to guard it year-round. If Elias hadn't broken through at this time, Tianza Academy would have needed to redeploy an elder. Subsequently, Constance also appeared to offer congratulations. She disliked Dustinaging affairs, so Dustini tasks previously handled by Lewis were now entrusted to Elias. Elias didn't mind. Being young and energetic, he had just become an elder of the Academy, and doing more work was perfectly fine. As long as no demon sect martial artist caused trouble, he could Dustinage his duties without affecting his own cultivation. Soon, Elias moved to a new residence, leaving his old residence to Dalton. Dalton put aside all distractions and began to seclude himself, consuming resources from previous battles and delving into the mysteries of the Netherworld seal and symbols, of course. He also planned to focus more on cultivating the soul spirit extreme change, hoping to reach the 9th layer of great perfection as soon as possible, laying a solid foundation for condensing the primal spirit. Of course, he also planned to focus more on cultivating the soul spirit extreme change, hoping to reach the 9th layer of great perfection as soon as possible. This would lay a solid foundation for condensing his primordial spirit. For a more fluid and natural translation. Of course, he also planned to focus more on cultivating the soul spirit extreme change, hoping to reach the 9th layer of great perfection as soon as possible, laying a solid foundation for condensing the primordial spirit. Hashtag chapter 314. A sudden ambush. Inside the cave, Dalton's main body and his Lucian were meditating in different places. His Lucian was currently seated near a tier 7 spirit medicine, the soul nourishing lotus, absorbing the refined chi emitted by the lotus to benefit his soul and comprehend the profound mysteries of soul transformation. Meanwhile, his main body was seated before an ancient vine that had regained vitality at its roots, meticulously perceiving the intricate energy within it and extracting profound Tao principles beneficial to himself. This ancient vine dated back to an extremely ancient era, having suffered some calamity that led to its complete extinction. However, with the unsealing of the treasure cave, it had astonishingly regenerated new life, which was nothing short of miraculous. Without a doubt, this ancient vine was of great origin, far from being an ordinary spirit medicine. Isidrot, it currently only bore a tiny sprout at its roots, growing very slowly, making it impossible to identify what kind of spiritual object it was. Finth. At one moment, Dalton took a deep breath and emerged from his meditation state. This ancient vine is indeed extraordinary. Although I have only obtained a single cryptic Tao essence from it, comprehending it has greatly benefited me, significantly enhancing my own martial true intent. Dalton couldn't help but marvel. Risking his gaze, he looked at the desolate cliff face on which the ancient vine grew. It bore dustiny marks caused by various weapons. Earlier, his Lucian had used the incinerating flame sword to detect a mysterious sword intent from one of these marks, which was why Dalton came here for closed-door cultivation. About time to break through to the third level of the Golden Core realm, Dalton murmured softly. With a thought, he appeared beside his Lucian. In the next moment, both of them retrieved 2 Great Extinction Golden Core pills and swallowed them directly. Then, they fully activated the void-returning Heim cannon, connecting their powers to use the strength of the Great Extinction Golden Core pills to bring their second level of the Golden Core realm cultivation to perfection. Under the influence of the Great Extinction Golden Core pills, the Tao patterns on the martial origin core of both his main body and Lucian evolved further, becoming more profound and mystical. When the second crane pattern on the martial origin core reached its ultimate evolution and could no longer develop further, Dalton did not hesitate but decisively attempted the breakthrough. Shortly after, both Dalton's main body and Lucian broke through to the third level of the Golden Core realm, with a third set of cryptic Tao patterns emerging on their martial origin cores. The Great Extinction Golden Core pill, created specifically by the Great Ancestor to complement the 10,000 Tao Lotus, truly lives up to its reputation. The effect is unimaginably good. Dalton couldn't help but praise. He was well aware that the void-returning Heim cannon he practiced had been specially modified by the Great Ancestor to better suit him, differing somewhat from the path taken by the Ancestor. This was indeed the right approach. One could learn from predecessors but not replicate their paths entirely. To achieve great success or surpass predecessors would be extraordinarily difficult without forging one's own path. The Great Ancestor planned much for Dalton, but also left him plenty of room for independent exploration, not restricting him but letting him decide his own martial path. Master, why can't I reach the threshold for breaking through to the 4th rank? The purple-lean beast asked, approaching with a dejected demeanor. Note, lean should be consistently translated as lin, or another chosen term for this creature, ensuring consistency in terminology. Master, why can't I always feel the threshold for breaking through to the 4th rank? The purple-lean beast asked, approaching with a dejected demeanor. Dalton smiled and said, don't be too fixated on breaking limits. Beings capable of continually breaking limits are extremely rare. You've already broken limits twice, consuming much of your potential. You should abandon the attempt at the 4th rank for now, reaccumulate, and look for opportunities later. But why can Bentley continuously break limits 3 times? The purple-lean beast asked, sounding rather unconvinced. Note, for a more natural flow in English, we might consider replacing purple-lean beast with its full translated name if previously defined, such as purple-lean beast to purple-lean creature, or an appropriate name based on prior context. However, since it wasn't provided, I kept it as is. For consistency and fluency, the revised sentence omits very, which is often used for emphasis in Chinese but can be redundant in English. It also aligns the subject and verb structure for better readability. Dalton shook his head and explained, Bentley is different from you. He once reached the peak of the 6th rank, so his foundation was immensely solid. Then he assimilated the blood essence of the Judalin egg and gained some fortune following me outside. That's why he could break limits 3 times. However, his foundation is almost depleted as well. Breaking limits at the 5th rank will be extremely difficult for him. What he said was true. Over the year and more of his seclusion, Bentley had rapidly advanced to the peak of the 5th rank but, like the purple-lean beast, encountered a bottleneck, unable to see any hope for further breakthroughs. Note, purple-lean beast seems to be a literal translation. If Lin refers to Lin, which means lynx, or is part of a mythical creature's name like Judalin, it should be adjusted accordingly. Without more context, it's hard to determine. I'll assume it's a unique creature name, purple-lean beast for now. Revised. What he said was true. Over the year and more of his seclusion, Bentley had rapidly advanced to the peak of the 5th rank but, like the purple lynx beast, encountered a bottleneck, unable to see any hope for further breakthroughs. Or if it's a unique creature name. What he said was true. Over the year and more of his seclusion, Bentley had rapidly advanced to the peak of the 5th rank but, like the purple-lean beast, encountered a bottleneck, unable to see any hope for further breakthroughs. But I really can't stand being inferior to Bentley. The purple-lean beast's eyes were filled with reluctance. Note, purple-lean beast seems to be a translation error or inconsistency. In the original text, it refers to Zerlin So, which should be consistently translated as purple-lean beast, or preferably purple-lean creature, for better readability. However, since Lin specifically refers to a mythical creature often associated with Chinese legends, similar to a unicorn or Kylan, it might be better to use a more descriptive term. For consistency and clarity, let's refer to it as purple Kylan beast. Revised sentence. But I really can't stand being inferior to Bentley. The purple Kylan beast's eyes were filled with reluctance. Dalton comforted, don't rush. There's still a long way ahead. You'll have plenty of opportunities to surpass him. Place the chance for breaking limits at higher realms in the future. But isn't the highest cultivation rank just the 6th rank on this continent? The purple-lean beast asked, puzzled. Note, the term purple-lean beast seems to be a direct transliteration. If lean refers to blazon, it should be translated as purple blazon beast. However, without more context about what lean specifically refers to in this fantasy setting, I have kept it as purple-lean beast to maintain fidelity to the original text. Ideally, lean should be properly translated or transcreated based on its meaning in the story's context. For better fluency and assuming lean means blazon, it should read. But isn't the highest cultivation rank just the 6th rank on this continent? The purple blazon beast asked, puzzled. Dalton replied, don't worry, in the future, I will lead you out of here. Look forward to a broader horizon. All right, I will listen to master, the purple lean beast mused. Asterisk note, lean should be translated as scale, or omitted for a more natural English flow. Without further context on what purple lean beast is, it's challenging to give the most accurate term. For now, I'll omit it for better readability. Asterisk. All right, I will listen to master, the purple scale beast mused. Or, all right, I will listen to master, the purple beast mused. It already knew that the maximum number of limit breaks was 9, while there were 12 realms in the spirit martial stage, implying that 3 realms couldn't be broken. Of course, theoretically, exceptional geniuses could exceed 9 limit breaks. Now, being only at the 4th rank, it was fine to temporarily give up on breaking limits. Normally, completing 3 limit breaks in the spirit martial stage alone would grant one the qualifications to ascend to immortality. Go practice. Break through to the 5th rank first, Dalton instructed. The purple lean beast nodded and said, I understand. I'll go break through right now and catch up to Bentley in terms of cultivation. Note, for better fluency, purple lean beast should be consistently translated as purple lean so, which is purple lean beast. However, since the term purple lean beast was used in the provided sentence, it was retained. Ideally, it should be defined earlier in the text for clarity. For improved fluency and naturalness in English, the purple lean beast nodded and said, I understand. I'll go break through right away and catch up to Bentley in cultivation level. It understood clearly that if it could catch up to or even surpass Bentley's cultivation, Bentley would find it difficult to outshine it. Immediately, it ran to the Judalin blood tree, intending to utilize its essence for a breakthrough. The Judalin blood tree was extraordinary, reaching the 7th rank. If not for the regional rules suppressing it, its rank would undoubtedly be higher. Currently, Dalton possessed 3 7th rank spirit medicines, the Judalin blood tree, soul nourishing lotus, and stone essence fruit vine, each exceedingly precious and unique in this region, making it hard to find similar ones. As for the ancient vine, it was exceptionally special, with its rank yet unknown. After over a year of seclusion, it's time for me to come out, Dalton thought, exiting the treasure cave. In any case, after his main body exited seclusion, his Lucian continued to cultivate and comprehend within the treasure cave, ensuring his martial cultivation wouldn't lag behind. This over-year-long seclusion was quite long for Dalton. Although his cultivation only increased by 1 level, his improvement in other areas was remarkable, making future cultivation more efficient. For him, as long as his foundation was solid enough, advancing in cultivation was easy, requiring no haste. Upon exiting seclusion, Dalton immediately sensed unusual spiritual fluctuations coming from the neighboring residents. Sister Alice has also broken through the limit. Dalton couldn't help but smile. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately wanted to summon the green fire Bodhi, but realized that the green fire Bodhi was deeply engrossed in cultivation, its aura blending with the spiritual chi inside the treasure cave. Forcibly summoning it could result in unpredictable consequences. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, rushing into Alice's residence at top speed. With a wave of his hand, a jade bow appeared, and a jade arrow was placed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The jade arrow shot through the air at extreme speed. Bang! An almost transparent arrow flew towards him and collided with the jade arrow. However, the power contained within the transparent arrow far exceeded the jade arrows, and it did not destinage to block it, failing to alter its trajectory. The reason was that the transparent arrow had locked onto Alice's aura, heading straight for its target. Nonetheless, using the brief delay provided by the jade arrow, Dalton swiftly performed the 4 symbols profound technique and the coiling snake profound technique, evolving the 5 elements formation and 5 elements diagram while expanding his void domain to its maximum extent. Unfortunately, the force of the transparent arrow was too strong, easily tearing through the 5 elements formation and diagram, with the void domain unable to restrain it. Fortunately, Dalton activated the netherworld, slowing down the transparent arrow and dissipating much of its power. Clang! With the netherworld's pull, Dalton forcibly used his body to intercept the transparent arrow. He was protected by a 6th rank soft armor, which prevented the arrow from piercing through. However, the terrifying force contained within the transparent arrow was not something that the 6th rank soft armor could fully neutralize. He felt as though he had been struck by a divine bull, causing him to retreat rapidly. Boom! Dalton fell diagonally downward, smashing through the house below, leaving it in ruins. At this moment, Alice was still inside the room cultivating, in the crucial phase of breaking her limits. When he was just 10 feet away from Alice, Dalton forced himself to stop, completely dispelling the force contained within the transparent arrow. The moment he stopped, the transparent arrow vanished, having been stored inside a treasured artifact. This was a specially crafted arrow, single use, designed to explode upon hitting its target, releasing destructive power. But once inside the treasured artifact, the transparent arrow was immediately restrained by powerful forces and failed to detonate. In just an instant, Dalton retrieved the transparent arrow again, hurling it far away to allow it to explode. Though the explosive force of the transparent arrow was strong, its range was small, concentrating its power for maximum lethality. Boom! The transparent arrow exploded, releasing destructive energy that swept across the area, further damaging the already compromised structure of the house. Dalton's actions were intended to deceive the person hiding in the dark who had fired the arrow, while also creating enough noise to alert the city's formidable figures. Otherwise, dealing with that person on his own would be impossible. Chapter 315. A warning bell rings. Bold. Constance issued a resounding shout and immediately made her move. In the blink of an eye, she had grabbed someone from inside a building. Just as she was about to subdue him, something unexpected happened. Boom. The person exploded into pieces as soon as they appeared, choosing self-destruction. Thankfully, Constance reacted swiftly and instantly released a powerful surge of spirit energy, confining the explosion's force within a small radius, preventing significant damage to the surroundings. At the same time, Isai and Elias quickly arrived at Alice's residence, now in ruins. Seeing Ferdy seriously injured on the ground, Elias hurriedly asked, "Ferdy, how are you?" "I'm fine, I won't die." Ferdy shook his head. He was protected by a 6th-tier soft armor and employed various methods to mitigate the impact of the invisible arrow, which saved his life. Had it been another 3rd-stage Golden Core realm martial artist, even with the same armor, chances of survival would have been slim. "What happened?" Isai asked curiously. Ferdy stood up and replied, "Someone targeted senior sister Alice, wanting to kill her when she was breaking through her limits. I just sensed it in time and intercepted the fatal arrow for her." It was evident that the attacker had been targeting Alice for some time, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. When Alice broke through her limit, it was undoubtedly the best chance. The moment when Alice was completely defenseless. Even if killing her was not possible, destroying her martial foundation was their evil intent. "How is senior sister Alice?" Elias couldn't help but ask. Though he had surpassed Alice in cultivation, he still referred to her as senior sister. Isai perceived subtly and said, "Alice is fine. She wasn't affected." At this moment, Constance descended into the devastated courtyard, looking somewhat displeased. She had wanted to capture the intruder alive to learn more about them, but the intruder chose to self-destruct. Elias frowned and asked, "Was it someone from the demon sect?" "It's not necessarily the demon sect. It could be any other force unwilling to see genius breakthroughs at Tianzo Academy." Ferdy shook his head. Constance pondered and said, "This incident serves as a reminder that we must provide strict protection for anyone attempting a breakthrough. We can't let such opportunities fall into wrong hands again. Geniuses who break through their limits are precious assets. Losing anyone would be a great loss for Tianzo Academy." "Constance, the one who self-destructed was not a real person but a puppet," Ferdy reminded. Constance showed a look of realization. That explains why it detonated so readily after being captured. She estimated that the puppet's power rivaled that of top-notch Golden Core realm practitioners. If it were a whodunit, would they have sacrificed themselves so easily? Moreover, a Golden Core practitioner wouldn't have been capable of self-destruction under her grasp. Clearly, the puppet was set to self-destruct upon capture, eliminating evidence. A puppet rivaling a peak Golden Core realm, its value can match that of a 6th-tier spirit tool. Certainly not what an ordinary person can possess, Isai remarked, his brows furrowed. Puppets were a type of artifact, but refining them was complex, leading to few researchers and even fewer high-tier puppets. Hence, high-tier puppets were rare treasures. Ferdy inwardly felt relieved. It was a puppet. Otherwise, he would have been more gravely injured. Though the puppet was only at the peak Golden Core level, the transparent arrow's lethality could kill an Origin Soul realm practitioner. After a while, Alice finished her cultivation and successfully advanced to the 10th stage of the Golden Core realm. "Brother Ferdy, thank you. You've saved my life," Alice solemnly thanked. She knew that without Ferdy blocking the attack, she likely wouldn't have survived. Ferdy smiled lightly and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me. How could I stand by and watch when you're in danger? By the way, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Solidifying your Origin Soul should be imminent." Achieving a breakthrough in the Golden Core realm significantly facilitated advancement to the Origin Soul realm. Isidros, congratulations, senior sister. Elias also congratulated with a smile. As an elder of Tianzo Academy, he naturally hoped for more geniuses and experts. Constance and Isai also extended their congratulations. Although some unexpected events occurred, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Seeing Alice successfully break through, Ferdy had no more worries. This honey would be extraordinary, potentially very useful when mature. Leaving Blackwolf City, Ferdy didn't head directly to the chaotic region, but went to Thousand Forest Mountain first. As the second Mountain Lord, he faced no resistance and was warmly received by the Beast Kings. Soon, he met Edward, who seemed even more unfathomable than before, having achieved 6th-tier peak perfection in his cultivation. "With my status, Edward is virtually unmatched in Thousand Forest Mountain," Ferdy understood. "Blassel brother, what brings you here?" Edward laughed. "Can't I come to see Big Brother?" Ferdy grinned back. "Of course." Edward gave Ferdy a warm hug. "This place feels so comfortable and peaceful," Ferdy commented. "Why don't you stay then?" Edward suggested. Ferdy shook his head. "Though I wish for the same leisure as you, my current strength doesn't allow indulgence." "You're young and ambitious. Unlike me, who lacks further pursuits," Edward said somewhat helplessly. He also wanted to maintain a positive attitude, but the problem was that this region had strange rules he couldn't break. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance to a higher realm. Dalton, full of fighting spirit, said, "Elder brother, don't be so pessimistic. Where there's a will, there's a way. In the future, we brothers will leave this continent together and head for broader horizons, achieving immortality and divinity." "All right, I'll wait for that day," Avon Mountain Lord nodded in agreement. Chapter 316. The Power Structure of the Chaotic Realm. "Second brother, you've come just in time. The tea trees within the valley are sprouting new buds. You can try some fresh ones," Avon Mountain Lord said as he walked toward a nearby tea tree. The tea tree was not tall, barely reaching 10 feet, and its branches and leaves were not very lush. However, each leaf shimmered with a spiritual glow, making it quite extraordinary. Dalton immediately recognized that this tea tree had been growing for at least 500 years. It was a rare spirit tea tree, and finding another one in this region would be extremely difficult. Avon Mountain Lord first took out a water pot and filled it with water from a nearby spirit spring, heating it with true fire. Once the water boiled, he plucked over a dozen young buds from the spirit tea tree and placed them into the pot to brew. Soon after, Dalton could smell a refreshingly clear tea aroma which invigorated his spirit. "Second brother, come, have a taste." Avon Mountain Lord took out a small table, poured a cup of tea, and offered it to Dalton. Monty, you also come over, join us for some tea and chat, Avon Mountain Lord called out. Next moment, Golden Jiao flew out from a cave, approached them, and transformed into who Dustin formed to sit down. Dalton smiled. Monty, long time no see. Your aura seems even deeper. Looks like your cultivation has improved significantly lately. I must thank Second Mountain Lord for gifting me a secret technique. Otherwise, I might never make any progress in my life, Golden Jiao replied. Don't mention it. You've helped me a lot. That flying boat you gave me is very useful to me, Dalton said. All among our own kind. No need for formalities. Come, let's have tea, Avon Mountain Lord chuckled. Dalton lifted the teacup before him and began to savor it carefully. This tea can nourish the soul and cleanse the mind, greatly aiding in comprehending martial arts' true essence. It truly is a fine tea, Dalton couldn't help but praise. Avon Mountain Lord said, since second brother likes it, brother will give you some. With a wave of his hand, all remaining tender buds on the tea tree fell off and were collected into an ice jade box by him to ensure the freshness and prevent loss of essence. Then, he filled a jade bottle with much spirit spring water and handed both items to Dalton. Dalton didn't hesitate. He accepted them straightforwardly. These two things were indeed useful to him. He yearned for strength and would naturally not easily overlook anything beneficial for cultivation. After drinking a cup of tea, Dalton broached the real topic. This time coming to Judahanlin Mountain, besides visiting Elder Brother, there's another reason. There's something I wish to ask Elder Brother about. Oh, what is it? Avon Mountain Lord asked. Dalton said, I plan to visit the Chaotic Realm, but I don't know much about it. Do you want to go to the Chaotic Realm? That's not a good place, full of dangers. A single misstep could cause great trouble. Avon Mountain Lord's expression turned serious instantly. I know, but I still wish to venture there. I think it would be more suitable for my growth, Dalton replied. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you. Be cautious and remember to send me a message if anything happens, Avon Mountain Lord advised. Although their interaction was short, he knew Dalton's character well. Once decided, it was hard to change his mind. After a pause, he continued, let me tell you about the Chaotic Realm. It's huge, spanning over 5,000 miles. Inside, various forces coexist, including Dustini ruthless rogues. The strongest three powers are the Demon Sect, Evil King Palace, and Findred Beast Valley. The Demon Sect should be familiar to you, being the strongest demonic force on this continent. With a long tradition, they were once immensely powerful, wreaking havoc across the land. Despite several major calamities, they never perished. Today, they remain strong, eyeing the Great Xia Kingdom hungrily. The Evil King Palace was established 600 years ago by a terrifying evil cultivator who gathered numerous evil practitioners. Over the years, they've caused much bloodshed in the Chaotic Realm. As for the Findred Beast Valley, it's a force composed of barbaric beasts, established around 1,000 years ago, Huizhila Wusu Changda de Mansa. The core lineage is the Golden Blood Shen Gui, and there's a rumor that the clan's ancestor still lives. Edit. As for the Findred Beast Valley, it is a coalition of savage beasts, established around a millennium ago, gathering countless powerful beasts. The core lineage is the Golden Blood Black Eleoturtle, and there's a rumor that the clan's ancestor still lives. Note, Shen Gui can be translated as Black Eleoturtle, or Mystic Eleoturtle. Given the context and for better understanding, I chose Black Eleoturtle. Dalton listened intently, absorbing the information. He was unaware of the existence of the Evil King Palace and the Findred Beast Valley until now, as he had never specifically sought to learn about them. The Demon Sect was undoubtedly fearsome, and unexpectedly, two other forces rivaled it in the Chaotic Realm. The waters there ran deep indeed. Fortunately, neither the Evil King Palace nor the Findred Beast Valley targeted the Great Xia Kingdom. Otherwise, life would have been even harder, possibly spiraling into chaos. Besides these three major powers, there are also some strong forces not to be underestimated. If unnecessary, avoid provoking them, Avon Mountain Lord added. He detailed the slightly stronger forces in the Chaotic Realm as much as possible for Dalton. Forces that caught his attention were definitely not ordinary. Each had top-tier essence, spirit realm experts. Seeing Dalton's somewhat grave expression, Avon Mountain Lord smiled faintly. Actually, not everyone in the Chaotic Realm is vicious. Good people exist too. Moreover, there are relatively safe places like certain large cities where fighting is forbidden. To be honest, the Chaotic Realm isn't bad. It has Dustini good things. As long as you have enough source stones, you can basically get whatever you want. This is why so Dustini choose to stay there. He spoke thusly to alleviate Dalton's mental pressure, not wanting it to hinder his venture into the Chaotic Realm. Dalton was interested because he heard that the Chaotic Realm had Dustini treasures. It was arguably the largest treasure hub on this continent, often referred to as the black market. Many treasures that couldn't be traded elsewhere were freely bought and sold in the black market. Especially loot that was too hot to handle could be easily sold off in the black market. By the way, when you go to the Chaotic Realm, it's best to disguise yourself and avoid revealing your true identity, Avon Mountain Lord reminded. Strongers from various Great Xia forces also frequently disguise themselves and visit the Chaotic Realm. Just be careful, but if your identity is exposed and you're spotted by the Demon Sect, the consequences would be dire. The Chaotic Realm was essentially the Demon Sect's base. With Dustini spies there, it was easy to be monitored. Given the Demon Sect's modus operandi, they wouldn't let a strong from the Great Xia forces slip away once identified. Dalton nodded and said, I understand. I've already prepared for that. He hadn't planned to show his true face in the Chaotic Realm and wasn't foolish enough to provoke the Demon Sect, at least not yet. After all, he lacked the necessary strength currently. Avon Mountain Lord took out a black scale and said, if you run into any trouble, you can take this scale to Fengwan City's Black Cloud Shin, and someone will assist you once. Shin is typically translated as pavilion in English, but without more context or a standard translation for Black Cloud Shin, I've kept it transliterated. If this is part of a larger work with established translations, please ensure consistency with how Shin has been handled elsewhere. For improved fluency, Here's an alternate phrasing. Avon Mountain Lord took out a black scale and said, if you encounter any trouble, you can take this scale to Black Cloud Pavilion in Fengwan City, and someone will come to your aid. This phrasing assumes that Shin should be translated as pavilion. Adjust based on the specific context or naming conventions of your work. What is this? Dalton was surprised. Avon Mountain Lord laughed. The owner of this scale owes me a favor. He promised that anyone who brings this scale seeking help can receive assistance once. Although centuries have passed, I believe he'll keep his word. Of course, if you face real trouble, remember to message me. I'll rush over as fast as possible. Though leaving Judahanlin Mountain hastily might be risky, if Dalton needed help, he'd unhesitatingly come to aid. Thank you, elder brother. Dalton accepted the scale, smiling gratefully. He felt Avon Mountain Lord genuinely cared for him. Having such a sworn elder brother was truly a blessing in life. Chapter 317, The Fairy Dustin. Before a river enveloped in mist, a golden eagle descended from the sky carrying Dalton. Second Mountain Lord, crossing this river of mist will lead you straight into the chaotic realm. The golden eagle spoke. Dalton nodded and said, all right, Dustini, thanks to Larry. You can return now. From here on, I can Dustinage by myself. That's right, Second Mountain Lord. Take care. If anything happens, remember to send a message to the Mountain Lord. With those words, the golden eagle flapped its wings and left. Watching the golden eagle depart, Dalton immediately cast a secret spell to alter his appearance and physique. In no time, he was completely transformed into a 7-foot-tall stern Dustin with sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an intense demeanor and a heavy aura of lethality. Not only did he change his appearance, but also his energy. Even someone who knew him best would find it difficult to recognize him. Additionally, he re-refined the green spirit sword and fire cloud sword, altering their form and energy as well. As a result, no one could recognize him. After completing all the preparations, Dalton sat cross-legged on a rock by the lake, quietly waiting for the ferry to arrive. The chaotic realm was unique, with its outer region entirely shrouded in mist. Wandering around aimlessly could easily lead to getting lost within it. To enter the chaotic realm safely, the best way was to take a specialized ferry. The origins of these ferries were mysterious, belonging to no specific faction in the chaotic realm. The identity of the ferrymen was equally enigmatic. They seemed not to be ordinary beings but capable of eternal existence. While waiting, Dalton suddenly heard a sound. Ilya turning his head, he saw several figures approach. These individuals were covered in blood, exuding a heavy scent of gore. Each of them radiated immense killing intent, making them appear extremely formidable. If we feared death, we wouldn't have taken this item, Morris retorted. You have committed countless evil deeds. You will not end well. We are all extraordinary martial artists. Doesn't it sound naive to talk about cause and effect? The group sneered. Stepping onto the path of extraordinariness defied nature. No one believed in good and bad karma. If there truly was a cycle of justice, how could devil cults exist in the world? Morris didn't argue further. He sat down to tend to his wounds, knowing they wouldn't dare make a move. Seeing this, his companions also sat down. None of them were unscathed. Each carried varying degrees of injuries. Watching them recover so boldly infuriated the pursuing group, yet they could do nothing. Throughout the ordeal, Dalton remained silent, keeping himself out of the conflict. While he was here to train, he didn't want to involve himself in unnecessary disputes. After a long wait, movement finally appeared in the river of mist. A ferry emerged slowly from the rippling water. The ferry was black, ancient in design, suggesting it had been around for ages. According to Golden Eyes Mountain Lord, the river of mist ferries hadn't changed since ancient times, including the ferrymen. They performed the same duty every year, sailing back and forth every half-month. Around the outer regions of the chaotic realm were 33 ferry points scattered throughout, each serviced by a ferry and a ferry Dustin, Dalton thought. Although losing a thread of soul power seemed harmless, avoiding it was better. Still, he wondered if he could ride the ferry without paying. However, the ferry Dustin pushed the bamboo pole, and the ferry started moving, easing his concerns. Activating the true insight divine eye, Dalton inconspicuously observed the ferry Dustin. He was curious about the ferry Dustin's ability to exist eternally, untouched by time. What kind of entity was it? Even Essence Spirit Realm experts only lived 1,000 years. Even reaching the peak of the spiritual martial realm had limits and couldn't achieve immortality. Dalton was almost certain that the ferry Dustin was not a normal being, either a puppet or a revenant. More intriguingly, what entity controlled the ferrymen? What was the purpose of collecting soul power? And the enforcers, who were they? With their unpredictable appearances and superior combat skills, Dalton believed Dustini shared his curiosity about these secrets, but none had uncovered them. Perhaps not. Maybe those who discovered the secrets didn't survive to tell, he mused, feeling a chill run down his spine. Clearly, some secrets should not be explored without sufficient strength. Doing so could invite disaster. The longevity of the ferries, ferrymen, and enforcers, existing alongside the chaotic realm, was indeed extraordinary. There can be no mistake, they are definitely revenants. After a brief observation, Dalton Sohui-ed his gaze, having arrived at an answer in his heart. The ferrymen belong to a special kind of undead, akin to puppets that obey certain calm Dustins. Day after day, year after year, they continuously ferry passengers across the misty river. Dalton roughly guessed one of the purposes for the extracted soul power. It was used to sustain the ferrymen's ability to move, keeping them in a peculiar state of neither life nor death. Upon learning this secret, Dalton hastily reined in his thoughts, ceasing further investigation to avoid courting disaster. Curiosity is permissible, but often it must be restrained. Otherwise, one might not even know how they meet their end. Note, Sohui-ed should be retracted or withdrew for better fluency. Improved version. After a brief observation, Dalton withdrew his gaze, having arrived at an answer in his heart. The ferrymen belong to a special kind of undead, akin to puppets that obey certain calm Dustins. Day Day after day, year after year, they continuously ferry passengers across the misty river. Dalton roughly guessed one of the purposes for the extracted soul power. It was used to sustain the ferryman's ability to move, keeping them in a peculiar state of neither life nor death. Upon learning this secret, Dalton hastily reined in his thoughts, ceasing further investigation to avoid courting disaster. Curiosity is permissible, but often it must be restrained. Otherwise, one might not even know how they meet their end. The fairy Dustin belonged to a special kind of revenant, much like a puppet, following certain orders, day after day, year after year, continuously transporting passengers across the river of mist. Dalton roughly guessed one of the uses for the soul power that was extracted. It was likely used to maintain the fairy Dustin's ability to function, keeping them in an eternal, undying state. Upon learning this secret, Dalton quickly reined in his thoughts, refraining from further investigation to avoid courting disaster. Curiosity was acceptable, but it often needed to be restrained. Otherwise, one might not even know how they had met their end. Chapter 318. Forced into conflict. Standing on the ferry, Morris scanned his surroundings. All he could see was mist, and nothing else. This fog was peculiar. Not only did it obstruct vision, but also hindered the exploration by spiritual power. For this reason, anyone who rashly entered would lose their way. Not just ordinary warriors, even mighty Jameson Realm warriors couldn't escape once trapped within. A top-tier Jameson Realm warrior once disbelieved this and insisted on exploring the mist, yet never emerged after entering. Morris, the moment the ferry docks will be your end, a person said viciously. A cold light flashed in Morris's eyes. Threatening me? Do you believe I won't fight to the death with you now? Fight to the death? As soon as you attack, the enforcers will appear, and it will be your death. The Dustin sneered. He needed only to withstand Morris's attack without retaliating. The rest wouldn't be his concern. Morris's gaze darkened. Fighting on the ferry was indeed unwise. The enforcers were too strong for him to resist. It didn't take long for the ferry to dock. Morris and his companions disembarked immediately, taking off into the sky at extreme speed. Another group pursued them closely, following them into the chaotic domain. Why would they let up? But one person remained behind, blocking Dalton's path. What does this mean? Dalton asked. The Dustin's eyes glinted with malice. Obviously, it's to take your life. I have no grievances with you. Why would you do this? Dalton's gaze turned cold. The Dustin, brimming with killing intent, replied, blame your bad luck. Some things cannot be revealed. Prepare to die. Without waiting for a response, he attacked, turning his hand into a claw aimed straight for Dalton's heart. Dalton stood unmoved, his expression indifferent. To the assailant, it seemed like he had been scared stiff, unable to dodge. Only when the Dustin lunged close did Dalton reach out, grabbing the clawed hand. With a snap, the attacker's wrist broke. You. Before the Dustin could finish speaking, Dalton gripped his neck, giving it a firm squeeze, causing his head to slump forward. It seems Morris was right. These people are truly vicious and indiscriminately murderous. Dalton's eyes filled with icy killing intent. Witnessing their evil acts made him a target, something intolerable. He stomped his foot, leapt into the air, and gave chase at blinding speed. Initially reluctant to meddle, he now intended to eliminate some villains. At this moment, Morris and his companions were surrounded. Outnumbered 2-1, they were being utterly overwhelmed. Die! A grotesque face charged at Morris for the final blow. Morris, heavily injured and unable to continue fighting, could only watch helplessly as the blade approached. Clang! Suddenly, a sword energy burst forth, deflecting the attacker's blade from hitting Morris's heart. Immediately, another sharp sword energy followed, wounding the Dustin and causing his arm to bleed profusely. It's you. Seeing the attacker, the Dustin's face changed. Dalton's arrival meant their comrade had already fallen to him. I misjudged you. The Dustin's eyes flashed with coldness. He hadn't expected Dalton, a third-stage golden core cultivator, to so quickly defeat his fifth-stage companion and still dare pursue. But you made a fatal mistake by not fleeing. Now you have no chance. Killing intent radiated from him as he swung his weapon toward Dalton. Dalton unleashed the Josephinian technique to defend himself, then the White Tiger technique, summoning the true form of the White Tiger, which lunged out. Roar. In one swipe, all attacks were shattered, and the Dustin was thrown back. How is this possible? The Dustin stared in disbelief. He was a 7th-stage golden core cultivator with years of combat experience in the chaotic domain, far surpassing Dustini 8th or 9th-stage warriors. Isidrat, he was repelled by Dalton's single strike. Could a 3rd-stage golden core warrior possess such strength? Before he could react, the White Tiger was upon him, launching relentless attacks. He hastily mustered his defenses. Meanwhile, Dalton ignored him, drawing his Fenoyan sword to attack the others. His strikes were ruthless, each aimed to kill. Despite these opponents being experienced 5th and 6th-stage golden core warriors, none could resist Dalton. With a burst of blood, bodies fell one by one. Within moments, most of the villains were dead under Dalton's sword. He is 300 miles away, and getting there safely isn't easy, Dalton mused aloud. The chaotic domain differed from other places. It was full of ruthless mercenaries, where robbery and murder were commonplace. Morris thought for a moment and replied, I know this journey is dangerous. If you agree to assist us, I can raise the reward to 30,000 origin stones, which is my limit. Origin stones were hard to obtain and mostly used for cultivation resources. Even for golden core cultivators, having substantial wealth wasn't common. For Morris and his 4 companions, paying 30,000 stones meant 6,000 each, a considerable sum. They were truly in dire straits, all severely wounded and unable to protect themselves in the chaotic domain. They had to wait half a month for a safe departure. Staying exposed for so long in wilderness posed significant danger. While cities in the chaotic domain were few, they were secure under enforcer protection. Even peak Jameson realm cultivators wouldn't dare cause trouble within. 5 people, 30,000 origin stones. Fine. I'll do my best to escort you all safely to the city, Dalton agreed after some thought. Hearing this, Morris couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a storage bag and said, "This bag contains 10,000 origin stones as a deposit. Once we reach our destination, I'll pay the remaining 20,000 origin stones." Dalton took the storage bag and smiled lightly. "You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might kill you all and just take the origin stones? After all, I now know you have 30,000 origin stones. You, who could slay these vicious scum of the Crimson Blood sect and save us, must not be an extremely wicked person. Moreover, at this point, we have no choice but to take a gamble," Morris replied candidly. Dalton put away the storage bag and turned around, saying, "Let's go. The sooner I get you into the city, the sooner I can tend to my own affairs." Hearing this, Morris and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately followed him. This was their only way to survive, and they had to seize it. Chapter 319 Ethereal Law. From the moment he set foot in the chaotic domain, Dalton sensed its peculiar nature. Compared to the outside world, the essence of heaven and earth here was more abundant, but easier to mobilize. This meant that martial artists above the Golden Core realm would have a significant advantage, able to exhibit far greater power. Simultaneously, Dalton perceived an unusual existence, one that was deeply obscure. Only through his supreme sword bone could he sense it. There are actually laws present within the chaotic domain. Dalton felt greatly astonished internally. According to what he knew, usually only exceptionally powerful martial artists close to the immortal realm could cultivate laws. By utilizing these laws, they could calm Dustin the essence of heaven and earth, unleashing divine powers that carried earth-shattering might. However, once a martial artist died, the cultivated laws often dissipated, unable to endure eternally, with only a few exceptions. In addition to laws cultivated by martial artists, there were also those naturally formed by the universe, though these were exceedingly rare. The fact that laws were wandering freely in the chaotic domain was quite unbelievable. Whether they were created by martial artists or nurtured by the universe remained unknown. Regardless, this was astonishing for the Earth realm. The laws are intangible and uncatchable, truly a pity, Dalton lamented softly. The laws he perceived were in unsuitable states and could not be incorporated into himself. If weaker martial artists could master laws compatible with them, it would greatly boost their strength and immensely benefit their cultivation. However, mastering external laws was far inferior to cultivating one's own laws. Seems like the chaotic domain isn't simple at all, Dalton thought to himself. He had been to dustiny places, including secret lands, but this was the first time he sensed the aura of laws. The law I perceive is inclined towards slaughter. Perhaps this is why the chaotic domain is filled with bloodshed. The aura of the law permeated the sky and earth, subtly affecting martial artists, especially those with inherently aggressive dispositions, impacting them more significantly. Dalton vaguely believed that in ancient times, an enigmatic existence must have deliberately created the chaotic domain, though he couldn't yet guess the purpose. While lost in thought, Dalton suddenly detected some movement. He immediately gathered his scattered thoughts. A loud bang echoed as a swamp below burst open, spewing a giant crocodile covered in black mud upward. It opened its menacing maw, lunging toward one person. "Back off!" Dalton let out a low shout, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, forming a large hand to slam down. The crocodile suffered a heavy blow, plummeting back into the swamp, splashing mud everywhere. More crocodiles broke through the surface immediately afterward, leaping into the air. Restrain. With a stomp of his foot, Dalton unleashed the ascending snake profound technique, transforming the environment into a netherworld pure land. Instantly, all the crocodiles felt an intense suction force, dragging their bodies downward, sinking into the swamp in the blink of an eye. They were like drowning, struggling desperately. A series of splashing sounds resounded as each crocodile's neck snapped under tremendous force, killing them instantly. Dalton didn't waste the opportunity, collecting all the corpses, knowing these fifth-stage creatures held considerable value. Seeing how quickly Dalton resolved the situation, Morris and the others widened their eyes, inwardly shocked. Had it been them, even in peak condition, they would have barely escaped alive, never daring to fight the group of crocodiles. There's no intelligence behind such ferocious beasts. Indeed, they're much easier to handle, Dalton murmured. Most primal beasts initially lacked intelligence but, as their power grew, some gradually developed it, eventually matching or surpassing who Dustin intellect. Others, regardless of strength, remained unintelligent. These two types of primal beasts developed differently. Intelligent ones could cultivate spirit and transform into who Dustin form, while the unintelligent ones focused on internal elixirs, remaining in their natural forms forever. In reality, very few primal beasts could gain intelligence. Most remained unintelligent, hunted both by who Dustins and intelligent beasts for cultivation resources. Who roar. A terrifying roar pierced the air. A 10-meter-long crocodile leaped from the swamp, emitting an intensely savage aura with dark, thick malevolent chi surrounding it. Feeling the crocodile's aura alone made Morris and the others shiver involuntarily, sensing instinctive fear. S6 stage ferocious beast. Someone gulped hard, voice trembling. It's over. We can't escape. Morris and company fell into despair. A simplistic ferocious beast, Dalton chuckled lightly. If it were a highly intelligent primal beast, his rune formation wouldn't bind it so easily, let alone trap it within the relic. Morris and the others stared in amazement. That was a 6th-stage ferocious beast, cruel and formidable, easily defeated by Dalton. To them, Dalton became increasingly inscrutable, utterly unfathomable. We should leave quickly. If stronger ferocious beasts appear, I may not be able to handle them, Dalton said calmly. Hearing this, Morris and the others snapped out of their stupor, hurriedly following him, not wanting to be left behind. They didn't want to face an unknown death. Not their first visit to the chaotic domain. They knew how perilous it was. The outer regions were swamps infested with numerous ferocious beasts, always moving, making safe paths uncertain. Dalton's current path was one they traversed before, encountering hardly any 5th stage ferocious beasts, let alone 6th stage ones. This time, their luck wasn't good, encountering them accidentally. Isidrat, they were fortunate to have Dalton's protection, escaping danger without incident. They were now most worried about encountering other 6th stage ferocious beasts. Dalton, after all, was only a Golden Core realm martial artist and was far from invincible. Therefore, the best choice was to quickly leave the swamp area. Hashtag chapter 320, Black Snake Gang blocks the way. After escaping the swamp area, Morris and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, assuming there would be no more dangers ahead. Dalton, however, remained vigilant. The chaotic realm was far from ordinary, and anything could happen unexpectedly. While on the move, he also activated his supreme sword bone, striving to perceive the laws and gain some profound martial insights from them. The extraordinary nature of the supreme sword bone truly revealed itself at this moment, resonating with the intangible laws, attracting mysterious Tao rhythms, which materialized into Tao patterns, making it easier for him to comprehend. Everyone, stop right there. Suddenly, a thunderous voice broke through Dalton's profound state of enlightenment, pulling him back to reality. In the next moment, several figures soared into the air, blocking Dalton and company's path. Want to pass through Black Snake Gang territory? Each Golden Core Realm practitioner must pay 500 origin stones. That's 3,000 origin stones for your 6 people. Pay up quickly, the leader said arrogantly, holding a tiger-headed broadsword. Morris frowned and said, there was no Black Snake Gang here before, and charging 500 origin stones per person is too much. There wasn't, but there is now. You have 2 choices. Either each leaves behind 500. Dalton didn't dodge or block, but simply created a protective barrier of spiritual energy around himself, letting the myriad fist shadows slam against it. How is this possible? The Dustin stared in disbelief as his all-out attack failed to break Dalton's shield, who remained motionless mid-air. Pity, your 3 moves are useless against me. Now try mine. Dalton's eyes flashed with coldness as he moved swiftly, using the shadow step technique, closing in on the Dustin like a specter. So fast. The Dustin's pupils constricted in shock, unable to react in time, and only able to muster his spiritual energy as a last defense. Bang! Dalton punched without flair, breaking through all defenses and striking directly into the Dustin's abdomen. The Dustin's eyes widened as he screamed in agony. His Dantian was shattered, the martial essence within turned to fragments, and this single blow incapacitated him completely. You dare challenge us? Die! The leader's eyes glinted with hostility as he swung his broadsword at Dalton. Swish! A colossal sword aura emerged, slicing the air with unmatched sharpness, seemingly splitting the space in half. Dalton still didn't dodge but calmly extended a hand, catching the sword aura barehanded. This? The leader's eyes widened in shock, genuinely taken aback. Call for help. The other gang members reacted after a brief shock, desperately seeking aid. If you dare kill our Black Snake Gang members, none of you will live. One of the gang members snarled. But he couldn't speak further because a sword beam pierced his heart. Dalton swiftly killed the remaining Black Snake Gang members present, showing no mercy. Through his truth perception divine eye, he saw that these individuals bore ominous bloodstains, indicating their cruel and ruthless nature. Their deaths were not unwarranted. For someone to accrue such bloodstains, they must have committed numerous atrocities. Accumulated bloodstains could bring great calamity if not resolved. Perhaps encountering Dalton was destiny, forcing them to face their due consequences. Of course, some cultivation methods could convert sin into nourishment, making practitioners indifferent to accumulating sins. Morris felt a heavy heart. He knew they were in deep trouble and would soon face the Black Snake Gang's vengeful retaliation. Although he hadn't heard of the Black Snake Gang, their boldness in collecting tolls indicated substantial strength. Dalton was powerful, but could he contend with an entire gang? Prepare for some trouble. Find a place to hide. If things look bad, run away, Dalton told Morris and the others, realizing he might not be able to protect them during the confrontation. Reluctantly, knowing his injuries would be a liability, Morris followed Dalton's advice, Core Realm Warrior. The imposing aura he exuded was intimidating and brought about an intense sense of pressure. The sinister Dustin flew over through the air, reaching out to reclaim the blood-red spear that was held by the true form of the White Tiger. Although the blood-red spear was only a 5th-tier spiritual tool, it contained traces of 6th-tier spiritual materials during its refinement, making it extraordinarily durable, capable of enduring immense force. Furthermore, Dalton could tell that the blood-red spear was exceptionally bloodthirsty, devouring the essence and blood of living beings, which accounted for its intense murderous aura. Holding the blood-red spear in hand, the tip of the spear pointed at Dalton as he coldly said, "Daring to wreak havoc on the territory of our Black Snake Gang will ensure you die without a trace." A chorus of shouts erupted. "Rudy is mighty. Kill this deluded fool." A group of Black Snake Gang members rushed over. This sinister Dustin turned out to be none other than the deputy leader of the Black Snake Gang. Kill. With a shout, the sinister Dustin thrust the blood-red spear forward. Instantly, countless blood-colored spear shadows appeared, engulfing Dalton. In an instant, Dalton drew the fire cloud sword from his back, swung it, and blazing flames erupted, fierce enough to block all the blood-colored spear shadows. Then, a fire dragon flew out, roaring as it lunged towards the sinister Dustin. Break! The sinister Dustin roared, plunging the spear into the fire dragon's body. Powerful force erupted, causing the fire dragon to explode instantly, scattering flames in all directions. Dalton didn't stop but launched even more ferocious attacks. He disliked being passive, especially in combat, preferring to hold the initiative. However, the sinister Dustin was indeed very strong, far surpassing any 9th stage Golden Core Realm warriors he had encountered before, with rich combat experience and highly advanced combat skills. Every move he made was lethal. But the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. He longed to fight against the powerful to uncover his own shortcomings. The sinister Dustin grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Despite exerting his full strength, he found himself barely matching Dalton, even feeling slightly suppressed. Is he really only at the third stage of the Golden Core realm? The sinister Dustin doubted. He had been in the martial world for over 200 years, encountering various types of warriors, including those who could challenge higher ranks. But to bridge 6 minor stages in combat was unheard of. Just what kind of prodigy was this? To him, such a prodigy couldn't possibly be an unknown. Surely they must have ruthlessly destroying tissue, making it impossible for him to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, Dalton shifted his sword technique, transforming the energy from scorching heat to chilling cold, freezing the air around the blade, forming countless ice crystals. Ice crystals coalesced, instantly trapping the sinister Dustin, immobilizing him. Caught off guard, the sinister Dustin, despite reacting swiftly to shatter the ice, was still too slow. Dalton's sword pierced through his body. The frigid chi entered his body, threatening to freeze his blood and disrupt his spiritual energy flow. This single strike inflicted massive damage. Fortunately, he avoided critical organs, where he might have died on the spot. From then on, the sinister Dustin switched entirely to defense, using his spiritual energy to form multiple protective barriers and deploying a shield. Bang! Dalton punched directly, striking the shield fiercely. The shield shook violently, retreating backward, and cracks appeared in its defensive barrier. Before it could repair itself, Dalton struck again, secretly employing the Flying Serpent Profound technique, each punch heavy and crushing like Mount Tai. Continuously, the shield dented with clear fist imprints, numerous internal runes shattered, severely compromising its defenses. Am I really going to fall at his hands? The sinister Dustin panicked, also filled with resentment. A 9th stage Golden Core realm losing to a 3rd stage one was undoubtedly a huge joke. How is this possible? The Rudy is losing. My eyes must be deceiving me. The Rudy won't lose. The Rudy can't hold on. Quickly help him. If even the Rudy can't handle him, we're just walking into death. If you want to help, go ahead. Witnessing the battle, the Black Snake gang members were stunned, disbelieving what they saw. They had watched the sinister Dustin slay a 9th stage Golden Core realm warrior and 2 peak 5th tier beasts. Clearly, he wasn't weak for his rank. Isidrot now, the sinister Dustin was being dominated by Dalton, defying logic. They couldn't imagine what kind of monster Dalton was. Boom. Dalton's furious punch shattered the shield in front of him. The sinister Dustin was both pained and terrified. An elite 5th tier spiritual tool destroyed. How Dustini such punches could he endure if they hit his body? Another punch shattered the spiritual energy barrier protecting the sinister Dustin. Seeing a powerful punch coming, the sinister Dustin hastily blocked with the blood-red spear. Despite its hardness, the spear bent under the impact. Bang! Unable to withstand the force, the sinister Dustin plummeted to the ground, crashing beneath the earth, his arm twisted and trembling. Hold it! Just as Dalton prepared to deliver a fatal blow, roar echoed, followed by a terrifying knife beam that tore through the sky. Chapter 322, Golden Spirit Body. It's the Driscoll. The fierce-looking Dustin's eyes revealed a look of joy. Since even the Driscoll had taken action, he should be fine. However, to his surprise, Dalton completely ignored the blade light flying in from the sky and recklessly pounced towards him. I absolutely cannot die. The fierce-looking Dustin screamed inwardly, unleashing all his spiritual energy without reservation while simultaneously gathering the power of heaven and earth to condense into a solid shield in front of him. He knew very well that as long as he could withstand this strike from Dalton, he would be able to get through this crisis, with the rest naturally being handled by the Driscoll. Break. Dalton's eyes flashed like lightning, and he let out a low roar. Crack. His fist technique was unparalleled and unstoppable, shattering the protective shield into pieces with one blow. Then, extending his other hand, he unleashed his accumulated strength, transforming it into a dazzling sword beam that tore through the void. The fierce-looking Dustin no longer had the ability to defend. The sword beam pierced through his skull, an absolutely fatal wound, sealing his fate in a single blow. His eyes were wide open, filled with resentment as he stared at Dalton. Meanwhile, the fearsome blade light also slashed onto Dalton but was blocked by the black tortoise divine shell. Although some of the force penetrated through the shell to his true body, with his formidable physical strength, this level of impact couldn't cause substantial damage. Dalton turned his head and looked at the person who launched the blade light. It was a masked Dustin, quite robust, towering over 7 feet tall, holding a dark red narrow-bladed long knife, radiating with killing intent. It was obvious that this weapon had tasted the blood of countless beings. The sinister aura dustinating from him was even more intense, exuding heavy killing intent. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The masked Dustin asked sternly. Dalton replied coolly, if I am told to stop, does that mean I must stop? Why should I listen to you? You dare to run wild on my Black Snake Gang's territory. You're seeking your own doom. No matter who you are, you won't leave here alive today, the masked Dustin said menacingly. Killing the deputy gang leader right before his eyes was a blatant provocation that he could not tolerate. Dalton sneered, I thought the Black Snake Gang was something great. Turns out its leader is merely a 9th rank Golden Core realm warrior. Don't boast too much, you might follow in his footsteps soon. Arrogant. The masked Dustin snorted coldly and immediately swung his blade, attacking Dalton. A massive blade light several dozen yards long appeared, cleaving through space, irresistible. Dalton maximized the black tortoise skill, almost making the black tortoise divine shell tangible, protecting him inside. The blade light struck the black tortoise divine shell, releasing an incredible shockwave that dispersed the surrounding cloud gas. Dalton showed a peculiar expression because cracks actually appeared on the black tortoise divine shell, and there were quite a few of them. Many blades of air seeped through the cracks, slashing against his body. What formidable attack power! Dalton was slightly surprised. Both were 9th rank Golden Core realm cultivators, but the masked Dustin was far stronger than the fierce-looking Dustin. They were not even on the same level. This masked Dustin's casual strike could pose a significant threat to ordinary 9th rank Golden Core Realm warriors. From Dalton's perspective, this Dustin must have cultivated extraordinary martial techniques and skills with considerable mastery. Most cultivators' techniques and skills rank below middle grade spirit class. First, higher grades were difficult to obtain. Second, limited martial talent made it hard for Dustini to even begin learning high-grade techniques, let alone achieve greatness. However, based on Dalton's judgment, the masked Dustin's cultivation methods and skills should be of upper grade or even supreme grade spirit class. This advantage made him superior to Dustini cultivators and virtually invincible in his realm. Of course, compared to what Dalton cultivated, there was still a vast difference, almost insurmountable. Thinking quickly, Dalton retreated to avoid the huge blade light. While retreating, he continued to activate the black tortoise skill, causing large amounts of black water to appear, forming a vast swamp that spread towards the masked Dustin. The black water was bitterly cold with shocking corrosive properties, sticking like a bone-boring worm once it touched anything. Hiss! A ferocious black snake emerged, baring its fangs, attempting to bite the masked Dustin. Finf! The masked Dustin snorted, swinging his knife to cut it down. All fancy tricks were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Pfft! The black snake was severed and transformed back into black water. But then, more black snakes appeared, surrounding the masked Dustin. The masked Dustin remained unfazed, once again swinging his blade, releasing fierce blade energy that destroyed everything in its path. Isidrat, the masked Dustin soon noticed that his long knife was enveloped in cold air, gradually icing over and spreading up his arm. Not only that, but the space around him almost froze entirely, tiny ice crystals visible everywhere. Trifles, the masked Dustin disdainfully said. With a powerful shake of his body, countless golden lights erupted from within him, turning him into a blazing sun, blindingly bright, impossible to look at directly. The golden light's destructive power was astounding, instantly shattering all ice crystals, leaving the airborne black water full of holes. Golden spirit body? A gleam of light flashed in Dalton's eyes. Among special constitutions, spirit bodies were considered the weakest category, yet they should never be underestimated. If fully harnessed, they could be nearly as formidable as immortal bodies in early cultivation stages. So far, Dalton hadn't encountered Dustini cultivators with special constitutions. Even the 4 great martial sanctuaries of the Daxia kingdom regarded those with special constitutions as treasures, giving them priority cultivation. He was indeed surprised. Having just entered the chaotic domain, he encountered a cultivator with a golden spirit body. Though not entirely pure, it was still a special constitution, which was rare. At this moment, the masked Dustin activated his golden spirit body, causing his aura to surge and significantly enhancing his strength. Clearly recognizing Dalton's tenacity, the masked Dustin aimed to end the battle quickly, going all out. Whoosh! The masked Dustin's body transformed into golden light, rapidly increasing his speed, leaving lingering shadows in the air. Dalton did not panic, but calmly manipulated the streams of water like chains, wrapping around the masked Dustin. The masked Dustin was fast, but under Dalton's control, the water flowed faster, capturing the masked Dustin in an instant. However, the masked Dustin's strength was immense, slicing through the water like a sharp blade upon contact. Swoosh! Droplets of water shot out, seemingly small but carrying terrifying force like deadly arrows, piercing through everything. As he dodged, the masked Dustin performed intricate knife techniques, blocking all attacks. Throughout this process, he was gradually closing the distance between himself and Dalton, confident that a few strikes would suffice to slay him. Driscoll is invincible. Seeing the masked Dustin's overwhelming momentum, the onlooking Black Snake gang members cheered loudly. In a secluded area, Morris and others wore serious expressions, sensing immense threats from the masked Dustin. This Black Snake gang leader possesses a special constitution, making him nearly unbeatable at his level. Can our benefactor handle him? One person worriedly said. Another agreed. Indeed. Despite our benefactor's strength, he is only a 3rd-rank Golden Core Realm cultivator, a huge gap that can't be bridged by any means. If the situation worsens, we should retreat as instructed by our benefactor. I believe he has the capability to escape, even if he can't defeat the Black Snake gang leader, Morris pondered. Unfortunately, they were all heavily injured, unable to provide much assistance, and in fact, with their strength, even if they were at their prime, they would be far from being able to contend with the Black Snake gang's leader. Rushing in would only create chaos. Although it may be disheartening to admit, that was the reality. Crack! In midair, the masked Dustin pounced close to Dalton and delivered a lightning-fast slash, causing the black tortoise divine shell to emit a cracking sound. Dalton was forced backward by the impact of this powerful force. Such formidable strength. Dalton was inwardly alarmed. The bulky build of his opponent wasn't for show. His strength was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary peak Golden Core Realm cultivators. Prepare to retreat, Morris said solemnly. Chapter 323, Absolute Restraint. Dalton was forced back, seemingly having suffered a powerful impact. However, with the Josephinianwood divine shell blocking and the void domain dissipating the force, he himself did not sustain any substantial damage. Quite a sharp attack. Now try my flames. Dalton swung his sword, unleashing overwhelming flames. He was well versed in the principles of Wu Hongsung Kura, the interplay between the 5 elements, and using fire to counter a metal-based body was undoubtedly the most effective method. The void divine flames spread out, quickly forming an expansive sea of fire that enveloped the masked Dustin. Amidst the sea of fire, vermilion bird divine birds flew out, striking at the masked Dustin. Without a doubt, Dalton was employing the vermilion bird profound art. With the void divine flames aiding, the power of the vermilion bird profound art was significantly enhanced, practically burning everything in sight. Trapped in the sea of fire, the masked Dustin indeed faced difficulties. This kind of flame was too strong, posing an immense threat to him, effectively countering his metal spirit body. With his constitution being countered, the effectiveness of his various abilities also drastically diminished. It couldn't help but make him feel as though he had encountered his nemesis. He found it hard to imagine how a third-stage Golden Core Realm martial artist could cultivate such terrifying flames. Blasel did he know, Dalton possessed the Void Divine Body, which had been highly activated. The Void Divine flames derived from the Void Divine Body. How could they not be terrifying? Moreover, the Vermilion Bird Profound Art was the pinnacle profound art of the fire attribute lineage. When unleashed, it further amplified the might of the Void Divine flames. With Dalton's current cultivation, fully unleashing the Vermilion Bird Profound Art would produce flames that could easily melt 5th-rank spirit artifacts. Even top-tier 5th-rank spirit artifacts might not withstand it. Trapped within the sea of fire, the masked Dustin desperately tried to break free but was unable to do so. Vermilion birds continuously collided with him, leaving him struggling to react. Under the intense heat of the flames, he was already starting to suffer. Possessing a metal spirit body, facing this move from Dalton put him at a significant disadvantage. Chirp. A true form of the Vermilion bird appeared, spitting out repeatedly refined Void Divine flames. Ah! The masked Dustin was engulfed by the flames, emitting painful screams. His spirit energy shield was instantly burned through, and in just a moment, large patches of his body turned charred. If not for his formidable physique, he might have been incinerated into ashes instantly. Morris and others had already prepared to flee, but never expected such a reversal. The once arrogant masked Dustin, facing the sea of fire, actually lost all resistance. Such terrifying flames. If I were in there, I wouldn't last a moment. One person shuddered. This level of flames, even for peak Golden Core Realm martial artists specializing in fire attributes, was rarely mastered. Often, obtaining powerful flames is not difficult. What's challenging is controlling them at will. Poor control could easily harm oneself. Break. With a roar, the masked Dustin unleashed the potential of his metal spirit body, releasing a dazzling golden light that tore through the sky and opened a gap in the flames. Seizing this opportunity, the masked Dustin edged to escape. Immediately after, he burst into high speed, breaking through the air to flee. How can you escape? Without hesitation, Dalton pursued him. They had formed deep enmity with no possibility of resolution. At this moment, he naturally could not let him escape easily. The vermilion bird wings appeared on his back, increasing his speed dramatically as he flapped them. The leader has been defeated. Everyone, run! Seeing the masked Dustin fleeing, the members of Blacksnake Gang were panic-stricken, scrambling to save themselves. They sensed that the masked Dustin might not escape today, meaning the Blacksnake Gang would cease to exist. Damn it! Feeling Dalton closing in, the masked Dustin couldn't help but feel furious. He never thought he'd end up in such a humiliating state. It was a grave insult. If it weren't for his strange flames, he would never be my match. The masked Dustin felt extremely aggrieved. With his strength, nobody below the primordial soul realm had ever pushed him to this extent. Just as he was pondering, a massive vermilion bird flew toward him. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the vermilion bird. Boom! An awful explosion occurred inside the vermilion bird's belly, tearing its body apart. Then, a streak of golden light shot across the sky and vanished in an instant. Dalton stopped, deciding not to continue chasing. A 6th-rank spatial evasion Talus Dustin? This person seems to have Dustini hidden cards. He must come from a significant background. Considering the individual's constitution, the techniques and skills cultivated, and the various treasures carried, Dalton was certain this person had other origins and couldn't merely be the leader of a small gang. Especially since the opponent wore a mask, deliberately hiding his identity, making it even more suspicious. Pity still couldn't stop him. Dalton shook his head helplessly. Capturing and eliminating such a ruthless villain would be acting according to heaven's will, gaining merit. The world is fair. Sin comes with retribution, while virtue brings blessings, affecting one's fate invisibly. His figure flickered as Dalton intercepted a member of Blacksnake Gang at top speed. Not bothering to talk, he directly used the spirit control spell to search their soul for the information he needed. You all wait here. I'll be back soon. After transmitting this message to Morris and the others, Dalton quickly disappeared into the woods. What is Sir going to do? Morris and the others were quite curious. They weren't overly concerned about other matters, but wanted to get out of the wilderness as soon as possible and enter the city. The wilderness was full of dangers, making them very uneasy. Dalton moved quickly. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he followed the memory of the gang member's soul and located the hideout of Blacksnake Gang. Blacksnake Gang's base was hidden within a mountain's interior, relatively new, established less than 3 years ago. That's why Morris and the others had never heard of it. The gang had over 100 members, all above the virtual core realm, each a villainous scum. Blacksnake Gang could only exist because of the masked Dustin's strength. He had quickly gathered a group of martial artists. Now that the masked Dustin had fled and Dalton had killed the vice leader, the remaining members struggled to stir any trouble. Dalton entered the mountain's interior, showing no mercy. Anyone marked with the stain of sin met their end. Finally, he arrived at Blacksnake Gang's treasure vault. It contained numerous treasures, including profound arts and martial techniques. Dalton didn't discriminate, collecting everything. Even first-rank spiritual objects had some value, and accumulating them would amount to considerable wealth. What's this? While collecting treasures, Dalton suddenly noticed an object. It was a statue covered in weathered marks, clearly old. He could clearly sense a unique Dao Yun, Dao essence, from the statue, with threads of Dao essence flowing through it. The statue was exquisitely crafted, almost like a piece of art, placed prominently on a stand. Dalton scrutinized the statue for a long time, his eyes gleaming, seemingly discovering a secret. After a long while, he took out a rune pen and used his soul power to inscribe symbols on the statue carefully. He was meticulous, every stroke cautious. After spending considerable time, he finally completed the inscription. Confirming there were no issues, he activated the drawn runes. Crack. The statue emitted a cracking sound, and then shattered completely. This statue was made of unusual material, extremely hard, and difficult to destroy normally. After the statue shattered, the secrets it held were revealed. Indeed, it's this item. Dalton's eyes lit up. Quite a fierce attack. Now try my flames. Dalton swung his sword, releasing overwhelming flames. He was well versed in the principles of elemental generation and restraint, knowing that using fire to counteract the metal essence body would be most effective. The void divine fire spread out rapidly, instantly forming a vast sea of fire that enveloped the masked Dustin. Within this sea of fire, vermilion divine birds emerged, attacking the masked Dustin from all directions. Without a doubt, Dalton was deploying the vermilion bird mystic art, amplified by the void divine fire. This combination dramatically enhanced the power of the art, almost enough to burn everything in the world. Trapped within the sea of fire, the masked Dustin faced real difficulties. This fire was too strong, posing a significant threat to him, thoroughly restraining his metal essence body. With his constitution being countered, the potency of his various techniques was greatly diminished. He couldn't help but feel as though he had encountered his nemesis. It was hard for him to imagine how a third-stage Golden Core realm martial artist could cultivate such terrifying flames. What he didn't know was that Dalton possessed the void divine body, which was highly stimulated. The void divine fire derived from this body could not be anything but fearsome. Moreover, the vermilion bird mystic art was among the strongest mystical arts in the fire attribute line, further enhancing the might of the void divine fire when activated. With Dalton's current cultivation level, fully deploying the vermilion bird mystic art, the flames he unleashed could easily melt 5th-rank spirit treasures. Even top-tier 5th-rank spirit treasures might not withstand it. With a roar, the masked Dustin unleashed the potential of his metal essence body, a brilliant golden light tearing through the sky and creating a gap in the flames. Seizing this opportunity, the masked Dustin broke free. Immediately afterward, he burst into extreme speed, breaking through space to escape. Where do you think you're running? Dalton pursued without hesitation. They had developed deep enmity with no possibility of resolution. Now was not the time to let him escape easily. Vermilion bird fire wings appeared on his back, greatly increasing his speed with each flap. Our boss has been defeated. Everyone run. Seeing the masked Dustin flee, the members of the Black Snake Gang panicked and began to flee for their lives. They sensed that the masked Dustin might not escape today, meaning the Black Snake Gang would cease to exist. Damn. Feeling Dalton getting closer, the masked Dustin felt immense anger. He never imagined he would end up so miserable, which was nothing short of humiliation. If it weren't for his bizarre flames, he would never be my match. The masked Dustin was extremely resentful. With his strength, nobody below the nascent soul realm had ever forced him to this extent. Just as he was thinking, a massive vermilion bird flew towards him. Before he could react, it swallowed him whole. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred inside the vermilion bird's belly, tearing it apart. Then, a golden light streaked across the sky, disappearing instantly. Dalton stopped, no longer pursuing. A 6th-rank spatial escape Talus Dustin? This person indeed has quite a few trump cards. He must have some significant background. Combining his constitution, cultivated arts, skills, and various treasures, he determined that this person must have other origins beyond just being the leader of a small gang. Especially with the mask hiding his identity, this made him even more suspicious. Unfortunately, we still couldn't stop him. Dalton shook his head helplessly. Removing such a vicious villain would also serve as justice, earning merit. The universe is fair. There are sins and merits. Sin brings disaster, while merit brings blessings, affecting destiny. With a flash, Dalton quickly intercepted a member of the Black Snake Gang. He didn't waste words, directly employing the Spirit Calm Dustin technique to probe the soul for information. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Transmitting this message to Morris and the others, Dalton soon vanished into the forest. What does our benefactor intend to do? Morris and others were quite curious. They weren't too concerned about other matters. They only wanted to quickly leave the wilderness and enter the city. The wilderness was filled with dangers, making them very uneasy. Dalton moved quickly. Within a short time, he located the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang based on the memory of the captured gang member. The Black Snake Gang's base was hidden in a mountain cavern, quite concealed. It was a relatively new gang established less than 3 years ago, explaining why Morris and others had never heard of it. The gang had over 100 members, all above the Void Dan realm, who were notorious villains. The establishment of the Black Snake Gang was entirely due to the masked Dustin, whose strength quickly gathered a group of martial artists. Now that the masked Dustin had fled and the vice leader was killed by Dalton, the remaining members could hardly cause much trouble. Dalton stormed into the mountain cavern, showing no mercy. Anyone tainted with sinful bloodlight was not spared. Finally, he reached the treasure vault of the Black Snake Gang, where numerous treasures, techniques, and martial skills were stored. Dalton didn't discriminate, taking everything. Even low-grade treasures had some value, and in quantity, they could accumulate into significant wealth. What's this? While collecting treasures, Dalton was suddenly drawn to an object. It was a statue covered in age-old marks, clearly very old. He could clearly sense a unique Dao essence dustinating from the statue, with threads of Dao aura flowing through it. The statue was exquisitely crafted, a masterpiece of art, and it was displayed on a shelf. Dalton examined the statue closely, eyes gleaming as if discovering a secret. After a long while, he took out a Talus Dustin pen, using his soul power to draw intricate patterns on the statue carefully. It took considerable time before he finished drawing. Ensuring there were no problems, he activated the drawn patterns. Crack! The statue emitted cracking sounds, then completely shattered. The material of this statue was unusually tough and incredibly hard, difficult to destroy by normal means. After the statue shattered, its hidden secret was revealed. Indeed, it's this object. Dalton's eyes lit up. Chapter 324, Ancient Curiosity. Inside the large statue was a small statue, only 3 inches tall, easily held in one hand. The small statue was clad in golden armor with a divine halo behind its head, exuding an awe-inspiring and martial aura, clearly resembling a war god. The Ancient Curiosity, the indestructible golden body. Dalton's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the heritage passed down by his ancestor Haim, there was information about this artifact. Legend had it that this object originated from the nebulous divine realm, shining brightly during the ancient era. However, after the great calamity of the ancient times ended, it vanished from the world. His ancestor Haim once searched for several secret places based on some clues but could not find even one indestructible golden body, which was quite regrettable. However, his ancestor Haim did find the secret method to refine and control the indestructible golden body, though he never had the chance to use it. Dalton picked up the indestructible golden body and examined it carefully. The entire body of the indestructible golden body was dark golden in color, cast from unknown material, extremely hard, almost indestructible. The ancestor Haim once speculated that the 10 indestructible golden bodies that existed in ancient times might have returned to the divine realm, making them impossible to find. Dalton was truly surprised. The indestructible golden body, which had been lost for eons, had appeared before him. He now felt that this region was extraordinarily unusual, hiding destiny profound secrets far beyond his current comprehension. I hope this is not a fake indestructible golden body, Dalton murmured softly. Though all its features matched the indestructible golden body, there was still the possibility of forgery. To verify its authenticity, Dalton immediately performed the secret method passed down by his ancestor Haim and began refining it. As power continuously infused into the indestructible golden body, it gradually responded, emitting strands of golden light that formed characters around it, circling it. This is the indestructible golden body technique that the ancestor Haim desired so much. Dalton's eyes shone with excitement. He confirmed that this was indeed the legendary indestructible golden body, a rarity unparalleled in the world. Those characters were the ultimate physical cultivation technique contained within the indestructible golden body, capable of enhancing the body to unimaginable levels. These characters were highly complex, unrecognizable to ordinary people, but Dalton could understand their meanings. Spending some time, Dalton memorized the indestructible golden body technique firmly. Since it was something even the ancestor Haim wanted, he naturally intended to cultivate it. Moreover, cultivating this technique did not conflict with the other mystic arts he practiced but rather complemented them. After initially refining the indestructible golden body, Dalton infused a thread of his soul essence into it, integrating it with its core. Subsequently, he stored the indestructible golden body inside the void treasury, nourishing it with his vital energy while drawing various strange forces from special spaces through the void veins. The indestructible golden body had been sealed away for too long, leaving it depleted of power. To use it, the power needed to be replenished first. Simultaneously, he needed to fully harmonize with the indestructible golden body, making it inseparable from him, thus allowing him to potentially activate it despite his weak cultivation level. I never thought destroying a small gang in the chaotic region would lead to such a miraculous encounter. Dalton felt incredibly fortunate. His personal destiny was indeed extraordinary. Rare artifacts often belong to those who were fated to obtain them, and one could not force it. If not destined, they couldn't obtain it even if it were right before them. Perhaps this was the blessing he received for acting as the agent of justice, coming far sooner than he expected. Ensuring nothing was overlooked, Dalton left the Black Snake Gang's hideout. The entire Black Snake Gang had been almost completely eliminated by him. Even if the masked Dustin returned, it would be meaningless. Of course, if he decided to reassemble his forces, that was beyond Dalton's concern. Soon, Dalton reunited with Morris and others, continuing their journey towards Flying Star City. Flying Star City was one of the 24 cities in the chaotic region, with a long history, standing firm through the passage of time. The journey went smoothly afterward, encountering no more trouble. Seeing the nearby Flying Star City, Morris and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally arriving at a safe place. Flying Star City was sizable, spanning several dozen miles, surrounded by towering walls that contained inscriptions and array formations covering the entire city. Entry and exit were only possible through the 4 main gates. What a dense aura of laws. There must be actual laws present within Flying Star City. Dalton's eyes flashed with insight. While other places also had law auras, they were very thin, capturing only vague outlines of laws. But here, it was different. Real, substantial laws undoubtedly existed. No wonder Brother mentioned that the cities in the chaotic region provide excellent cultivation environments, where one can grasp martial truths effortlessly. It seems closely related to the presence of laws, Dalton suddenly realized. Thus, entering Flying Star City was not easy. One had to pay a certain price, albeit not soul energy, but source stones. Based on cultivation levels, each person paid a different number of source stones upon entry. Additionally, staying in the city for extended periods required sufficient source stones. Dalton understood the critical point. The operation of the array formation surrounding the city consumed source stones, as did maintaining active laws. How could someone enjoy the benefits without paying a price? Of course, there was a way to enter without paying anything and even receive housing for free, by simply leaving one's name on the stone tablet at the city gate. Dalton had already learned about the various situations in these cities from Avon Mountain Lord. In summary, these cities in the chaotic region were very friendly to martial geniuses, providing various conveniences. Arriving at the city gate, Morris took out a storage bag and said, "Thank you for escorting us to Flying Star City. Here is the remaining payment. Please accept it." However, Dalton shook his head and didn't reach out, saying, "No need. 10,000 source stones were enough." He wasn't greedy. He saved Morris and the others mainly because they lacked negative karma, indicating good character. Moreover, having just acquired the indestructible golden body, He was in an exceptionally good mood and indifferent to the reward. This? Morris was stunned, not expecting Dalton to refuse. These were 20,000 source stones, a significant amount, to simply dismiss. You all are heavily injured and will need considerable time and source stones to stay in the city and buy healing pills. I don't lack these few source stones, Dalton added. He wasn't boasting. Over the years, he had killed Dustini martial artists, including those with substantial wealth, accumulating plenty of source stones. Thank you then. Morris, no longer being formal, put the storage bag back. They indeed needed source stones now for staying in the city and buying medicinal pills. Without enough source stones, their lives would be difficult. Dalton said, delivering you here completes my mission. Take care of yourselves from here on. Thank you. They bowed respectfully. They were genuinely grateful to Dalton, whose kindness was immense, and if they had the opportunity in the future, they would repay it. Just go into the city quickly and find a place to heal. Dalton waved his hand. Morris asked, may I know your honorable name? Malik, Dalton replied. This was a pseudonym he had thought of beforehand, essentially reversing his original name, except changing Shao to the homophonous Josephinian. Malik, Morris repeated quietly. Then he bowed again. Take care, honorable sir. Until we meet again, Dalton said calmly. Morris didn't delay any further, and immediately led his companions into the city. Please continue reading to follow Dalton's adventures and experiences in the bustling and mysterious Flying Star City. As they passed through the city gate, a beam of spiritual light swept over their bodies, and then a vortex suddenly appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Morris, experienced with the procedure, took out some source stones and put them into the vortex. The vortex accepted the source stones and instantly vanished without a trace. Morris and his companions were no longer obstructed, and were able to step into the city. A sharp gleam flashed in Dalton's eyes as he also walked forward. Since he had already come to Flying Star City, there was no reason not to enter and take a look. Chapter 325, Eternal Fame. Dalton turned his gaze to a nearby stone stele. It looked very ordinary, only 5 feet tall, with a rough and uneven surface that would not attract any attention if placed elsewhere. But here, the stone stele held significant importance, as it was a test set by the city of Fei Xing for those entering the city. Dalton glanced over it briefly, and saw there were only about 20 names inscribed on the stele. Over 10,000 years, this number was indeed too small. This clearly indicated how formidable this test was, with an extremely high difficulty level. Anyone who could leave their name on the stele was undoubtedly an exceptional genius. This is interesting. Let's see how rigorous this test really is. Dalton murmured to himself, slowly extending his hand and placing it on the stele. He then began to channel the spiritual energy within his body toward his palm. He knew the rules. To leave a name on the stele, one must first create a clear mark using their abilities. The strength required varied depending on one's cultivation realm, essentially differing based on the practitioner's level. Thus, as long as one was exceptionally talented, success was possible at any realm. Another naive person thinks they can achieve eternal fame. Just then, a voice filled with ridicule echoed. Dalton turned his head and saw a group approaching from not far away, quickly reaching the city gate. It's purely a waste of effort. Wanting to leave a name on this stele isn't so simple. Don't say that. Maybe he truly has confidence. Confidence? What a joke. This stone stele outside Fei Xing City hasn't had anyone leave their name for 1,000 years. If he succeeds, I'll eat that rock over there. Such a big rock. Aren't you afraid you'll be stuffed to death? The people nearby spoke up one after another, clearly expecting to witness a spectacle. In the past millennium, countless people, including some renowned figures like the current demon sect leader, Avon Mountain Master, and Elwyn, had visited Fei Xing City but failed to leave their names on the stele. Despite the passage of time, the people whose names were inscribed on the stele were long gone, yet tales of their deeds still circulated in the martial world. For instance, the last name on the stele, Ira, was the founder of Tianzhe Academy, a prodigy unmatched by contemporaries. Undoubtedly, Ira was the pride of Tianzhe Academy and a legend in every heart. However, Ira had disappeared from public view about 500 years ago, probably due to his natural lifespan ending. After all, the average lifespan of a Soul Realm martial artist was about 1,000 years. Dalton retracted his gaze and did not pay much attention to the crowd beside him. He focused on sensing the mysteries hidden within the stele. Pretending. Seeing Dalton's indifferent expression, someone couldn't help but scoff. Let's disperse. There's nothing worth watching. With no immediate result from Dalton, the crowd grew impatient. Mainly, they didn't believe that Dalton had the ability to leave a name on the stele. Many martial geniuses had tried and failed, so why should an unknown figure like Dalton succeed? As they lost interest, they began to move towards the city. Fin. Suddenly, the stele started to vibrate violently, emitting a radiant glow with intricate patterns appearing on its surface. Look quickly. Sensing the commotion, those entering the city turned their heads. Upon seeing the transformation of the stele, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Moments ago, they were mocking and belittling Dalton. Now, they felt thoroughly embarrassed by the turn of events. The difficulty is indeed substantial. No wonder so few have Dustinage to leave their names, Dalton muttered. He gradually applied his strength without holding back to succeed. Of course, he did not use his physical prowess, nor his supreme sword bone or any potent techniques. Otherwise, it would have been simpler. Additionally, he realized that the stele contained a peculiar law that formed the core of the test. His patience in not rushing to make a mark was because he wanted to fully perceive this law, which was a rare opportunity. At this moment, Dalton sensed a unique fluctuation, prompting him to engrave his name on the stele with spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he wrote Malik on the stele with his hand. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from the stele, piercing into Dalton's right palm. Dalton examined his right palm, noticing a faint imprint and an influx of information into his mind. With this imprint, he could enter and exit Fei Xing City freely and would be provided a residence within the city, saving him Dustini source stones. I need to see what makes this residence special. Curiosity piqued, Dalton walked into the city. People made way for him, though they didn't recognize him. His ability to leave a name on the steel indicated he was no ordinary individual. It was best not to provoke such a potentially powerful person. After Dalton moved away, they retreated outside the city and approached the steel again. Have you heard of Malik? One asked. Everyone seriously recalled any information related to this name. But they found none. Who exactly is Malik? I've never heard of him before. There's nothing strange about that. He might be a secretly trained disciple of a major power, just now sent out for training. It's likely. At the third stage of the Golden Core realm, he can leave his name on the steel, indicating extraordinary talent. No matter which faction, such a person cannot be provoked. Doing so invites disaster. They all exchanged cautious looks. None of them were foolish. They wouldn't provoke someone cultivated by a powerful organization unless absolutely necessary. 6 months ago, Elena of the Evilheim Palace left his name on the steel outside Feihu City. Now, Malik does the same in Feishing City. It feels like a glorious era is dawning. In the past few centuries, it was rare for anyone to leave a name on the steels outside the 24 cities. Isidrat, 2 cases have occurred within half a year. Moreover, both Elena and Malik were shrouded in mystery, raising suspicions if other factions hid similar prodigies, ready to leave their marks once revealed. The chaotic region comprised 24 cities, with 21 smaller ones and 3 massive main cities. Besides leaving a name on a smaller city's steel, one could also inscribe a name on a main city's steel, though it was significantly harder. Historically, only single-digit names adorn the steels of the 3 main cities. Whoever said they'd eat the rock if Malik left his name on the steel, now is the time to fulfill that promise, someone suddenly said. The speaker blushed furiously upon realizing the embarrassment. I won't speak recklessly ever again, the person thought to themselves. Being humiliated in public, no matter how strong one's mental resilience, is still hard to bear. Chapter 326, the clash between good and evil. Although entry into Feishing City required payment in source stones, the city was far from deserted. People bustled through the streets, shops were open for business, and there was a vibrant atmosphere. Dalton strolled casually through the city. Despite the endless conflicts in the chaos domain, within the city, it was a different story. A peaceful and harmonious place where even the most vicious individuals dared not act rashly. The reason, of course, was the presence of enforcers who would eliminate anyone who broke the rules, regardless of their background. More importantly, these enforcers were virtually invincible within the city, unbeatable by even the strongest martial artists. Suddenly, Dalton noticed unusual activity on the street. Many people were running in one direction, but he wasn't sure what was happening. Without much thought, he followed them. Soon enough, he discovered the cause. 2 people were engaged in combat at the city's central plaza. This vast plaza was specifically designed for duels, where combat was unrestricted. However, once someone stepped onto the plaza, only one could walk out alive. Therefore, those who chose to duel here often had deep-seated grudges, unable to coexist peacefully, and were determined to fight to the death. Currently, the 2 combatants on the plaza were women, both stunningly beautiful. Isidrat. Once they started fighting, they were ferocious beyond measure. They were evenly matched, both at the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm, making it difficult to predict the outcome. What's going on? Why is a direct descendant of the Aiden family fighting an elite disciple of the Devil Sect? Seeing the 2 combatants, some spectators couldn't help but feel bewildered. Another person remarked nonchalantly, isn't this normal? In the chaos domain, any conflict between anyone is ordinary. Besides, these 2 have deep-seated grievances. Kyla killed Velma's younger brother, while Velma deprived Kyla of a significant opportunity. They've long wanted to kill each other. Now that they've met in Feishing City, how could they let this chance slip? Hearing this, everyone watching understood the situation and felt it made perfect sense. Aiden family, Dalton muttered, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Among the major forces in the chaos domain mentioned by Alexei, one was the Aiden family. The Devil Sect, Evilheim Palace, and Findred Beast Valley were ranked first, while the Aiden family was ranked second, with profound strength. The Aiden family was extremely powerful, even surpassing the 7 major families of Boblin City. As a native martial arts family of the chaos domain, few dared to provoke them. Using his insightful true eye, Dalton noticed that Kyla was enveloped in an intense aura of sinful bloodlight, comparable to the Black Snake gang leader he had encountered before. Meanwhile, Velma showed no traces of such darkness. Their true natures were evident at a glance. As Alexei had said, not everyone in the chaos domain was evil. Dustini still adhered to a moral Dishan, and some were even righteous individuals. No matter where you were, there was always a distinction between good and evil. The chaos domain merely gathered more wicked individuals. Note, the term Dishan is repeated incorrectly in the user's input. It has been corrected to appear only once in the edited translation, to further improve the translation for fluency and natural reading in English. As Alexei had mentioned, not everyone in the chaos domain was evil. Dustini still upheld a moral Dishan, and some were even righteous individuals. Regardless of location, there was always a distinction between good and evil. The chaos domain simply harbored a greater number of wicked individuals. Note, Dishan could be translated as bottom line, or moral boundary, depending on context. For better understanding, it might be clearer to use moral boundary here. Final refined version. As Alexei had mentioned, not everyone in the chaos domain was evil. Dustini still upheld a moral boundary, and some were even righteous individuals. Regardless of location, there was always a distinction between good and evil. The chaos domain simply harbored a greater number of wicked individuals. This Velma seems to be in danger. Dalton narrowed his eyes and whispered softly. He could see that Kyla had more battle experience and employed more ruthless tactics, clearly giving Velma a disadvantage. Phew. Kyla unleashed a burst of crimson light, breaking through Velma's defenses and leaving several wounds on her body. The tide of battle quickly turned against Velma. Kyla didn't hold back, intensifying her attack to finish Velma off. Velma's defense faltered, She could only block and couldn't counterattack, becoming increasingly passive. Over time, her wounds multiplied, and her dress became tattered. An incredibly humiliating moment for her since she began cultivating. Velma's eyes filled with intense frustration. She had come to avenge her brother, yet now she faced the possibility of losing her life. To make matters worse, despite being equally skilled, she couldn't match Kyla, which was unacceptable to her. Pity, Velma is losing. She's such a good person. She even saved Dustini during the beast rampage. Isidroa, pity it's a one-on-one fair duel, and we can't intervene. How annoying. Good person? This is the chaos domain. Good people don't get good outcomes. Only the wicked can live long and freely. So-called good people are just weak cowards who cannot achieve greatness. Their deaths are not worth mourning. The spectators buzzed with various opinions, some lamenting Velma's predicament while others enjoyed the spectacle of her downfall. I didn't expect Velma to have such a compassionate and righteous heart. Dalton was surprised. In the chaos domain, when faced with danger, not taking advantage of the situation was commendable. It was rare to actively help others in need. It would be too unfortunate if someone like her were to die at the hands of the devil sect. Dalton's mind raced with thoughts. Moments later, he used his soul power to silently communicate with Velma. Although he couldn't directly assist her, he could guide her by pointing out Kyla's weaknesses, giving her a chance to turn the tide. Others might find it difficult to discern Kyla's vulnerabilities, but Dalton's insightful true I allowed him to accurately pinpoint them. Observing as a spectator, his vision was even sharper. Startled, Velma received the guidance without hesitation, knowing there was no time to overthink the situation. She had to grasp every opportunity. Die. Kyla's voice was cold, her slender sword unleashing dozens of sharp sword chi. She expected to deal significant damage to Velma, but to her surprise, Velma narrowly avoided all the sword chi. Where she couldn't dodge, she blocked with her spirit sword. Kyla narrowed her eyes, genuinely astonished but attributing it to luck. She continued her fierce assault. To her dismay, all her subsequent attacks were deflected by Velma, who reversed her own fortunes and took control of the battle. This isn't right. She can't suddenly regain her momentum. Someone must be guiding her, Kyla thought. She wondered who could be so proficient in combat to provide such precise guidance, instantly turning the tide. She knew her offensive techniques were flexible and rapid, making it impossible for anyone to keep up with her weaknesses and give real-time advice. But the reality was undeniable. Fu. Seizing the opportunity, Velma broke through Kyla's defense, slashing deeply into her waist. Kyla's clothing was immediately drenched in blood, which couldn't be easily stopped in the midst of battle. Kyla rapidly retreated, widening the distance between herself and Velma. Her eyes showed shock and anger. She had assumed victory was within her grasp, only to find herself in this predicament, truly regrettable. Who's helping her? Are you not afraid of retribution from my devil sect? Kyla's gaze was sharp as she issued a chilling commandment. What's happening? Spectators were confused, unsure of the sudden change. Someone is secretly aiding Velma, changing the tide of battle and putting Kyla at a disadvantage, someone quickly realized. Hearing this, everyone else understood. That explained why, despite having the upper hand, Kyla suddenly found herself at a loss. A third party had indeed intervened. Remarkable. Such fierce combat, and yet someone destined to interfere. Who is this mysterious helper? The crowd murmured, discussing the unexpected turn of events and speculating about the identity of Velma's mysterious benefactor. With the strength of Kyla and Velma, even a typical primordial soul realm powerhouse might not have the ability to offer guidance. This is indeed interesting. Many people were secretly searching, trying to find out who was helping Velma. Of course, they had different intentions. Some were purely curious, while others had ulterior motives, hoping to use this information to gain benefits from the Devil Sect. Regardless of the outcome of Kyla's battle, the Devil Sect clearly wouldn't let the person secretly aiding Velma off the hook. However, no one suspected Dalton, for he was still too low in cultivation. No one believed he could possess such an ability. Dalton was more than happy to keep a low profile. He had just arrived in the Chaos Domain and didn't want to draw immediate attention from the Devil Sect. Once his cultivation and strength improved, he wouldn't need to worry so much anymore. With the strength of Kyla and Velma, even a typical primordial soul realm powerhouse might not have the ability to offer guidance. This is indeed interesting. Many people were secretly searching, trying to find out who was helping Velma. Of course, their intentions varied. Some were purely curious, while others had ulterior motives, hoping to use this information to gain favors from the Devil Sect. No matter the outcome of Kyla's battle, the Devil Sect would definitely not let the person secretly aiding Velma off easily. However, despite their suspicions, no one suspected Dalton. The reason was simple. His current cultivation level was still too low. No one thought he could have such an ability. Dalton was content with keeping a low profile. He had just arrived in the Chaos Domain and did not want to immediately attract the attention of the Devil Sect. Once his cultivation and strength increased further, he wouldn't need to be so cautious anymore. Chapter 327, Enforcer. Thud. Velma did not hesitate to deplete her own essence, thrusting out the strongest sword strike she could muster. It broke through all defenses and pierced Kyla's heart. Brother, I have finally avenged you, Velma said with tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling with emotion. Ever since learning that her brother had been killed by Kyla, revenge had consumed her thoughts. Today, she had finally achieved it. Kyla's gaze gradually dimmed, filled with resentment. She had thought she would win this battle and reclaim the treasure taken by Velma. But everything had changed. What pained her most was that she would never know who had been helping Velma, a fact that left her seething with hatred. Kyla is dead. This result will not be taken lightly by the Demon Sect. Don't forget, the Aiden family isn't easy to provoke either. The Demon Sect, no matter how enraged, cannot start a war with the Aiden family over one person like Kyla. Moreover, Velma and Kyla had a fair duel within Flying Star City, so if one of them died, there can be no complaints. It's simply a matter of insufficient strength. Pity, what a waste. Such a beautiful Wadustin like Kyla It's such a shame. Do you still have designs on Kyla? Do you want to lose your life? Seeing the conclusion of the intense battle in the square, the spectators couldn't help but sigh deeply, each feeling unexpectedly shocked. This only made them more curious about the person secretly assisting Velma, who could have the power to bring about such a reversal. Velma pulled out her spiritual sword, gasping for breath. She had reached her limit, utterly exhausted, relying solely on her indomitable willpower to hold on. Reaching out, she stripped all treasures from Kyla's body and pocketed them as her spoils of war. Then, she turned and walked out of the square, too weary to do anything else except find a place to rest. The moment Velma stepped out of the square, the special barrier surrounding it vanished, allowing others to enter. Die! At this very moment, a figure suddenly leaped out from the crowd, brandishing a sharp blade, rushing directly toward Velma. Such an unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. After all, anyone bold enough to attack within the city would face dire consequences. Without a doubt, the attacker was determined to kill Velma at any cost. This is a demon sect assassin, ruthless indeed. Kyla must have prepared for everything, someone remarked, clearly startled. Clearly, Kyla had foreseen various scenarios and ensured that even if she were defeated, Velma would not be allowed to leave unscathed. The demon sect assassin was no weakling, possessing a cultivation level of 6-stage golden core. Under normal circumstances, Velma would not fear him, but in her current state, she was too weakened to react in time to such an ambush. Thump. Just when everyone thought Velma was about to face imminent danger, another strange occurrence took place. The demon sect assassin collided with an invisible barrier, failing to reach Velma as he intended. What's happening? Seeing this, Dustini people were bewildered. A demon sect assassin trying to attack Velma was one thing, but now someone else was intervening on Velma's behalf. Was there also a Aiden family assassin present? However, it wasn't the case. Even Velma looked puzzled, unsure of who had acted so recklessly on her behalf. Indeed, reckless because anyone who initiated combat outside the square would be hunted down by the enforcers. No matter how stealthy they were, it wouldn't change the outcome. The demon sect assassin was equally stunned. He was ready to die, yet someone else had apparently risked their life too. But he still needed to complete his mission, killing Velma before the enforcers arrived. However, he soon discovered a problem. He was trapped inside an invisible barrier, confined to a small area. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Damn, who is this? The assassin was furious. The person's mastery of runes must be extremely high to create such a powerful barrier instantly and silently. For such a person to defy the rules of Flying Star City, it was incomprehensible. Regardless, sacrificing a highly skilled rune master just to save Velma seemed quite disadvantageous. Moments later, an enforcer cloaked entirely in black appeared at the edge of the square. Enforcer. Upon seeing the enforcer, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, quickly stepping back to avoid getting involved. The enforcer radiated a terrifying presence, coupled with an intangible, bone-chilling aura. Some people couldn't withstand the pressure, kneeling involuntarily, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Thud. A black longsword materialized in the enforcer's hand. With a casual throw, it pierced through the barrier and into the assassin's body. Immediately after, the assassin's soul was extracted, writhing in agony. A tiny black gourd appeared in the enforcer's hand, capturing the struggling soul instantly. In the next instant, the enforcer vanished into thin air, the oppressive presence vanishing as if it had never been there. Why did the enforcer leave without attacking the person who stopped the demon sect assassin? Dustini wondered aloud. Normally, anyone who dared to act would be punished, regardless of how discreetly they did it. Why was it different this time? Perhaps because the person who intervened didn't attack directly but merely used a barrier to intercept the assassin, thereby not breaking the rules, someone speculated. Considering it carefully, this seemed plausible. Velma stood there, dazed. She suspected that the person who helped stop the assassin and guided her to turn the tide earlier were one and the same. She wanted to express her gratitude, but the individual was too mysterious, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible to identify them. Of course, she also understood that it would be best not to publicly reveal the person's identity to avoid bringing trouble upon them. Many thanks to the senior for your assistance. Velma is forever grateful. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to seek me out. Velma bowed and spoke loudly. No matter what, she had to express her gratitude, lest she be perceived as ungrateful, which would be disappointing to others. In Velma's mind, anyone capable of guiding her to victory and effortlessly intercepting a demon sect assassin must be a formidable entity deserving of respect as a senior. After waiting for some time and receiving no response, Velma finally left to find a place to recover from her injuries. As everything settled down, the spectators dispersed one by one. Members of the demon sect came forward to collect the bodies of Kyla and the assassin, to preserve their dignity. Becoming a named individual on the monument indeed has its benefits, Dalton mused inwardly. He was the one who had used the rune barrier to trap the demon sect assassin. He dared to act because he had confidence that the enforcers would not come after him. Flying Star City offered various privileges to those whose names were inscribed on the monument, including the ability to stop lawbreakers without repercussions. In fact, even if he had killed the assassin outright, it wouldn't have been an issue, as he was essentially helping Flying Star City enforce its rules. An enforcer summons? Suddenly, Dalton's expression changed. Chapter 328. Grandmaster bestows sword. Following the guidance of the strange mark, Dalton soon arrived at his residence. It appeared to be an ordinary small courtyard, not large in size, with only a few simple houses. But when Dalton opened the gate and stepped inside, the scene before him immediately changed dramatically. This was no mere courtyard but a massive dustintion filled with exquisite pavilions, lakes, and gardens, a place of unmatched beauty. More importantly, the celestial energy here was extremely dense, and there was a strong aura of cosmic laws, as if hidden rules were at work. Surprised? Just as Dalton was observing his surroundings, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Dalton traced the sound and saw a figure appear in a pavilion by the lake. It was the enforcer who had previously killed the death squads of the Devil Sect. The enforcer coming to find him unexpectedly left Dalton feeling unsure about what the enforcer wanted. In his original understanding, enforcers were ageless entities, more like puppets that followed set rules without independent thought. Now, it seemed his idea was wrong. With a flicker of motion, Dalton approached the pavilion for a close look at the enforcer. He noticed that this enforcer was different from the fairy Dustin. It exuded a strong vitality, indicating a normal living being rather than a dead one. The enforcer removed his black robe, revealing himself to be a middle-aged Dustin of refined elegance. Except his hair was now snow-white, his eyes deep and weathered, emitting an air of decline. Seeing the enforcer's true appearance, Dalton's eyes widened in shock. First Dean. Oh, are you a student of Tianza Academy? The enforcer also looked surprised. Hearing this, Dalton was even more certain of the enforcer's identity. Before him stood the legendary founder of Tianza Academy and the last person to have left their name on the stone monument outside the city, the unparalleled figure from 1,000 years ago. Ira, the most formidable character of his time, nearly invincible in battle. Reasonably speaking, Ira should have long since perished due to old age. Seeing him alive and well, Dalton couldn't help but be startled. Could it be? Dalton's mind raced, considering a possibility. Collecting his thoughts, Dalton said, Isidros, I am a disciple of the current dean of Tianza Academy. Ah, so you are that young Elwin's disciple. Very good, very good. Ira chuckled. Dalton's heart skipped a beat. Is Master related to the first dean? He is my son, Ira replied. Upon hearing this, Dalton was shocked. This was indeed a stunning revelation. He had guessed a connection based on the same surname, but assumed Elwin must be Dustini generations down the line, given the vast age difference spanning nearly a millennium. But who would have thought Elwin was actually Ira's son? Ira smiled. Indeed, Elwin is my son, though no one at the academy knows. By the time he was born, I had already retired, and to outsiders, I had passed away. Why? Dalton hesitated, unsure how to phrase his next question. Why do I still live? Ira asked. Hundreds of years ago, I should have died, but because I inscribed my name on the stone monument outside the city, I received a summons from Feishing City in my later years, extending my life as an enforcer. So all Feishing City's enforcers were summoned this way? Dalton asked. Ira nodded. Correct. Each person who leaves their name on the stone receives a summons in their twilight years. It's a cause and effect bond no one can escape. After becoming an enforcer, one's lifespan extends to a millennium, after which they become mindless, losing all self-awareness, like puppets. Having served as an enforcer for centuries, Ira understood everything thoroughly. Dalton was taken aback. Leaving a name on the stone monument resulted in such consequences. He was truly astonished. However, he wasn't too worried. He aimed to break free of his limitations, transcend the realm of primordial spirit, and leave this area someday. Feishing City could not hold him back. I simply sensed a new name appearing on the stone and came to talk. Being an enforcer is lonely, so I didn't expect to gain such valuable information. How is Elwin doing? He hasn't visited Feishing City in years. Ira asked with a smile. Dalton collected his thoughts. Master as well, but recently has been extremely busy fighting the Devil Sect and dealing with the re-emergence of the Barbarian King Sect, leaving no time to enter the Chaos region. The Barbarian King Sect? I personally led an assault on their stronghold and almost eradicated them, driving the remaining followers overseas. I didn't expect them to resurface after 1,000 years of Dordustancy. Ira's eyes flashed with cold light. If not for his confinement in Feishing City, he would have stormed their base again to wipe them out once and for all. Compared to 1,000 years ago, he was undoubtedly stronger now. Dalton finally understood why the enforcers of the Chaos region were considered invincible. They were all unparalleled figures from their eras, with lifespans extended enough to grow incredibly powerful. Grandmaster, if I have the chance, I will certainly help you break free and leave Feishing City, Dalton said sincerely. Being perpetually bound, unable to rest even in death, was truly tragic. With Ira still alive, there was hope for rescue. If he could eventually take Ira away from this region, unrestricted by limits, with Ira's accumulated power, he would surely soar to new heights. Through Ira, Dalton realized how difficult it was to advance to the combined body realm in this area. His path ahead was long. Ira laughed. Your intentions please me. Elwin's judgment is good, finding a genius merged with the law. Do spirit artifacts in this region need to merge with the law to reach the 7th grade? Dalton wondered. Laws were elusive, extremely difficult to obtain, and apart from the Chaos region, he hadn't sensed their presence elsewhere. If this condition truly must be met, then Elder Ross's wish to personally forge a 7th grade spiritual sword would likely be very difficult to achieve. A 7th grade spirit artifact that contains a law, if its full power could be unleashed, would be incredibly strong. Dalton now undoubtedly has an additional ace up his sleeve. Chapter 329, 3 Great Opportunities. After chatting with Dalton for a while, Ira left. As an enforcer, he had to fulfill his duty and didn't have much freedom. The identity of enforcers was usually kept secret. If not for Dalton's name being inscribed on the stone outside the city, Ira wouldn't have revealed his own identity. Of course, it was fortunate that he did reveal himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Dalton was actually his son's disciple and would have missed the chance to pass on his legacy. Sighing lightly, Dalton stored the initially refined Spirit Abyss sword into his void storage. High-grade swords containing laws required thorough refining to be used proficiently and must be perfectly in tune with their user. Dalton moved swiftly and arrived at the tallest pavilion. According to Ira, this pavilion held opportunities prepared by the Starfall City for anyone whose name was inscribed hadn't mastered them. Now he realized Ira had broken through the limits at the primordial spirit realm by consuming the boundless pill, reaching the peak of this region's realm. With a wave of his hand, Dalton put away both the boundless pill and the wooden box. He saw that the wooden box was quite extraordinary, able to prevent the loss of essence energy when storing the pill. Having received a boundless pill on the first floor, Dalton had great expectations for the opportunities on the 2 floors above. Without delay, he headed upstairs. The second floor layout resembled the first, a black wooden box on a table. What will it be? Full of anticipation, Dalton opened the black wooden box. This is. The moment he saw the contents, Dalton's eyes widened. No wonder he reacted this way. The box contained a complete law, emitting peculiar light that captivated him entirely. He truly hadn't expected Starfall City to be so generous, offering a boundless pill along with a law, undoubtedly a heavenly opportunity. Now he understood why enforcers were considered nearly invincible. Each one broke limits at the primordial spirit realm, fused with a law, and wielded a grade 7 spirit weapon containing a law. How could others compare? A very pure law, likely nurtured naturally by heaven and earth. It can blend into any martial arts concept. Dalton's eyes gleamed. If he could refine this, it appears here. His heart raced wildly, unable to calm down. According to Ancestor Heim's records, the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic was an ancient classic from the primeval era, origin unknown, possibly passed down from the elusive divine realm, divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. It caused numerous bloody battles among major powers in ancient times, leading to the demise of countless factions. But after the ancient calamity, it vanished without a trace, leaving only legends. Though only the upper volume appeared here, it was still immensely valuable, enough to make supreme experts clash over it. Dalton noticed the script emerging on the wall had restrictions. Once memorized, it couldn't be taught to others. Actually, this was beneficial. If word got out that he possessed the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic, it could bring catastrophic disaster. Dalton quickly focused and clearly imprinted every character into his soul. Even the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic is presented. Could the Chaos Domain be controlled by some ancient superpower? Dalton speculated. He even suspected whether the special nature of this region was intentionally created by someone. Unfortunately, he was currently too weak to uncover these secrets. Only after breaking through to the integration realm and visiting Heavenly Python Ridge might he learn some truths. This was the promise made by the mysterious power at Heavenly Python Ridge. After Dalton memorized all the characters, they disappeared as if they had never existed. Where are the middle and lower volumes of the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic, and how can I obtain them? Dalton pondered deeply. Having obtained the upper volume, he naturally wanted the middle and lower volumes to form the complete Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic and master it. Perhaps I can visit those 3 main cities. A thought flashed in Dalton's mind. In the Chaos Domain, 24 cities existed. 21 were ordinary, while the remaining 3 were extraordinary, with only a few names inscribed on the stones outside their walls. These 3 special cities might hold information about the middle and lower volumes. Still, this wasn't urgent. He had just arrived in the Chaos Domain, and his future cultivation path was long. First, he needed to comprehend and practice the upper volume thoroughly before seeking the middle and lower volumes. Legend had it that mastering the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic was exceedingly difficult. Historically, Dustini obtained it, but only a few achieved success. Even just the upper volume, very few reached mastery, with Dustini failing to even enter the door. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Dalton began meticulously comprehending the profound script imprinted in his soul. He knew he must understand it thoroughly to know how to cultivate it properly. The Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic was the paramount scripture that even the Ancestor Heim yearned to obtain. Since he had the fortune to receive it, there was no reason not to cultivate it. Cultivating this scripture wouldn't conflict with other mystic arts and supreme techniques. Instead, it would be beneficial. This was because, to be precise, the Supreme Heavenly Martial Classic was a scripture aimed at solidifying the foundation of martial cultivation. If one could achieve success in cultivating it, then practicing any other mystic arts or supreme techniques would become significantly more efficient. Chapter 330, Celestial Anomaly. What profound scriptures, truly deserving to be the most renowned mystic texts from the ancient era, Dalton couldn't help but marvel after pondering over them. Although the Tao text of the Voidheim was equally profound, with the annotations by his imperial ancestor, he could understand it quite easily. However, the Extreme Path Celestial Martial text required him to delve into its depths on his own. Such supreme scriptures destined an exceptionally high cultivation realm for comprehension. Otherwise, they were indeed challenging. I should first refine that rule. This way, my efficiency in comprehending the Extreme Path Celestial Martial text will significantly improve, Dalton thought impulsively. He then took out the black wooden box containing the rule and opened it cautiously. It was too late. Within the blink of an eye, the rule had completely dissolved into nothingness. Precisely speaking, a trace of an intangible yet peculiar force remained, fusing into his martial origin Dan. Dalton was dumbfounded, taking a long time to recover. He had finally obtained a rule, only for it to vanish like this. Fin. The martial origin Dan quivered, emitting a mysterious Tao aura fluctuation. Feeling this wave, Dalton involuntarily entered a deep state of enlightenment, wandering through a divine world in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the supreme sword bone, which had been door-destined, now stirred, destinating strange light and forming intricate sword patterns that spread across his flesh, blood, sinew, and bone, resonating with the Void Meridian. Next, the Void Meridian established a connection with a distant space, drawing strands of divine sword chi into Dalton's body. After circulating through his flesh, these strands all fused into the supreme sword bone, making it emit even more brilliant light with an unfathomable aura. At this moment, the entire Flying Star City was enveloped in an anomaly. Countless illusory rules converged into a massive flow moving rapidly in the void. Instantly, everyone in the city heard rushing water, yet no one could find the source of this. Is Flying Star City changing? Ira muttered to himself. Though he wasn't afraid of the city's destruction, his freedom was lost, soon to become a living dead. The loss of Dalton, a talented young Dustin he admired, would be a great pity. Meanwhile, Dalton remained deeply immersed in his enlightened state, oblivious to the outside chaos. Gradually, the void meridian connected thoroughly with the distant space, revealing part of its true scenery, identical to the anomalies above Flying Star City. The Spirit Abyss Sword, undergoing refinement in the concealed realm, emitted a crisp sword chant upon contact with the energy from the distant space. Suddenly, the distant space trembled, and two dazzling rules emerged, guided by the void meridian into Dalton's body. These two rules respectively merged into the Supreme Sword Bone and the Spirit Abyss Sword seamlessly, as if custom-made for them. This time, the void god body showed no reaction, nor did it dissolve the rules. Conversely, the original rule within the Spirit Abyss Sword was expelled, not compatible with the new one. This highlighted the extraordinariness of the two rules from the distant space, powerful and superior in essence, incomparable to ordinary rules. Upon expulsion, this original rule was immediately dissolved by the void god body, leaving another trace of intangible force that fused into Dalton's martial origin Dan. What powerful rules? Could that be the Sword Source Paradise where the Pablo obtained the Supreme Sword Bone? Dalton's eyes couldn't help but gleam with excitement. The Supreme Sword Bone had an extraordinary origin, coming from a forbidden area in the upper realms. The core of that forbidden area was the Sword Source Paradise. Since ancient times, few people could set foot in that forbidden area, let alone enter the Sword Source Paradise. The Pablo was extraordinarily powerful, forcefully intruding into that forbidden area, and then entering the Sword Source Paradise. He took away the Supreme Sword Bone which had been cultivated for who knows how dustiny tens of thousands of years, leaving it to Dalton, his descendant. Dalton was very surprised. He merely went through a brief enlightenment. So how did the Void Meridian dustinage to connect with the Sword Source Paradise, even guiding two essential and extraordinary rules from within? Of course, this was an incredibly good thing for him. In the future, he might be able to utilize the Supreme Sword Bone better. With the assistance of the Sword Source Paradise, practicing various sword techniques would definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Hashtag chapter 331. Accidentally breaking a record. The Supreme Sword Bone now contained an extremely powerful law, and two strands of law essence had been integrated into the Martial Tao Essence Pill. Dalton couldn't help but feel greatly confident, and immediately began to delve deeper into the understanding of the Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture. As he had expected, with his current state, the efficiency in comprehending the Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture was indeed much higher. He naturally grasped some of its profound secrets without much effort. While delving into it, he also practiced martial arts. With his void god body, which is highly inclusive, capable of accommodating various exotic forces, it can be said to be a significant advantage. Unknowingly, several months passed as Dalton ended his cultivation. The Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture is indeed difficult to cultivate. It took nearly half a year just to barely grasp its basics, Dalton remarked with a sigh. When practicing other mystic techniques and supreme martial arts, he usually mastered them very quickly. This was the first time he found himself struggling. But no matter what, he finally dustinaged to get through the initial stages. With continued diligent study and step-by-step progression, he would eventually reach the perfected stage one day. In recent months, he not only cultivated the Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture, but also spent considerable time on the Immortal Golden Body Technique. With the foundation laid by the Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture, cultivating the Immortal Golden Body Technique became relatively easier. This law shall be given to Bentley, Dalton thought and quickly made his decision. Although this law was stronger, it would likely end up being assimilated if it entered his body. Giving it to Bentley would be more meaningful. He placed great importance on Bentley and spared no effort in cultivating him. Currently, Bentley's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th rank, with no hope of breaking limits. This law might bring about a turning point. Immediately, Dalton sent the law into the cave-established treasure and handed it over to Bentley. Upon learning the mysteries of the law, Bentley could not help but be excited. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Bentley will not disappoint you. It originally planned to give up on breaking limits at the 5th rank and break through to the 6th rank to assist Dalton more effectively. But now it saw hope once again and would try to prove its worth to Dalton. Follow the secret technique I taught you, thoroughly refine this law, and fully control it. Your strength will greatly improve. Then you can begin to understand the mysteries of the law, preparing to condense your own laws, Dalton instructed. Bentley, having broken through limits 3 times consecutively, possessed excellent natural talents. Not only in this region but across Dustini domains, it belonged to the top tier, making it qualified to consider early condensation of laws. After arranging for Bentley, Dalton scanned the general situation inside the cave-established treasure. The blue flame Bodhi was still in seclusion, clearly aiming to reach the peak of the 6th rank. The purple-scaled beast, after giving up breaking limits at the 4th rank, had now advanced to the 5th rank. Its natural talent was actually not bad either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have broken through the 2nd and 3rd ranks, though it couldn't compare with Bentley. Next came the young black-winged celestial snake. Dalton kept his word and gave it the best possible cultivation. Be it cultivation methods, secret techniques, or resources, none were spared. Thus, it grew rapidly and was already at the 3rd rank. The Rocco showed little change, remaining at the 5th rank, still far from reaching the 6th rank. For a savage beast to reach the 6th rank and a Hudustan warrior to reach the spirit origin realm posed similar difficulties. Only a select few could successfully cross this threshold. The space within the cave-established treasure has become vast, yet there are too few living creatures inside, making it feel desolate. I must find a way to increase the population, Dalton pondered. He intended to capture some savage beasts to keep within the cave-established treasure. If he encountered hostile Hudustan warriors, he could imprison them here, just like those members of the Black River Gang. He felt that as his cultivation improved, the internal space of the cave-established treasure would continue to expand, allowing him to construct a large city within it. Pulling himself together, Dalton exited the pavilion. He came to the chaotic domain to undergo trials and should not stay here indefinitely. Now that he had grasped the basics of both the Supreme Heaven Martial Scripture and the Immortal Golden Body Technique, He could cultivate anywhere without needing constant seclusion. Just as Dalton stepped out of the pavilion, Ira appeared before him. Greetings, Grandmaster. Dalton respectfully bowed. Facing elders, proper etiquette cannot be ignored. Ira smiled and said, no need for formalities. You've been cultivating the supreme heaven martial scripture for the past half year, haven't you? Much shorter than I anticipated. Have you gained anything? The supreme heaven martial scripture is profound and extensive. It took me half a year just to barely grasp its basics, Dalton replied modestly. Unexpectedly, Ira was momentarily stunned, looking astonished. Dalton was taken aback and asked, Grandmaster, what's wrong? You mean you've already grasped the basics of the supreme heaven martial scripture? Ira asked in disbelief. Dalton nodded. Isidros, is there a problem? Hearing the accurate answer, Ira exhaled deeply and sighed. Truly remarkable. Do you know how long it took me to grasp the basics? 10 years. And after over 1,000 years, I only reached the minor completion stage. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to waste. He couldn't afford to spend 10 years in seclusion just for cultivating the supreme heaven martial scripture. Ira smiled and said, you've made a good start. I believe things will only get better from here. Are you about to leave? Isidrop, I came to the chaotic domain to undergo trials. Staying in Fashing City indefinitely isn't the right approach. Dalton nodded, replying honestly. Ira remarked, young Dustin, it's good to have ambition. However, you don't need to rush off just yet. In a few days, there will be a treasure auction in the city, where you might find something you need. A treasure auction? That sounds interesting. I'll definitely join in on the fun. Dalton's eyes lit up immediately. In this region, the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to acquire the necessary resources for cultivation. Therefore, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to obtain rare cultivation resources. Chapter 332. Alpha. The treasure bidding fair was not held regularly. It would usually take place only after Dustini years. The factions organizing such fairs were often powerful ones within the Chaos Realm, and they would prepare Dustini rare treasures in advance, as well as invite extraordinary warriors who wished to display or exchange treasures. Thus, any kind of treasure could appear at the treasure bidding fair. This time, the fair was organized by the Aiden family, the very same clan that, because both were at the Jameson Realm. I want to see how Dustini Jameson Realm warriors this treasure bidding fair can attract, Dalton murmured to himself. He believed not all Jameson Realm warriors came just because of the fair. Some were likely specially invited by the Aiden family to enhance its prestige. The Aiden family had operated for years within the Chaos Realm and possessed deep resources. Many factions were willing to give them some face. Suddenly, Dalton furrowed his brow, inexplicably feeling profound hostility. Elytrating his gaze, he identified the source. A young Dustin who was once the leader of the Black Snake Gang, now maskless, revealing striking features marred by a trace of evil. Dalton had fiercely battled this Dustin before and recognized his aura instantly. The Dustin was not alone but was accompanied by a middle-aged Dustin with a somewhat ferocious appearance, clearly a Jameson Realm powerhouse. As expected, this person had substantial background, cultivated by a major faction. However, the reason behind founding the Black Snake Gang remained unclear. Although the Dustin's eyes sparkled with murderous intent, he didn't act rashly. This was still within Flying Star City. Any move would imply he wanted to court death. The aura of Alpha is becoming more fearsome. He must be close to forming his Jameson. Isidros, his killing intent is terrifying. Who knows how Dustini lives it took to refine it? Alpha possesses the Golden Spirit Body. Few can match him at the same level. It's rumored he has cultivated the Golden Ultimate Evil Art to a very high degree and might become the next patriarch of the Golden Ultimate Sect. With his sharp hearing, Dalton overheard these comments and finally learned the Dustin's identity. Golden Ultimate Sect, Alpha, quite the formidable figure, Dalton muttered. He knew the Golden Ultimate Sect, a prominent force within the Chaos Realm like the Aiden family, belonged to the second tier. While Dustini factions existed within the Chaos Realm, only 3 were in the top tier: the Demon Sect, the Evil King Palace, and the Findred Beasts Valley. These 3 superpowers far outstripped others. Dalton hadn't anticipated attracting trouble so soon after entering the Chaos Realm. The Golden Ultimate Sect had a notorious reputation, cultivating dark arts and perpetrating malevolent deeds, with no better image than the Demon Sect. Thinking this, he saw Alpha approaching him directly. Dalton felt no fear. Not only was the city's restriction preventing any reckless actions, but even if things turned physical, the other party would suffer. After all, his current cultivation had advanced since half a year ago, and he had potent laws embedded within his supreme sword bone, greatly enhancing his strength. Defeating Alpha 6 months prior meant doing so again should be no issue. Moments later, Alpha arrived, not hiding his murderous intent. I don't care who you are. Dare to ruin my plans, and I will make you pay dearly, Alpha said menacingly. Dalton replied calmly, if you think you're capable, feel free to confront me. If not, let your seniors handle it. If they aren't afraid of dying, that is. The Chaos Realm had specific rules prohibiting higher realm martial artists from initiating attacks on lower realm counterparts, lest they face retribution from enforcers. Too confident, huh? There are plenty in the Chaos Realm who can subdue you. Sooner or later, you'll regret it, Alpha sneered. Dalton remained composed. Maybe so, but you aren't among them. If you provoke me again, you won't be so lucky next time. Fine. You'd best stay hidden in Flying Star City, Alpha seethed, his killing intent boiling. He restrained himself only because of the city's regulations. His cultivation had reached new heights after half a year of hard work. The true outcome would only be revealed in another confrontation. Glaring fiercely at Dalton one last time, Alpha left, fearing he might lose control. Who is this fellow, daring to provoke Alpha? Doesn't he know Alpha is known for vengeance? Looks like Alpha suffered a setback at his hands. This could get interesting. I bet he'll have a lot of bad luck coming up. Well duh. With Alpha involved, nothing good will happen. I heard Alpha's sister recently emerged from seclusion and may have come to Flying Star City. Not really, Valerie also came? Best keep distance. Let this fool fend for himself. Valerie was notoriously feared in the Chaos Realm. In just a few decades since her emergence, countless Whodustin martial artists and beast races had perished by her hand. Compared to her, Alpha was far inferior. Many believed Valerie could have broken through to the Jameson realm long ago but deliberately suppressed her cultivation, yet her strength continued to grow despite no breakthrough. 10 years ago, she was already invincible at the Golden Core realm, with few matching her. Valerie also possessed a unique constitution, the Fire Spirit Body, which was purer and stronger than Alpha's Golden Spirit Body. She tightly restrained him. Although he acted arrogantly outside, he was extremely compliant in front of his sister, never daring to disobey. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Dalton showed no fear, appearing calm. Not only was he unafraid, but he eagerly awaited Valerie's appearance, wanting to witness the prowess of the Chaos Realm's top talent. As for Alpha, regardless of any improvements, Dalton didn't place much importance on him. He was merely a defeated foe, and repeated encounters would end similarly. Calming his mind, Dalton casually found a seat. After all, the treasures would soon be placed on a high platform, visible from any spot. He settled in, awaiting the presentation of the items. He was quite looking forward to this high-profile treasure bidding fair, believing that there would be treasures he needed. He would strive for them with all his might. Even if he didn't have enough origin stones on him, he had already devised a plan to handle the situation. Chapter 333, Must Obtain It. As time passed, more and more people entered the venue. Apart from a few individuals with lower cultivation levels, everyone else was at the Golden Core realm or above, clearly due to some restrictions set by the Aiden family. Golden Core realm martial artists were usually quite wealthy and could afford to pay in sufficient origin stones for trading rare treasures. After waiting for a while, the Aiden family finally made their appearance. The person in charge of this treasure auction was Bowie, an elder of the Aiden family who had achieved the 7th stage of the primordial spirit realm, undoubtedly a figure of great weight. Welcome everyone to the treasure auction. According to the established rules, please first present the treasures you have prepared for mutual exchange. Afterward, my Aiden family will offer a batch of treasures we have collected over Dustini years, Bowie said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a primordial spirit realm martial artist stepped onto the stage, holding a box in his hand. Let me start with a token offering, he said. With that, he opened the box, revealing the treasure inside. This is a high-grade blood jade, excellent material for refining spirit talus dustins. If anyone is interested, it can be exchanged for a 6th-rank defensive spirit talus dustin. The primordial spirit realm martial artist introduced the blood jade. The blood jade he took out was substantial, with an internal flow like blood, appearing extremely mysterious and catching the eyes of Dustini present. Such spiritual materials could not only be used to refine spirit talus dustins, but also for forging weapons, or even practicing certain profound arts. However, although Dustini were tempted, few could offer a 6th-rank defensive spirit talus dustin for trade. 6th-rank spirit talus dustins were extremely precious and virtually non-existent on the market, mainly because 6th-rank talus dustin masters were very rare, and materials needed for refining such talus dustins were hard to come by. Even Tianzai Academy, which was relatively strong in the art of talus dustin making, only had a handful of 6th-rank talus dustin masters. Seeing no one respond after a long while, the primordial spirit realm martial artist couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that closing this deal wouldn't be easy. Dalton thought for a moment and then spoke up, I can make a deal with Senior, but I currently cannot provide a 6th-rank spirit talus dustin. If Senior is willing to wait, we can conduct the trade 3 days later. 3 days? Alright, I'll wait for you for 3 days. The primordial spirit realm martial artist mused for a moment and agreed. As long as he could obtain the 6th-rank defensive spirit talus dustin, he would wait 10 times longer if necessary. In that case, let's meet at the tavern by the intersection in 3 days to complete the transaction, Dalton said. The primordial spirit realm martial artist nodded without objection. As long as the transaction was conducted within the city, there was no need to worry about any deceit. Seeing the first transaction successfully concluded, others began presenting the treasures they had prepared and stated their trading conditions. Those who brought treasures to participate in the auction typically did not seek origin stones, but instead put forward some specific conditions, which had to be met by someone with the corresponding needs for a trade to occur. Such situations were not common, making the chances of a successful trade quite low. Most people were just there to experience the event and broaden their horizons. Those solely intending to sell their treasures directly approached the Aiden family, avoiding unnecessary complications. Dalton scanned through the various treasures, searching for those useful to him, and then determined if he could provide what the owners required. The scene was filled with a myriad of dazzling treasures, Dustini of which caught his interest. However, most of these treasures' owners dustined peculiar conditions, making it challenging for him to meet them. After much effort, Dalton dustinaged to trade for only 2 items, thanks to his rich collection. He had once emptied the lair of the Inkling Beast King and obtained numerous treasures from Heavenly Python Ridge. Combined with other acquisitions, his collection was extensive and included some extremely valuable items. Note, the term, Inkling, seems to be a literal translation of a name or term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. If Inkling is a specific creature or concept in the story, it might be better to use a more descriptive or contextually appropriate term, or leave it transliterated if it's a proper name. For this edit, I've left it as is, but this might need further clarification based on the full context of the story. Purchase that primordial heart demon stone. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Dalton's mind. Dalton was initially stunned but quickly realized who it was. Senior, you are awake? The speaker was none other than the Penny who had been silent in the Soul Temple for a long time. Dalton always held great respect for the Penny, not only because she was a disciple of the Grand Fernando, but also because she had helped him numerous times. It was the aura of the primordial heart demon stone that roused me. Don't waste time. Go get it. It is crucial to me, the Penny urged. Dalton was puzzled. Where is the primordial heart demon stone? It's in the hands of that young girl over there, the Penny answered. Dalton's gaze shifted. locking onto the person the penny mentioned. It was Velma. Velma held a tray with a black rock on it, displaying subtle mystical patterns. That's the primordial heart demon stone? Dalton asked, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. In the memory inherited from the Grand Fernando, there was information about the primordial heart demon stone, but it differed somewhat from the strange stone Velma presented. Dalton fully activated his true insight divine eye to closely examine it. Indeed, it is unusual. If not for Senior's reminder, I might not have noticed its peculiarity, Dalton marveled internally. Since it was something the penny desired, Dalton knew he must obtain it no matter what. He decided to approach Velma. Upon nearing her, Dalton asked, "What item do you require for this exchange?" "The primordial heart demon stone is very rare. I need a treasure that can wash marrow and strengthen the body, significantly enhancing one's bone essence and potential, ideally beneficial for condensing a primordial spirit," Velma replied. It was evident that she felt her bone essence and potential were lacking, unsure if she could break through to the primordial spirit realm. Such treasures were extremely rival. "How do you know I can't provide what's needed?" Dalton interjected. If he didn't speak up now, the penny's desired item might fall into Elder Zephyr's hands. Elder Zephyr's eyebrows furrowed, slightly displeased. "Blassel boy, you're going to compete with me? You've got it wrong. You came here to compete with me," Dalton responded fearlessly. What if the person was a primordial spirit realm powerhouse? He wouldn't be intimidated. Elder Zephyr sneered coldly. "Let's see what good things you can offer. I have a Engerard Divine Blast crystal here, which contains incredibly pure Engerard Divine Blast. It can easily wash marrow and strengthen the body, with effects that will certainly surpass those of the spirit-transforming herb," Dalton said confidently as he produced a Engerard Divine Blast crystal. To secure the primordial heart demon stone, he had no choice but to part with one of the few remaining Engerard Divine Blast crystals he had. These crystals were not easy to produce and were consumables. Using one meant losing one. Even though more could potentially be produced in the cave where he obtained them, it was uncertain when that would happen. "Elder Zephyr, you dare to snatch what I have set my sights on? Truly, you know nothing of your own limitations and don't consider the consequences." Elder Zephyr's eyes turned icy cold, his words filled with threats. He wanted Dalton to back down and abandon the trade for the treasure. Such a valuable item, crucial to him, must be obtained at any cost. Chapter 334, Self-Revelation. Elder Zephyr's icy gaze made Velma secretly transmit a message to Dalton. This fellow Taoist, Elder Zephyr, is from the Black Demon Sect. His master is the Grand Elder of the Black Demon Sect. Both master and apprentice are ruthless individuals. It would be best not to provoke him. Although demon essence stones are rare items, they are only useful for demonic cultivators. There's no need for you to come into conflict with Elder Zephyr over this item. She knew Elder Zephyr's character well and warned Dalton out of genuine concern, hoping to save him from trouble. Then she was about to speak up and agree to trade with Elder Zephyr, resolving all the problems at once. "Thank you for your warning, but I must have this item. Please fulfill my request," Dalton transmitted. Velma hesitated. She understood that Engerard Divine Radiance crystals were better than spirit-transforming grass, yet she didn't want to offend Elder Zephyr or bring trouble to Dalton. "Boy, step aside. This seat can overlook your rudeness," said Elder Zephyr in an extremely domineering tone. His appearance seemed to suggest he was certain he could control Dalton. The reason was his familiarity with the talented disciples of the Devil Sect, Evilheim Palace, and Findred Beast Valley. Dalton was, but the pressure from Elder Zephyr was overwhelming. At this moment, Dalton transmitted again. "Miss Velma, please remember I helped you half a year ago and complete this transaction." Velma was shocked and incredulous. She never expected the mysterious person who helped her reverse defeat back then to be Dalton. Dalton continued transmitting, using the same voice as before and repeating the exact words from that time to prove his identity. Finally, Velma confirmed Dalton's identity. Her emotions fluctuated wildly. She originally thought the one guiding her was a highly cultivated senior expert, never imagining it to be a gold core realm martial artist whose cultivation was lower than hers. Of course, this did not make her look down on Dalton. Instead, she admired him deeply. Without going into detail, Dalton's insight and combat awareness were incredibly strong. If they were at the same level, Dalton would definitely be stronger. Even now she felt Dalton might already surpass her. Composing herself, Velma calmly said, "Sorry, Elder Zephyr. I choose to transact with this gentle Dustin." Hearing this, Elder Zephyr's face turned extremely unpleasant, realizing he was really out of touch if young people no longer respected him. He stared deeply at Dalton once more, then left abruptly, knowing staying here would only embarrass him further. Dalton couldn't care less. Offending two Dustini people had desensitized him to fear. "Thank you, miss." Dalton bowed gratefully. Had Velma insisted on trading with Elder Zephyr, he would have been helpless. Velma smiled softly. "You're welcome. Without your guidance, Velma would have died by Kyla's hand. Thank you for saving my life." "Please, Mississippi. I merely gave some advice," Dalton modestly replied. Then he handed over the Engerard Divine Radiance crystal. He didn't forget his purpose. He needed to get what the penny required as soon as possible. But Velma didn't take it. "You saved my life? How can I accept something from you? Since you want it, I will gift it to you." She was a grateful person. Dalton had done her a favor, and if she didn't repay it, she would always feel indebted. Dalton took the Demon Essence Stone and simultaneously shoved the Engerard Divine Radiance crystal into Velma's hand. "Let's settle this separately. If you don't accept the crystal, I dare not take your stone." "This? All right." Velma reluctantly accepted, storing the crystal. Undoubtedly, she needed it greatly. It concerned her future achievements. It might help her reach the nascent soul realm, becoming a significant figure in the chaotic region. Having obtained the Heart Demon Stone, Dalton secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He finally completed the task set by the penny, which otherwise would have been difficult to explain. "Elder, how should we handle the Heart Demon Stone?" Dalton asked inwardly. The penny said, "I don't need it temporarily. Keep it safe for me until I need it." "I'm curious, what will you use it for?" Dalton asked curiously. It's one of the important items needed for my resurrection. I didn't expect it to appear in this region, the penny replied. What else does your resurrection require? Dalton continued. He vaguely knew the penny had perished under heavenly tribulation 10,000 years ago. It was the great ancestor who used heaven-defying methods to preserve her true soul, giving her a glimmer of hope. However, even the great ancestor couldn't directly revive her. Instead, she slept in the soul temple for 10,000 years to repair her origin, thus creating the possibility of resurrection. I need destiny precious items to resurrect and create a perfect body. Even in the heavenly realms, it's hard to obtain these. Therefore, you must grow immensely powerful, like Master did, roaming various forbidden lands, the penny explained. Rest assured, Elder. I will spare no effort to gather what you need, Dalton promised sincerely. First focus on cultivating. You're still too weak, the penny instructed. Though she didn't think Dalton could obtain these treasures now, she told him everything anyway, so he could be mindful. The sooner he collected everything, the better. After explaining everything, the penny returned to silence. Resurrection required more than just precious items. Reconstructing the soul origin was key. 10,000 years of rest had only stabilized her true soul. She hadn't yet regained a complete soul. She needed to develop the 3 souls and 7 spirits based on her true soul, a tremendously challenging process whose duration was unknown. In her current state, she could only stay in the soul temple. Venturing out would be brief and detrimental. Her previous action of saving Dalton by briefly leaving the temple had overextended her, and she hadn't fully recovered. But there was no other choice. She couldn't watch Dalton remain in danger, could she? Had she not intervened last time, the team from Tianza Academy might have been completely wiped out. I wonder when Senior can freely leave the soul temple, Dalton sighed inwardly. The current state of the penny was indeed troublesome. It wasn't that he expected her to come out and help him at any moment. Rather, he wished he could seek her guidance whenever he encountered problems in cultivation. The penny was a disciple of the great ancestor, so she was undoubtedly very familiar with all the profound techniques created by the great ancestor. She might have even cultivated several of them, making her well equipped to answer various questions. Moreover, given the realm the penny had once reached, answering questions encountered at lower realms would certainly not be difficult for her. Reining in his thoughts, Dalton continued searching through the venue. With such a dazzling array of treasures before him, it was only natural that he should seize this opportunity fully. Chapter 335, Avril. A pair of 5-colored phoenix birds, exceedingly rare in this world. If you miss them, you might never find another pair. A young Dustin with a crew cut loudly announced, attracting Dustini people. In front of him was a cage containing 2 spiritual birds with brilliantly colored feathers that looked otherworldly. These are rare spiritual birds. Finding even one is hard, let alone a pair. The youth with a crew cut continued to explain enthusiastically. One person asked, what do you want in exchange for them? I'm not asking for much. I just want a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique in exchange, the crew-cut youth said with a chuckle. The Dustin's eyes widened. Just a pair of spiritual birds, and you want a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique? You should try robbery. A good cultivation technique is extremely precious. Ordinary small families generally only have low-grade spirit-level techniques. Only large factions possess high-grade spirit-level techniques, which they seldom pass down to disciples. Hearing the crew-cut youth to Dustini people surrounding him dispersed. The trading condition was too harsh. Few could afford it. Even if someone practiced a high-grade spirit-level technique themselves, they might be restricted by prohibitions, making it impossible to teach others. Don't leave. The crew-cut youth called out. Sigh, why is it so hard to get a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique? He sighed as everyone left. He was merely a wandering cultivator who could only acquire ordinary techniques. Common techniques resulted in slow progress with limited potential. If one cultivated a low-grade spirit-level technique, reaching the essence spirit realm would be virtually impossible. Even reaching the golden core realm was exceedingly difficult. Usually, one needed at least a mid-grade spirit-level technique to aspire to the essence spirit realm. A high-grade spirit-level technique would be even better. Theoretically, a high-grade spirit-level technique could bring one to the peak of the spirit martial stage. These are extremely rare spiritual birds. Why does no one recognize their value? The crew-cut youth appeared troubled. He felt his trade conditions were reasonable and not exploitative, leaving him perplexed at the situation. What will you accept in exchange for these 2 spiritual birds? Suddenly, an inquiry sounded. Seeing someone approach, the crew-cut youth quickly greeted warmly. Brother, you certainly know good things when you see them. Even if you search the whole world, it would be hard to find another pair. So, exchanging them for a high-grade spirit-level technique isn't unreasonable, right? Rarity increases value. Indeed, not unreasonable. I happen to have the technique you need. Let's make the trade, Dalton laughed. Upon hearing this, the crew-cut youth beamed. All right, straightforward. I'll throw in some feed too. This is a type of spiritual grain grown in their habitat. As he spoke, he produced a bag containing grains that faintly glowed golden. Dalton also acted decisively, pointing at the youth's forehead to transmit the technique directly into his mind. This technique came from the legacy of an ancient Heim ancestor. Though only high-grade, it was incredibly intricate. It wasn't complete due to its creator dying young. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a high-grade technique. Cultivating this technique would yield results comparable to top-grade spirit-level techniques. Therefore, the youth had made a good deal. Perfect trade, brother, thanks. The youth was very pleased. Coming to the auction had been worthwhile. He finally got the high-grade spirit-level technique he'd long desired. Cultivating this technique might give him hope to reach the essence spirit realm. Being a wandering cultivator wasn't easy. Starting with low-grade techniques, he reached the void core realm, then acquired a mid-grade technique to reach the golden core realm, and now obtained a high-grade technique. Every step required personal effort. Once, he wanted to join a faction but, with mediocre innate talent, becoming an extraordinary warrior at nearly 30 meant those powerful factions wouldn't accept him. Later, as he grew stronger, joining a sect lost its appeal. He preferred being unrestrained. Though dangerous, the chaotic domain also offered Destiny opportunities. Otherwise, with his innate conditions, how could he have possibly reached the Golden Core realm? My name is Avril. Brother, what's yours? Let's be friends, the crew-cut youth smiled. Dalton chuckled. Avril, an interesting name. I'm Malik. My family was poor when I was young, so my father named me hoping I'd grow up carefree. I'm doing well now, but he can't see it. Avril shook his head. He had practiced for a considerable time, over a century as an extraordinary warrior, nearing 150 years old. As a Golden Core realm warrior, he was still in his prime, having used less than a third of his lifespan. Malik, which sector you from? Avril asked. I'm like you, a wandering cultivator, free and unburdened, Dalton replied. It wasn't a lie. As Malik, he had severed ties with Tienza Academy and identified as a wandering cultivator in the chaotic domain. That's great. Let's travel and explore together sometime, Avril smiled, clearly feeling closer to Dalton as fellow wandering cultivators. Dalton didn't refuse, nodding in agreement. More friends mean more paths, and he welcomed making new connections. Picking up the birdcage, Dalton continued browsing without a set goal, ready to trade anything he found valuable and could match with what others sought. Avril tagged along idly, broadening his knowledge of various treasures. Near the end of their exploration, Dalton spotted something intriguing. A bamboo segment, jade green and glowing with subtle lightning, appearing quite extraordinary. How do you wish to trade for this? Dalton asked straightforwardly. The owner, a cold, stern Dustin, replied indifferently, a 6th-tier spirit spear. Whoa, what kind of bamboo is this expensive? Avril was startled. The owner replied coolly, too expensive? Don't buy it then. Without further words, Dalton walked aside. A 6th-tier spirit spear was beyond his current means, nor could he yet forge one, so he dismissed the idea. Do you really need this bamboo? Avril asked curiously. Green jade blashing bamboo is excellent material for crafting talus dustin brushes. Sufficiently aged green jade blashing bamboo can be used to craft 7th-tier talus dustin brushes. My current brush isn't perfect, so I want to make a new one, Dalton explained. Interesting. I know a place where such bamboo grows, though it's a bit dangerous and not easy to obtain, Avril mused. Really? Where? Dalton was surprised. Isidro's. I've seen it far off. I can take you there, but whether you can get it depends on your skills, Avril responded. Dalton smiled. Thank you. If I dustinage to get the bamboo, I'll gift you several 6th-tier lightning talus dustins. Green jade blashing bamboo isn't just for talus dustin brushes. It's also ideal for lightning talus dustins, making it invaluable for talus dustin masters. Sounds good. Definitely let's go. Pick a time. Avril's eyes sparkled. 6th-tier lightning talus dustins were highly sought after, rarely available on the market. Dalton thought for a moment. Let's meet 5 days from now at the East Gate. No, wait. Let's hold off for now. Why? Are you in trouble? Avril asked immediately. Indeed, some trouble. If I leave the city, I'll be watched, putting you at risk, Dalton explained. Here's what I suggest. You wait for me in the mountains 100 miles outside the city. Once I shake off my troubles, I'll come to meet you there. He truly didn't want to involve Avril, considering the trouble he had stirred up with major forces in the chaotic domain. If they were to take action, the consequences would be unpredictable. Chapter 336, an antique from the God Burial Wasteland. An hour later, Bowie, who was in charge of the treasure auction, once again stepped onto the stage, with Velma following closely behind him. I believe most of you have completed your trades. Now, it's time for our Aiden family to present some treasures for bidding. The rules are simple, fair bidding, and the highest bidder wins, Bowie announced loudly. As he spoke, he instructed Velma to bring out the first item, presenting it before everyone. 6th grade white rhino soft armor, made from the toughest hide of a white rhino. It is soft yet capable of withstanding various attacks. Starting bid, 10,000 source stones. Bowie briefly introduced it, and then began the bidding process. Defensive items were always valuable, especially 6th grade close-fitting armor, which was extremely precious. One couldn't help but admit that the Aiden family had a deep heritage. They actually brought out such a treasure. For a moment, Dustini people's eyes lit up with excitement, including the Soul Realm experts. The 6th grade white rhino soft armor, what a wonderful item. Unfortunately, it's too expensive for me to buy, Avril sighed. Dalton remained calm, as he already owned a 6th grade soft armor that he wore. Therefore, he wasn't particularly interested. There were several wealthy individuals present, and intense bidding ensued quickly. In the end, someone bought the white rhino soft armor for 18,000 source stones, leaving others watching helplessly. Participating in such an auction required ample source stones if one wished to gain anything. Otherwise, they could only watch for entertainment. Soon, the second item was revealed, a very rare 5th grade spirit artifact that also attracted much interest. The Aiden family prepared Dustini treasures, all above 5th grade quality. After all, ordinary items could be bought anywhere. Besides the regular treasures, there were also special items like cultivation techniques, martial skills, rune patterns, and other remarkable texts. Dalton quietly observed as over a dozen treasures were bid on. He didn't participate because none of them seemed particularly useful to him. A high-grade spirit cultivation technique was sold for 13,000 source stones, and only one person can be taught. That's really too expensive, Avril exclaimed. Reflecting on it, he felt he had greatly benefited from Dalton, as his pair of 5-colored phoenix birds wouldn't fetch even 10,000 source stones. Dalton smiled. If the cultivation technique wasn't limited to one disciple, it would cost far more than 13,000 source stones. A high-grade spirit cultivation technique could serve as a major clan's foundation, ensuring a continuous supply of Soul Realm cultivators. As time passed, one treasure after another was auctioned off. Dalton participated twice, securing 2 auxiliary materials for refining 6th grade plasmid breaking pills, both at the 6th grade level. He planned ahead, collecting materials needed for refining the pills early on. Now, let's unveil the final item prepared by the Aiden family for this auction. An antique from the God-burial wasteland, Bowie announced solemnly. He personally brought out the item, holding it high so everyone could see it. It appeared to be a compass or an ancient mirror, with a rust-covered surface emitting a mysterious aura. A divine sense extended towards the antique, but was immediately repelled, unable to penetrate it. An antique from the God-burial wasteland? Avril expressed shock. Not just him, but Dustini others were also astonished, their eyes fixed on the antique. What is the God-burial wasteland? Dalton asked curiously. Avril was surprised. You don't know about the God-burial wasteland? I've only recently entered the chaotic domain and heard about it for the first time. From everyone's reactions, it seems like a significant place, Dalton explained. Avril nodded understandingly and continued. The God-burial wasteland is the most mysterious and dangerous place in the chaotic domain. It is said to originate from the ancient era, where gods might be buried and could awaken someday. The God-burial wasteland lies at the heart of the chaotic domain. Many speculate its formation is related to the God-burial wasteland. Throughout history, countless warriors, even those at the Soul Realm, have ventured in, but few returned. A few lucky survivors brought out mystical artifacts, but most couldn't use them, and some even faced misfortune. Still, these antiques remain highly sought after. The chances of obtaining antiques from the God-burial wasteland are minimal. I wonder how the Aiden family acquired this piece. His eyes showed curiosity mixed with profound caution. If the antiques from the God-burial wasteland are so ominous, why do so Dustini still want them? Dalton asked, puzzled. Avril replied, some believe that solving the secrets within these antiques could reveal a way out of this prison-like land. There's another theory suggesting the God-burial wasteland might be a gateway to the outside world. Many who enter disappear, possibly heading outward. Dalton's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could it be true? He felt intuitively that things were not as simple as they seemed, hiding deeper truths yet uncovered. Also, rare heavenly treasures have been born within the God-burial wasteland. Rumors suggest 7th-grade spirit items have been found, Avril added. Dalton narrowed his eyes. The existence of 7th-grade spirit items explained why Dustini powerful figures risked everything. When personal cultivation hits a bottleneck, hopes often turn to external aids. A rare 7th-grade spirit item could break through limitations upon refinement, a viable path worth considering. Avril shook his head and sighed. Although the God-burial wasteland is incredibly mysterious, it's too perilous, claiming countless lives. Without sufficient strength, it's best not to venture recklessly. Even Soul Realm experts struggle in the God-burial wasteland. Strength is only part of it. Luck plays a crucial role. He himself had considered exploring it, but merely observing nearby caused his heart to tremble with the shadow of death, forcing him to leave quickly. Had he insisted on entering, he likely wouldn't have survived. One day, I must explore the God-burial wasteland, Dalton resolved internally. Such an extraordinary place might hide a passage to the outside world. Definitely worth investigating, though not now. Luck alone isn't enough. One needs formidable strength to support it. Destiny should never be left a chance. For the antique from the God-burial wasteland, I assume everyone has some understanding. Let's skip the formalities. Starting bid. 500,000 source stones, Bowie declared. Hiss. Hearing the price, most people couldn't help but gasp. This was a sky-high price, enough to buy several 6th-grade spirit artifacts. Initially, the 6th-grade White Rhino soft armor fetched 18,000 source stones. Now, the starting bid was 500,000. However, considering it was an antique from the God-burial wasteland, containing great secrets and being exceedingly rare, the price wasn't surprising. Though Dustini thought it was exorbitantly priced, a few showed keen interest with fervent gazes. This price is actually reasonable. I heard that the last time an antique from the God-burial wasteland appeared, it sold for a sky-high price of 1 million source stones. Even a major force would have its coffers emptied by such a purchase, Avril said. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but be startled. Spending 1 million source stones on an antique that might be entirely useless. It really took extraordinary resolve. An ordinary person wouldn't even dare to think about it. An array disc? Dalton's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he used his cave true divine eye to perceive some secrets of the ancient artifact. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per your instructions. The translation aims to keep the original tone and style intact while ensuring naturalness and fluency in English. Chapter 337. Success. I bid 510,000 pieces of origin stone. Just as Dalton was inspecting the ancient relic, someone at the scene started bidding. I bid 550,000 pieces of origin stone. Moments later, another person upped the bid. Instantly, Dustini people joined in the bidding, making the scene lively. Undoubtedly, those participating in the bidding were influential figures with formidable backing. It would be nearly impossible for an individual to possess over 500,000 pieces of origin stone on their own. Even veteran soul formation realm experts who had lived for hundreds of years would find it challenging to have that much origin stone. 750,000 pieces of origin stone. Suddenly, Dalton also spoke up. Avril showed a look of surprise. You want this ancient relic too? He was even more amazed at Dalton's wealth. He could bid such a high price without blinking an eye. You mentioned that the relics from Zongshan ruins are extremely valuable. Since we've encountered one, there's no reason to miss out, Dalton said with a faint smile. Avril was taken aback. Precious they may be, but this thing is quite ominous. Moreover, can you protect it if you get it? And let's not forget, where would an itinerant cultivator like you get so Dustini origin stones? Let's get it first and worry about origin stones later. I entered a grotto earlier and made some good finds. It's just unexpected wealth. Spending it doesn't matter, Dalton replied calmly. Avril was completely stunned, at a loss for words. He thought he was spontaneous enough, but Dalton seemed even more impulsive. For the next while, Dalton fully participated in the bidding, continuously raising his offer. Why not turn such a valuable item over to your sect or family? Bowie asked curiously. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. Though valuable, keeping it serves little purpose for me, Dalton explained with a smile. I see. Then this relic now belongs to you. Bowie handed over the relic to Dalton. In return, Dalton gave him the jade slip containing the spiritual technique, trading item for item. Upon receiving the jade slip, Bowie immediately inspected it and soon broke into a radiant smile. The technique is flawless and very intricate, top-notch among upper-rank spiritual techniques. We of the Aiden family owe you a favor. Your generosity deserves a response in kind. Here, this item was unearthed alongside the relic and is a gift to you. As he spoke, Bowie handed over another item. Dalton took it, noting its strange nature. It appeared to be a small rusted iron block, showing signs of age. He couldn't discern anything special about it immediately, possibly why the Aiden family hadn't included it in the auction. Thank you, Senior Bowie. Dalton accepted the gift without further ado. It was a freebie. Why not take it? After brief farewells, he left quickly and parted ways with Avril, agreeing to meet again in 5 days. Just as he was about to return home, Velma suddenly appeared and stopped him. What shall I call you, sir? Velma asked. Malik, Dalton replied. Sir Malik, thank you for assisting me in avenging my brother. Your kindness will be repaid, Velma said seriously. Dalton smiled gently. Miss Aiden, you're too kind. While obtaining the relic is commendable, I must caution you to be extra careful. It's best not to leave Flying Star City for now, or you might join our Aiden family caravan to avoid being ambushed. She knew how attractive the relic was. Dustini would likely target Dalton because of it. Inside the city, rules protected them, but outside, it was different. Dalton nodded. Thank you for the warning. I'll remember it. He had already prepared mentally for such challenges. Even without the relic, some wouldn't let him off easily, like the Golden Absolute Sect and Black Demon Sect. If he revealed his true identity, even the Devil Sect might intervene due to his numerous enemies. After exchanging pleasantries, Dalton bid farewell to Velma, leaving the venue for his residence. He had agreed with the soul formation expert owning the Blood Jade to meet at a tavern near the venue in 3 days. He needed to hurry back and refine a 6th-ranked defensive spirit Talus Dustin. He did possess an excellent defensive spirit Talus Dustin given by Nelson, but using it to exchange for the Blood Jade was impractical given its mysterious origin. Thus, the best option was to refine one himself. Although difficult, with his current soul strength and Talus Dustin skills, it's entirely different from the outside, including the heavenly forces, laws, and Tao rhythms, etc. There are Dustini paths to choose from within, each leading to different places, some to life, others to death. If one is lucky enough to choose the right path and reach a peaceful place, they might gain extraordinary opportunities. But if not, they may not even know how they died. Though centuries have passed, the scenes of exploring the Zongshan ruins are vividly imprinted in his mind as if it were yesterday. Back then, countless events unfolded, and he could say he barely survived with 9 deaths and 1 life. Do not step into the Zongshan ruins unless necessary, Iroh warned earnestly. He truly feared that Dalton might act rashly and head off to explore the Zongshan ruins on a whim. Dalton nodded and said, I understand. Grandmaster, can you discern anything special about this ancient relic? With a flick of his hand, Dalton took out the ancient relic he obtained from the bidding event, hoping Ira could help study it. Dalton had a hunch that Ira had likely encountered similar items before. The Zongshan ruins are vast, incredibly so, beyond imagination. It's as if it's another world inside, where everything is entirely different from the outside, including the heavenly forces, laws, and Tao rhythms, etc. There are Dustini paths to choose from within, each leading to different places, some to life, others to death. If one is lucky enough to choose the right path and reach a peaceful place, they might gain extraordinary opportunities. But if not, they may not even know how they died. Though centuries have passed, the scenes of exploring the Zongshan ruins are vividly imprinted in his mind as if it were yesterday. Back then, countless events unfolded, and he could say he barely survived with 9 deaths and 1 life. Do not step into the Zongshan ruins unless necessary, Iroh warned earnestly. He truly feared that Dalton might act rashly and head off to explore the Zongshan ruins on a whim. Dalton nodded and said, I understand. Grandmaster, can you discern anything special about this ancient relic? With a flick of his hand, Dalton took out the ancient relic he obtained from the bidding event, hoping Ira could help study it. Dalton had a hunch that Ira had likely encountered similar items before. Chapter 338, 5-Colored Mystic Phoenix. Ira reached out to take the ancient object, carefully examining it. He had already become an enforcer of Feishing City and thus did not have too Dustini qualms, unafraid that the ancient symbol from the divine burial ruins might bring misfortune. This object is in a sealed state. Perhaps it requires some special item to unlock, Ira murmured. After speaking, he returned the ancient object to Dalton. Curiously, Dalton asked, Grandmaster, has there been any precedent of ancient objects excavated from the divine burial ruins being refined? As far as I know, there hasn't been. Either those objects have existed for too long and are damaged, or they possess special restrictions that make them uncontrollable. According to legend, these objects are cursed. Lifting their seals will lead to great calamity, Ira replied. 5,000 years ago, an illustrious figure was suspected to have accidentally lifted the seal on one of the ancient objects and was eroded by the curse. As a result, he suddenly died at the peak of his power and was burned into ashes by evil fire. The ancient object he obtained vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Dalton was greatly shocked. The ancient objects excavated from the divine burial ruins were indeed sinister. It seemed he should refrain from making any rash moves for now. At this moment, Ira took off a necklace from his neck, a look of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. This necklace is something I obtained when I entered the divine burial ruins back then. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about it, but I feel it brought me luck, guiding me out of the divine burial ruins alive. Now, I give it to you, hoping it will bring you luck too. Dalton accepted it and closely examined it. The necklace was dark golden in color, its material indiscernible. Hanging on the necklace was something resembling a tooth, crystal clear like jade and sharp and slender. As Ira said, the necklace possessed no peculiarities. Even with his cave truth divine eye, he couldn't discern any profoundness in it. Thank you, Grandmaster. Dalton didn't refuse Ira's goodwill and immediately put the necklace around his neck. Speaking of which, this object was quite precious, having originated from the divine burial ruins where countless people would vie for it. After giving more advice to Dalton, Ira left. He had said what needed to be said. The rest depended on Dalton's actions. Touching the necklace around his neck, Dalton felt warm, genuinely sensing the concern from Ira. Collecting his thoughts, Dalton entered the 3-story pavilion, the most special place in the entire residence. Inside, he wouldn't worry about being disturbed. I must quickly refine the 6th-rank defensive spirit Talus Dustin. With a wave of his hand, Dalton took out a pile of materials needed to refine the 6th-rank defensive spirit Talus Dustin. A 6th-rank spirit Talus Dustin was considered top tier in this region. Even if 7th-rank spirit Talus Dustins occasionally appeared, they often came from ancient ruins rather than being refined by modern alchemists. Becoming a 6th-rank Talus Dustin master was more difficult than becoming a Jameson realm martial artist. Dalton was naturally not yet a 6th-rank Talus Dustin master, but with various methods, he barely had the ability to refine 6th-rank spirit Talus Dustins. 3 days passed in a blink. Dalton arrived at the tavern as scheduled, while the Jameson realm powerhouse was even more proactive, already waiting for him. When Dalton presented the 6th-rank defensive spirit Talus Dustin, the Jameson realm powerhouse also brought out the blood jade. After confirming there were no issues, the transaction proceeded smoothly. Let me give you a heads up, don't wander outside the city casually. It's best to have your seniors come to pick you up. The Jameson realm powerhouse said this before leaving. Having successfully obtained what he wanted, his mood was good, so he kindly gave Dalton a warning. Dalton showed a contemplative expression, his gaze involuntarily turning towards the window, scanning over several suspicious individuals. Now, wherever he went, someone was watching him in secret, clearly preventing him from leaving Feishing City quietly. You can keep watching if you want, Dalton whispered, seemingly unconcerned. Since he had come to the tavern, it made no sense to leave without reason. He immediately ordered a feast, considering it necessary to taste the local delicacies when traveling. Although the cost of dining in Feishing City was high, this was insignificant to him. While waiting for the dishes, he brewed tea using the leaves and spring water prepared by the Hewitt. This tea had a calming effect, just right for adjusting his mindset. With a thought, Dalton infused part of his soul power into the cavern truth treasure. After careful consideration, he decided to seal the ancient object inside to prevent any mishaps. Along with the item given by Bowie, he sealed both inside the cavern truth treasure together. This treasure was significant enough to suppress the 2 ancient objects. Then, he checked on the 2 spirit birds. These past few days had been too busy, and he hadn't had time to attend to them. To his relief, the 2 spirit birds were unharmed, moving freely within the area he designated. Directing his thoughts, Dalton channeled the elemental energy stored in the cavern truth treasure toward the 2 spirit birds. These types of spirit birds didn't necessarily need food. Sufficient essence of elemental energy could meet their survival needs. But as a large amount of elemental energy flowed into the 2 spirit birds, they began to change. Could it be? Dalton's heart raced, instantly thinking of a possibility. He vigorously stimulated the cavern truth treasure, pouring immense elemental energy into the bodies of the 2 spirit birds, even directly drawing upon the spirit veins' power. Thus, the transformation of the 2 spirit birds became more intense. The feathers on their heads and tails grew longer, and their bodies changed significantly. Finally, they stopped changing, completely transforming into another type of avian. They stood proudly on the treetops, their bodies radiating 5 colors of brilliant light, giving a holy feeling. Indeed, their true form is that of the 5-colored mystic phoenix. Dalton felt delighted. The 5-colored mystic phoenix was a type of spirit bird, but was much nobler than the 5-colored luo bird. It belonged to the highest tier of spirit birds, extremely rare, as it had a relation to the phoenix. In the legacy left by the imperial ancestor, it was recorded that the 5-colored mystic phoenix excelled in disguise, often disguising itself as other birds to avoid attracting attention and becoming prey. If Dalton hadn't infused elemental energy into their bodies, he might not have discovered their secret for a while. Spirit beasts and spirit birds differed from brute beasts. They possessed strong spiritual intelligence but couldn't cultivate and lacked powerful strength. They usually had certain special abilities. For instance, when Butzbattle boiled medicinal baths for Dalton using the feces of water spirit rats, those rats were a type of spirit beast whose most miraculous trait was their feces. The 5-colored mystic phoenix could also incubate extraordinary things, its eggs and blood. The eggs laid periodically by the 5-colored mystic phoenix cannot hatch chicks but contained exceptional essences beneficial for consumption. Its blood was exceptionally effective for healing injuries. The reproduction of the 5-colored mystic phoenix was difficult, requiring numerous heavenly treasures and hundreds of years to possibly produce offspring. Furthermore, they practiced monogamy, remaining together for life. If one died, the other would follow in death. Fortunately, Avril had captured both 5-colored mystic phoenixes together. Otherwise, capturing only one would result in both eventually dying, a truly grievous act. According to the imperial ancestor, the 5-colored mystic phoenix has 5 growth stages: juvenile stage, growing stage, nurturing stage, immortality stage, and deification stage. Reaching the 4th stage allows them to live eternally. Reaching the 5th stage grants them transcendent immortality. These 2 5-colored mystic phoenixes are pretty remarkable. Despite living for only a little over a century, they have already reached the 3rd stage, indicating they had extraordinary encounters. Dalton pondered inwardly. Typically, it took a century for a 5-colored mystic phoenix to pass through the juvenile stage, and several centuries for the growing stage. Compared to Whodustin warriors and brute beasts, their lifespan was undoubtedly much longer, a kind of blessing bestowed by nature. Let's try planting some spirit grains first. The cavern truth treasure contains multiple spirit veins and 2 7th-rank spirit herbs, which should allow the spirit grains to grow, Dalton mused. Immediately, he designated a plot of land within the cavern truth treasure, diverted a spirit spring, and scattered the seeds into it. He wasn't entirely confident that the spirit grains would grow, but it was worth a try. Then, he summoned the silver spirit dog and had it guard beside the grain field, keeping a constant watch on the situation with the spirit grains. The silver spirit dog originally belonged to Dorian, but Dalton had taken it over. This dog had an exceptionally sensitive nose, excelling in tracking and being quite useful in certain situations. Because of this, Dalton treated it with considerable importance, teaching it extraordinary cultivation techniques and providing ample resources for its practice. It had now reached the peak of the 5th rank. Unlike with Bentley and the purpling beast, Dalton didn't expect the silver spirit dog to break through limits. He valued its tracking ability rather than its combat prowess. As long as its nose remained sensitive, that was sufficient. Dalton mused, let's start by planting some spirit grains to try. The cave's treasure contains multiple spirit veins and 2 7th-stage spirit herbs, which should allow the spirit grains to grow. Immediately, he carved out a patch of land for a grain field within the cave's treasure, diverted a spiritual spring into it, and sowed the seeds. He wasn't entirely sure the spirit grains would grow, but it was worth a try. Next, he summoned the silver spirit dog to guard the grain field, keeping a constant watch on the spirit grains condition. Originally belonging to Grover, the dog had been taken by Dalton. It had an exceptionally keen nose and was skilled at tracking, making it invaluable in certain situations. Because of this, Dalton held it in high regard, teaching it extraordinary cultivation techniques and providing ample resources for practice. It had already reached the peak of the 5th stage. Note: Purpling beast seems to be incomplete or incorrect in the original text. For context and accuracy, please confirm if Zerlin So refers to a specific creature in your novel. Assuming it is meant to be purpling beast or another specific creature, I will proceed with the translation accordingly. Please provide the correct term if available. Let's start with some spirit rice to try planting. Since the treasure cave contains multiple spiritual veins and 2 7th-grade spirit herbs, they should enable the spirit rice to grow. Dalton mused. Immediately, he set aside a plot of land for rice fields inside the treasure cave, channeled in spiritual spring water, and scattered the seeds into the field. Dalton was not entirely confident about successfully growing the spirit rice, but he could only try his best. Next, he summoned Silver Spirit Dog to guard beside the rice field, paying constant attention to the spirit rice's condition. The Silver Spirit Dog originally belonged to Grover, but was taken by Dalton. This dog had an exceptionally keen nose and was especially skilled at tracking, which proved extremely useful in certain situations. Precisely because of this, Dalton valued it greatly, teaching it extraordinary techniques and providing ample cultivation resources. It has now reached the peak of the 5th stage. Unlike with Bentley and the Purpling Beast, Dalton did not expect the Silver Spirit Dog to break through its limits. He valued its tracking ability rather than its combat prowess. All that mattered was that its nose remained sensitive enough. Chapter 339, A Combined Assault. 5 days had passed since the auction, and Dalton chose to leave the city as planned. He had made an agreement with Avril to go together to the place where the blue jade thunder bamboo grew, and he couldn't afford to break his word. Dalton knew very well that even if he stayed in Fashing City for a long time, he would always be under someone's watch. Not only did he possess an ancient artifact, but also spending 990,000 source stones on one was enough to make him a prime target in Dustini people's eyes. As expected, the moment Dalton stepped out of the city gate, a large group of people immediately followed him, with some already waiting outside the city. The people behind him blocked his retreat, preventing him from returning to Fashing City. Boy, hand over the ancient artifact, and we'll spare your life. Hand over the demon essence stone, or you'll beg for death but find none. Give me the blood jade. At once, multiple voices spoke up, all eager to snatch the treasures from Dalton. Each person had their specific targets, thus avoiding conflicts among themselves. Dalton surveyed the surroundings. There were indeed Dustini people surrounding him, and every single one was at the Golden Core realm. In the chaotic domain, there were special rules forbidding high-ranking cultivators from directly attacking lower-ranking ones. Thus, even though some Soul Realm experts despised Dalton, they dared not act personally and instead sent their Golden Core subordinates. Everything you want is with me. If you want it, come and take it yourself, Dalton said coolly. You're asking for death. One Dustin couldn't hold back and attacked immediately. He practiced boxing techniques, unleashing a powerful punch that mobilized tremendous forces of nature, condensing into a terrifying fist seal that charged straight at Dalton. Dalton didn't dodge. With a simple sword finger, he effortlessly shattered the imposing fist seal. The attacker's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily broken. After all, he was at the 7th level Golden Core, which should have made it easy for him to deal with the 4th level Golden Core Dalton. In the next moment, he attacked again, unwilling to lose face in front of the crowd. His figure darted forward, fearing its destruction. It was a top-tier 5th rank weapon that he'd worked hard to acquire. However, he was too slow. Dalton's fists descended like a mountain, striking the blade forcefully, breaking it in half. My saber. The saber owner stared wide-eyed in rage, feeling as if his heart bled. He was shocked. What kind of monster could break a top-tier 5th rank weapon barehanded? What level of physical power did this require? Before he could recover, Dalton lunged at him with incredible speed and punched directly at his face. The Dustin crossed his arms to block, but under the force of Dalton's blow, both arms twisted, bones and tendons breaking. Don't get carried away. Someone rushed to intervene as Dalton approached the ground, but Dalton roared, get lost. A thick surge of spirit energy burst from him, merging with the vast natural forces, forming a powerful domain that pushed others away. Everyone attacked together. With that call, several others joined in, each unleashing formidable techniques trying to break through Dalton's domain. But Dalton seized the opportunity and reached the saber owner, striking him without mercy. By the time the others broke through, The saber owner lay dead under Dalton's fists. Kill him. Several people charged Dalton from different directions, either unleashing martial skills or activating spirit weapons, aiming for a killing strike. But he became somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing him restrained, the cultivators smiled. No matter how strong one person was, against enough skilled attackers, they would only end up being crushed. Excellent, this is how it should be. Malik, let's see what chaos you can cause this time. At the city gate, Scythe Evil Hassan sneered upon witnessing the scene. He originally planned to eliminate Dalton himself, but now seemed content to watch. However, Dalton possessed Dustini valuable items, and he intended to grab his share too. Chapter 340, Delivering Coal in the Snow. Whoosh. A sky filled with golden light erupted into a flood, surging toward Dalton. Hassan Armin did not hold back at all, using his full strength from the very start. He intended to avenge the Black Snake Gang's destruction by Dalton. Recently, Armin's cultivation of evil techniques had greatly improved, increasing his power significantly. He was confident that even in a one-on-one fight with Dalton, he could stand his ground. Of course, now that there was a large group assisting him against Dalton, it ensured that no unexpected situations would arise. Hassan Armin's joining instantly put Dalton at a disadvantage, completely suppressing him. Granduncle 3, please help Mr. Azar. On the city wall, Velma couldn't help but speak to Bowie beside her. Seeing Dalton's dire, she had limited power and could only open a gap unexpectedly. This opportunity would vanish in an instant. You dare, Velma? The attackers raged, immediately wanting to punish Velma. At this critical moment, Bowie caught up and reached out from a distance. Velma's body involuntarily retreated, being pulled back by Bowie. My oversight, I apologize. I will take her back for reflection, Bowie loudly declared. He then grabbed Velma's arm, bringing her back into Fashing City. Seeing this, the major forces did not cause trouble. After all, it wasn't worth antagonizing the Aiden family over such trivial matters. Although Velma didn't Dustinage to help much, Dalton appreciated her willingness to risk everything to aid him under such circumstances, a rare act indeed. Boom. As he pondered, a huge commotion erupted from another direction. Suddenly, peaks rose from the ground, dividing the battlefield into fragmented sections. Archie, you're courting death. Someone yelled in fury. Dalton saw it too. A figure stood atop one of the rising peaks. It was none other than Archie. Brother Bob, why are you here? Dalton landed on a peak after escaping the encirclement. Archie chuckled. With such excitement, how could I stay away? I don't like waiting, and since you delayed, I came to find you. Brother Bob, you shouldn't have come, Dalton sighed softly. While deeply touched, he really didn't want Archie to be dragged into this mess. Archie calmly said, there's no question of should or shouldn't. It's about what I choose. I think you're great and I want to be friends, so I can't just stand by and see you in danger. I'll definitely drink with you once we get out of here, Dalton smiled. Hassan Armin coldly sneered. None of you will escape. If you meddle, you'll die with him. This was a rare opportunity he wouldn't let slip. Defeated already, and you dare to boast? Dalton turned his gaze towards Armin, his eyes burning with murderous intent. With a thought, he activated his supreme sword bone, unleashing sharp sword chi, which instantly formed a pair of silver sword wings on his back. Flapping the sword wings, he surged forward at lightning speed towards Armin. Armin was startled by Dalton's incredible speed. Without hesitating, he hurriedly activated his golden body to release its power, forming a golden shield around him. The golden body had formidable attack capabilities and strong defensive attributes. Crack! Armin's face changed as Dalton's sword pierced through the golden shield. Die! Armin unleashed his most powerful technique, a dense cluster of golden rays coalescing into a golden sphere, hurtling towards Dalton. Dalton's sword wings moved swiftly to intercept the sphere. However, its immense force sent Dalton flying backward. Boom! The golden sphere exploded, scattering countless sharp golden beams that engulfed Dalton while also attacking others indiscriminately. Some reacted too slowly and were injured. Worry flickered in Archie's eyes. The sudden explosion left him no time to react. To dare approach me is sheer recklessness, Armin sneered. Suffering such a close-range blow, Dalton must be heavily wounded if not dead. Armin felt certain he'd win. But the next moment, his smile froze. Endless golden beams suddenly dissipated, revealing Dalton standing proudly midair, unharmed. How is this possible? Armin widened his eyes in disbelief. That was his strongest attack. Under direct impact, Dalton shouldn't have emerged unscathed. Dalton's killing intent intensified. Flapping his sword wings, countless swords shot out, transforming into a rain of swords. These sword wings were dustinifestations of the supreme sword chi within the supreme sword bone, inherently powerful. This time, Dalton held nothing back, directly activating the extraordinary law contained within the supreme sword bone. Each projectile was enhanced with invisible law power, dramatically boosting their offensive power. Armin quickly responded, reconstructing the golden shield and summoning a treasure mirror for defense. Driven by spiritual energy, intricate patterns emerged on the mirror, forming a vast net that caught the incoming swords. But the law-empowered swords were not easily contained. Before the mirror could neutralize them, the net was torn apart. What are you watching? Do you want him to pick you off one by one? Armin panicked, shouting loudly. Others immediately reformed their formation, launching new attacks against Dalton. Some targeted Archie, attempting to encircle and kill him. Bring it on. Do you think I fear you? Archie showed no fear, his momentum soaring. He knew this situation was likely if he interfered. True, he was a wandering cultivator, but that didn't mean disciples of major forces could bully him. With his 9th stage gold core realm cultivation, few below the nascent soul realm could make him tremble, not even geniuses nurtured by major forces. As he cast hand seals, more peaks rose from the ground and hovered around him, a spectacular sight. This display alone intimidated Dustini. Away! Archie dustinipulated the mountains, crashing or smashing them towards those around him. Though these peaks were merely formed from ordinary earth and stone, They had become incredibly sturdy after being infused with spiritual energy and the power of heaven and earth, resistant to easy destruction. A trifling skill. A peak Golden Core realm martial artist sneered coldly, eat a monster, beyond his current ability to defeat. Just as Hassan Armin was pondering, another person died under Dalton's sword, similarly pierced through the heart. Damn it! Hassan Armin clenched his fists, feeling deeply resentful. However, for the sake of survival, he couldn't afford to care about saving face anymore and immediately prepared to withdraw. Seeing his actions, the others were momentarily stunned. No one would have thought that someone who had been loudly boasting earlier would now be trying to escape. Escape? This thought flashed through everyone's mind at once. There was no other way. Dalton was simply too formidable. Continuing the battle would result in even more deaths. Do you think I'll let you escape? Did you even ask me? Dalton shouted coldly, a fierce aura radiating from him. At this moment, he unleashed his sword manipulation technique, summoning immense power from heaven and earth, transforming a single sword into 10,000 swords. Kill. With Dalton's low roar, thousands of swords flew in unison. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. They wanted to immediately flee back into the city, but these flying swords moved much faster than they did. Helplessly, they had no choice but to resist. Ah! Screams of agony filled the air, as Destiny could not withstand the onslaught of the rain of swords. You scoundrel, how dare you! A divine soul realm powerhouse couldn't hold back his furious roar. Golden Core cultivators held significant importance for their sects, and such a large-scale slaughter by Dalton would surely cause pain to the backing factions. Isekai, despite their rage, the divine soul realms dared not intervene for fear of drawing the enforcers. Unfazed, Dalton didn't stop. Instead, he fully utilized his sword manipulation technique, determined not to let anyone escape into the city. Those who dared to ambush him must be prepared to be countered. In his current standing, Dalton had nothing to fear regardless of the origins or backgrounds of these people. They could not intimidate him. Within moments, over a dozen Golden Core cultivators fell from the sky, skewered by the flying swords. The remaining people also suffered various injuries, none emerging unscathed. Meanwhile, within the Flying Star City, numerous observers stood dumbfounded, gaping in disbelief. They had initially thought Dalton was doomed, never expecting the situation to unfold in such an unexpected destiner. Danilo finally breathed a sigh of relief, her tense heart now at ease. It seems my concerns were misplaced. Mr. Malik can handle this situation, Danilo thought. Naturally, she was also deeply shocked, having never seen someone at the 4th level Golden Core possess such terrifying strength, easily slaying peak Golden Core cultivators. If she had charged forward, she might have met her end in an instant. What is this boy's background? What kind of existence could cultivate such a prodigy? Bowie's mind raced with questions and curiosity. He simply couldn't believe Dalton was a wandering cultivator because even top-tier powers struggled to nurture such extraordinary descendants. Isekai Dalton had emerged out of nowhere, making it impossible to trace his roots. Faster, just a little bit faster. Hassan Armin grew increasingly anxious, pushing his golden spirit body to its limit to increase his speed. The 6th grade Void Traversal Talus Dustin was incredibly precious, and he possessed only one, unable to replenish it after using it last time. Facing the relentless pursuit of the flying swords, he had to use spiritual weapons to protect himself. Unfortunately, the attacks were too powerful, and even 5th grade spiritual weapons couldn't withstand the onslaught for long. In mere moments, he had already destroyed 3 5th grade spiritual weapons. Continuing like this, he'd soon exhaust all his possessions. Damn it, he's targeting me. Hassan Armin seethed inwardly. He sensed he was being singled out, with far more swords attacking him than anyone else, and Dalton was moving directly toward him. He gently lifted Hassan Armin from the ground, examining him carefully, but the moment he looked, his heart sank. Scoundrel, you dare to kill a disciple of the Gold Sever sect? Who gave you the audacity? The Divine Soul Realm powerhouse roared with grief and fury. He couldn't hold back, wanting to crush Dalton right then. While Hassan Armin wasn't an unparalleled talent and somewhat lazy, he still possessed the Golden Spirit body, which held great potential. With further cultivation, reaching the Divine Soul Realm should not have been an issue. Such a promising seed for the Divine Soul Realm was invaluable to any sect. In any faction, Divine Soul Realm powerhouses were pillars. Cultivating a Divine Soul Realm expert was exceedingly difficult, often only 1 in 10,000, and even after centuries of accumulation, Dustini sects counted only a few. Dalton naturally heard the roar from the Divine Soul Realm powerhouse but was completely unfazed. He didn't believe the other party had the courage to attack him. Even if they dared to make a move, he wasn't without means to deal with it. Without stopping, he continued slaughtering the others. Ultimately, among the dozens of Golden Core cultivators who besieged him, only a few managed to flee into the city in shambles, while the rest were slain by Dalton. The survivors were utterly terrified, chilled to the bone by Dalton's relentless pursuit. Seeing this outcome, multiple Divine Soul Realm powerhouses inside and outside the city glared at Dalton, each wishing to eliminate him. You've gone too far, Malik, one of the Divine Soul Realm powerhouses declared sternly. Dalton retorted coldly, they wanted to kill me and steal my treasures. Now they accuse me of going too far. Isn't that laughable? He who kills others shall always be killed by others. Don't think that I, Malik, being a wandering cultivator, can be bullied easily. If you dare to provoke me again, I will wipe out all your disciples. Hearing these words, Dustini people inside and outside the city couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Too arrogant, daring to publicly threaten major forces, something that hadn't happened in ages. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 342, Thundermarsh. Dalton did not stay to talk with those Essence Spirit Realm powerhouses, leaving immediately after gathering the spoils. It was evident he was not worried about any reprisals from these forces. Brother Aiden, that was impressive. Almost wiping out dozens of elite disciples from several major forces all by yourself. After today, you will undoubtedly be faced as possessed unique plasmid-breaking techniques. I've always been envious but had no means of obtaining one, Avril said emotionally. A few decades ago, I clashed with a blood evil sect core formation genius who had broken limits at his stage. I nearly suffered greatly at his hands. Breaking limits was not easy. Destiny chose not to rush into it at lower realms, focusing instead on strengthening their foundations to break limits at higher stages. To them, breaking limits at the core formation or essence spirit realms held far greater significance, providing a more substantial boost to their power. I have one more thing for you, Brother Bob. Dalton handed over a pill. Avril's eyes widened. Is this the legendary plasmid-breaking pill? Exactly. It's a 5th-stage plasmid-breaking pill, which should aid you considerably, Dalton smiled. He trusted his judgment. Avril's willingness to risk aiding him against powerful forces showed he was worth befriending. Treating others as you wish to be treated, Dalton thought, willing to give Avril whatever help he could. This is too precious. Do you not accept me as a friend, Brother Bob? Well, alright then. Politeness aside. That's the spirit. 1,000 gold pieces are easy to come by, but a true friend is hard to find. You're the first friend I've made since entering the Chaos region, and I value it dearly. Severely damage these forces, even costing a few Essence Spirit Realm powerhouses. But doing so would drive these forces mad, with unpredictable consequences. Traveling at high speed, Dalton and Avril headed directly to their destination. Along the way, Avril gave Dalton some background on their destination. Their destination, called Thunder Marsh, appeared to be only 100 miles wide from the outside, but contained a vast inner world upon entry. Many wondrous places in the Chaos region were similar, making its actual area much larger than the visible 3,000 miles, hidden from plain sight. Thunder Marsh was vast, seemingly endless, with no one ever reaching its depths due to the extreme danger, where even Essence Spirit Realm powerhouses could lose their lives. Historically, over 100 Essence Spirit Realm powerhouses had perished in the deepest parts. Isidrot, people still ventured there because of legends. Some believed it led to a wider realm beyond. Additionally, rare opportunities existed there, attracting Essence Spirit powerhouses with tales of 7th stage spiritual treasures and extended lifespans. Doubling the lifespan of an Essence Spirit powerhouse was a huge draw. Few could resist. Thus, Destiny powerhouses ventured into Thunder Marsh's depths when their time ran short, hoping for a chance. Even the founder of Findred Beast Valley had reportedly survived after venturing into Thunder Marsh's depths, possibly extending his life. The coiled jade blashing bamboo you seek grows near Thunder Marsh's depths. I've seen it from afar. Acquiring it won't be easy, Avril stated gravely. Dalton smiled lightly. Let's see first. If it's not feasible, I won't force it. Identifying the location of the bamboo was important. Even if he couldn't obtain it this time, he could try again later. He was mentally prepared. The ease of obtaining the coiled jade blashing bamboo was proportional to its difficulty. Growing in such a dangerous place naturally made it challenging. Hashtag chapter 343, the Unicorn Core. Up ahead is the Thunder Marsh. Avril pointed forward, his eyes clearly revealing deep trepidation. Anyone who had ever been to this place knew how terrifying it could be. Some areas were enough to chill even the bravest of Jameson realm experts. Dalton gazed into the distance, taking in the vast expanse before him. He saw the Thunder Marsh that Avril mentioned, a region enveloped in misty clouds, covering 100 miles in all directions. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what lay within. Rumble. The deafening sound of thunder echoed as faint flashes of lightning snaked through the clouds, like dragons. How do we enter? Dalton asked. Avril smiled. No rush. The Thunder Marsh has specific opening times. It opens precisely at the dog hour each day, giving us 1 incense sticks time to enter. The dog hour, meaning we have to wait until evening, Dalton noted. It was now midday, so they needed to wait for about 2 hours. It seemed both long and short. Avril added, it's possible to enter before the opening time, but that means forcing your way in, risking lightning attacks with unpredictable outcomes. 2 hours is not too long. No need to risk it, Dalton replied. He wasn't in a hurry, and patience wasn't lacking. They think hiding in the Thunder Marsh will save them? Ha, naive. A Jameson realm expert following behind muttered coldly. Locking onto their positions, dealing with Dalton and Avril wouldn't be difficult. Talent was abundant in these major factions, and while Dalton's perfordustance was impressive, it wasn't intimidating enough to scare them off. Someone's coming. Dalton became alert, noticing a majestic unicorn core approaching, with a young Dustin dressed in blood-stained white robes seated atop it. Both the Dustin and Beast radiated strong killing intent, signs of recent combat. Avril's expression changed slightly. That's Blood Evil Sect Xavion. He's actually here. A well-known figure? Dalton asked. Avril nodded. Xavion is one of the most renowned geniuses among Blood Evil Sect's younger generation. In less than 50 years, he reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. He once broke limits in the False Dan and True Dan realms. Now, he's preparing to break the limit again in the Golden Core realm, aiming to become a supreme 4-time breaker. As for his Unicorn Core mount, it's said to be an ancient breed unearthed from a relic, with boundless potential. Having broken limits twice, it forms a formidable duo with its rider, nearly unmatched at their level. Dalton's eyes flashed. It seemed his earlier ruthlessness had drawn in the true talents of these major factions. Avril had mentioned that in the Chaotic realm, the maximum number of breaks was 4, regardless of the starting realm. Many geniuses chose to start breaking limits from the False Dan realm to achieve the greatest strength. So far, no one had surpassed 4 breaks. Even 3-time breakers were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Dalton didn't believe in limits. He had already broken 4 limits and doubted the Golden Core realm could hinder him. Xavion, astride the Unicorn Core, hovered above, coldly asking, "Which one of you is Malik?" "I am," Dalton responded without hesitation. Xavion's eyes flared with murderous intent. "Very well, daring to kill multiple disciples of my blood evil sect. Do you really think you can live?" "If they hadn't tried to kill me first, how could I have killed them?" Dalton replied calmly. Xavion sneered. "Whatever you say, it won't change your fate of dying here." Without waiting, the unicorn core lunged forward, launching black bristles like steel needles. Clearly overconfident, he believed his mount alone could slay Dalton. Having achieved 2 breaks and being at peak 5th rank, along with its powerful bloodline, the unicorn core was undeniably formidable. Avril acted swiftly, casting intricate earth techniques to summon a massive rock wall, shielding both him and Dalton. Boom! The unicorn core's black bristles pierced through the rock effortlessly, turning it into a sieve. Powerful, Avril marveled inwardly. Dalton moved, swinging the green spirit sword in a circular motion, creating a vortex that absorbed all the incoming bristles. The vortex neutralized their force, causing them to fall harmlessly. Realizing this method was ineffective, the unicorn core switched tactics. Its horn glowed, emitting circles of secret runes that unleashed fearsome black lightning, striking Dalton. Dalton wielded his sword skillfully, directly countering the black lightning with the green spirit sword. Then, he channeled lightning-infused sword energy outward. This move came from the Thunder Destruction Sword Manual, seamlessly combining lightning with swordplay, producing immense power. Harnessing the different colored lightning from the cloud wall, he concentrated it on his sword. Such fierce lightning, Dalton marveled internally. Controlling this kind of lightning was immensely challenging. Despite using the lightning harnessing technique, he still felt his arms go numb, and his flesh was penetrated by the lightning. Thankfully, his robust body and void domain mitigated the damage. Slash. Gathering immense power, Dalton executed a deadly strike. Meanwhile, the unicorn core conjured more lightning, forming a colossal thunderball and hurling it. Boom! The thunderball exploded, releasing devastating force in all directions. Dalton was heavily impacted, forced to retreat several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The unicorn core fared no better. Though tough-skinned, it couldn't withstand Dalton's attack, suffering a deep, bleeding wound. This powerful collision benefited neither party, leaving both worse for wear. Seeing the unicorn core injured, Xavion hastily summoned it back. This mount held extraordinary significance to him. He could not afford any mishaps. It wasn't that he didn't trust the unicorn core's strength. Rather, Dalton was indeed peculiar, seemingly having a way to counter the unicorn core. If they continued, even if the unicorn core emerged victorious, it would likely suffer heavy. No, he decided to personally step in, leveraging his absolute strength to crush Dalton, aiming for a swift and conclusive victory. Chapter 344. The Might of Law. To be able to injure my mount, you have some skill indeed. It's worth me dealing with you personally, Innes said proudly. In the next moment, he drew a blood-red evil spear, gripping it in one hand and jabbing it forth, releasing thousands of spear lights in an instant. Dalton secretly activated the Josephine Anwu technique, forming a Josephine Anwu divine shell outside his body to resist the spear light. However, Innes's attack was extremely fierce, piercing through the Josephine shell forcefully. Indeed worthy of being a genius who broke limits twice with a special constitution. Your combat power is truly strong, Dalton thought inwardly. He immediately saw that Innes had a very powerful special constitution and had fully tapped into its potential. The cultivation methods and martial arts he practiced were also extraordinary and had reached a high level, far surpassing average practitioners of the same realm. Although Dalton had broken limits 2 more times than Innes, his golden core realm was still far inferior. Bridging this gap would be incredibly difficult. After all, Innes was not an ordinary practitioner, but a genius meticulously nurtured by the blood technique, completely breaking conventions. Seeing Dalton about to slash again, Innes hastily summoned the Judolin for protection. His body couldn't endure another such fearsome strike. With the Judolin at the forefront, Innes wasted no time, retreating at top speed. He regretted having involved himself with someone as peculiar as Dalton. The Judolin released dark light enveloping itself while its horn wildly gathered lightning, even drawing lightning from the cloud wall like Dalton did earlier. Despite the damage it inflicted upon itself, it had no better options now. Destroy. Dalton swung his sword again, further activating the law powers within the Supreme Swordbone and the Spirit Abyss Sword. His sword intent showed signs of ascending. The Judolin also unleashed a frenzied storm of lightning, assuming its true form, charging forward. Boom. The sword chi filled with law exploded, sweeping through everything irresistibly. The lightning-formed Judolin exploded, releasing unparalleled destructive force, leveling a vast area around it. The Judolin fell from mid-air, covered in blood, heavily injured. If not for its formidable physique, it would have been shattered. Although Dalton was impacted too, it wasn't a serious problem. With a bang, Dalton descended from the sky, stomping on the Judolin's body, burying it in the ground. You? Innes was filled with anger, wanting desperately to charge at Dalton recklessly. This was an ancient and rare breed, capable of growing with him, and now it was about to die at Dalton's hands. Without the Judolin, he would have faced the attack directly. A 4th-level Golden Core Realm practitioner being so powerful made no sense. Monster. Really a monster. A nascent Soul Realm expert guarding nearby was also shocked. He longed to kill Dalton right then and there. Such a demonic talent posed immense danger if allowed to grow. Whoosh. Dalton slashed again, but not at anyone. It was aimed at the cloud wall. This stroke was overpowering, cutting through the cloud wall, creating a breach. Go. Dalton lifted the heavily wounded Judolin and dashed toward the opening, calling to Avril as he moved. Avril immediately followed. Just as they passed through the cloud wall, the breach vanished. Damn it. Innes raged, never having suffered such a loss before. The nascent soul expert, full of astonishment, knew that even he could not cut through the cloud wall like that. A pity came just a step too late. Sensing others approaching, the nascent soul expert sighed. If they had arrived sooner, they could have joined Innes against Dalton, likely ensuring victory. Pfft. Entering the Thunder Marsh, Dalton couldn't help but spurt out a large mouthful of blood. Brother Aiden, are you alright? Startled, Avril immediately asked. Dalton's robust aura abruptly weakened, nearly collapsing. I'm fine, just need a break. Dalton shook his head. Using the power of law recklessly to defeat Innes and the Judalin had resulted in significant backlash, nearly harming him fundamentally. Controlling the law within the Supreme Swordbone and the Spirit Abyss Sword required time, and he had yet to master them. Pushing beyond his limits caused the backlash, which was understandable. But he had no choice. He couldn't fight Innes and the Judalin without the power of law. He feared more people arriving as time passed, complicating matters further. His greatest regret was not being able to kill Innes despite his utmost efforts. However, capturing the Judalin was not insignificant. As an ancient species, it held considerable value. Innes would be devastated by losing the Judalin, possibly going mad with rage. Waving his hand, Dalton stored the Judalin in a treasured item for suppression, to deal with later. We need to leave here first. Turning to Avril, Dalton spoke. Before the Thunder Marsh opened, allowing others to enter, they needed to find a hiding place for Dalton to recuperate. Otherwise, even an average Golden Core practitioner could defeat him in this state. Having visited the Thunder Marsh multiple times, Avril quickly found a relatively safe and hidden spot. Dalton immediately began regulating his breathing to recover as quickly as possible. To eliminate the backlash from using the law, he focused on addressing the root cause. Calmly, he connected his lineage and Supreme Sword Bone to the mysterious Sword Source cavern, cautiously guiding a few threads of strange power into his body and soul. Before long, his aura stabilized. Sigh. Seeing Dalton's aura stabilize, Avril breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity I haven't broken limits in the Golden Core realm yet, nor have I cultivated Thunder Law to an extremely high level. In a battle like that just now, I was utterly useless. Avril couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't weak, but when faced with martial geniuses like Innes who possessed special constitutions, he still fell short. If I could also have a special constitution, even if I can't defeat Innes, I could at least tangle with him for a while. Avril felt quite envious. But a special constitution wasn't something one could obtain just by wishing for it. Despite his cultivation up to this point, he had not awakened one, and he was almost losing hope. Unless he could gain some extraordinary opportunity, perhaps there would be a turnaround. Chapter 345. Struck by Blashing. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The thunder in Thunderzera became increasingly ominous, rolling continuously as dark clouds churned ominously, as if the entire sky were about to press down. For better fluency and accuracy, the thunder in Thunder Marsh grew increasingly menacing, rumbling incessantly as dark clouds churned ominously, as if the entire sky were about to press down. Note: Thunderzera seems to be a place name which should be consistent with its translation throughout the text. Assuming it was previously introduced as Thundermarsh, I use that term here for consistency. If Thunderzera has not been translated yet, you may choose a fitting name such as Thundermarsh, Thunderswamp, etc., and stick to it throughout the narrative. Nightfall in the Thunderzera was extremely perilous. A single misstep could lead to being struck by lightning. The lightning here was terrifying, capable of killing a Golden Core realm martial artist with ease and even endangering the life of an Essence Spirit realm expert. Note: for consistency, it's better to use realm instead of rank when referring to cultivation levels, as it is more commonly used terminology in this context. Boom. A purple bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens like a ferocious dragon. Avril instantly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. A deep crater formed where he had been standing moments earlier. What fearsome lightning! It's trying to take my life, Avril muttered with lingering fear. What's going on? Dalton asked, opening his eyes. Avril smiled faintly and replied, nothing serious, just a bolt of lightning. This is quite common in the Thundermarsh. Note: the term Thunderzera seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. I've translated it as Thundermarsh to maintain fluency and context. Upon hearing this, Dalton looked up at the thick, churning thunderclouds above, sensing the destructive power within them. Even a fused realm cultivator might struggle to withstand it. Very strong law aura. There must be blashing laws present here, from which this lightning originates, Dalton thought internally. Uncontrolled laws were often extremely dangerous due to their unchecked power. How are you feeling now? Avril asked with concern. I'm mostly recovered. Let's head to where the green jade blashing bamboo grows, Dalton responded. Thanks to the strange nurturing power of the sword source realm, the backlash of comprehending laws had healed rapidly. Additionally, his understanding of laws had deepened, allowing him to better grasp them. Without doubt, the laws derived from the sword source realm were immensely powerful, but unleashing their true potential required higher cultivation levels. Ultimately, laws were only auxiliary. One's own cultivation was fundamental. We should get the green jade blashing bamboo and leave as soon as possible. I have a feeling that staying too long here increases our risk of being struck by lightning, Avril said nervously. Immediately, they set off despite the darkness, which posed no significant hindrance to them. They were currently in the outer regions of Thunder Swamp, while the green jade blashing bamboo grew deep within, over 1,000 miles away. The journey would take them through dustiny, perilous areas that required utmost caution. Thunderzera contained numerous lakes where aquatic beasts lay hidden, ready to strike at any moment. Flying too high beneath the cloud-covered sky risked attracting lightning, so they had to fly close to the water's surface or ground level. Note: Thunderzera seems to be a placeholder or incomplete translation for Leimingzera, which means Thunder Marsh. I corrected it to Thunder Marsh in the full context of the passage. Thunder Marsh contained numerous lakes where aquatic beasts lay hidden, ready to strike at any moment. Flying too high beneath the cloud-covered sky risked attracting lightning, so they had to fly close to the water's surface or ground level. Pong! A massive creature suddenly surged out of the lake, its enormous maw wide open, lunging towards Dalton and Avril. Its mouth was gigantic enough to swallow them effortlessly. Do you think you can eat me without chipping your teeth? Avril sneered. He gathered earth energy, forming a massive rock that filled the creature's maw. Crack. The creature bit down forcefully, shattering the rock. Dalton then attacked, using the black tortoise profound art to control the lake water, which surged up and wrapped around the creature. With a swift strike, his sword pierced through the beast's head, the Jan Chi, sword Chi, completely Dongchan, piercing through its massive skull, delivering a fatal blow. Note: I've maintained consistency with the terminology used in the context, such as black tortoise profound art and sword Chi, while ensuring the sentence flows naturally in English. It was a monstrous fish covered in spikes with 3 eyes and a grotesque appearance. Dalton collected the corpse as a trophy before they continued their journey. Their commotion did not disturb other beasts nearby, sparing them further trouble. However, the hunters in the lakes were too numerous to avoid entirely, leading to occasional attacks from wild beasts. Fortunately, these were only 5th-rank creatures, posing little challenge to their combined strength. Suddenly, Dalton and Avril encountered a group of vicious, saw-toothed fish. Small but incredibly fierce, they numbered in the hundreds. Their scales were impenetrable, and they dust-manipulated water to create formidable waves. SSS. The fish spat streams of water that easily pierced boulders. Facing hundreds of these streams, dodging was impossible. There are 2 Dustini, Dalton frowned. Hundreds of 5th-rank strange fish would be inconceivable outside the Thunder Marsh, their numbers equivalent to a major force's might. This is normal for Thunderzar. It defies conventional logic. Once, I saw a beehive with thousands of giant hornets. Over 1,000 were at the 5th rank, and dozens were at the 6th rank. They dominated that area, Avril explained. Indeed, controlling such a hive would enable an assault on a major power. Fortunately, the Thunder Swamp has unique rules that generally prevent the beasts born within it from leaving, Avril added. While speaking, he defended against the fish's attacks. His earth element defense created a robust barrier, blocking the water streams. However, the fish's sharp teeth proved relentless, biting through the barrier. Let's gather them and then I'll handle it, Dalton pondered aloud. Sure, Avril agreed, slashing his wrist to release blood. Smelling the blood, the fish surged towards it. Seizing the opportunity, Dalton immediately activated the 4 symbols Profound Art and Soaring Serpent Profound Art, creating a 5 elements formation that enveloped all the creatures. Boom. The fish thrashed violently within the formation. Dalton swiftly unfolded a 5 elements Tao diagram to suppress them, then used the Thunder Calm Dust and Sword technique to summon the power of the storm clouds. Falling thunder. A concentrated sphere of lightning plummeted into the formation. Boom. The explosion unleashed devastating force, tearing apart both the formation and the diagram. The attack evaporated a large portion of the lake, leaving scorched earth. Most fish disintegrated, or turned to charcoal. Avril swallowed hard, astonished. Killing hundreds of 5th-rank fish in one strike was terrifying. Dalton was also somewhat startled. Using the Thunder Calm Dust and Sword technique in Thunder Swamp was astonishingly powerful, far surpassing other methods due to the abundant and potent lightning here. Note: I made a slight adjustment to ensure the place name, Thunderzara, is consistently translated as Thunder Swamp, for fluency and consistency. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck Dalton's head without warning. Despite his alertness, he couldn't react in time. Was it because I triggered the lightning power within the thunderclouds? This thought flashed through Dalton's mind as he was struck by lightning. And in the instant this thought appeared, he had already been heavily struck into the bottom of the dried-up lake, like a falling meteor that created a large crater upon impact. Brother Aiden. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Avril couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, it was almost him who got struck by lightning, and now Dalton had been directly hit. Without hesitation, he hurried to the lake bottom to check on Dalton's condition. He was quite worried because he sensed the terrifying force of that purple lightning bolt. If he had been hit, he likely wouldn't have survived. Was it because I triggered the power of lightning within the thunderclouds? Dalton thought in the moment he was struck by lightning. As this thought flashed through his mind, he was already heavily struck into the bottom of the dried-up lake, like a falling meteor creating a large crater. Brother Aiden. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Avril couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. Earlier, it was almost him who got struck by lightning, and now Dalton was directly hit instead. Without hesitation, he hurried to the lake bottom to check on Dalton's condition. He was quite worried because he sensed that the aura of the purple lightning just now was extremely terrifying. If he had been hit, he would most likely not have survived. Chapter 346. Endless Tribulations. In the large crater, Dalton's clothes were tattered, his body blackened and emitting a strange aroma of roasted flesh. The purple lightning was too powerful. Even his exceptionally resilient physique couldn't withstand it entirely, and some of his flesh had been cooked directly. Brother Aiden, are you alright? Avril rushed to the edge of the crater, asking anxiously. Dalton struggled to stand up from the crater. His head was now completely bald, not a single hair remained. Fortunately, while practicing the spirit control incantation, he had intentionally inscribed spirit control celestial patterns on his scalp and skull, significantly enhancing their strength. Otherwise, he might have been shattered by that bolt of lightning just now. Phew, still alive. Avril couldn't help but exhale deeply. He truly feared that Dalton would meet an untimely end at the bottom of the lake. Dalton soared into the air and landed by the lakeside. I need you to guard for me, Brother Bob. Just focus on healing, Avril replied. Dalton sat cross-legged, swallowing a healing pill before starting his recovery process. Although the damage from the purple lightning appeared severe, it wasn't fatal as long as his core wasn't injured. He could recover quickly. During the healing process, he also refined the purple lightning within him, using it to temper his body. Boom. As Dalton was healing, another bolt of lightning struck out of nowhere, hitting his head once more. Avril froze, at a loss for words. To be struck by lightning twice in such a short period, it was hard to believe his bad luck. What reassured him slightly was that despite being struck again, Dalton's vital signs remained stable, indicating no serious harm. What marvelous patterns. Looking at the spirit control celestial patterns appearing on Dalton's head, Avril couldn't help but marvel. After reaching the golden core stage, martial artists typically inscribe Tao patterns within their bodies to strengthen their constitution and facilitate the summoning of heavenly forces. However, most people inscribe very simple patterns because doing so is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and fraught with risk. Therefore, Dustini simply inscribe basic patterns sufficient for channeling power. A few, however, dedicate considerable effort to engraving complex Tao patterns, making their bodies harmonize better with nature and reaching peak physical strength. Avril had spent a lot of time engraving patterns inside his body after attaining the golden core stage. While his patterns were numerous, they were inferior to Dalton's in quality. This was partly because the spirit control celestial patterns were extraordinary, and partly because Dalton was a symbolist whose engravings were meticulously crafted to form a spirit array. Presently, the number of inscribed patterns wasn't enough to create a powerful and perfect spirit array. Dalton's ultimate goal was to base it on the spirit control map, combining it with his unique characteristics, to inscribe a profound and intricate great spirit control array within his body. Being struck by two formidable bolts of lightning consecutively made the spirit control celestial patterns in Dalton's body more solid, clearly dustinifesting on his flesh and bones as if they were innate. This method of body refinement was highly effective, though extremely painful and difficult to control. One misstep could result in being obliterated by lightning. After a considerable amount of time, Dalton recovered from his injuries, having fully refined the lightning. The scorched skin on his body sloughed off, replaced by new skin, and even his hair grew back. Brother Aiden, your head must be incredibly hard. Even two powerful lightning strikes, which would destroy a 5th-rank spirit artifact, didn't seem to faze you. Did you practice Ironhead techniques? Avril joked. Dalton was speechless. If my head weren't tough, I wouldn't be here now. It feels like the lightning is targeting my head specifically. Being struck by lightning in Thunderstorm Lake wasn't unusual, but being hit twice in quick succession on the same spot without warning was indeed strange. Dalton privately thanked his lucky stars that his head was the hardest part of his body. Otherwise, he might not have survived this ordeal. Boom. Just then, another burst of dark light erupted, and Dalton was struck yet again. This time, the lightning's power was even stronger, leaving him momentarily stunned, his mind blank. As expected, his head became bald again, with the glowing spirit control celestial patterns clearly visible. Avril's eyes widened. He was speechless too. It did look like Dalton was being targeted. You scoundrels! I merely borrowed a little lightning power. Is it necessary to keep striking me? Dalton raised his head, roaring in frustration. Even a statue would feel furious after being struck multiple times without reason, let alone a living person. Cough, calm down. There's no need to get angry at the lightning, Avril hurriedly consoled him. Dalton glared at the rolling thunderclouds, extremely irate, wishing he could dispel all the clouds with his fists. Isidrat he understood that he currently lacked the ability to do so. If he acted recklessly, he might be further targeted. If a deluge of overwhelming lightning poured down, he might be utterly destroyed. Despite the anger, he did gain some benefits from the lightning strikes. The patterns on his head had undergone new transformations, shining like lightning coursing through his head. Let's focus on healing, Avril suggested. Dalton shook his head. This place isn't friendly to me. Let's find somewhere else to heal. That makes sense. Let's move, Avril nodded in agreement. Immediately, both flew off in the predetermined direction. Before leaving, however, Dalton collected the strange fish he had killed earlier. Nothing should go to waste. These 5th-rank creatures could serve as food for the venomous bees. Here we go again. Flying not far, Dalton sensed danger approaching. However, his speed couldn't match the lightning's velocity, and a bolt of black lightning struck his head once more. Boom! Unable to withstand the shock, Dalton plummeted from the sky, falling into the deep lake. As he hit the water, a gigantic mouth emerged, swallowing him whole. Oh no! Avril's face changed drastically, this turn of events completely unexpected. Without hesitation, he dived into the water, heading straight for the monstrous creature that swallowed Dalton. It was clear that the previous lightning strike had left Dalton paralyzed. Being swallowed by the beast was extremely dangerous. Foul creature, where do you think you're going? Avril shouted, employing advanced combat techniques to raise the lake bed instantly. The beast, a massive crocodile over 10 zhang long with terrifyingly sharp scales and an aura of ferocity, was suddenly pushed out of the water, enveloped in soil and rocks. With a powerful tail movement, the crocodile broke free from the restraints. Its strength was immense, surpassing most 5th-rank peak beasts. Just as Avril prepared to attack again, a beam of sword light erupted from the crocodile's belly, splitting it open, and blood gushed out. Next, a figure burst forth from the crocodile's abdomen. It was none other than Dalton. The crocodile fell back into the lake, thrashing wildly but soon went limp. A foolish crocodile. Can Brother Aiden be so easily swallowed? Avril shook his head. Dalton gathered the crocodile's carcass and almost stumbled, nearly falling again. Avril immediately stepped forward to support him. Brother Aiden, you're badly injured, Avril said gravely. Indeed, Dalton was covered in wounds, his scalp scorched and blackened. An ominous sign. Dalton's vision was still blurry, his body numb. The black lightning was much stronger than the previous strikes, nearly overwhelming him. If the black lightning were any more powerful, it would have split his scalp wide open for sure. With Avril's support, Dalton arrived at a small island and began healing once again. He noticed that Thunderstorm Lake truly seemed to be incompatible with him. Ever since they entered, he had been frequently healing, hardly having a moment in perfect condition. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning tore through the void, striking Dalton's crown directly. At the moment of impact, dazzling golden light shot out in all directions, affecting even Avril who was guarding nearby. Ah! Avril let out a cry of pain. Several charred spots appeared on his body. It hurt like hell. What kind of devilish lightning? Just some stray lightning sparks and it's this terrifying. Avril winced in pain. Oh no, Brother Aiden. The next moment, Avril realized what had happened. Dalton's head was pitch black. This time, his scalp had indeed cracked open, turning into ashes. Even his skull had turned black. But the spirit control celestial patterns originally etched on his scalp remained intact, radiating brilliant divine light as if they were substantial. The lightning hadn't destroyed them but instead further refined them, emitting an aura of imperishable mystery. Chapter 347. The Wheel of Fate Eleutrance. Dalton lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He was in terrible shape, struck relentlessly by lightning at one spot until his skull seemed almost shattered. Had this happened to an ordinary person, even if the skull hadn't broken, the brain would have turned to mush, making survival nearly impossible. This time, Dalton took a long while before he slowly recovered. Will it ever end? Will you stop only when my head is thoroughly smashed? Come on, strike again. Dalton couldn't help but roar loudly. He truly felt indignant. If lightning were a living being, he'd catch and beat it senseless. However, before his words had even finished echoing, another bolt of lightning, this one blood-red and eerily menacing, struck him again. This really was a case of asking for it and getting exactly that. It felt as though the lightning had some kind of awareness. Dalton fell down once more, his body scorched black, turning into a piece of charcoal. Avril was completely stunned. Such an eerie event was something he had never seen before. What shocked him most was that this time, the blood-red lightning had shattered Dalton's skull, allowing Avril to see the pulsating brain inside. Brother Aiden, how are you? Don't scare me. Seeing such severe injuries, and with Dalton barely moving, Avril was terrified. SSSSH. Just as Avril was about to approach to check the situation, a terrifying burst of blood-red lightning erupted from Dalton's body, nearly injuring Avril. How frightening the lightning is. Avril's expression became extremely grave. This bolt of blood-red lightning, despite losing its source of power, somehow remained condensed and wrapped around Dalton's body, which was very peculiar. Avril frowned. This made it impossible for him to even get close to Dalton, let alone help him treat his injuries. For the moment, he could think of no good solution and chose to simply observe the situation. After all, if he acted rashly, it was hard to say what consequences might occur. It could result in even more serious harm to Dalton. At this point, Dalton had lost consciousness. The impact of the blood-red lightning was too strong, reaching his soul. If not for his exceptionally powerful soul essence, he might have already been shattered. Sensing immense danger, the Void God body autonomously revived. The return to Voidheim scripture also started running automatically, emitting strange divine light from the Void Storage and Void Meridian, beginning to devour the blood-red lightning. The Spirit Control incantation also operated independently, imprinting celestial patterns, further refining the Spirit Control celestial pattern within his body, especially focusing on the head region, making it more solid and versatile. Influenced by the return to Voidheim scripture, life essences from heaven and earth began flowing into Dalton's body, nourishing and repairing his heavily damaged physical form. Avril's attention was entirely on Dalton, so he didn't notice the changes around him. As time passed, the blood-red lightning was gradually devoured and became the resources for Dalton's cultivation. Simultaneously, Dalton's injuries healed rapidly, and even his shattered skull regrew. The newly grown skull became crystal clear like jade, far more resilient than before, with numerous clear imprints of spirit control celestial patterns naturally embedded in it, containing infinite mysteries. Then, the scalp regrew, becoming tightly integrated with the spirit control celestial patterns. At a certain moment, Dalton awakened, suddenly sitting up, startling Avril. Just as Avril was about to speak, he saw Dalton swallow 4 spiritual pills, and thus swallowed his own words, avoiding disturbing Dalton. The spiritual pills Dalton swallowed were indeed the great Nirvana Golden Pills. Although the blood-red lightning caused him severe damage, it also brought significant benefits, propelling his cultivation to the peak of the 4th rank Golden Core realm, saving him much accumulation time. After refining the great Nirvana Golden Pills, Dalton smoothly cultivated to the 4th rank Full Circle Golden Core realm and seamlessly broke through to the 5th rank Golden Core realm. The 5th mystic pattern emerged on the martial origin Golden Core, and additional spirit control celestial patterns appeared in his flesh and bones. Boom! Dalton released powerful spirit energy, shattering the burnt shell covering his body into ashes, revealing new tender white skin, flawless like jade. He had turned adversity into fortune, his constitution improving comprehensively, surpassing previous levels. Immediately, Dalton used spirit energy to conjure clothing to cover himself. No way. Apart from the 6th tier flexible armor, all other clothes were destroyed by the blood-red lightning. He certainly did not have the habit of exposing himself. I can't help but admire you. Struck by such terrifying lightning, not only are you unharmed, but your cultivation has improved. You're using the lightning to cultivate. No wonder you actively sought the lightning strikes. Avril raised his thumb, admiration filling his eyes. Dalton was dumbfounded. Only a fool would seek lightning strikes. It was beyond his control, and that last strike left him dazed. If not for his unique physique and extraordinary cultivation methods, he would have suffered greatly. Unconsciously, he looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat fearful, worried about being struck by lightning again. He really couldn't handle anymore. By now, dawn had already broken. That night truly exhausted him. He felt like he had come to the Thunder Marsh to undergo tribulation. Do you still expect lightning? Avril asked curiously. Black lines immediately spread across Dalton's forehead. What kind of talk was this? Did he need to be so unsettling? It should be over. Let's go, Dalton sighed deeply. He really didn't want to be struck by lightning anymore. Although it benefited his cultivation, it was too painful and too risky. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of both body and soul. Avril said nothing more and continued leading the way. They were still in the outskirts of the Thunder Marsh, far from where the green jade thunder bamboo grew. The Thunder Marsh was relatively calm during the day. The savage beasts weren't as restless, and the thunderclouds were peaceful, making it safer compared to nighttime. Of course, even during the day, they would inevitably encounter attacks from savage beasts while walking through the Thunder Marsh. These savage beasts born in the Thunder Marsh were highly hostile towards outsiders, attacking fiercely once discovered. Traveling hundreds of miles forward, Dalton and Avril encountered more than 10 waves of beast attacks, ranging from 1 to over 100 beasts. Without sufficient strength, they wouldn't have advanced an inch. Thunderclap seal. Avril roared low, condensing lightning and striking a terrifying seal onto a giant turtle. Indeed, the giant turtle's defense was too strong, impervious to earth-based martial skills. Avril could only use the more destructive lightning techniques. To his surprise, the lightning technique he wielded now was unexpectedly powerful, shattering the giant turtle's shell. My lightning technique broke through. Avril was incredibly excited. Just then, his intuition led him to cast Thunderclap Seal, mysteriously elevating this lightning technique to a higher level. Boom! Just as Avril was rejoicing, a sudden black lightning bolt struck him forcefully. His vision went dark. He hadn't expected this turn of events. With just one blow, his skin was torn open. His body charred black, giving off a scent of cooked meat. At this moment, he truly understood the suffering Dalton endured last night and couldn't help but wish for relief. Chapter 348. A wicked Wadustin is hard to defeat. Ayo! Another giant turtle leaped out of the water. An arrow suddenly appeared, aimed straight for his heart. At the last second, Dalton raised his sword to block the crimson arrow with the blade. However, the force within the crimson arrow was intense, pushing him far away. Simultaneously, terrifying flames erupted from the crimson arrow, engulfing Dalton in an instant. One flavor true fire, Dalton murmured, revealing a peculiar expression. Although not as potent as 3 flavor true fire, 1 flavor true fire was still a highly formidable martial true fire, only attainable by a few warriors dedicated to fire attributes. Moreover, under certain circumstances, 1 flavor true fire could transform into 3 flavor true fire. But despite its potency, it wasn't enough to defeat Dalton. Humph! Dalton sneered coldly, instantly condensing the 1 flavor true fire covering his body into a ball, hurling it at a giant turtle charging towards him. Ayo! The giant turtle burned from the 1 flavor true fire. Even submerging in water couldn't extinguish it, leading it to howl in agony. This fire used the world's spiritual chi as fuel, and was very difficult to extinguish. Dalton's eyes glinted with coldness as they focused on the direction the arrow came from. His opponent had seized a perfect moment. If not for his quick reaction, he might have suffered severely. He saw the archer 3 miles away. A Wadustin of stunning beauty dressed in combat gear, displaying her impressive figure fully. In her hands was a crimson bow, a 6th-rank spirit weapon. The crimson arrows she shot were also of the 6th rank. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of his Judong blasting sword, it would have likely been severed. Her appearance resembles Blaisexy Prince somewhat, and she possesses a fire elemental body. Without surprise, she should be Blaisexy Prince's elder sister, Jada, Dalton thought inwardly. He could tell Jada's fire elemental body was extremely powerful, far exceeding Blaisexy Prince's gold elemental body, showing vast potential. More importantly, Dalton recognized that Jada, like Bloodless Endless, had broken through twice and was aiming for the 3rd breakthrough, proving to be a formidable adversary. You killed my dear brother, you must die alongside him, Jada declared coldly. Without waiting for a reply, she drew back the string of her bow, using 1 flavor true fire to form several arrows which flew towards Dalton. Locked onto Dalton's aura, these arrows could not be avoided and must be resisted. Undeterred, Dalton parried each flaming arrow rapidly. Jada kept shooting without pause, her strength increasing arrow by arrow. Dalton could not afford any distraction, focusing all his attention on countering. Among his adversaries, Jada possessed the highest archery skill, which most people could not withstand beyond a few shots. Though he also owned an extraordinary jade bow and matching jade arrows, he rarely used them due to his lack of proficiency. Shoo! Suddenly, Jada changed her target, firing several flaming arrows towards Avril. Dalton's face changed drastically. Avril was in a critical moment of cultivation and could not be disturbed or resist. Reacting swiftly, Dalton employed swift movements, arriving just in time to block 3 of the arrows. The remaining one hit the 5 elements formation, causing a violent shake, but was ultimately blocked. Just then, Dalton felt a sudden alarm. A super-fast arrow came, catching him off guard, leaving a bloody wound in his arm. The intense flame inside the arrow seeped into his flesh instantly. Seeing her successful strike, Jada sneered. That was a 6th-rank arrow containing refined 1 flavor true fire, comparable to 2nd flavor true fire. She doubted Dalton could resist it. Dalton decisively plunged into the marsh water below. Noticing this, Jada quickly followed. She was here to kill Dalton and wouldn't let him escape. Want to use the marsh to flee? Foolish. Jada smirked, waving her hand and releasing torrents of flames. The water dried up rapidly, exposing anything hidden within. Any giant turtle attempting to attack was consumed by 1 flavor true fire. Even their cold water within evaporated painfully. Finding no trace of Dalton despite drying the area, Jada frowned. She cast a large mass of 1 flavor true fire toward Avril. Acknowledging Dalton's skill at hiding, she wondered if he'd abandon Avril. At that moment, yellow currents emerged from the dry marsh, accompanied by a chilling aura. A torrent of yellow water surged skyward, dousing the fire thrown by Jada with sizzling sounds. A flying snake rose from the netherworld, rushing towards Jada. Note, tongue snake was changed to flying snake, for fluency and consistency in English. Restraining forces from the netherworld bound Jada, impeding her movements. Break! Jada coldly shouted, and an overwhelming flame erupted from her body. The flame instantly condensed into a massive, lifelike fire bird that flew toward the incoming tongue snake. Note, tongue snake seems to be a translation error or a stylized name. Typically, it would be translated as soaring snake or just snake. I will assume it is intended to be a specific creature named tongue snake in this context. For improved fluency, here is the revised sentence. Jada let out a cold shout, summoning an overwhelmingly fierce flame from within her. Instantly, the flame formed into a massive, vivid firebird that charged at the incoming tongue snake. Her mastery wasn't limited to archery but included impeccable fire-based martial skills. Boom! The clash between the tongue snake and the firebird unleashed powerful shockwaves, almost shattering the netherworld. Following a ground-shaking roar, Lin Exine Evil Wadustin conjured a fiery tiger, even more formidable than the firebird, which opened its massive jaws to bite at the tongue snake. Notes: 1. Tongue snake and Lin Exine Evil Wadustin are proper nouns derived from the original text and should be consistent. 2. For readability in English, I've slightly modified the structure of your sentence while ensuring the meaning stays true to the original. With the netherworld summoned around it, the tongue snake fought fiercely against the fire tiger and bird. Edits made. 1. Changed him to it for better subject agreement with tongue snake. 2. Translated Huangqin to netherworld for consistency and clarity. 3. Removed redundant around at the end of the sentence to improve fluency. For better understanding and fluency, it is also suggested to consider translating tongue snake as soaring snake, or another fitting English term if this appears multiple times in the text. However, I have kept it as tongue snake here to match the provided input unless further clarification is given. Although Dalton's cultivated Tingsha true form might not yet be extremely powerful, with the genuine assistance of the Isodralo springs, it was almost invincible. 9 manifestations of celestial fire, flame dragon. The grim-faced Shara Wadustin made a serious expression, forming an extremely intricate seal with both hands. An even more overwhelming true flame surged out from within her and combined with a large amount of heavenly and earthly power, condensing into an enormous flame dragon, with each scale clearly visible. She did not cultivate the techniques and martial skills of the Gold Annihilation sect, but rather obtained a Shan scripture by chance, named the 9 manifestations of celestial fire scripture, which contained boundless mysteries and was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, she had cultivated it to a breakthrough level, showing her high martial talent. It was evident that after displaying the third dust infestation, the grim-faced Shara Wadustin was visibly strained. With the addition of the flame dragon, the Tingsha was completely at a disadvantage, only able to desperately resist without the ability to retaliate. Swish! Sharp sword light erupted from the ground, dustinifesting over 100 flying swords. The grim-faced Shara Wadustin seemed prepared for this as the flames turned into ropes, instantly binding all the flying swords. Go! The grim-faced Shara Wadustin coldly shouted, countless flame-formed spikes descending from the sky, indiscriminately attacking the ground. She had already locked onto Dalton's aura and would not give him the chance to hide again. Boom! The ground exploded, and Dalton flew out from underground, with countless flame spikes in hot pursuit. In the instant he emerged, he released a Void Divine Blast. The Void Divine Blast concealed itself in the void, intangible and formless, making it hard to defend against. Boom! Multiple layers of flame, shields around the grim-faced Shara Wadustin shattered as the Void Divine Blast struck her waist. Instantly, the clothes on her waist turned to ash, revealing the golden armor she wore close to her skin. This armor, though metallic, was incredibly flexible and adhered perfectly to her skin. Despite the destructive power of the Void Divine Blast, it failed to damage the golden armor. Of course, this does not mean the grim-faced Shara Wadustin was unharmed. In fact, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This thoroughly enraged the grim-faced Shara Wadustin. She used her hand as a blade, slashing down forcefully, and instantly a massive flame blade cut towards Dalton. Although Dalton tried his best to resist, he was still struck by the flame blade, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, his netherworld Pure Land was also split open by the flame blade, showcasing the strength of this attack. Dalton's gaze became extremely solemn. This grim-faced Shara Wadustin seemed even more troublesome than Innis. Isidrat, he had just recovered from the backlash caused by using the law power and wasn't fit to use it again for now. Should I use that move? Dalton's thoughts fluctuated, feeling somewhat conflicted. Note: in the translation, certain terms like grim-faced Evil Wadustin seem repetitive and may need further context or names to provide a smoother read. Also, some cultural elements such as Isodralo Springs and Netherworld were kept to preserve authenticity while ensuring clarity. For better readability and fluency, the grim-faced Wadustin, now clearly frustrated, used her hand as a blade, slashing down fiercely, immediately summoning a colossal flame blade to slash towards Dalton. Despite his efforts to defend, Dalton was knocked away by the flame blade, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the flame blade tore through his netherworld Pure Land, demonstrating its immense power. Dalton's expression grew grave. This opponent seemed even tougher than Innis. Isidrat, having just recovered from the backlash of using law power, he wasn't ready to invoke it again. Should I resort to that move? Dalton hesitated, torn between options. 9 phases of Heavenly Fire, Phase 3, Fire Dragon. Jada's expression turned solemn as she formed an extremely intricate seal with her hands. An even more overwhelming one-flavor true fire surged from within her body, combining with a vast amount of elemental power to coalesce into an immense fire dragon, each scale distinctly visible. The cultivation method and martial skills she practiced were not those of the Golden Extinction sect, but rather a scripture obtained by chance, known as the 9 phases of Heavenly Fire scripture, infinitely profound yet extremely difficult to cultivate. However, she had advanced it to a breakthrough level, highlighting her exceptional martial prowess. It was evident that after deploying the third phase, Jada showed signs of strain. With the fire dragon joining the fray, the Kung snake was completely overwhelmed, only able to struggle in defense without the strength to counterattack. Note: for better readability and fluency, tongue snake should be consistently translated as tang snake, or vine snake, depending on context. Here I assume Tungsura refers to a specific entity or form that Dalton has cultivated, so it's best to capitalize it as Tang Snake. Revised sentence. With the fire dragon joining the fray, the Tang Snake was completely overwhelmed, only able to struggle in defense without the strength to counterattack. Swish. Sharp sword light erupted from the earth, dustinifesting into hundreds. Moreover, his netherworld pure land was cleaved open by the flame blade. The force of this attack was undeniable. Dalton's eyes grew grave. Jada seemed even more troublesome than bloodless endless. Isidrat, having just recovered from the backlash of using the law, he was temporarily unsuitable to utilize law powers again. Should I use that move? Dalton's thoughts wavered, feeling somewhat conflicted. Chapter 349. Dual Attribute Constitution. Seeing the Scythe Heart Evil Woodustin about to unleash another blade of fire, Dalton no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth, drew out the Spirit Abyss Sword, and executed the thunder-controlled sword form. The Spirit Abyss Sword was a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, inherently stronger and capable of bearing more potent thunder power. Die. The Scythe Heart Evil Woodustin launched a blade of fire imbued with even greater power, intending to kill Dalton. At this moment, Dalton slashed out his most powerful strike. A tyrannical sword aura met the blade of fire, while formidable thunder power cascaded down from the thunderclouds. His constitution had been transformed by thunder power, and now when he used the thunder-controlled sword form, it undoubtedly triggered a larger-scale mobilization of thunder power, greatly enhancing the power of the sword form. Boom. Thunderous sword aura and blade of fire collided violently, unleashing destructive force that rippled through the surrounding space, causing cracks to appear. A nearby small island instantly crumbled and vanished. Dry marshes exploded into vast craters. Both Dalton and the Scythe Heart Evil Woodustin were hit by powerful shocks, flying backward uncontrollably. Even though they wore 6th-grade armor, they were both spitting blood, clearly sustaining severe injuries. As soon as Dalton stabilized himself, he swung his sword again, disregarding his own wounds and continuing to draw on the thunder power within the clouds, intent on delivering another blow to the Scythe Heart Evil Woodustin. Her eyes filled with fury, but she remained composed and chose to retreat calmly, primarily because the thunder power Dalton had triggered was extremely strong, severely injuring her, causing her body to become numb and her spiritual energy to flow unevenly, making further combat impossible. Dalton's ability to harness the latent thunder power in the cloud was something she hadn't anticipated. Such an advantage in Thundermarsh was considerable. Under normal circumstances, she would have crushed Dalton easily, but in Thundermarsh, the situation was different, and she didn't dare to press him too hard. Seeing the Scythe Heart Evil Woodustin retreating as flames, Dalton immediately ceased using the thunder-controlled sword form, allowing the summoned thunder power to dissipate quickly. What a formidable Woodustin. Her fire essence body is almost fully awakened. If she can break her limits at the Golden Core stage, perhaps she could transform her True Fire into 2nd stage True Fire. Dalton was inwardly astonished. If that happened, facing her would be far more challenging for him. Boom. Just as Dalton was pondering, a green bolt of lightning struck him. His worst fears finally came true. He really didn't want to use the thunder-controlled sword form because getting struck by lightning was starting to cause him psychological trauma. Indeed, triggering the thunder power wasn't a fluke. It would bring actual lightning strikes. Even with his robust physique and increased immunity to lightning, being struck still caused excruciating pain. Fortunately, this time the lightning didn't aim for his crown, sparing him the experience of having his skull shattered. Boom. Another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This time, however, it didn't strike Dalton. It hit Avril hidden underground by Dalton. The ground cracked open, the elemental formation was forcibly destroyed, revealing Avril's figure. Large amounts of thunder power coursed through Avril's body, causing it to convulse continuously. His body became charred and almost cooked. We truly are brothers in misfortune. Dalton couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to help Avril, but given the current situation, he could barely handle his own issues. Besides, Avril had only been struck twice so far, far from what Dalton had endured. Enduring the searing pain, Dalton vigorously channeled the void imperial scripture, refining the invading thunder power. Simultaneously, he prepared to withstand repeated lightning strikes. He had some experience with this. Sure enough, before he could completely refine the last bolt, another one struck him. Thus, he endured 7 bolts in succession before it finally ended. The first 6 were relatively dustinageable, but the 7th was incredibly powerful, frying Dalton's exterior and causing significant physical damage. Without his transformed constitution, he might not have survived. After some time, Dalton recovered. It seems best not to easily trigger thunder power. Dalton exhaled deeply, feeling a lingering dread. Of course, he did gain considerable benefits. His constitution strengthened further, each vein of heaven pattern within him became more solidified, and the training effect was excellent. While Dalton endured the lightning strikes, Avril also faced 3 consecutive strikes, totaling 5 in all, leaving him equally miserable. Finn. A strange force surged from within Avril. Awoke a special constitution? Dalton showed surprise. The time at which one awakens a special constitution varies. Some awaken it upon becoming extraordinary martial artists, others after reaching higher realms. Clearly, Avril absorbed large amounts of thunder power, advancing his martial arts cultivation, leading to a transformation in his constitution. A special constitution combining earth and thunder attributes? Interesting. Dalton's interest deepened. Typically, special constitutions possess single attributes, with very few involving multiple attributes. Of course, multiple attribute constitutions aren't necessarily stronger. It varies from person to person. Before long, Avril successfully awakened his special constitution. The charred shell around his body broke off, indicating he had successfully endured it. Congratulations, Brother Bob, for awakening your special constitution. Well done indeed, Dalton congratulated with a smile. Avril conjured a set of clothes with his spiritual energy and laughed heartily. I never thought I could awaken a special constitution. This trip to Thundermarsh was well worth it. Brother Aiden, you've truly been my lucky star. If not for Dalton, he wouldn't have ventured into Thundermarsh anytime soon. Additionally, without practicing the advanced cultivation method he received from Dalton, awakening a special constitution would have been unlikely. I imagine breaking through will also be less challenging for you from here on out, Dalton said. Averil's eyes shone brightly. With his current substantial foundation, his confidence had greatly increased. Thanks to practicing with the Great Nirvana Golden Core, every level of Golden Core stage improved significantly. Reaching 7th or 8th rank Golden Core, even if the Scythe Heart Evil Wadustin broke through at the Golden Core stage, he wouldn't fear her. We should retrieve the Green Jade Thunder Bamboo first. If we can craft a 6th grade charm pin, dealing with the Scythe Heart Evil Wadustin and Innis won't be an issue, Dalton said confidently. He had a very strong soul origin, coupled with an extremely high proficiency in rune markings and assistance from spirit runes. With a high-grade charm pin, he could display powerful rune techniques, rivaling a 6th-stage rune master. Chapter 350, Array Master and Tomb Raider. Finally here. The journey was indeed tough. Descending onto a desolate peak, Averil couldn't help but sigh. Dalton landed next to him, also breathing a long sigh of relief, fatigue evident in his eyes. The timing for their entry this time seemed off. The Lei Ming Marsh was chaotic with countless savage beast attacks they couldn't avoid. Their entire journey had been one of constant slaughter, their spirits numb from bathing in too much blood. Additionally, even though they no longer triggered the lightning power contained within the thunderclouds, they still weren't spared from getting struck by lightning occasionally, especially as they ventured deeper, the lightning grew more powerful. Their journey was truly miserable. Surviving to reach this destination wasn't easy. The Green Jade Thunder Bamboo is in the valley ahead. Avril pointed forward. Dalton followed his gaze and saw a valley ahead shrouded in thick clouds, making it hard to discern what lay inside. Naturally, Dalton activated his Tungjin Divine Eye to closely examine the area. Though even Tungjin Divine Eye couldn't completely penetrate the clouds, he could vaguely make out some scenery within the valley. Indeed, there's a patch of Green Jade Thunder Bamboo growing. A light flashed in Dalton's eyes. He was amazed. Green Jade Thunder Bamboo was a 6th-tier spirit plant that could potentially reach 7th or 8th tier, usually extremely rare with only 2 or 3 stalks at most. Isidrod, there was a small patch growing in the valley, a truly incredible sight. Undoubtedly, this patch of Green Jade Thunder Bamboo was of immense value, enough to make anyone envious. For it to remain undiscovered and undisturbed all these years, there must be a reason. I don't know what's in the valley, but I instinctively feel fear. There's definite terror inside, Avril said with a grave expression. If it were safe, he would have entered to dig up the bamboo immediately when he first discovered it instead of leaving. Dalton pondered. This valley has peculiarities. It harbors a formidable field of energy, accumulating terrifying momentum. Furthermore, it has spawned intricate runes forming an exquisite array. Touching it will invoke a torrential downpour of lightning from the sky, unleashing heavenly might, which Whodustins find difficult to resist. After thorough observation, he had deduced the basics of the valley ahead, tightening his heart. Entering this terrifying valley to dig up the bamboo wouldn't be easy. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Let's not recklessly enter. We can come back when we think of a way later. Avril instantly backed down. It wasn't cowardice but prudence. Knowing the danger ahead and still rushing into it would be unwise. Dalton replied, let me observe further. If there's no other way, we'll leave. Clearly, he didn't want to give up easily after enduring such hardships. Now that the Green Jade Thunder Bamboo was before them, how could he leave without doing anything? Avril had no objections, as long as Dalton didn't act rashly. Not adept in runes, Avril could only guard Dalton against various dangers while he studied. Strangely, despite being deep in the Lei Ming Marsh, it was unusually quiet, with not even the shadow of a savage beast. Elsewhere, savage beasts roamed in groups, sometimes numbering over 100 5th-tier creatures, with Dustini lower than 5th tier and occasional 6th tiers. Fortunately, both were at the Golden Core realm. 6th-tier savage beasts would ignore them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this. As he spoke, he used his spiritual energy to form an image of the person he saw. It's him. Seeing the figure Dalton conjured, Avril was startled. Dalton couldn't help but ask, do you know him? In the chaotic domain, almost no one doesn't know him, Avril said. Surprised, Dalton asked, he's that famous? Based on appearance alone, this Dustin didn't seem particularly renowned, especially with his unkempt appearance and a coffin board on his head. You're not from the chaotic domain, so it's normal you don't recognize him. His name is Winston, known as the Array Ghost, meaning an array prodigy. In terms of array formations, no one in the chaotic domain can match him, Avril explained. Dalton was taken aback. Array Ghost was an unusual title. He never imagined someone with such appearance would have such high proficiency in arrays, a truly remarkable figure. Why does he carry a coffin board on his head? Dalton asked, puzzled. Avril chuckled. Winston's array proficiency is indeed extraordinary. Logically, he should be welcomed by all forces. However, his reputation is terrible, to the point of everyone wanting to capture him. The reason? He enjoys tomb raiding. Many great forces' ancestral graves have been visited by him. If not for his exceptional array skills, he would have been captured long ago. Force yourself, Avril advised. He knew Dalton was eager to obtain the Green Jade Thunder Bamboo and couldn't stop him. All he could do was provide as much support as possible. Dalton did not hesitate and immediately took action. Opportunities like this were fleeting and had to be seized. Hashtag chapter 351. Schemes within schemes. Dalton did his best to suppress his aura and employed the shadow step technique, dashing towards the valley as quickly as possible. With Winston paving the way, the momentum of the valley had already been disrupted, and the power of the natural Talus Dustin array was surging towards Winston, presenting a rare opportunity. However, despite this, Dalton still felt immense pressure. The valley's momentum was indeed broken, but there were still remnants, making it hard for him to breathe. Additionally, a small amount of lightning power surged towards him, threatening to engulf him. Fortunately, he had been struck by lightning over 20 times, which strengthened his body significantly, allowing him to withstand much of the lightning. Therefore, he could temporarily endure it. In no time, he neared Winston and seemed poised to overtake him. "Boy, where did you come from?" Winston glared at Dalton. Dalton chuckled and said, "Senior is truly formidable, able to withstand such terrifying lightning. I admire you, since you're so pleased." This both restrained Dalton and eased his own burden, a win-win situation. Immediately, his speed increased significantly, overtaking Dalton in a blink. "Boy, you're too green. Stay behind and help me bear the burden like a good boy," Winston boasted arrogantly, looking as though everything was under his control. Black lines appeared on Dalton's forehead. This old Dustin really knew how to scheme. Watching Winston surpass him and get closer to the green jade blashing bamboo, Dalton felt increasingly vexed. "Old Dustin, if you want the green jade blashing bamboo, you'll have to see if I agree. This is your doing." Clenching his teeth, Dalton made a quick decision. Silently, he used the spirit control art, extending the celestial spirit pattern to connect covertly with Winston. Next, he used his lightning dust manipulation techniques, assisted by the 5 elements Tao diagram, to redirect the torrents of lightning onto the coffin board. "Ha ha ha, green jade blashing bamboo. So dustiny green jade blashing bamboos, they're all mine." Approaching the bamboo grove, Winston couldn't help but laugh. He was truly grateful to Dalton, knowing that without his interference, he wouldn't have gotten this close to the bamboo grove so easily. Seeing a green jade blashing bamboo right before him, Winston immediately took out a shovel and began digging. Digging was his specialty. However, the soil where the green jade blashing bamboo grew was incredibly hard, almost like metal, making the task very difficult. Still, he wanted to dig out the entire plant intact. The roots were the best material for making talus dust and pins. Boom. As Winston dug vigorously, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation and increased pressure overhead. The lightning that had been pouring onto Dalton's head now abruptly shifted to his own. "You foul brat, you!" Winston was furious, never expecting Dalton to have such a trick up his sleeve. Free from the lightning's pressure, Dalton seized the opportunity and sprinted towards the bamboo grove, bypassing Winston. He decided to give back what was served to him. Even if it meant being targeted by lightning again later, he wouldn't let someone else reap the benefits while he took the blame. Arriving at the other side of the bamboo grove, Dalton immediately drew his Blazingian sword and began digging. Being a 7th-rank spirit sword, its strength and sharpness were undeniable, capable of breaking even the hardest ground. Upon hearing the noise, Winston hurriedly resumed digging, but the increased pressure made the task much harder. "Damn brat, I won't let you off easy," Winston gritted his teeth inwardly. Meanwhile, Dalton focused entirely on digging with his Blazingian sword, collecting the excavated soil since it might be necessary for replanting the green jade blashing bamboo. In no time, he successfully dug out a green jade blashing bamboo with its roots intact and undamaged. However, these bamboo roots were interconnected, so removing one would require severing the connections. Dalton didn't stop there. He continued digging, determined to take several plants. He aimed to reach the central area of the bamboo grove and dig out the oldest green jade blashing bamboos. He wasn't trying to go straight for the oldest ones because they were protected by a special force, requiring him to start from the outer areas and work inward. Faster, just a bit faster. Dalton felt a sense of urgency, sensing that the valley's momentum was reforming and the talus dustin array accumulating more power. Staying here for too long wasn't advisable. Winston faced greater pressure since he had initially broken the valley's momentum. His tools also clearly weren't as efficient as Dalton's Blazingian sword, slowing his digging process considerably. When Dalton had already dug out his second green jade blashing bamboo, Winston was still struggling with his first. Enduring tremendous pressure, Dalton dustinaged to dig out 4 green jade blashing bamboos in succession, finally reaching the oldest ones. "Just hold on a little longer. One more bamboo is enough." Dalton's gaze was unwavering. These oldest green jade blashing bamboos were 7th rank, valuable rarities in both the chaos domain and the outside world, with immeasurable value. More importantly, Dalton sensed that this oldest bamboo contained lightning attributes, allowing it to produce a 7th rank talus dustin pin without needing any other methods. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this bamboo, he started digging from this direction. A great opportunity was right before him. Even if it required a huge price, he would not hesitate. At that moment, he wished he had more hands and tools to work faster. He had considered summoning Bentley or Jadongwo Langwang for help, but realized that cave establishing treasures were restricted here, preventing him from summoning anything out of them. Moreover, he feared that summoning them might cause unforeseen complications, making everything even more troublesome. Chapter 352, deserves a blasting strike. "I can't take it anymore. This is unacceptable." Winston's eyes revealed deep reluctance. He knew very well that once he left this place now, the difficulty of entering again would multiply, so he must gain as much benefit as possible. Otherwise, all his efforts to breach the valley's defenses would be in vain. Gritting his teeth, he took out a spirit talus dustin filled with cracks. This talus dustin was excavated from an ancient tomb, and when he found it, it already had some cracks, but not as dustiny as now. Each use added more cracks, and using it one more time would probably render it completely useless. He had always cherished this talus dustin and hesitated to use it, but for the sake of the green jade thunder bamboo, he had no choice. A trace of hesitation flickered in his eyes before Winston activated the talus dustin. The talus dustin emitted a dazzling light, brilliant like the sun, exuding an extremely perilous aura. Boom. Under Winston's control, the talus dustin released a wildly powerful force that struck the ground. Instantly, the hard ground shattered, spreading outward, and the bamboo forest was no exception. Several green jade thunder bamboos snapped on the spot, and others had their root systems exposed. Affected by this powerful impact, the valley, which seemed like a door-dustant creature, revived at this moment, consolidating its overwhelming momentum. Endless thunderbolts rained down, intent on killing all intruders. Winston hurriedly gathered the broken bamboos and exposed roots, then ran without hesitation. What did that old Dustin do? Dalton clenched his teeth, wanting to thrash Winston. He had almost finished digging up the oldest green jade thunder bamboo when such an incident occurred. Despite the setback, Dalton continued digging, unwilling to give up easily. For safety, he repositioned Winston's coffin board over his head and activated the ancient Talus Dustin given by Nelson. Rumble. The thunderclouds above the valley churned. Where's Brother Aiden? Why hasn't he come out? Avril appeared anxious. Winston frowned. That kid probably can't make it out. The power inside the valley was now uncontrollably violent, even difficult for a soul sprite realm powerhouse to withstand, let alone a golden core realm novice. No way, Brother Aiden will definitely come out. Avril shook his head, refusing to believe Winston. Winston was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, my coffin board. His expression crumbled instantly, moaning pitifully. Losing his precious board felt like a stab to the heart. Avril looked displeased. He worried about Dalton, yet Winston mourned over a mere coffin board, irritating him. Winston, however, was genuinely panicked, wishing he could re-enter the valley to retrieve it. But reason prevailed over impulse. Given his current state, re-entering would mean certain death. For a few rotten bamboos, I lost my coffin board. What a loss. Winston couldn't help pounding his chest, never having made such a losing deal. Had he not wanted to craft a top-tier Talus Dustin pin and several potent spirit Talus Dustins recently, he wouldn't have gone through such lengths. Although his plan succeeded, the gains were insufficient compared to the losses, far from satisfactory. My coffin board. Winston kept lamenting louder, feeling more and more distressed. Looking at him, one might think he'd lost a family member. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Avril's eyes. Through the thick clouds, he saw a vague figure. Without hesitation, he cast a lightning spell to disperse the clouds and an earth spell to move the ground, swiftly pulling the figure out of the valley. Indeed, Dalton's arrangement was correct. Avril served well as a guide outside. How are you, Brother Aiden? Avril asked with concern. Clearly, Dalton wasn't doing well. His entire body was almost charred, every part damaged, including his 6th grade soft armor which offered little protection despite its formidable defense. Got my coffin board back. Seeing the board on Dalton's head, Winston became ecstatic. Regaining his prized possession felt wonderfully satisfying. However, Dalton immediately stashed it away. Despite his injuries, he remained conscious, not unconscious. Boy, what do you think you're doing? Winston showed displeasure. Why should I return something that belongs to me? Dalton responded coldly. It's clearly mine. How did it become yours? Winston was puzzled. Maybe it was once yours, but you left it with me, thus making it mine now, Dalton explained. Unacceptable. Return the coffin board. Winston insisted. Why should I? You tricked me, hit me with your board, and activated the valley's full power, nearly killing me. Not to mention, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. There's no way you can get it back so easily, Dalton retorted, harboring real resentment. You didn't die, and you got the green jade thunder bamboo too. You should thank me. Less talk. Return the board or we'll settle it another way. Winston dusted assertively. Dalton replied icily, fine by me, don't think I'm scared of you. In the chaos domain, he wasn't afraid of Winston, regardless of being a master of arrays. If Winston attacked and failed to kill him immediately, the law enforcers would deal with Winston. Boy you. Winston was furious, surprised by Dalton's stubbornness. After all, he was a renowned figure in the chaos domain, but now, he felt humiliated by a junior. Translation done. Let me know if you need any further adjustments or have additional text to translate. He was tempted to lose his temper but held back. Sacrificing his life to deal with a junior would be far too costly. Dalton paid no heed to Winston and immediately sat down to meditate, beginning the process of healing his injuries. His current condition was absolutely terrible. Had it not been for his extraordinary constitution, the protection of the coffin board, and his relentless calm destined over lightning, he wouldn't have survived. Despite the dire state he was in, this moment presented an excellent opportunity for cultivation, allowing him to further enhance his physique, cultivation level, and overall strength. Boy, stop pretending to be dead and hand over that coffin board right now, Winston shouted loudly. Avril couldn't stand to watch any longer. He immediately cast an earth spell, enveloping Dalton in soil and rocks to isolate him from the outside world. Old freakshin, you're too noisy. Can't you see Brother Aiden is healing? Do you have any sense of decency? Avril said displeased. Hearing what Dalton had endured, Avril was now thoroughly dissatisfied with Winston. The old Dustin was despicable and truly deserved to be struck by lightning. Boom. Just as Avril had this thought, a bolt of lightning abruptly struck, hitting Winston right on the top of his head. Winston's already messy hair was instantly charred black, and he was completely stunned by the impact. Boom. Before he could regain his senses, another bolt struck him at the same spot. Winston tried to curse, but before he could even finish, a more terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. After being hit by 3 consecutive and fearsome bolts of lightning, Winston collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Though he was a soul sprite realm powerhouse, he hadn't focused much on physical training and was especially weak against lightning. Had it not been for his profound cultivation, he would likely have died. Fortunately, as a Talus Dustin master, he had engraved numerous Talus Dustin runes within his body, which provided some degree of protection against lightning strikes. Serves him right. This is exactly what he deserves. Avril coldly snorted, feeling deeply gratified. This was the first time he saw the lightning of Thunder Marsh so favorably. It finally struck the right person. Someone like Winston, shameless and without integrity, truly deserved such a fate. Moreover, Avril felt the punishment was too lenient. Only 3 bolts were far too few. It should have been 10 times that number to look truly satisfying. Chapter 353, Endless Entanglement. Winston lay on the ground for a long time before he finally regained his senses, sitting up with a dazed expression. However, as soon as he sat up, another bolt of lightning struck down. What the $% and carat hashtag da. Winston couldn't help but curse. His body went limp again and fell back down. This was really getting absurd. He had already left the valley, so why was he still being struck by lightning? Could it be because he dug up some green jade thunder bamboo, and now the lightning was targeting him? But that didn't make sense either. Dalton had also dug up green jade thunder bamboo, yet nothing happened to him. Feeling that the lightning wouldn't let him go, Winston hurriedly took out the turtle shell and placed it on his head. At this moment, he couldn't care less about appearances. And who was he, Winston, to worry about how he looked? Boom. Just as Winston expected, another bolt of lightning struck down. Thankfully, he was prepared this time. However, the lightning outside the valley was much stranger than inside. Even the turtle shell couldn't completely block it, and part of the strike still got through, causing him to convulse. Is there no end to this? Why are you striking me? You should strike that kid too. Winston yelled in frustration. Avril couldn't resist commenting. You're already being struck by lightning, and you're thinking of making others get struck too? Your heart is truly black. Being struck by lightning is exactly what you deserve. Previously, Avril had only heard about Winston's notorious reputation, but now he had witnessed it firsthand. No wonder so Dustini factions wanted him dead. Hearing what he said, Avril felt an urge to act on behalf of justice and rid the world of such a menace. But he held back. This old guy was extremely cunning. Despite looking miserable now, he definitely still had the strength to retaliate. Keep striking. Strike harder and finish off this shameless old bastard, Avril thought to himself. As if hearing his prayer, another powerful bolt of lightning struck down immediately, resembling a fierce thunder dragon descending upon the world. Ah! Winston screamed in agony. Even with the protection of the turtle shell, he was sent flying and truly got roasted from the strike. Truly impressive, Avril couldn't help but smile. Seeing Winston suffer made him feel incredibly satisfied. There was no way around it. After all, he had always found Winston repulsive, so he couldn't be blamed for gloating. Over the next period of time, Winston was struck by 18 bolts of lightning. It was like he was caught between life and death, but he was indeed very lucky to survive such an ordeal. Meanwhile, Dalton spent some time not only healing his injuries but also consuming 5 great Nirvana golden pills to boost his cultivation to the 5th tier full circle of the golden core realm. Then, water found its natural course, and he smoothly broke through to the 6th tier of the golden core realm. Luckily, he had recently comprehended the laws of nature, greatly enhancing his martial Dao true meaning, which was essential for breaking through his cultivation. Congratulations, Brother Aiden, your cultivation has significantly improved, Avril congratulated him with a smile. He had never seen anyone improve their cultivation as rapidly as Dalton. It had been just a few days, yet he had broken through 2 minor levels consecutively. However, Avril understood that Dalton had paid a significant price to break through, almost risking his life. Such a method of breakthrough would be attempted by very few. Dalton exhaled deeply and said, "You should congratulate me for surviving. By the way, thank you, Brother Bob, for coming to my aid earlier. We're brothers in arms." Talking like this is too formal, Avril replied with a smile. His words were sincere. From the battle outside Flying Star City to the various experiences within Thunder Marsh, they had indeed shared life and death together, forging a deep bond. Dalton smiled in agreement. Let's go. We've achieved our objective, and it's time to leave Thunder Marsh. Although there had been Dustini unexpected events, the outcome was good, so his mood was rather pleasant. Avril naturally didn't want to stay in Thunder Marsh any longer, wondering when lightning might strike again. We can leave, but leave the coffin behind. Winston suddenly stopped pretending to be dead, leaping up and blocking Dalton's path. Dalton's eyes turned cold. And what if I don't? Do you dare to attack? With someone so shameless and unconcerned with principles, there was no need to be polite, despite his seniority. Don't get cocky, boy. Don't think I can't do anything about you, Winston glared. Dalton responded nonchalantly. I'd like to see what you can do. I may not be able to attack you directly, but with your current cultivation and strength, you're far from capable of wreaking havoc in the chaos domain. Believe me, I could easily find someone to knock your teeth out, Winston threatened. Dalton remained indifferent. Go ahead and find that person then. Having said that, he ignored Winston and flew up into the air with Avril, preparing to return by the same route. Thundermarsh had 2 Dustini unpredictable factors, and it was safer to stick to familiar paths. Dalton really wanted to explore Thundermarsh further, but he knew that his current cultivation and strength were unsuitable for such exploration. Not only would he struggle to gain great opportunities, but self-preservation would also be difficult. Malik, do you think there might be people waiting for us outside? Should we try leaving in another direction? Avril asked, clearly worried. Dalton reassured him, it's fine. Even if someone is waiting, I have confidence in escaping. Even if we encounter the Scythe-Heart Evil Wadustin again, I'm not afraid to fight her. Alright, I'll leave the tough ones to you, and I'll handle the others, Avril laughed. Now that he had a special constitution, as long as he didn't face someone like Innis or Scythe-Heart Evil Wadustin, he wasn't afraid. He then glanced back and added, that shameless old Dustin is still following us. Truly annoying. Don't worry about him. He can't do anything to us, Dalton replied indifferently. Indeed, ignoring him was the only option since they couldn't drive Winston away. Dalton was more concerned about whether lightning would strike him. After using various thunder techniques in the valley, he feared being targeted. Surprisingly, until they neared the cloud wall, no lightning struck him. Although he was puzzled by this, it was ultimately a good thing. Exiting Thunder Marsh didn't require as precise timing as entering did. With a swift movement, Dalton and Avril passed through the cloud wall and exited Thunder Marsh safely. Their time in Thunder Marsh had only been a few days, but it felt like an entire lifetime. Damn, so Dustini people, Avril exclaimed upon exiting. Dalton also noticed Dustini people in the area. As Avril suspected, Some were indeed waiting outside. Glancing around, he spotted two familiar figures, Innes and Scytheheart Evilwood Dustin. They hadn't given up and still intended to deal with him. Scytheheart Evilwood Dustin chose to wait outside likely because she had suffered in Thunder Marsh. She believed she could crush Dalton without the aid of lightning. Just as Scytheheart Evilwood Dustin was about to make a move, she saw Winston exit Thunder Marsh and stand beside Dalton, causing her to frown. Not just her, but Innes and others also frowned, speculating on the relationship between Winston and Dalton. Quite lively here. Looks like I don't need to find trouble. Winston smiled at the crowd surrounding them. Then, he said to Dalton, boy, give me the stuff now, or I'll have someone beat you up. Forget it. That's mine now, and I won't give it to you. Dalton firmly refused. He never liked being threatened. The more someone pressured him, the worse the result. Winston's expression turned cold. Fine, you asked for it. Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. Immediately, he loudly said, who will help me teach this boy a harsh lesson? I'll give him a 6th rank spirit Talus Dustin. Hearing this, Dustini present revealed expressions of great astonishment. They had thought he and Dalton had some special relationship, but now he was actually asking someone to teach Dalton a lesson. For a moment, Dustini people's eyes became fervent. They had come to deal with Dalton anyway, and now they could get an additional reward. Why not take the opportunity? ##### translation continuation from previous content. Quite lively here. Looks like I don't need to find trouble. Winston smiled at the crowd surrounding them. Then, he said to Dalton, boy, give me the stuff now, or I'll have someone beat you up. Forget it. That's mine now, and I won't give it to you. Dalton firmly refused. He never liked being threatened. The more someone pressured him, the worse the result. Winston's expression turned cold. Fine, you asked for it. Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. Immediately, he loudly said, who will help me teach this boy a harsh lesson? I'll give him a 6th rank spirit Talus Dustin. Hearing this, Dustini present revealed expressions of great astonishment. They had thought he and Dalton had some special relationship, but now he was actually asking someone to teach Dalton a lesson. For a moment, Dustini people's eyes became fervent. They had come to deal with Dalton anyway, and now they could get an additional reward. Why not take the opportunity? #### chapter 354, facing the heroes alone. Noticing the expressions and gazes of some people, Winston couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Could these people have come here specifically for this rascal? He felt his guess was probably correct. Otherwise, why would so Dustini people be guarding this place for no reason? What heavens-defying deeds has this boy committed that he could attract so Dustini people, including some quite renowned young talents? Winston felt very curious. He had spent a long time in Thundering Marsh and was unaware of recent events in the outside world. Whoosh! A figure darted out and came straight to Dalton's vicinity. This person directed his gaze at Winston and asked, if I kill him, senior, you won't intervene, right? Kid, you're in deep trouble, aren't you? If you return my coffin board, I'll take you away from here, Winston whispered to Dalton. Dalton responded indifferently, I can leave whenever I want. No one can stop me, so why do I need you to lead me away? You are indeed arrogantly limitless. Don't beg me later. Winston was quite annoyed. Then, he said to the person who approached, Andon, don't hold back. Beat him up as much as you can. With your senior's words, I know how to proceed. Andon's eyes revealed a cold smile. For Winston to know his name, Andon was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a genius of the Black Demon Sect, the disciple of the Black Demon Sect's Netherworld realm powerhouse whom Dalton offended at the auction, following his master's orders to deal with Dalton and retrieve the item his master desired. Dalton carefully observed Andon. This person had a special constitution and had broken limits once while being in the core formation realm, now having reached the peak of 9th level golden core realm. He was indeed not weak. Andon wasted no time and directly attacked Dalton, gathering immense demonic chi into his fist before slamming it towards Dalton. Dalton's expression remained calm, neither dodging nor flinching, delivering a powerful punch to meet Andon's fist. At the moment of impact, black flames rose from Dalton's fist, spreading towards Andon. Ah! Andon let out a painful scream and stumbled backward hastily. His fist was engulfed in flames, the demonic chi covering his fist ignited, making it hard to extinguish. Dalton's eyes turned cold. Since Andon was here to kill him, there was no need to be courteous. In just one strike, he realized that Andon, called a genius, was far inferior to Innes and Scytheheart Evilwood Dustin. The critical point was that the demonic chi he cultivated was subpar, easily ignited by Dalton's void god fire. Based on this alone, Andon was clearly at a disadvantage. Dalton's mind raced as he executed the shadow body technique, chasing Andon like a ghost. He secretly activated the Vermilion Bird Profound Art, accumulating immense power before delivering a simple yet forceful punch. Andon's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the imminent threat of death from this punch. Reacting quickly, Andon released all his demonic chi to form a sturdy protective barrier around himself and summoned a demonic seal to ward off the attack. Bang! Dalton's punch sent the demonic seal flying away, leaving cracks on its surface. Then, his fist struck Andon's protective demonic chi shield, instantly piercing through it. Andon's chest took the full force of the blow, sending him flying backwards. All the demonic chi surrounding him ignited, transforming him into a flaming figure. Ah! Andon screamed in agony as the flames enveloped him, even seeping into his body, leaving him powerless to stop it. Just as Dalton was about to deliver another punch, Andon suddenly shot upward at high speed, grabbed by someone. His master, Elder Zephyr of the Black Demon Sect, whom Dalton had offended. It was shameless for a Netherworld realm powerhouse to interfere in a conflict between Golden Core realm juniors. Dalton didn't care. Though Andon didn't die, he was crippled, unlikely to recover and probably hopeless to reach the Netherworld realm. Elder Zephyr used his techniques to extinguish the flames on Andon's body, but despite his efforts, Andon was nearly charred beyond recognition. Young whelp, you're truly vicious. Elder Zephyr suddenly roared angrily with a dark expression. Clearly, he realized Andon was incapacitated, which infuriated him. While Andon might not be as strong as Innis and Scytheheart Evil Wadustin, he was still considered a genius with potential to reach the Netherworld realm. But now, all his years of investment in Andon were wasted. Dalton replied coldly, "You find it laughable that after ordering someone to kill me, I can't cripple him in return? In terms of cruelty, you far surpass me." Regardless of Elder Zephyr's status and strength, since they were already enemies, he didn't mind offending him further. "What are you all waiting for? Are you just going to let this kid act so recklessly?" Elder Zephyr turned to the group of Golden Core Realm martial artists. Unable to act personally, he had no choice but to rely on various factions' Golden Core Realm warriors to handle Dalton. There was no way he'd let Dalton leave today. Seeing Andon get crippled in 2 punches, Winston was astonished. Dalton's strength exceeded all expectations. It wasn't uncommon for a martial genius to defeat an ordinary fighter 3 ranks below them, but Andon was no ordinary fighter. He had the ability to fight beyond his rank. This boy is indeed peculiar. No wonder he dusted an age to survive that valley, Winston thought inwardly. At this moment, Innis moved, noting that Dalton was stronger than a few days ago, but he wasn't concerned. Actually, he hoped Dalton was strong enough to challenge him and push him closer to breaking through the limitations within the Golden Core realm. This time, there's no escape for you. Let us finish our unfinished battle. Innis drew his evil spear, pointing it at Dalton from afar. Scytheheart Evil Wadustin also moved, looking at Dalton with murderous intent. "He killed my brother. He must die by my hands. He was a worthless fool who deserved to die. Why should you bother avenging him? He's my prey now. Watch from the side," Innis coldly retorted. A terrifying aura dustinated from Scytheheart Evil Wadustin. "Innis, do you wish to fight me?" Even if her brother was a waste, he was still her sibling and couldn't tolerate others speaking ill of him. "Forget it. If you wish to fight, go ahead. I won't compete with you." Innis. He never underestimated Scytheheart Evil Wadustin. Rather, he took her seriously as an opponent. During the time in Thundering Marsh, Scytheheart Evil Wadustin was clearly suppressed by the environment to some extent. Only now was she truly showcasing her real strength. Truly remarkable. This young girl is only at the Golden Core realm, yet she can Dustinifest such a terrifying domain. Even an average Deity Soul realm powerhouse would likely be suppressed, Winston mused internally. His gaze shifted, landing on Dalton, who remained calm despite the circumstances. This observation left him astonished. Could it be that Dalton really had the ability to deal with Scytheheart Evil Wadustin? However, no matter how he looked at it, this seemed highly unlikely. In the previous content, Dalton had just faced off against Andon and demonstrated surprising strength, catching everyone off guard. Now, as Scytheheart Evil Wadustin prepared to attack, Winston marveled at her formidable power while questioning whether Dalton could possibly handle her. Despite his doubts, Winston couldn't help but feel intrigued by Dalton's unwavering composure. Chapter 355, Thunder God Technique. Faced with the heavenly fire realm of Leanne, Lee immediately unleashed the profound tortoise skill, conjuring a vast ocean of blackness to counter the heavenly fire. Simultaneously, he summoned the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise to confront the 3 dust infestations of heavenly fire that Leanne had materialized. Leanne's eyes turned icy cold, and with a wave of her hand, she sliced through the air with a fiery blade, heading straight for Lee. In response, Lee extended his fingers into a sword-like stance and unleashed the void-shattering finger sword, releasing a piercing sword energy that tore through space. Boom! The sword energy collided fiercely with the flame knife, emitting a terrifying force. Neither paused as they continued unleashing their ultimate skills, causing flames and sword energies to soar through the sky in a dazzling spectacle. Lee formed intricate seals, summoning countless celestial swords around him that surged forward like a torrent toward Leanne. These swords, though merely condensed from spirit energy and natural forces, contained traces of supreme sword chi derived from his imperial sword bone, making them incomparably sharp and invincible. From within Leanne, a bronze pagoda emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura under the influence of spirit energy, spewing endless flames from its core. Boom! The bronze pagoda met the surge of celestial swords and obliterated all of them in one go. Trifecta True Fire. Lee's eyes widened in surprise. The bronze pagoda released not just true fire but trifecta true fire, clearly a powerful artifact. Truly a remarkable treasure, Lee murmured, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the pagoda. The pagoda rapidly spun, crashing toward Lee after destroying the sword tide. It was immensely powerful and destructive, capable of reducing anything tangible to ashes. Daring not to be careless, Lee instantly drew the Spirit Abyss sword and slashed it out like lightning. Clang! The bronze pagoda was halted, but the immense force still pushed Lee backward. A stream of trifecta true fire essence shot out from within the pagoda, coiling around the Spirit Abyss sword, turning it red-hot in an instant. Furthermore, the pagoda exerted an intense suction force, attempting to seize the Spirit Abyss sword forcibly. If Lee could not withstand the burning of the trifecta true fire essence, he might drop the sword. Break! Lee roared, and his imperial sword bone erupted with formidable sword chi, which was released through the Spirit Abyss sword, breaking free from the trifecta true fire essence's grip. He then swiftly retreated, putting distance between himself and the pagoda. Leanne was indeed formidable, her martial arts impressive, and her magical treasures exceptional, rivaling some divine essence realm experts. Seeing the bronze pagoda approaching again, Lee quickly formed seals. Powerful lightning gathered above his head, instantly forming a colossal thunderball. Boom! The thunderball vibrated, unleashing wild lightning that struck the bronze pagoda. Influenced by the thunderball, celestial energy surged towards Dalton, and the sky dramatically changed as dense thunderclouds condensed above him. Even the lightning power from Thunder Roar Marsh was affected, with much of it being drawn over. This edit ensures the translation reads more fluently in English, while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It also maintains consistency in terminology and style. Upon witnessing this, Leanne's face changed. She remembered all too well how Lee had bested her with his lightning techniques in Thunder War Marsh. This time, however, Dalton wasn't using lightning with his sword but a purer, more elemental lightning secret technique. This was a significant gain from the Thunder War Marsh. His physique now harmonized perfectly with lightning, especially after establishing a connection between his void vein and the Thunder Spirit world, allowing him to draw powerful heavenly lightning from there. Thus, he mastered a highly dominant lightning skill called the Thunder God technique, quickly grasping its essence through repeated lightning strikes, a feat achieved faster than any other profound skill. As Lee channeled the Thunder God technique, a towering figure appeared behind him, enveloped in lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. I didn't expect to Dustinifest the Thunder God Dharma image so smoothly. Lee was pleasantly surprised. This was his first attempt at the Thunder God technique, and he was uncertain if he could Dustinifest the Thunder God Dharma image. Manifesting this image marked true accomplishment in mastering the Thunder God technique, whose power increased with more concentrated lightning, theoretically limitless as long as he could control it. The origin of this skill was mysterious, possibly originating from the divine realm, likely a divine-level martial art. Hence, its cultivation threshold was extremely high. Ordinary people lacked the qualifications, risking severe consequences if attempted recklessly. Using the Thunder God technique near Thunder War Marsh had a significant advantage, directly drawing upon the lightning power from the marsh, greatly enhancing the technique's effectiveness. Cannot let him continue gathering momentum. Leanne realized the seriousness and tried to disrupt Lee's efforts. She fully activated the bronze pagoda, aiming to disperse the thunderclouds above him. Enormous streams of trifecta true fire erupted from the pagoda, charging at the thunderclouds. Finf. Lee scoffed. He wouldn't let her succeed easily. Boom. Intense lightning poured out from the clouds, colliding with the trifecta true fire. Meanwhile, the Thunder God Dharma image formed complex seals and attacked the bronze pagoda. With continuous booms, the pagoda's glow dimmed as mystical patterns entered the tower. Sangson's expression turned grim. She realized that even outside the Thunder War Marsh, she still suffered significantly under Dalton's lightning prowess. What terrified Leanne was that Lee's accumulated momentum was still intensifying, the thunderclouds expanding over an area of more than 1,000 lemuel in diameter and increasing in thickness. It was unimaginable how much immense lightning power was contained within. Sensing the dangerous aura dustinating from the thunderclouds, everyone present rapidly retreated, unwilling to remain within the cloud-covered area for fear of being innocently implicated. Not just ordinary Gold Core realm martial artists, even Deity Soul realm experts faintly sensed the threat of menace. Damn. The evil Wadustin Leanne's eyes were as dark as could be, watching helplessly as the bronze pagoda fell into Lee's hands, completely sealed and beyond recall. Was she to suffer a public defeat at Lee's hands today, and lose a significant treasure as well? She was truly unwilling to accept such an outcome. There was no way she could endure this result. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content, and the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved. Chapter 356. Overwhelming power breaks all spells. Xavion Justice. Boom. The thundercloud trembled violently, lightning exploding, the tremendous inner force showing signs of losing control. Dalton had to divert attention to controlling this power, thus being forced to retreat backward by Xavion, making the Thunder God Dharma image somewhat unstable. To deal with all three of them simultaneously is quite taxing even with various advantages, Dalton sighed inwardly. His priority now was to regain control of the lightning power or suffer severe backlash, which would render him helpless without needing these three to finish him off. Don't hold back, disrupt his momentum with all your strength, Leanne Evil Wadustin coldly said. Her plan was simple, break Dalton's Thunder God Sutra in one stroke and end the battle quickly. In fact, there was no need for her reminder. Xavion and Justice knew what to do already. In moments, the three launched even more intense attacks. But just as they struck, Dalton's body suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, his aura surging steadily. Helpless, Dalton ultimately used his final trump card, the indestructible golden body. Thanks to the lightning and thunderstorm marsh, the depleted power of the indestructible golden body was rapidly replenished, making it usable in battle once more. With the indestructible golden body activated and combined with Dalton's physical body, his strength surged significantly, especially in bodily fortitude, enabling him to better handle the Thunder God Sutra without risking backlash. Buzz. The previously turbulent massive thundercloud instantly stabilized. Then, terrifying lightning emerged, blocking all of Leanne Evil Wadustin's, Justice's, and Xavion's attacks. Swoosh. Dalton moved, bursting into super speed toward the nearest Xavion. Xavion's eyes narrowed as he thrust his evil spear forward rapidly, firing countless spear shadows indistinguishable from reality. Dalton ignored all and swung his fists vigorously forward. In an instant, all spear shadows were swept away, and he closed in on Xavion, delivering a lightning-fast punch encased in golden light and lightning. Bam! Xavion blocked with his evil spear, but couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying within a blink. During that brief period, he received over 10 punches from Dalton, bones breaking multiple times. If not for his strong physical form, he might have been smashed to death. Xavion struggled to stabilize himself, spitting blood profusely. His injuries were severe. At this point, Dalton had already turned to attack Leanne Evil Wadustin and Justice, unleashing a tempest-like assault with his fists without any fancy moves. In sheer brute force, flashy techniques meant nothing. In no time, Leanne Evil Wadustin and Justice were heavily injured, flying away. Their injuries were equally grave as Xavion's. It had to be admitted that Leanne Evil Wadustin was exceptionally beautiful, a top-grade beauty, but as an enemy, Dalton showed no mercy, even giving her special care. Leanne Evil Wadustin gasped for breath, noticing cracks in her chest armor, a 6th rank armor, and feeling shocked. Dalton's fists could damage such an armor, indeed terrifying. This kid is ruthless. No one just spectates anymore. Everyone, attack together, Xavion said coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding onlookers hesitated. They were intimidated by Dalton at this critical moment, hesitant to join the fray. Especially those who remembered the event outside Fashing City, where Dustini had besieged Dalton but nearly perished completely. Now, Dalton was evidently fiercer. Could anyone not be intimidated? Winston's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling like he was in a dream. Xavion, Justice, and Leanne Evil Dustin teamed up and still suffered heavy injuries from Dalton's overwhelming power. An unbelievable scenario. What kind of monster is this kid? How can he be so brutal? Winston's thoughts fluctuated intensely. Judging from this, reclaiming the coffin board wouldn't be easy. He's merely at the 6th stage of Gold Core Realm. Can't anyone subdue him? A bunch of good-for-nothings, Winston cursed inwardly. He felt urgent, wishing he could personally join the battle. Swoosh. 27 Gold Core Realm warriors moved into the battlefield, dispersing around Dalton. Upon positioning themselves, each unfurled an array flag simultaneously, instantly forming an extremely intricate formation encompassing Dalton. Let's see how wild you are now. A Jameson Realm powerhouse chuckled coldly. This array, crafted by him, was a 6th-rank symbol formation driven by 27 Gold Core Realm warriors, capable of generating immense power. Swoosh. As the symbol array operated, countless rays of gold shot towards Dalton. These sharp beams could penetrate everything, top-notch 5th-rank spirit artifacts included, let alone dust and flesh. However, upon hitting Dalton, these beams failed to pierce through his defenses. Though Dalton's strength wasn't overwhelming yet, his defense with the indestructible golden body was not easily breached. The indestructible golden body excelled in close combat, with unmatched defense and incomparable strength, focusing on overwhelming power, breaking all spells and dominating the battlefield. Break! Dalton roared, condensing formidable power and delivering a powerful punch. He had just fused the indestructible golden body, unable to sustain it long, necessitating a swift victory. Boom! Brilliant golden light erupted from his fist, unstoppable. The mighty symbol array was penetrated, leaving a huge breach. Dalton flashed out immediately. One of the array rangers reacted too late, receiving a fatal punch from Dalton. The dead person's array collapsed instantly. Escape quickly. The remaining arrangers panicked, attempting to flee. However, Dalton gave them no chance, covered in lightning, sweeping across the battlefield. In a blink, all 27 arrangers were blasted to bits, and their flags ended up in his hands. He killed them for these flags. A 6th-rank symbol array was valuable and usable by him. Damn it, my array flag, someone lamented. The owner of the array flag was enraged, his eyes shooting murderous glares. He had thought that using this set of array flags would easily subdue Dalton without any mishaps. Never did he imagine that the result would be like this. With the symbol array just set up, it was immediately broken by Dalton. Xavion, Justice, and Leanne Evil Dustin's faces all changed. They couldn't help but retreat backward. They knew that dealing with Dalton today was now almost impossible. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. It follows the structure and line breaks from the provided Chinese text accurately. Chapter 357. One wilder than the other. Dalton didn't stop. After taking care of a group of array formers, he immediately lunged towards Genie, Xavion, and Fint, unwilling to let them go. We can't match him. Let's get out of here, Xavion said urgently, already retreating at lightning speed, avoiding Dalton's heavy punches. Genie and Fint didn't hesitate either. They weren't foolish and knew the situation clearly. There was no point in choosing to die against Dalton. They could confront him later after leaving Laming Marsh. Dalton sped up and instantly closed the distance with Genie, who had been most aggressive against him, making her his primary target. Genie first set up a powerful protective shield around her body, then fully activated her special constitution to condense pure fire and deliver her strongest attack. However, Dalton ignored everything and shattered her strongest attack with one punch before delivering another powerful blow. Crack! The protective shield set by Genie shattered instantly, and Dalton's fist struck directly on her chest. The already cracked close-fitting armor couldn't hold up any longer, fragments flying off, blood splattering, her chest turning into a mess of torn flesh and bone. If not for the armor absorbing most of the impact, Genie's chest would have been punched right through. Just as Dalton was about to throw another punch, a golden light enveloped Genie, and she shot back to the side of Cleveland at an unimaginable speed. Genie panted heavily, fear and hatred flickering in her eyes. She had clearly taken a bad fall this time. What she hadn't expected was that Dalton would come straight for her. Humph! Cleveland coldly snorted and waved his hand, creating a barrier around Genie. With him there, he wanted to see how Dalton could harm her. Unexpectedly, Dalton swung a punch directly at Cleveland. Bold move. Cleveland roared. Generally, higher realm martial artists shouldn't strike lower realm ones unless provoked. Now, Dalton had initiated the attack, giving him a legitimate reason to counterattack. He had long been eager to personally deal with Dalton. Bang! Dalton exchanged a punch with Cleveland, and the immense force shattered a nearby hill. Cleveland retreated 2 steps, shock evident in his eyes. Dalton's power was astonishing, overpowering even him. Kill. Eyes gleaming with murderous intent, Dalton unleashed a fierce assault on the Babju sect powerhouse. He had always disliked this person who came to Laming Marsh and spread news, leading Dustini Gold Core realm martial artists to besiege him. He now wanted to kill him to ensure some peace in the short term. Seeing Dalton battling Cleveland, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It was shocking enough seeing Dalton chase Genie and her group. But now he targeted a divine soul realm powerhouse. It was incredibly bold. Shin Josephine Yan's lips twitched. He was also stunned, sensing that opposing Dalton might not be wise. Malik, show your dominance and beat him hard, Avril shouted encouragement from the sidelines. He disliked these arrogant, evil path divine soul realm powerhouses and wished he could strike a few blows himself if only he were stronger. Avril, you're asking for death. A peak gold core realm martial artist from Babju sect snarled and lunged at Avril. This person was very strong, nearing the divine soul realm. I've been itching for a fight. Since you're offering, I won't hold back, Avril replied with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Seeing Dalton enjoying the battle, Avril couldn't resist joining in. Bang! In a single move, Avril punched the Babju sect peak gold core realm martial artist away. Following closely, he landed another punch. Pfft. The opponent couldn't resist and was punched through the chest. Pathetic. Anyone stronger? Avril said arrogantly, deliberately trying to provoke them. You're overconfident. Fint, eyes filled with murderous intent despite his injuries, stepped forward. As a twice limit-breaking genius with a special constitution and high-level cultivation techniques, he wasn't afraid of a wandering cultivator. Glad you came. Avril charged forward without fear. If the other was in full strength, Avril would back down. But given the current circumstances, he had to test their true strength. Both having special constitutions and high-level techniques, the only difference was breaking limits, which Avril lacked. However, since the opponent hadn't broken through yet, Avril felt no fear. Immediately, they engaged in fierce combat, each unleashing powerful martial arts. Fint's eyes darkened. Despite being injured, he couldn't gain any advantage over Avril. Normally, dealing with an unbroken wandering cultivator should be easy. Thunder, come! Avril roared, summoning a surge of powerful lightning from the cloud wall surrounding Laming Marsh. Instantly covered in silver lightning, he radiated a destructive aura. While not as powerful as Dalton, who controlled large areas of lightning clouds, Avril could still harness some power from Laming Marsh. Boom! Wild lightning struck, breaking through Fint's defenses and sending him crashing to the ground. Fint's clothes were tattered, skin blackened, looking quite miserable. Seeing Avril ready to attack again, he hastily fled to seek protection from his seniors. Escaping fast? How boring. Any others want to fight me? Afraid? 3 or 4 together would work too, Avril taunted, feeling the immense advantage of wielding Laming Marsh's lightning power. Even facing much stronger martial artists here, he felt confident. Hearing Avril's challenge, the surrounding gold core realm martial artists fumed but dared not move. They saw Fint suffer, and even the first attacker died from Avril's 2 punches. Everyone understood. Unless Genie, Xavion, and Fint recovered fully, anyone else attacking would be futile. A bunch of cowards. Since none of you will act, I'll pick my opponents. Avril dashed towards Aidenamo sect where Fint was. Given the enmity, deepening it further didn't matter to him. Since helping Dalton outside Fashing City, he had become a thorn in several major power sides. They wouldn't likely spare him anyway. If he were a coward, he probably wouldn't have been able to survive these years as a wandering cultivator in the chaotic realm. Seeing Avril charging over, the martial artists from Aidenamo sect were greatly alarmed, hastily retreating to their senior sect members' sides. The divine soul realm powerhouse of Aidenamo sect had an extremely unpleasant look on his face. It was truly embarrassing for his sect's disciples to be bullied like this, but he couldn't intervene directly. The best he could do was set up a protective barrier to safeguard all the disciples. Still cultivating devilish ways? Is no one daring enough to fight me? I'm embarrassed for you. Avril stopped and said disdainfully. Fint, when I recover from my injuries, I will kill you, Fint said with cold, murderous intent. Losing to Avril this time was a tremendous disgrace. Only Avril's blood could wash away this humiliation. Avril replied nonchalantly, I'll wait for you. But I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. No matter whether he could win or not, he absolutely couldn't show weakness in such moments. Since he chose to be domineering, he had to maintain that dominance until the end. Chapter 358, Thunderbolt Slaughter. Boom. Dalton fought intensely with the nascent soul realm expert from the Golden Extreme sect, battling from the sky to the ground, causing devastation and destruction everywhere. The nascent soul realm expert of the Golden Extreme sect grew increasingly alarmed as he was being suppressed, constantly on the defensive, appearing quite passive. This is certainly not his true strength. He must be relying on some external force, which cannot last long, the Ferguson thought. If he held out a little longer until Dalton exhausted his borrowed power, then Dalton would be like fish on a cutting board, at his mercy. Just let you be arrogant for now. Soon you will pay a heavy price. A look of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the Ferguson. After thinking it through, he felt everything was under control. Dalton glanced subtly at the thick thunderclouds in the sky that moved with him. He couldn't help but think, it should be about right. I hope it works. With the unextinguishable golden body's accumulated power nearly depleted, this battle could not be prolonged any further. It had to end quickly. Dalton took a deep breath and secretly circulated the Thunder God art. Immediately, the Thunder God Dharma manifestation reappeared. The thick thunderclouds in the sky convulsed violently as an overwhelming surge of lightning poured down, wildly merging into the Thunder God Dharma manifestation. Not good. The Ferguson's face changed as he instinctively sensed danger. Without hesitation, he attempted to retreat. Thunderbolt Slaughter. Dalton let out a low growl, his spirit and vitality reaching their peak. The Thunder God Dharma manifestation extended a hand, pointing its index finger forward, releasing a killing blow. Whoosh! An incomparably dark bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder God Dharma manifestation's fingertip, tearing through the void at blinding speed. Wherever the lightning passed, space twisted, making it hard to discern clearly. Trouble. The Ferguson's eyes narrowed sharply, feeling a chilling dread. In a split second, he erected dozens of layers of spiritual energy shields around himself and summoned a green-black evil saber, unleashing his strongest attack to meet the lightning bolt. However, with a crack, the evil saber shattered into dozens of pieces, completely unable to withstand the lightning. In the next moment, the lightning penetrated all of the Golden Extreme sect nascent soul realm expert's defenses and entered his body. His nascent soul barely dusted an age to escape when it was caught by the lightning, leaving no time for a scream before it turned to ashes. With the nascent soul destroyed, even the strong vitality of his physical body was futile. At the same time, a thread of blood trickled from the corner of Dalton's mouth. Using power far beyond his control inevitably came with a price. But to be able to kill a nascent soul realm expert, any cost was worth it. This is impossible. How can he kill a nascent soul realm expert? One of the Golden Extreme Sect's elders is dead. The Golden Extreme Sect will surely be enraged. We're in trouble. Forget the rest, let's get out of here. I feel like he's already in a killing frenzy and might come after us next. Run. His state makes it hard for anyone to stop him. Seeing the death of the Ferguson, martial artists from various factions around were all startled and fled as their first reaction. Not just ordinary core formation realm martial artists, but even the few nascent soul realm experts present had solemn expressions, sensing the threat from Dalton's attack. They weren't sure if they could resist such an attack either, fearing a similar fate. Crucially, after delivering his ultimate strike, Dalton's momentum did not diminish. The Thunder God Dharma manifestation still stood behind him, and the thunderclouds in the sky continued to roil violently. Go! One nascent soul realm expert gave a stern order. Immediately, he led his sect disciples away as fast as possible. Seeing someone leave, the other nascent soul realm experts also followed suit. None wished to stay facing Dalton in his strange state. The Golden Extreme Sect side, losing its nascent soul realm expert, immediately chose to flee, including the Scythe Heart Evil Wadustin. In an instant, the scene became eerily quiet, as the forces surrounding Dalton withdrew like a receding tide, afraid of being left behind. Dalton didn't pursue them, as it would have been pointless. He most wanted to kill the Scythe Heart Evil Wadustin, Josephine Wu Bob, and Adolf, but he had lost that opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he collected the corpse of the nascent soul realm expert he killed to tally up the spoils later. With a thought, he began dispersing the lightning power in the sky and ended the fusion with the unextinguishable golden body. On one hand, the unextinguishable golden body's power was nearly depleted, and on the other, he had reached his limits. The Thunder God Dharma manifestation still stood behind him, surveying all directions, radiating immense authority. Although much of the lightning power had dissipated, the thunderclouds appeared as before, a deliberate but a massive realm gap. The difference between nascent soul and core formation realms was enormous, with few people capable of transcending such boundaries in combat, hence the extraordinary status of nascent soul realm experts. Winston was shocked not only by Dalton's ability to kill a third-stage nascent soul expert, but also by his daring to execute the kill. That was an elder from the major faction, the Golden Extreme Sect, with significant clout. Killing him would ignite a war with the Golden Extreme Sect, the consequences unimaginable. Despite his own audacity, Winston wouldn't dare easily provoke such large forces nascent soul realm experts, otherwise, he might lose his place in the Chaos Realm. What a reckless youth, acting without considering consequences, you'll suffer in the future. Winston shook his head. If it were him, he would never act so impulsively, choosing instead to minimize conflict, the way to survival. Still, Malik is impressive, killing the Golden Extreme Sect's elder. It'll be hard for him not to gain fame, Avril couldn't help but praise. Compared to Dalton, his own achievement seemed meager. Winston snorted coldly. Impressive, but he's too rash, knowing no bounds. Such a person won't live long. Old Dustin, do you know how to talk? Your mouth stinks. Even if you die, Malik will be fine. What are you doing here, finding yourself annoying? Avril retorted irritably. Winston's face fell. You're too disrespectful to me. Think I'm easygoing? Do we see anything worth respecting about you? You even tried to get others to deal with Malik, pure shamelessness, Avril angrily said. Just at that moment, Dalton descended from the sky, coming to his side. His gaze swept coolly over Winston as he said, Old Bob, don't waste time with him. Let's go. Of course, Dalton found Winston extremely irritating, but given his insufficient strength, he had to endure it for now. Avril coldly snorted and immediately followed Dalton away. Seeing this, Winston couldn't help but frown deeply. The situation had developed to this point, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed and unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 359. One condition. Dalton and Avril did not return to Fashing City to avoid being intercepted by various forces. This time, they had offended the major factions so deeply that they could not help but be cautious of any fierce reprisals. The chaotic region was vast. Ignoring those special areas, it measured 3,000 miles on the surface, providing numerous places to go. Dalton had come to the chaotic region for training, which meant he should travel widely rather than remain in one city all the time. How long do you plan to harass me? Truly think I can't deal with you? Dalton stopped, turned around, and said coldly. Winston did not care at all, replying, Whenever you give me back my coffin board, I'll leave. Otherwise, wherever you go, I will follow. You want the coffin board? Fine, I can give it to you, but you need to agree to a condition. Dalton immediately stated. Seeing room for negotiation, Winston quickly asked, What is your condition? Simple, you just need to promise to help me with one thing in the future, Dalton answered. Winston's face showed hesitation as he said, No way, who knows what terrifying things you might ask me to do. Rest assured, what I ask will definitely be within your capabilities, Dalton promised. After a moment's thought, Winston agreed, All right, I agree. Give me back the coffin board. Words are empty. Swear an oath, Dalton said. Winston rolled his eyes unhappily. You actually don't trust me. Who do you think I am? I, Winston, have always kept my word. If you're unwilling to swear an oath, then we can drop this matter, Dalton said calmly. Winston instantly deflated, pouting, Fine, consider me outwitted. I'll swear the oath. Thereupon, Winston reluctantly complied with Dalton's request and swore the oath. Now can you finally do it? Winston's expression was far from pleased. He had never been forced like this by any junior before. He felt embarrassed if anyone knew about this situation. Dalton added, You should give me a token that can be used to contact you. Given the vastness of the world, if Winston deliberately avoided him, he would not know where to find him. With a grim face, Winston took out a spiritual talus Dustin. Use this to contact me. Upon receiving the talus Dustin, Dalton wasted no more words, quickly retrieving the coffin board and tossing it to Winston. To be honest, he really didn't look favorably upon the coffin board, finding it ominous and undesirable regardless of its origin. Trading the coffin board for Winston's service seemed like a good deal to him. Although he was unsure now what he would ask Winston to do, he believed it would likely prove useful later. Retrieving the coffin board, Winston finally smiled, quickly storing it away, fearful of losing it again. As a tomb raiding enthusiast, he was never superstitious about items from tombs. Be off with you. You two take care. Best find a place to hide yourselves. Winston left these words as he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Avril let out a deep breath. That old pervert has finally gone. I never wanted to see that sleazy old face of his again. In his view, Winston was practically a plague, better to get rid of as soon as possible. If Winston stayed with him, it would be even more dangerous because the old Dustin had Dustini more enemies than they did. They might easily be implicated and suffer unjust calamities. If not for Winston's current strength and multitude of skills, he wouldn't dare stroll around like this and probably hide somewhere unknown. Old Bob, you're familiar with the chaotic region. Let's first find a safe place to settle down. I want to use the green jade thunder bamboo I obtained to make a symbol pin and refine some spirit talus Dustins, Dalton said to Avril. Avril laughed. That's simple. Come to my cave. He rarely entered the city, living mostly in the wilderness, thus naturally having established a cave there to accommodate his needs for shelter and cultivation. Additionally, besides the 24 unique cities, the chaotic region also had other towns and villages, though they were far less orderly and without security. Avril immediately led the way, guiding Dalton to his cave. During the journey, Dalton employed various methods to conceal their trail and aura to avoid being followed. Fortunately, he had previously put on a terrifying display that intimidated those from the major factions, allowing them to retreat gracefully. Otherwise, they would have faced considerable trouble. On the road, Dalton and Avril inevitably encountered ferocious beasts attacking. There were plenty of these creatures in the chaotic region, but dealing with 5th-rank ferocious beasts was quite dustinageable for both of them. After spending some time, the two finally reached their destination. Avril's cave was sit and refine the spirit talus Dustins? Dalton pondered slightly. At least a month, at most 2 to 3 months. Is something urgent happening? It should be in time. In 6 months, a secret realm will open up. I have made plans with 2 friends to explore it together. You should join us then, Avril explained. Hearing this, Dalton nodded. Sure. I'll come along and add to the fun. The timing of your arrival in the chaotic region is quite perfect. Not only will there be a secret realm opening in 6 months, but about a year later, another relic will appear, and the once-a-century Adaming Mountain Golden Core gathering is approaching. There's plenty to get involved in, Avril said cheerfully. A glint appeared in Dalton's eyes. What Avril mentioned clearly indicated significant events, arousing great interest. However, his immediate task was to make the symbol pin and refine spirit talus Dustins. Everything else must be put aside for now. Entering the cave, Dalton randomly picked a stone chamber, sealed it, and proceeded to the cave's treasure section. The several green jade thunder bamboos he dug up earlier from Laming Zay were all transplanted into the treasure section. He designated a specific area to cultivate thunder power, forming thunder clouds to replicate the special growth environment for the bamboos as much as possible. So far, the growth of the green jade thunder bamboos had been robust. It seems the transplantation was successful. Luckily, there are several spiritual veins inside the treasure section, or it would be impossible to meet the needs of these green jade thunder bamboos. Dalton let out a relieved sigh, a satisfied smile on his face. Had the transplantation failed, it would have been too regretful. Turning his gaze, he focused on the oldest green jade thunder bamboo. It had reached 7th rank, crucially containing a lightning law, making it perfectly suitable for crafting a symbol pin. Immediately, Dalton acted, severing the green jade thunder bamboo at its base without damaging its roots. A bud spore was present on the roots, which would soon grow into a new green jade thunder bamboo. The green jade thunder bamboo was very slender, only as thick as a little finger, with a material that was crystal clear like jade, smooth and fine, making it an excellent material for crafting symbol pins. Originally, Dalton had planned to cut the green jade thunder bamboo into sections to make multiple symbol pins, or for refining spirit talus Dustins. However, he ultimately changed his mind, deciding to use the entire green jade thunder bamboo to craft just one symbol pin. Symbol pins didn't need to be numerous. Having the best one was sufficient. Chapter 360, The 4 Symbols Secret Realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Dalton walked out of the closed meditation stone chamber, took out 5 spirit charms and tossed them to Avril, which made up half of what he had refined. Haha, then I won't hold back. Avril joyfully received the 5 spirit charms and began inspecting them immediately. He needed to understand the types of spirit charms first to determine their proper use. Dalton introduced, 1 is defensive, 1 for escaping, 1 to trap enemies, and 2 are for attack. As long as they're used within limits and adequately recharged, they can be used dustini times. This was the difference between spirit charms refined from spiritual materials and those sketched with ink. The former could be reused while the latter was single use, hence their values differed greatly. In this peculiar region, 6th-rank inscribers were rare, and materials for refining 6th-rank spirit charms were even scarcer, making such charms invaluable and unobtainable through normal purchases. Amazing, being able to refine any type of spirit charm. With this set of charms, my confidence in exploring the secret realm will be boosted. Avril's smile was radiant, clearly enamored with the charms. Dalton exhibited a hint of curiosity, asking, from your tone, the secret realm sounds quite dangerous? Since it's called a secret realm, there are numerous unknowns involved. Of course, danger is inevitable. However, based on past records, the mortality rate in this particular secret realm is relatively low. Around the 4 symbols secret realms open at different times, usually with a gap of 3 years between each. After each opening, waiting for the next takes exactly 500 years, giving Gold Core Realm cultivators only one chance in their lifetime, Avril continued explaining. Also, the 4 symbol secret realms have cultivation level restrictions, allowing only those below the Divine Soul realm. Those who enter at the Divine Soul level would have their powers suppressed to Gold Core level, thus few Divine Soul cultivators risk entering. Hearing this, Dalton inquired, now that the White Tiger secret realm is about to open, does it mean the Azure Dragon secret realm has already opened? Who told you that? Isn't it logical? The 4 divine beasts are ordered as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. True for general order, but the opening sequence of the 4 symbols secret realms is random. This time it begins with the White Tiger. Upon hearing Avril's explanation, Dalton realized there might be an opportunity to explore all 4 secret realms eventually. Though by the time the other 3 opened again, he might no longer be at the Gold Core level. Considering 3 years repeated thrice totaled 9 years, a significant period during which anything could happen. Since the 4 symbols secret realms are renowned, Dustini people will enter, right? Dalton asked. Avril confirmed, naturally. Various factions in the western part of the Chaos region will all participate. It's lively indeed. Thus, obtaining valuable opportunities isn't easy. Only in the west? Avril nodded. Correct, only in the west. This agreement was long established among factions. Only respective regions' forces enter their designated secret realms. No crossing lines. Naturally, us independent cultivators aren't bound. Hearing this, various names of major factions in the west flashed through Dalton's mind, including some he had offended before. Western factions in the Chaos region numbered over 10, with the Findred Beast Valley being one of the 3 giants. In this unique land, the Findred Beast Valley ranked among the foremost of savage beast clans, far surpassing others in strength. Most outside forces could hardly boast more than a dozen 6th-rank savage beasts, let alone a majority, considering it powerful already. Isidrat, the Findred Beast Valley had dozens of 6th-rank beasts, with the exact number unknown due to limited access inside the valley. All beasts in the Chaos region generally acknowledged the supremacy of the Findred Beast Valley. Provoking them would invite endless trouble, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Among Hudustan forces in the west, the evil Martial Hall held the highest power. With a history spanning millennia, its conduct remained ambiguous, neither purely righteous nor evil, maintaining its prominence for centuries without faltering. It's rumored that the last time the White Tiger's secret realm opened, the evil Martial Hall secured the greatest fortune, leading to its grandmaster who possesses unfathomable prowess, unmatched in the Chaos region. I wish I could obtain such fortune. Maybe in hundreds of years, the Chaos region could be mine. At this, Avril showed a look of intense yearning. Who wouldn't desire dominion and unmatched might across the world? Chapter 361. Selling out for honor. After some time, Dalton and Avril arrived at the location of the White Tiger secret realm. To their relief, the White Tiger secret realm had not yet opened, so they hadn't missed it. Looking around, Dalton saw Dustini figures, far more than he had anticipated. The underlying strength of the chaotic domain indeed far surpasses the outer world. There are countless powerful cultivators, Dalton thought to himself in admiration. This was because the cultivation environment in the chaotic domain was much better, with abundant heavenly materials and rich resources, which made Dustini factions choose to root themselves here. Although the outer world's territory was vast, its resources were much poorer, making it difficult to satisfy the cultivation needs of Dustini martial artists, thereby hindering the rise of strong cultivators. If not for this, a vast empire like Great Xia wouldn't have only a few major forces occupy him. Regaining his composure, Avril sighed. Everyone has their own path. I don't blame him. It's normal for him not to want to involve himself in trouble because of me. Misty, aren't you going to sever ties with me? Misty shot him a glance. You underestimate me. If I abandoned you for fear of trouble, what kind of friend would I be? I'm a solitary cultivator, free of concerns. Those major powers can't scare me. Hearing this, Avril felt deeply moved. This was true friendship, sharing hardships and loyalty. Dalton also showed appreciation for Misty, looking at her with new respect. He detested cowards like Moses who lacked courage and integrity. Distant water does not put out a nearby fire, nor does adding flowers to brocade make it more beautiful. True value lies in helping when one is in dire need. A true friend stays by your side in your darkest hour. You are such a person, fellow Taoist Misty, Dalton remarked with deep feeling. Wiping away the gloom, Avril smiled. If he chose to abandon me, then there's nothing worth clinging to. True friends don't need to be Dustini, just 2 are enough. Hypocritical friends are meaningless, no matter how Dustini. Malik, Misty, let's enter the secret realm together. Despite everything, Avril was glad to have Malik and Misty by his side, proving he wasn't entirely friendless. Dalton said solemnly, let's find a place to hide to avoid being besieged before the White Tiger's secret realm even opens. They had offended several major powers present in large numbers, and if discovered, unpredictable events might occur. Dalton also didn't trust Moses, fearing betrayal. They moved into a secluded area in the dense forest, hiding themselves. Dalton added concealment using Talus Dustin symbols. Soon, Dalton projected an image through the symbols. Their previous location was now teeming with hostile figures. Seeing Moses among them infuriated Avril. Moses, you betrayed me. If not for Dalton's caution, they'd be in trouble. The elite members of those major powers, including Innis, Justice, and Scythe-Heart Evil Wadustin, posed a significant threat. Misty's face darkened. I never imagined Moses would be so despicable. He wants to curry favor with the Golden Absolute Sect. He probably thinks his chances of breaking through to the Jameson realm are fading, so he hopes the Golden Absolute Sect will train him, Avril realized. To advance his prospects, Moses sold out his friends, proving the adage. Unless one acts for oneself, heaven punishes, earth destroys. Dalton commented, he severed ties with you, and turned informer right away. Such people are terrifying. If not for my constant presence, he might have already reported us to the Golden Absolute Sect, Misty remarked grimly. Signs suggested Moses had planned this, waiting for the right moment. Thinking of sharing the same space with such a despicable person, Misty shivered. Avril was relieved he hadn't shown his cave to Moses. Only Misty had visited twice. Misty sighed. We scattered cultivators may possess talent, but without suitable cultivation methods, reaching the Jameson realm is nearly impossible. Though middle-grade spirit methods can lead to the Jameson realm, few achieve it. After 300 years, meridians solidify, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Blazed Avril and Moses, she had been seeking high-grade methods without much success, only finding advanced martial techniques, which boosted combat power but not cultivation progress. Misty was relatively young, under 200, so she remained hopeful. Moses, nearing 300, felt increasingly desperate. Dalton offered, speaking of which, I do have a high-grade spirit method for you to consider, fellow Taoist Misty. As he spoke, Dalton pointed, sending a cluster of spiritual light toward Misty. This? Misty hesitated, amazed at Dalton's generosity. High-grade spirit methods were precious, and she hadn't expected him to offer one so easily. Avril encouraged her. Since Malik is offering, accept it. Don't let his kindness go to waste. Thank you, fellow Taoist Malik. Misty thanked him, absorbing the spiritual light. Immediately, her mind filled with complex information, captivating her attention. This was the same method Avril practiced, one of Dalton's lowest-level high-grade spirit methods. With the legacy of an emperor ancestor, he was never short of various top-tier cultivation methods and martial techniques, an immense advantage that few could match. Chapter 362, White Tiger Anomaly. Didn't you say they were here? Where are they? A martial artist from the Golden Absolute sect did coldly. Elroy's expression was not too pleasant. Despite his high efficiency, he still arrived too late. It was evident that his intentions had long been seen through. They must still be nearby. They haven't gone far. We can find them, Elroy said. The Golden Absolute sect martial artist snorted and said, Find? This place is so vast. Do you think it's easy to search? Besides, they didn't leave a single trace. Where should we look? The major forces have gathered here. We shouldn't cause unnecessary conflict. Since they wish to enter the White Tiger's secret realm, everything will be fine. Blason Xi Evil Wadustin spoke slowly. She was worried about where Dalton could be found, but unexpectedly, he had come on his own. Once entering the White Tiger's secret realm, Dalton, Avril, and Misty all started cultivating. The stronger their power, the higher their survival chances in the White Tiger's secret realm. After 3 months of cultivation, Avril had completely mastered the technique Dalton had taught him and had significantly improved his strength, reaching the threshold of breaking limits. Therefore, he wanted to try breaking through before entering the White Tiger's secret realm. Misty had received a high-level technique and couldn't wait to start practicing to complete her transition to the new method. High-level techniques could cultivate higher-quality spiritual energy, significantly impacting one's strength. The technique Dalton gave her seemed to be upper-grade spirit rank, but was as effective as an extreme-grade spirit rank method. Why wouldn't she be enthusiastic about practicing? As for Dalton, he was practicing the imperishable golden body technique, closely related to using the imperishable golden body. It was necessary to master it as soon as possible. Additionally, he was also practicing the Supreme Tao Martial Sutra, which was auxiliary. Mastering it would make it easier to learn other martial arts and secret techniques. Most importantly, the Supreme Tao Martial Sutra greatly aided in refining martial Tao essence and assisting in mastering laws. He needed every aspect at this stage. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions. Immediately after, the entire world began to violently shake. Even space was disturbed, making it hard to stabilize oneself. The White Tiger's secret realm is about to open. All martial artists in the area immediately realized this, with anticipation visible in their eyes. Dalton, Avril, and Misty withdrew from their cultivation state. The chaotic heavenly chi made it impossible for them to continue. Pity, just a little more, Avril said regretfully. After this month-long seclusion, he had genuinely touched the threshold of breaking limits, feeling he was almost ready. If given more time, he would have considered taking the limit-breaking pill Dalton gave him. Misty was very happy and said, I've almost completed the change in my cultivation method. Only a small part of my spiritual energy needs refining. Meanwhile, Dalton soared into the air, overlooking the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Due to the spatial disturbance, flying was challenging, but he activated his sword wings to suppress the disturbance and dustinage to fly. Quickly, he locked onto the source of the fluctuations. It was located between two towering peaks, where space cracked open, revealing a black fissure rapidly expanding. A daunting sight indeed. Undoubtedly, this was the entrance to the White Tiger's secret realm, with the entry path forming. Using the true vision divine eye, Dalton faintly saw countless profound Tao symbols interwoven in the space between the peaks, densely packed. He wasn't sure if they were dustin-made or naturally formed by heaven and earth. At his current cultivation level, he couldn't comprehend the mystery of these Tao symbols. How powerful the laws are. Dalton's eyes sparkled with excitement. He saw multiple laws floating in the dark void, emitting their power to control all Tao symbols. In his view, these laws were fundamentally very strong, not weaker than the lightning law inside his body, and their power was fully released, which no golden core realm, soul realm, or even greater cultivators could control. Fortunately, this force remained confined to the void, not escaping. Otherwise, unimaginable destruction would occur, possibly wiping out everyone present instantly. Under the influence of law power, the numerous Tao symbols quickly tore a large gap in space, leading to the hidden White Tiger's secret realm. Before long, a stable round gate constructed itself, radiating colorful light, dreamlike. Through the circular space gate, one could vaguely see scenes within the White Tiger's secret realm, even hearing huge beast roars dustinating from inside. What is that? Some people showed surprise. A White Tiger anomaly has reappeared. This time, A significant opportunity will certainly arise. Recalling certain legends, Destiny couldn't help but get excited. The White Tiger's secret realm opens every 500 years, and although it has opened countless times historically, occurrences of White Tiger anomalies are rare. Legend says that when a White Tiger anomaly appears, it means the White Tiger's secret realm harbors incredible opportunities. Obtaining them can lead to immediate transcendence. Seeing the White Tiger anomaly, Dalton was visibly shocked. A perfect White Tiger anomaly. This secret realm must be linked to the White Tiger Divine Beast. Did the White Tiger Divine Beast once reside here? A perfect White Tiger anomaly isn't easily formed. It must be imprinted from the true form of a White Tiger, causing Dalton's heart to race with excitement. If this place truly relates to the White Tiger Divine Beast, he might gain enormous benefits. The White Tiger Profound technique might reach higher levels because of this. This trip to the White Tiger's secret realm was indeed well worth it. Dalton felt exhilarated. Just because of the White Tiger anomaly, he decided to go all out, regardless of any dangers, refusing to back down. He had a feeling that missing the opportunity in the White Tiger's secret realm would be a lifelong regret. Chapter 363, Slanderous Attack. The White Tiger's secret realm has already opened. What are we all waiting for? If everyone is not in a hurry, I will go ahead. Someone seemed very eager and impatiently dashed into the spatial gate. However, as soon as he entered, an incident occurred. A huge beast suddenly appeared, opening its bloodthirsty jaws and swallowed him whole. Everyone outside saw this and could not help but feel frightened, especially those who were eager to follow him and broke out in cold sweat. What a fool, rushing in like that to feed the beasts. A martial artist from a major power sneered. Why weren't they in a hurry to enter? Because they knew some secrets of the White Tiger's secret realm, which was an advantage of being from a well-established power. Whenever the White Tiger's secret realm opened, Destiny powerful beasts would gather around the spatial gate. Even a genius at the peak Golden Core stage might not be able to handle it, and could easily end up inside these beasts' stomachs. They needed to wait until those beasts dispersed before entering. Only then would it be safer. It's ready. Let's prepare to enter. A deep voice rang out. Then Destiny ferocious beasts rose into the sky, one by one passing through the spatial gate. Clearly, they came from the Beast Valley, the most powerful force in the chaotic western region, and also one of the foremost beast forces on this continent. The judgment of the Beast Valley was very accurate. Indeed, they did not suffer strong attacks from the beasts after entering. The massive troop advanced grandly and vanished in a blink. Seeing this, other factions naturally couldn't sit still. They rushed towards the spatial gate, vying with each other to get in first, afraid that if they were late, all treasures would be taken. Let's go too. Seeing that almost everyone was about to enter, Dalton, Avril, and Misty also flew towards the spatial gate. But just as they were about to step through, Dalton suddenly sensed danger and hurriedly pushed Avril and Misty away as quickly as possible. Whoosh! A pitch-black arrow shot out from the White Tiger's secret realm, releasing an incomparably terrible aura, faintly condensing into a fierce black bear roaring toward Dalton. Bang! The black arrow hit Dalton's chest dead on. Its speed was too fast for any avoidance. Malik! Avril called out anxiously. Misty's face changed dramatically as well, never expecting such an unexpected event. The enemy was extremely treacherous, hiding within the White Tiger's secret realm to shoot a cold arrow. Moreover, this arrow was incredibly terrifying, capable of killing a soul condensation realm expert. Apparently, the enemy had exploited a loophole in the White Tiger's secret realm, lurking near the spatial gate to unleash an attack beyond the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, the enemy used the White Tiger's secret realm to cover his own aura. Although it was a violation, no enforcer would bother him, glaring in his eyes. Through the aura carried by the sky-piercing arrow, he had confirmed the identity of the person who fired the arrow. It made sense. Probably only the Babju sect would be willing to spend such great effort to kill him. Fortunately for him, his methods were effective. Otherwise, anyone else would have died under such an attack. Malik, how are you? Avril quickly came to Dalton's side, concerned. Dalton wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine, just a small injury. Do you know who shot the arrow? Avril continued to ask. Dalton said, a soul condensation realm expert from the Babju sect. A soul condensation realm expert actually shoots a cold arrow at you. Utterly shameless. Avril was furious. Dalton calmly replied, don't worry, I've remembered his aura. Once inside the White Tiger secret realm, I'll make him pay the price. Even using the sky-piercing arrow, it seems the upper echelons of the Babju sect have put a death order on you. Misty frowned. Dalton laughed lightly. Let them do whatever they want. As for me, I'll handle threats as they come. Killing me won't be that easy. If they pushed him too hard, he could call for help. Who would end up in trouble? Nobody knows. You two should stay away from me. It's dangerous to be near me, Dalton seriously said. Avril immediately responded coldly. What nonsense? Am I the type to fear trouble? If it's about offending the Babju sect, I'm just a sister. Hearing this, Avril and Misty wasted no time, immediately flying over and entering the spatial gate with Dalton. Truly monstrous, hit by a sky-piercing arrow and still unscathed. Where did he send the sky-piercing arrow? The power it contains is terrifying. How did he contain it? Forget it, just keep a distance from him. Indeed, otherwise, if involved in his affairs, it would be too miserable. The few people who hadn't entered the White Tiger's secret realm couldn't help but comment, indeed amazed by Dalton's skill. If any of them had endured the sky-piercing arrow, even if it didn't explode, they would certainly be heavily injured, unable to remain calm like Dalton. After this incident, Dalton's fame would grow even greater, while the Babju sect would become even more infuriated. Who knows what insane actions they might take next. Don't stand there gawking. If we don't enter soon, all opportunities in the White Tiger's secret realm will be snatched up. Soon, these people calmed down and all darted into the spatial gate. They all came seeking opportunities. How could they miss the most important things due to watching the spectacle? In the blink of an eye, the Destiny martial artists gathered here had all entered the White Tiger's secret realm, and the outside world suddenly became quiet. The spatial gate still hung in midair, with no restrictions for latecomers to enter. Just based on the appearance of the White Tiger anomaly within the secret realm, it was clear that most major forces would send more people, and possibly even get more Jameson realm experts involved. Especially those Jameson realm experts with lower cultivation levels who could no longer break through. They were even more desperate for such opportunities. Even if it meant taking risks, they would still be willing to give it a shot. Chapter 364, Special Talent. Stepping through the spatial gate, Zio Shah and his companions were greeted by a vast expanse of wilderness, its primeval aura making them feel distinctly out of place. Before they could fully observe their surroundings, they felt an uncontrollable force pulling them downwards, rendering all attempts to halt the descent futile. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the three of them plummeted to the ground, landing in slightly disheveled states. Fortunately, the fall was not too high, leaving them unharmed. The spatial pressure in the White Tiger's secret realm is so intense that it has stripped away even Golden Core realm practitioners' ability to fly, Dalton remarked, displaying a surprised expression. He had not anticipated this aspect. Compared to major forces well-versed in the White Tiger's secret realm, they, as independent cultivators, indeed suffered significant disadvantages in certain areas. Isidrat, there was nothing they could do about it since those large factions never willingly disclosed all the secrets of the White Tiger's secret realm and often concealed information from each other. If we can't fly, then we'll have to rely on our feet, Avril said with a resigned shake of his head. Dalton added, not being able to fly might not be such a bad thing. The dense forests here are teeming with ferocious beasts. Flying in the open would make us easy targets. It's better to be low-key. You're right. Which way should we go now? Asked Avril. Dalton did not immediately answer but first carefully sensed the environment before pointing to the right and saying, we go this way. Bob Jew's sect took this path? Avril instantly understood. Dalton nodded. Isidro's, since we cannot avoid them, we may as well take the offensive and hunt them down ourselves. They are in the open, while we are hidden. This is our advantage. That's the spirit. This time, let's aim to kill more, giving Bob Jew's sect a taste of pain, Avril said with excitement. Since crossing Bob Jew's sect, he had thrown caution to the wind, figuring that being alone made him a prime target for Bob Jew's sect's retaliation. He believed that this pressure would be beneficial for breaking his limits. Misty nodded calmly, her resolve unshaken by potential threats after deciding to stand with Dalton and Avril. Without further delay, the trio set off quickly, moving through the primitive forest while carefully concealing their presence to avoid alerting the lurking beasts. The White Tiger's secret realm was enormous, comparable to Laming Swamp and perhaps even larger. The heavenly essence energy here was abundant, even containing some unique elemental energies that most couldn't absorb. Despite the large number of people entering the realm, once dispersed, encounters were not guaranteed. The first spiritual herb. A gleam of light flashed in Avril's eyes as he swiftly landed beside a large blue stone slab. Hidden in the crevice beneath this stone was an unremarkable-looking grass which was, in fact, a fourth-grade spiritual herb. Avril plucked it carefully. Even small prey is meat, so naturally, it would be foolish to leave it behind. Dalton joined Avril, digging up the roots of the herb. Are you going to cultivate this herb? Avril asked. Dalton nodded with a smile. Sure. Don't forget I am also an alchemy master. Well then, I'll give all the herbs I find to you. When you refine elixirs, just give me a few, Avril chuckled. Misty looked intrigued. Is Taoist Malik an alchemy master? And what rank are you? Dalton nodded, smiling. I'm currently at the 5th rank. With good fortune, I can refine 6th grade spiritual elixirs. Avril added, Malik isn't just an alchemy master but also a Talus Dustin master, specifically a 6th rank Talus Dustin master. Although Dalton hadn't told him, Avril could deduce this based on Dalton's ability to craft 6th grade Talus Dustins using Jade Green Thunder Bamboo. If one hasn't reached the 6th rank, it's extremely difficult to draw a 6th grade Talus Dustin, let alone create reusable ones. Upon hearing this, Misty showed great surprise. She could tell that Dalton was being modest, likely reaching the 6th rank in alchemy as well. Being both a 6th grade alchemy master and a 6th grade Talus Dustin master meant that wherever he went, he would be treated with utmost respect. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare provoke such an existence, instead trying to form alliances whenever possible. I bet Malik can also forge artifacts, right? Avril smiled. You guessed right, Dalton confirmed. So, what level are you in artifact forging? 6th grade? Avril followed up. Dalton shook his head. I'm somewhat weaker in that area. I haven't yet crafted any 6th grade spiritual artifacts. He found it quite frustrating, having advanced so quickly in cultivation without enough time to hone his other skills. Thankfully, his innate talent allowed him to grasp various skills rapidly. Calculating from when he resumed cultivation, it had been less than 10 years in total. For someone at his level, this duration was incredibly brief. To go from an ordinary person to the Golden Core realm within 10 years, and also become a 6th grade Talus Dustin master and alchemy master, such accomplishments would likely be met with disbelief. Taoist Malik, I'd like to request you to refine a 6th grade spiritual elixir. I have gathered all the necessary materials. What conditions do you require? Misty asked cautiously. Dalton laughed. We are friends. Refining an elixir is no big deal. Why speak of conditions? That would seem too formal, wouldn't it? Exactly. Mutual aid among friends is the norm. You two should stop addressing each other so formally, Avril chimed in. Misty smiled awkwardly. It's me being overly formal. Misty, what kind of elixir do you need? Dalton asked. It's soul-shaping pill. To be honest, my soul has flaws that must be addressed to achieve the nascent soul stage, Misty explained. I have the recipe and required ingredients for the soul-shaping pill. Can you refine it? She felt anxious, knowing that refining a soul-shaping pill wasn't simple, especially concerning souls. Even a 6th grade alchemy master might struggle. She had consulted 3 6th grade masters previously, 2 declined outright, and the 3rd asked for terms she couldn't meet. Dalton glanced at the recipe and nodded. No problem. Once we exit the White Tiger's secret realm, I'll refine it for you. Refining elixirs was trivial for him. With his martial realm and sufficient soul strength, he could use the circulating heaven and earth gourd to refine any elixir, including immortal pills. Thank you. Misty sighed in relief, feeling elated. Resolving her soul issue and with high-level techniques taught by Dalton, her chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage increased significantly. Without lingering, they continued onward, aiming both to catch up with Babju sect and find more treasures. Ha ha ha, my luck is great. Another spiritual herb. Avril laughed heartily, extracting a spiritual flower from a tree hollow. Dalton praised, impressive, discovering a herb hidden so well. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual energy fluctuations of herbs. It's a kind of talent. Those who came before us moved hastily, not searching thoroughly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have missed such a fifth-grade herb, Avril explained. Here, hand it over. Dalton accepted it without hesitation, planting it in a treasure cave. He intended to cultivate more herbs here to meet alchemy needs and improve the cultivation environment, a win-win solution. As he planted the herb, Dalton suddenly thought of something and summoned an object. Why did you summon a dog? Avril asked, puzzled. It turned out that Dalton had summoned the silver spirit dog, the war trophy snatched from the hands of the prince of the Bayou Kingdom's Dustiner. You brought out a dog for what? Avril asked in confusion. Dalton reached out to pat the silver spirit dog's head and said with a smile, you reminded me. This silver spirit dog has a very sensitive nose and is also very good at finding treasures. Now it can be put to good use. Really? Then I'd like to compete with it. Avril immediately became interested. Dalton replied, sure, let's have a competition and see who can find more treasures. Then we'll see if its nose is sharper or my perception is more acute. Let's start. Avril seemed quite eager. The silver spirit dog held its head high, giving Avril a sideways glance. It had absolute confidence in its nose and didn't believe that it would be outmatched by a whodunit in the field of treasure hunting. Dalton reached out to pat the silver spirit dog's head, smiling. You reminded me. This silver spirit dog has an exceptionally keen nose and is also adept at treasure hunting. It can be put to good use right now. Is that so? Then I'd like to compete with it. Avril suddenly became interested. Dalton replied, sure, let's have a competition and see who can find more treasures. Then let's see if its nose is sharper or my perception is more acute. Let's begin. Avril seemed quite eager. The silver spirit dog held its head high, giving Avril a sidelong glance. It had absolute confidence in its nose and didn't believe that in the field of treasure hunting, it could be outmatched by a whodunit. Chapter 365. Severing the Spirit Again. Dalton released the silver spirit dog, with finding treasures being secondary. The true aim was to track down the traces of the Golden Peak sect warriors. He collected some of the auras from the Golden Peak sect warriors and let the silver spirit dog sniff it. With this, it could search across the vast forest. Now, most people from the Golden Peak sect believed he had been killed by the cloud-piercing arrow, thus naturally they were unguarded. This presented an excellent opportunity. Master, they are ahead. The silver spirit dog communicated telepathically. Dalton leaped to the top of a towering tree, activating his Dongjin Divine Eye to peer through the dense forest into the distance. Soon, he spotted a group of 13 warriors, all from the Golden Peak sect, about 100 meters away. The silver spirit dog had already informed him that the Golden Peak sect warriors had scattered into multiple small teams, each seeking opportunities independently, a strategy far more efficient. In fact, not just the Golden Peak sect but almost all other factions did the same, avoiding the congestion of dozens or even hundreds in one area, as the discovered treasures might not suffice for everyone. Lao Bob, Misty, target spotted, prepare to act. Quick and decisive, Dalton said to Avril and Misty, lowering his head. Avril immediately became energetic. Take it easy. Leave a few for me. He feared Dalton would get carried away and wipe out all enemies, leaving him with considerable time and effort to kill him, possibly allowing him to escape. Employing the White Tiger mystical art fully, Dalton, with Misty's assistance, managed to slay this person in just 3 moves. On the other side, Avril also concluded his battle, using his constitution power. You said you'd leave me a few, but you still killed them all, Avril complained. Dalton laughed. Next time I'll leave you more. This time it was too easy. Don't break your promise, Avril said seriously. They did not linger, collecting the spoils, cleaning up the battlefield, then moved forward. The Golden Peak sect likely never imagined a squad of theirs would be annihilated so soon after entering the White Tiger's secret realm. The silver spirit dog's nose was sensitive, leading them to another Golden Peak sect squad soon after. This squad also consisted of 13 people, including one more Peak Golden Core Realm warrior compared to the previous group. Dalton tried initiating an ambush with the Jade Arrows, but failed this time. Unbothered, if the ambush failed, then an outright battle wouldn't be an issue either. Seeing the trio appear, the leader of this group's expression changed. Izar, you're not dead? Recognizing this person, Dalton replied, you're here again? Indeed. We meet under unpleasant circumstances. So, it was you who used the cloud-piercing arrow? Avril caught on. A nascent soul realm expert ambushing someone was despicable. Avril despised such behavior. Nodding, Dalton confirmed, that's right, it's him. I clearly hit you. How are you still alive? The Dustin looked incredulous. Even if it wasn't Dalton, getting struck by a cloud-piercing arrow should have meant certain death. Dalton scoffed. Surprised? You did hit me, but I'm lucky. So now, it's your turn to die. Without further ado, he attacked, tired of idle chatter. If outside the realm, he might be wary, but here in the White Tiger's secret realm, the opponent's strength was suppressed to the Golden Core realm. No threat at all. He held nothing back, deploying full power. The White Tiger true form emerged vividly, fiercely lunging at the opponent. Seeing the White Tiger true form, which closely resembled the White Tiger phenomenon previously seen in the secret realm, caused significant mental impact on him. Regaining composure, he did not dare slacken, swiftly employing powerful techniques to resist. His main advantage lay in centuries of cultivation, solid martial foundation. Even though he wasn't exceptionally gifted, he had honed several potent skills to high levels and condensed martial essence quite powerfully. Bang! One swipe of the white tiger true form sent him flying, scattering force-shattering dustini trees. How can he be so strong? The Golden Peak sect's nascent soul realm expert felt incredible shock. After all, he was a nascent soul realm expert, suppressed or not, significantly stronger than an ordinary peak golden core realm warrior. Dalton, at merely 6th level golden core realm, should not surpass him. Key point, Dalton was not using special means, purely relying on his own power. It was terrifying. Previously, Dalton had slain the Golden Peak sect's nascent soul realm expert at Thunder Echo Marsh using external aid, hence, Dustini underestimated him. Now, truly engaging in battle, this Golden Peak sect expert realized Dalton had formidable strength that could rival a nascent soul realm expert without any external help. It wasn't uncommon for geniuses to match nascent soul realms while at peak golden core realm, but doing so at merely 6th level golden core realm was astonishing. Can't continue fighting, must escape immediately. Though fleeing was shameful, it paled compared to losing one's life. With this thought, he decisively acted, using the moment of being thrown back to flee rapidly. Finding this old schemer, Dalton would not let him escape easily. Employing the vermilion bird mystical art, flames erupted into wings on his back, propelling him airborne. Swish! Dalton transformed into a flaming streak, chasing at astonishing speed. Tiger mystical art against the nascent soul realm expert from the Golden Peak sect precisely because he had noticed this phenomenon. Here, the power of the white tiger mystical art ascended to a new level, surpassing the other 4 mystical arts. Without further ado, Dalton collected the spoils and immediately headed back. He needed to assist Avril and Misty. After all, there were still 12 golden core realm warriors on the other side. This passage continues from the previous segment, maintaining the intense battle atmosphere. Dalton's decisive actions highlight his prowess, while also introducing an element of mystery about the connection between the white tiger secret realm and the white tiger divine beast. The enhanced power of the white tiger mystical art within the realm is noted, explaining why Dalton chose this specific technique for combat. Chapter 366, Mysterious Power. It wasn't long before Dalton and his companions finished their battle. As expected, the team from Babju sect met the same fate as total annihilation. Haha, this time I finally took down 5 of them, and Misty also managed to get 3, Avril laughed loudly. He had gone to great lengths to kill more by employing his earth techniques to their fullest extent, trapping several of them and preventing Dalton from intervening. Of course, at the start, it was all thanks to his domain, which restrained everyone and allowed none of them to escape. Dalton smiled. You're quite formidable, right? You did the most this time. Let's go and continue our hunt. Avril appeared extremely eager. However, Dalton shook his head. Let's stop here. We've already wiped out 2 teams from Babju sect. They're probably on high alert now and might set traps for us. Besides, we didn't enter the White Tiger secret realm just to bother Babju sect. It's far more important to seek opportunities. Now is the time to focus on that. Avril nodded. In the heat of the moment, I almost forgot about our main objective. Wiping out 2 teams of Babju sect should teach them a lesson. Let's give them a break for now. I hope we can find some rare treasures to lay the foundation for reaching the primordial spirit realm. Misty's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She didn't have too dustini ambitions, knowing her physical and innate qualities. Reaching the primordial spirit realm would be enough for her. They agreed and immediately changed direction to avoid Babju sect's teams. The silver spirit dog shifted its focus, no longer tracking Babju sect members, but instead seeking traces of heavenly treasures. Soon after, Dalton and his companions stopped in front of an ancient towering tree. The silver spirit dog's nose is truly impressive, leading us so quickly to a 6th rank spiritual herb. Avril couldn't help but praise. He had to admit that the silver spirit dog's talent for finding treasures indeed surpassed his own. Dalton squinted his eyes. It did lead us to a 6th rank spiritual herb, but whether we can obtain it depends on our capabilities. He noticed dustini caves beneath the towering tree, with pairs of blood-red eyes glaring out from within, clearly unfriendly creatures. So dustini golden spine rats. Misty's face changed, feeling a chill run through her. Before she could finish speaking, several streaks of golden light shot out from the caves at incredible speed. These were rats, not large in size, covered with sharp golden spines like hedgehogs. Whoosh! The golden spine rats trembled, instantly shooting out their spines. Dalton unleashed the white tiger mystical skill, forming a golden shield from the gathered golden lights in front of him. Ding! The spines hit the golden shield, making a clear sound, yet all were deflected. Avril and Misty didn't hesitate and launched attacks immediately. One was enveloped in lightning while the other in golden light, both unleashing merciless blows towards the golden spine rats. In the blink of an eye, several golden spine rats were sent flying, but in the next moment, even more rats charged out of the caves, overwhelming in numbers. More importantly, they combined their strength, launching countless spines like a rain of arrows, unstoppable. This made it difficult for Avril and Misty's attacks to penetrate, unable to break through their protective spiritual energy. Crack! When the group of golden spine rats slammed into the golden shield, it shattered under the force. Seeing the rats about to pounce, Dalton summoned the brass pagoda he had taken from the scythe heart demoness. Under the power of his spiritual energy, a flood of threefold true fire erupted from the brass pagoda, engulfing the golden spine rat swarm. The brass pagoda in Dalton's hands proved more powerful than when used by the scythe heart demoness. This was because Dalton's blast-bound divine fire was far stronger, fundamentally on a different level. Even though the scythe heart demoness cultivated flame was close to being two-flavor true fire, it still couldn't compare with the void godly fire. Fire overcame metal. The golden spine rats, trapped in the sea of threefold true fire, fell into chaos, fleeing wildly. Their spines couldn't resist the fire and began melting. Some weaker rats were instantly incinerated into ashes. Aya! A shrill roar echoed. A powerful shockwave split the sea of flames caused by the threefold true fire. Bam! A streak of golden light emerged, striking the brass pagoda forcefully, sending it flying away. 6th rank golden spine rat. Averil's expression drastically changed. He knew too little about the White Tiger's secret realm and hadn't anticipated the existence of a 6th rank ferocious beast here. Dalton was also surprised. If there were numerous 6th rank beasts in the White Tiger secret realm, the death rate would surely be much higher than 2 or 3 out of 10. There must be a 6th rank spiritual herb growing here, guarded by this 6th rank ferocious beast, Dalton guessed. Forming the true form of the White Tiger in his mind, he confronted the 6th rank golden spine rat. To defeat the leader first would make dealing with the rest easier. Averil and Misty also attacked, each using their ultimate skills to assault the Rat King from a distance. It looked incredibly dangerous, and letting it get close would be extremely perilous. Go! Averil instantly condensed dozens of highly concentrated thunderballs, hurling them all at once at the Rat King. He held nothing back, maximizing his physical abilities to unleash the thunder technique to its fullest extent. After a brief preparation, Misty used vast amounts of gold element spiritual energy to form a giant golden ape wielding a golden staff, smashing down on the Rat King with tremendous force. A golden glow appeared on the Rat King's body, deflecting all the attacks astonishingly. Then the Rat King opened its mouth, shooting out blazing golden beams that were fast and contained terrifying destructive power. Boom! Misty's golden ape was pierced by the beam, leaving a massive hole in its massive body. Next, the true form of the White Tiger was also hit, retreating involuntarily but dustinaging to withstand the blow. Holy cow! Seeing the golden beam approaching, Averil screamed and hastily summoned a yellowish-brown shield. Powered by spiritual energy, complex spirit patterns appeared on the shield's surface, creating strong defense. Bam! Though the shield held up against the beam, the newly formed spirit patterns disappeared almost instantly. Fortunately, the shield withstood the attack, easing Averil's anxiety. If it hadn't, he would have had to use the defensive Talus Dustin given to him by Dalton. That was a life-saving item he didn't want to use unless absolutely necessary. Roar! The true form of the White Tiger roared, its eyes flashing fiercely. At this moment, it seemed to have gained a soul, drawing mysterious powers from the surroundings, continuously strengthening. Where does this power come from? Dalton was very curious and tried various means to trace the origin but found it seeping directly from the void, making it impossible to trace. His soul power was not strong enough to delve deeper into the void. Having absorbed a significant amount of mysterious power, the true form of the White Tiger became even more solid, resembling a true divine White Tiger descending upon the world, emitting an extremely intense killing intent that made one's heart tremble. Swish! Countless streams of lethal golden light shot out from the White Tiger, striking the Rat King. Though the Rat King's defensive shield was resilient, it was penetrated instantly, sending it flying backwards. The Stefan character on the forehead of the White Tiger true form glowed, materializing into a razor-sharp beam that sliced through the void, slashing towards the Rat King. The Rat King condensed an even stronger protective shield to resist while once again shooting out golden beams from its mouth, colliding head-on with the sharp beam. Puff! All of the Rat King's resistance was in vain. The razor-sharp beam was unstoppable, slicing it cleanly into 2 halves in an instant, with light golden blood raining down from mid-air. Chapter 367. Another one seeking revenge. Upon the death of the Rat King, the remaining golden spine rats scattered instantly, all retreating back into their burrows. Dalton extended his hand, uprooting a 6th-stage medicinal plant from beneath the towering ancient tree and transplanting it into his treasure cave. Then, he cast his gaze towards the White Tiger true form. He distinctly sensed changes in it, not just in strength but in acquiring sentience, almost like a real living being. However, while observing, he noticed that the mysterious power enveloping the White Tiger true form withdrew. Don't want to eat it, then later I'll eat it with Misty. Eat it. It's a 6th-stage ferocious beast, so I must try it. Averil immediately agreed. Dalton said, let's continue searching for treasures. We'll eat the golden spine rat's meat after we leave the White Tiger secret realm. Time was limited, so they had to focus on finding treasures without wasting time on other matters. With Silver Spirit Dog leading the way, Dalton and his companions did not waste much time on detours, always heading straight toward the treasures, making their search extremely efficient. There were hardly any exceptions. Places with 5th stage or higher spiritual objects usually had ferocious beasts lurking around, sometimes solitary, sometimes in groups. To obtain these spiritual objects, one had to fight against these ferocious beasts, which led Dustini people to lose their lives. The White Tiger secret realm indeed lived up to its reputation as a renowned chaotic secret realm, opening only once every 500 years. Countless heavenly materials and precious treasures were born within, Dustini of which were of high grade. Over 7 or 8 days of searching, Dalton and his companions found more than 10 6th-stage spiritual objects, which were quite rare outside the realm. Of course, they also fought more than 10 6th-stage ferocious beasts, with Dalton repeatedly deploying the White Tiger mystical technique to subdue them, simultaneously probing the hidden secrets of the White Tiger's secret realm that already emerged from the caves, baring their fangs, showing their hostility. These monkeys need to be lured out to prevent damage to the peach trees, Averil said. In his view, the entire peach grove belonged to them now. Not a single tree could be damaged. Having traveled this path, Averil had confirmed that Dalton possessed a significant planting treasure for cultivating medicinal plants. Thus, his idea was to relocate the entire peach grove. Immediately, he acted, casting Thunder Technique, launching a thunderball directly at the cliff wall. Boom! The thunderball exploded, causing considerable damage to the cliff wall, shattering rocks flying everywhere. Roar! Instantly, the monkey troop was enraged, leaping down from the cliff wall, rushing madly toward them. Izar, Misty and I will hold off the monkey troop while you transplant the peach trees, Averil urgently instructed. Regardless, securing the peach grove first was safer. Dalton nodded, swiftly entering the forest, preparing to bypass the monkey troop and head toward the peach grove. However, just as he approached, he sensed something, swiftly sidestepping. Boom! A sharply pointed stone spear shot forth, piercing the ground, creating a large hole. Had he reacted any slower, he would have been struck by the stone spear. Though not fatal, it would still cause injury. Who is there? Dalton shouted coldly as the blasting Aiden sword flew out from his back. Deploying sword's dust-and-ship technique, the blasting Aiden sword split into hundreds, slicing outward together. The flying swords surged like a flood, emitting vast sword chi, creating a tremendous scene. All trees in their path were obliterated. Within moments, a large area was cleared, revealing the figures hidden in the shadows. They were not alone but a group, each exuding a menacing aura of demonic energy, clearly formidable foes. Black Demon Sect? Dalton instantly deduced. He had dealt with members of the Black Demon Sect before, and was somewhat familiar with their aura. It was you who crippled my cousin outside Thunder War Marsh? A sinister young Dustin accused. Dalton immediately understood that the person referred to as his cousin was likely Aaron. Despite being rescued by Elder Zephyr, Aaron was effectively crippled, having little hope of advancing to the primordial spirit realm unless he encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thinking carefully, Aaron was probably also inside the White Tiger secret realm but not part of this group. Dalton calmly responded, "Do you wish to avenge your cousin? Go ahead and try. Let me see if you are just as useless as him." Izar, be careful. This is Wuming Ju, a highly renowned genius of the Black Demon Sect with special attributes. He has transcended limits twice and specializes in combat spears, Avril warned in Dalton's ear. In short, Wuming Ju was as famous as Yen Xine, Josephine Wu Bog, Adolf, and others, exceptionally strong, capable of matching primordial spirit realm experts and should not be underestimated. Seeking death, Wuming Ju's eyes turned icy cold, radiating terrifying killing intent. Pervasive earth-type spiritual energy gathered around him, forming sharp war spears. With a wave of his hand, all the war spears sped toward Dalton, locking onto his presence, preventing any escape. Of course, he didn't intend to evade. A powerful aura field expanded, blocking all incoming spears. Break! Wuming Ju bellowed, and the power of the war spear surged, thrusting forward a bit more. It continued to slowly advance toward Dalton. Dalton appeared very calm, fully unleashing the void domain to weaken the force contained within the war spear, then allowing the spear to pierce right up to his front. Crack! Dalton struck out, shattering the war spears one by one with his bare hands. Seeing this, Wuming Ju couldn't help but reveal a look of great surprise. He had seen various methods to counter this move, but this was the first time he witnessed someone receiving it with bare hands. This alone showed that Dalton was no ordinary individual. At least in terms of physical cultivation, he had reached an extremely high level, far beyond what most people could achieve. Very well, with such strength, you are worth my effort to kill. Wuming Ju's battle-intent soared as he now truly regarded Dalton as a worthy opponent. Chapter 368, Total Restraint. As Dalton and Bradley were fiercely battling, Avril and Misty were also engaged in a ferocious fight with the monkey troop. The two of them faced nearly 30 5th-rank monkeys, including several at the peak of the 5th rank. Most critically, these monkeys possessed considerable intelligence, knowing how to cooperate and fight together effectively, which put Avril and Misty under significant pressure. Fortunately, Dalton had brought out a group from the Black Demon Sect, and some monkeys chose to attack the Black Demon Sect members instead. Otherwise, the duo would have been overwhelmed. A particularly robust monkey leaped into the air, wielding a crude golden staff and striking down towards Avril. Thankfully, Avril reacted swiftly, summoning his shield just in time to block the strike. Although his physical body was quite strong, he didn't want to rely on it to withstand attacks. Even if he could endure them, it would still be incredibly painful. What a large piece of purple patterned spirit gold, mixed with some black cloud gold inside. It's such a waste to forge it haphazardly into a mere staff. Avril's eyes shone with appreciation. Note, the word one is typically used to describe patterns or veins and can be better translated as patterned for a more natural English reading. He realized that the robust monkey's golden staff wasn't a spiritual weapon but merely a large amount of spirit gold shaped into a staff. Its patterns naturally formed rather than engraved artificially. The staff, over 10 feet long and thicker than the monkey's arm, was undoubtedly valuable. If disassembled, it could easily forge 3 or 5 6th-rank spiritual weapons. Avril had his eyes set on this staff. Once obtained, it would provide enough materials for him to craft a full set of 6th-rank spiritual weapons. However, this extremely robust monkey was not an ordinary adversary, possessing immense strength and support from other monkeys, making him hard to handle. Misty was also locked in combat with a formidable monkey that could calm dust in powerful flames and wield a 6th-rank spiritual weapon, delivering fierce and dominating attacks. Misty knew she wouldn't dustinage without the high-ranking cultivation techniques Dalton taught her, which transformed her spiritual energy quality. In a one-on-one battle, she wouldn't have much difficulty defeating it, but facing multiple enemies made her situation perilous. The Black Demon Sect wasn't faring well either. Despite their numbers, the attacking monkeys matched them, plunging them into a bitter struggle. Only Dalton and Bradley remained undisturbed as their battle was intense enough that no monkey dared intervene. Break! Bradley shouted, producing a war spear and thrusting it with all his might. Splash! The netherworld purgatory tore open, allowing Bradley to break free. Horse roar! The ground-shaking tiger roar signaled the appearance of the white tiger true form, rapidly chasing after Bradley. Sensing imminent danger, Bradley instinctively turned and thrust his war spear repeatedly, creating multiple spear shadows in an instant. Ignoring these distractions, the white tiger struck forcefully with its paws, blocking all attacks and nearly disarming Bradley. Pooh! Bradley spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs heavily impacted. Frustrated, his strongest techniques were being countered, leaving him feeling immensely aggrieved for not fully demonstrating his power. Damn! Bradley clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat. Continuing the fight would only worsen his situation. Boom. Earthen mountains rose from the ground between Bradley and the white tiger true form. Bang. The white tiger shattered the earthen mountain with a single paw strike, but more mountains lay ahead. Go. Bradley loudly ordered the black demon sect martial artists to flee. They quickly complied, abandoning those left behind to fend for themselves. Moments later, the white tiger destroyed all earthen mountains, diving into the monkey troop and killing 2 black demon sect martial artists who couldn't escape. Next, the white tiger launched a fierce assault on the monkey troop, single-handedly restraining dozens of ferocious monkeys. Dalton paid little attention to Bradley and the black demon sect martial artists fleeing. He was focused on relocating the peach grove, especially obtaining the 6th rank silver dew peaches. As Dalton approached the 6th rank silver dew peach tree, a golden hand emerged from the cliff wall, attempting to seize him. Luckily, he reacted in time, retreating backward to avoid the golden hand. As expected, there is a 6th rank Arden King hidden here. Dalton's eyes revealed understanding. It was inconceivable for such a vast peach orchard to be guarded solely by 5th rank monkeys. 6th rank spirit items usually warranted the presence of a 6th rank ferocious beast. The golden hand continued to reach for Dalton, but missed each time due to his agility. Boom. The cliff wall crumbled extensively, revealing a colossal creature. The Arden King, towering dozens of yards tall, far surpassing an average monkey. In the next moment, the Arden King leaped down from the cliff, both enormous hands grasping towards Dalton. It was clear that being caught by him would not be easily escaped. Dalton secretly activated the Thunder God technique, channeling lightning principles and forming a massive Thunder God figure to counter the gigantic enemy. He had noticed earlier that the White Tiger's secret realm possessed peculiar energies, enhancing the power of laws while placing minimal strain on him. Boom. As the Thunder God figure took shape, the sky darkened, clouds gathered, and massive bolts of lightning rained down upon the Arden King. To Dalton's surprise, dazzling golden light detonated from the Arden King, repelling the lightning strikes without causing any damage. Such formidable physical strength, flesh-emitting light, can achieve such astounding defensive power, Dalton marveled inwardly. Comparatively, his own physical prowess fell short of the Arden King's. Isidrat, he was not disheartened. After all, he had been cultivating for only so dustini years and hadn't even reached the primordial spirit realm. Being physically weaker was normal. Bang! The Thunder God Dust Infestation unleashed a domineering thunder seal, clashing fiercely with the Arden King. Dalton's back sprouted the vermilion bird fire wings, lifting him into the air and creating sufficient distance between him and the Arden King. Then, he took out his recently successfully refined 6th rank Talus Dustin brush, crafted from an entire 7th rank green jade thunder bamboo, which also contained an exceptionally powerful lightning principle within. Holding the 6th rank Talus Dustin brush, he began to swiftly draw in midair. He was about to draw a 6th rank Spirit Talus Dustin, which required combining over 500 Talus Dustin patterns, making it incredibly challenging. However, with this special 6th rank Talus Dustin brush and the assistance of the Talus Dustin Spirit, coupled with his high proficiency in Talus Dustin patterns and his powerful soul essence, Dalton quickly drew the 6th rank Spirit Talus Dustin almost seamlessly, without any pauses. Note: I have maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. The translation ensures that the storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 369, True Feather of the Golden Crow. Before long, Dalton had drawn over a dozen 6th stage Spirit Talus Dustins, each infused with the power of law. Formation activate, Dalton shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the dozen 6th stage Spirit Talus Dustins formed an extremely intricate Talus Dustin array. Under his urging, all the Spirit Talus Dustins emitted blinding, thunderous light. Boom! The Talus Dustin array activated, unleashing destructive lightning that struck towards the Arden King. Affected by the power of law, thunderous energy from the world converged frantically, causing the skies to change dramatically as thunderclouds surged and fierce winds arose. In the blink of an eye, the Arden King was engulfed by raging lightning, as if enduring a tribulation. At the same time, the Thunder God Dharmabody was rapidly gathering strength through the Talus Dustin array, preparing its killing move. Blashing strike. The hand of the Thunder God Dharmabody suddenly pressed down. Instantly, an incredibly terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky at extreme speed, leaving no room for avoidance. Boom! The Arden King was struck directly, staggering and falling to the ground. Though its physical body was incredibly strong, this attack broke through its defenses, allowing electricity to surge through it, paralyzing its body. Here, Dalton activated his Cave True Divine Eye, fixing his burning gaze on the Arden King's chest area. In the next moment, he moved, sword in hand, dashing swiftly toward the Arden King. Pfft! Dalton flashed past, piercing through the Arden King's chest. Held in his hand was the core of the Arden King. Thud! The Arden King's massive body fell straight down, twitching slightly before lying still. Different beasts had their cores located in different areas. To kill one by obtaining its core required accurately locating it first. After successfully slaying the Arden King, the Thunder God Dharmabody vanished, the Talus Dustin array shattered, and the sky returned to normal. Dalton exhaled deeply. Thankfully, he had prepared a special Talus Dustin brush beforehand. Otherwise, dealing with the Arden King would have been far more challenging. Looking at the charred body of the Arden King, he thought for a moment before summoning the Kori Spirit Transformation Gourd and storing it inside, intending to refine it into a pill. The death of the Arden King caused the group of monkeys to retreat quickly into the ruined cliff caves. However, the muscular monkey wielding the golden staff and another with a 6th stage spirit artifact did not dustinage to escape, as Avril and Misty were tightly engaging them in battle. Dalton did not go to assist them but began transplanting the peach trees instead, not wanting to deal with any further complications after resolving 2 waves of trouble. Exerting considerable effort, he successfully transplanted the entire peach orchard into his treasure item, even taking the soil down to a depth of nearly 10 feet, leaving behind a large pit. After waiting for a while, Avril and Misty ended their battles, having slain 2 powerful peak 5th stage monkeys. Ha ha ha, we've made a huge profit. Look at the value of this golden staff, Avril laughed, handing the golden staff to Dalton. Dalton took the golden staff, inspecting it carefully, forged from purple striped spirit gold and black cloud gold. Indeed, very valuable. With proper refinement, it can become a 6th stage spirit artifact. If disassembled, it could also forge 3 to 5 6th stage spirit artifacts. In that case, when we leave, remember to help me forge a powerful 6th stage spirit artifact, Avril said. Nodding, Dalton replied, of course. What kind do you want? Make me a large seal for smashing people, Avril responded after a moment's thought. No problem. I'll forge you a dual attribute Earth Thunder Dao seal. Hard, heavy, and capable of releasing lightning, Dalton said. That sounds great. Avril's eyes lit up. Misty approached then, handing over a spirit artifact she had taken from the monkey. This is a 6th stage fire attribute spirit artifact. I have no use for it, so it's yours. Without pretense, Dalton accepted it, smiling. What kind of spirit artifact do you prefer? I can forge one for you later. If possible, make me 3 moon blades, each about a foot long. Nothing else is required, just ensure they're sharp enough, Misty pondered and replied. Sure, leave it to me, Dalton agreed. Let's rest for a bit before continuing. Avril and Misty naturally had no objections. They had expended considerable spiritual power and needed to recover. Examining the 6th stage spirit artifact Misty gave him, a feather fan, he noted that it was crafted from the true feathers of a bird, containing extremely intense flames with high destructive power. He couldn't help but release ethereal divine flame around the fan to begin refining it. With his ethereal divine body, he could handle any type of artifact or spirit tool excellently. There's something peculiar. While refining, Dalton keenly sensed something unusual. The fan was composed of 19 feathers from various birds, all 6th stage or above, a significant feat. During refinement, 18 feathers posed no problems, but the central feather showed strange phenomena, absorbing his ethereal divine flame and emitting an obscure aura. I'll see what makes you so peculiar. Deciding, Dalton continuously fueled the ethereal divine flame. Thus, his spiritual power depleted rapidly, but he didn't mind, secretly channeling the Goetia imperial scripture to absorb elemental energy, replenishing his reserves. As the feather absorbed more ethereal divine flame, changes occurred. It revealed mysterious patterns, and its color shifted, gradually revealing hints of gold. Suddenly, the feather stopped absorbing ethereal divine flame and transformed completely. Black turned to radiant gold, glowing like a blazing sun. Surprisingly, it's a true feather of the golden crow, Dalton marveled. Golden crows were celestial birds residing in the 9th heavens, rarely seen in the mortal world, and very few had ever witnessed their true form. Could a golden crow have perished on this continent? Dalton speculated boldly. Based on the self-sealing of the true feather, even if a golden crow did perish, it must have been in ancient times. Had it not been for his unique ethereal divine flame, activating the golden crow's true feather would have been impossible. Upon revival, the feather fan underwent a qualitative transformation, advancing from 6th stage to 7th stage due to the powerful laws contained within the golden crow's true feather. As for the 7th level spirit pattern, it was derived from the golden crow's true feather, enhancing and transforming the original spirit patterns embedded in the fan, infusing them with immortal divine light. Henceforth, let this fan be known as the Sun True Fire Fan. Wonder how much power it can unleash, Dalton reflected eagerly. In a sense, this was a 7th stage spirit artifact forged by his hands. A 7th stage spirit artifact was the pinnacle of artifacts on this continent. Even powerful factions struggled to possess one, usually treating it as a clan relic, sparing it only in dire circumstances. An ordinary 6th stage spirit artifact transforming into a 7th stage spirit artifact with a golden crow's true feather embedded within held immeasurable value. A tremendous, unexpected blessing. For Dalton, the greatest value lay in the law within the golden crow's true feather. To condense his own laws sooner, he needed to study various laws, unraveling their mysteries and increasing his knowledge. Adding another law as a subject for comprehension accelerated this process. ##### translation ends here. Calmly composing himself, Dalton decided to refine the Sun True Fire Fan once more. At the very least, he needed to demonstrate the capabilities of the golden crow's true feather. He didn't want anyone to notice its peculiarities and thereby cause unnecessary trouble for him. Additionally, he needed to conceal the true rank of the Sun True Fire Fan, disguising it as a 6th stage spirit artifact. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be dustiny people who would set their eyes on it. Chapter 370, Ancient Beasts. In the blink of an eye, the White Tiger's secret realm had been open for more than half a month, and almost everyone who entered the secret realm had ventured deeper. The depths of the secret realm were vast, with a primal and wild atmosphere growing thicker. The powerful beasts residing here became more formidable, with 6th stage creatures being common, and occasionally some ancient breeds could be seen. The fact that ancient breeds could thrive and multiply was proof of the extraordinary nature of the White Tiger's secret realm. These ancient breeds differed from regular beasts in that they possessed wisdom, and their nature was extremely proud. At this moment, Dalton and his 3 companions, including the silver spirit dog, encountered an ancient breed and were surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts under its calm dustant. Malik, why does this thing look familiar to me? Avril asked, looking puzzled. Dalton said, how could it not look familiar? That's the unicorn hoe which Innes once rode. It wasn't until now that he recalled there was a unicorn hoe imprisoned within the treasure chamber, one he hadn't had time to deal with yet. Imagining it having been suppressed for so long, the unicorn hoe must have felt utterly despair. Unicorn hoe? But it seems somewhat different, Avril said, perplexed. Dalton explained, Innes's unicorn hoe is female, while this one is male. Unicorn hoes of different genders have distinct appearances. The unicorn hoe before them was visibly larger and more robust than Innes's mount. It emitted a powerful aura that was intimidating. Hold off on any conversation. These beasts are attacking, Misty said with a serious expression. Their current situation was dire. They had clearly fallen into the unicorn hoe's trap. Not only was the unicorn hoe a 6th-stage creature, but 2 other 6th-stage beasts also led the group, making it a terrifying force. However, Avril appeared excited. I just broke my limit successfully, and now it's a good time to test my strength. Recent battles with powerful beasts had greatly enhanced his skills, and recently he had successfully broken through his limit, boosting his confidence. Seeing a swarm of beasts charging from all directions, Avril charged forward first, heading straight for one of the 6th-stage beasts. Dalton followed suit, targeting another 6th-stage beast. Fortunately, the unicorn hoe didn't seem inclined to act yet, seemingly preferring to let the subordinate beasts take care of Dalton and his companions. As soon as he moved, Dalton stowed away the silver spirit dog to prevent it from being torn apart by the beasts. Dalton already had ample experience fighting 6th-stage beasts, having killed over 30 since entering the secret realm. This allowed him to advance the White Tiger mystical art to a new level, mastering it perfectly. He immediately employed the White Tiger mystical art, leveraging his advantage. Upon dustinifesting the true form of the White Tiger, a vast amount of mysterious power surged around him, enhancing his body. Instantly, the true form of the White Tiger became solid and radiated a terrifying aura, resembling the descent of an actual divine White Tiger. Bang! With just one palm strike, the incoming 6th-stage beast was sent flying. The difference in strength between them was clear, fell in large numbers. Thus, Avril and Misty felt the pressure ease considerably, giving them control over the battle. Especially on Avril's side, with Dalton's assistance, he seized the opportunity and severely injured the 6th-stage beast he faced. No use struggling, accept your death quietly. Avril used earth magic, trapping the 6th-stage beast instantly. Then, he gathered a terrifying bolt of lightning, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Boom. The lightning struck the beast but was blocked by an ancient mirror. This beast actually wields a 6th-stage spiritual artifact, Avril exclaimed, shocked. They had encountered Dustini's 6th-stage beasts, but few possessed spiritual artifacts, as beasts lack the wisdom to wield such items effectively. Seeing the lightning rebound, Avril hurriedly raised a shield, aware of the immense power contained within the lightning. Next, the ancient mirror floated in the air, emitting hundreds of golden rays, sealing off Avril's escape routes. This beast can really use it. It must have been taught by the unicorn hoe. Avril was even more astonished. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a massive earthen wall, imbued with strong spiritual energy and martial essence, offering remarkable defense. Isidrot. Even this formidable wall couldn't withstand the golden beams, quickly turning to rubble. How powerful! Avril's mind raced, thinking of countermeasures. A 6th-stage beast wielding a 6th-stage artifact posed a significant threat, putting genuine pressure on him. But this was also an excellent opportunity to test his abilities. He needed this kind of challenge. On the other side, the 6th-stage beast struck by the Thunder God also summoned a 6th-stage artifact, a small tower that grew into a colossal mountain when infused with spiritual energy, pressing down. The Thunder God unleashed torrents of lightning, holding the falling mountain in place. Seizing the opportunity, Dalton employed the Black Snake mystical art, summoning the true form of the Black Snake from the Netherworld to wrap around the mountain. Nourished by the Netherworld, the Black Snake became incredibly solid, far surpassing ordinary true forms. Under the grip of the Black Snake, the mountain began to tremble and shrink rapidly. In no time, the mountain reverted to its original size, just 7 feet tall, and escaped the beast's control. Immediately, it grew larger again, dust manipulated by the Black Snake, smashing down on the 6th-stage beast. Bang! The mountain slammed down with incredible force, leaving the beast dazed and bleeding profusely, its head shattered but too hard to be completely destroyed. After several strikes, the beast collapsed, convulsing, with nearly all its bones broken. Dalton did not kill it, but instead sealed it within the treasure chamber. This wasn't the first 6th-stage ferocious beast he had subdued. Several had already been sealed within the treasure chamber. Old Bob, catch it! Dalton shouted, hurling the mountain towards Avril. However, as it flew over, the mountain first smashed into the 6th-stage ferocious beast that was fiercely battling Avril. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the 6th-stage beast was instantly dazed. Avril reacted swiftly, releasing his spiritual energy to envelop the mountain and immediately began refining it. The imprint inside the mountain had already been erased by Dalton, so refining it wasn't too difficult. Finally, I have a proper 6th-stage spiritual artifact. Avril's eyes gleamed with joy. He had long desired such a treasure. Unexpectedly, before Dalton had even refined the Great Seal for him as promised, he obtained this mountain first. Dalton's expression changed slightly as he quickly shifted his gaze to the battlefield where the White Tiger true form was fighting the unicorn hoe. His eyes turned grave upon seeing the situation. The White Tiger true form, which had always been invincible in the secret realm, was now being suppressed by the unicorn hoe. The situation was not looking good at all. Pills and swallowing them. Breaking through was simple for him. He could do it any time. However, before that, he needed to refine these pills, advancing his cultivation to the peak of the 6th-rank Golden Core stage, a process that must not be interrupted. The Great Annihilation Gold Pill would induce a profound state of meditation, brief yet valuable, allowing him to identify defects in his cultivation and further refine his martial arts essence, comprehending the subtleties of the laws. Boom! The unicorn beast's attack was devastating, sending the White Tiger true form, Avril, and Misty flying. Avril's expression hardened. We can't retreat any further. We mustn't let it interfere with Dalton's breakthrough. No matter what, he had to carry out his promise. Immediately, he exerted full effort on the mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, causing intricate spirit patterns to clearly appear on the mountain, increasing its weight significantly. Meanwhile, Misty also activated the ancient mirror, a metal-based spirit tool perfect for her use. Roar. The white tiger true form roared in anger, continuously being suppressed by the unicorn beast, a sheer humiliation. Unfortunately, due to Dalton's current cultivation, it couldn't absorb more mystical power, leaving it in a passive position. A group of ants daring to block the king, seeking death. The unicorn beast break. Avril shouted. He activated Dalton's 6th rank offensive spirit Talus Dustin, a terrifying lightning snake tearing through the aura straight towards the unicorn beast. Unexpectedly, the unicorn beast swallowed the lightning whole, startling Avril. A 6th rank spirit Talus Dustin's attack can be swallowed. This beast is too formidable. He had been holding back, hoping for a surprise attack, aiming to wound or kill the beast. But this outcome surprised him. However, the 6th rank offensive spirit Talus Dustin allowed them to escape the aura's grasp. The ambush enraged the unicorn beast. Its unicorn horn glowed, emitting a terrible dark light. Avril and Misty were startled, quickly launching the mountain and ancient mirror to block. Both spirit tools were sent flying upon contact, the dark light continuing forward unimpeded. With no choice, Avril activated the 6th rank defensive spirit Talus Dustin to protect himself, Misty, and the white tiger true form. Crack. The defensive barrier shattered instantly, failing to stop the dark light. Fortunately, after 2 blocks, the dark light's power diminished somewhat. Despite this, Avril, Misty, and the white tiger true form were blasted away, suffering severe injuries. The white tiger true form especially covered its body only after reaching the 6th rank, a key reason for its formidable strength. Now what did it see? Dalton absorbing law power freely and without resistance, truly strange and bewildering, beyond its comprehension. Chapter 372. Exerting every effort. Die. The unicorn hound's eyes flashed with a fierce light as it struck out at Dalton with its claw, attempting to deliver a fatal blow during Dalton's critical moment of breakthrough. It was driven by an inexplicable sense that Dalton posed a massive threat and had to be eliminated. Whoosh. Dalton opened his eyes, and the brass pagoda flew out from within him, spinning rapidly to meet the unicorn hound's sharp claw. As expected, the brass pagoda was knocked away but took advantage of this opportunity to retreat backward, increasing the distance between himself and the unicorn hound. In the next moment, the brass pagoda returned to Dalton, hovering above his head as roaring 3 pure realms fire emerged, creating a turbulent sea of flames. Dalton's gaze turned toward Avril and Misty, and seeing their plight, a blazing fury ignited in his heart. He felt some self-reproach. If not for aiding his breakthrough, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Abominable beast, I will make you pay dearly, Dalton declared coldly. Previously, they had invaded the territories of Ferocious. For Golden Core realm martial artists, ranks 4 and 7 were significant milestones, relatively harder to break through but offering substantial increases in power after doing so. Indeed, this principle applied to any realm. Many people would stagnate at the 3rd or 6th rank, while advancing in other ranks was not particularly difficult. For instance, breaking through to the 7th rank required only some time to progress gradually to the 9th. Through his understanding of the laws, Dalton maximized the potent laws contained within the Golden Crow Feather, enhancing the formidable power of the Solar True Fire Fan. Moreover, the brass pagoda itself was an artifact of great origin. The Heavenly Fire 9 Phases immortal canon practiced by the scythe-hearted evil Woodustin originated from within it. Unfortunately, it remained in a sealed state, functioning merely as a 6th-grade magical artifact. Its inherent laws had yet to dustinifest. Thinking back, if the brass pagoda had been unsealed to the 7th grade and revealed its laws, defeating the scythe-hearted evil Woodustin and seizing the brass pagoda from her would have been far from easy. Dalton continued to wave the Solar True Fire Fan, preventing the unicorn hound from closing in. Meanwhile, the brass pagoda grew larger, descending with a roaring sea of fire, suppressing the unicorn hound. Dalton wasn't worried about damage to the extraordinary brass pagoda from intense collisions. Roar. The unicorn hound let out an earth-shattering roar, emitting boundless malevolent aura. Amidst the intense aura, a shadowy figure materialized, appearing exceptionally menacing and domineering. Interesting, it's actually the bloodline shadow of a golden-haired hound. Dalton's expression changed. The golden-haired hound was an incredibly powerful immortal beast, second only to divine beasts, with extraordinary bloodlines. Dalton began to understand the origins of this unicorn hound. Most likely, it had undergone mutation due to an ancestor devouring the essence blood of a golden-haired hound. Through generations, this powerful bloodline eventually evolved into a unicorn hound, elevating it among ancient unique species. Additionally, he suspected that this unicorn hound might also have consumed golden-haired hound essence blood, leading to further mutations and acquiring some of its inheritance, explaining its immense power. So, let's see whose power prevails, mine or your white tiger true form. At Dalton's command, the fully charged white tiger true form lunged forward. Compared to before, its power had escalated significantly, far surpassing previous levels. Boom. Immediately, the white tiger true form engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand easily. However, the true form had one significant advantage. It didn't fear exhaustion, possessed endless strength, and feared no death, allowing it to fight relentlessly without regard for survival. Thus, as time passed, the white tiger true form gained a slight advantage, launching increasingly aggressive attacks, while the unicorn hound became slightly more defensive and struggled to cope. Seeing that it couldn't defeat the white tiger true form and suffering some injuries, although resentful, the unicorn hound retained its rationality and decided to retreat. You can't run. Dalton uttered a low cry, using Shadow Step to intercept the unicorn hound's path. While wielding the Solar True Fire Fan, he activated a 6th grade offensive spirit Talus Dustin, Thunder Snake, which shot toward the unicorn hound. Being the creator of the 6th grade spirit Talus Dustin and possessing potent lightning laws within him, Dalton unleashed much greater power than Avril could. Additionally, he secretly triggered the Divine Sorrow Pagoda, sending out intangible ripples directly impacting the Unicorn Hound's nascent soul. To deal with the Unicorn Hound, Dalton employed every available skill and secret move. He wouldn't allow the Unicorn Hound to escape under any circumstances. The attack from the Divine Sorrow Pagoda was invisible and intangible, catching the Unicorn Hound off guard. Despite its strong nascent soul into his hands, there was little the Unicorn Hound could do. He wasn't in a rush. He had all the time to deal with it later. Now, the initiative was firmly in his grasp. Phew. Dalton took a deep breath, finally relaxing his taut nerves. The Unicorn Hound was indeed formidable, and this time, it was incredibly dangerous, nearly costing Avril and Misty their lives. After tidying up the battlefield, Dalton returned to Avril and Misty, continuing to help them heal their injuries. Fortunately, though severe, their injuries did not damage their fundamental strength. With Dalton's effort, both were eventually healed. That beast was too powerful. Thankfully you broke through in time. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous, Avril said, still feeling uneasy. Misty replied gravely, ahead, we might encounter even more terrifying creatures or ancient species. We may not be able to handle them. Should we stop here then? Avril clearly didn't want to. Misty responded, I am confident that I can break through to the nascent soul realm within days. Let me break through first before we continue forward. I don't want to be a burden. You're sure you can break through to the nascent soul realm? Avril asked, surprised. Misty nodded. After taking the soul sculpting pill, the defects in my soul have been resolved. My soul is in an excellent state, perfect for condensing the nascent soul. Then let's start with the breakthrough. This area is the Unicorn Hound's territory, which should be relatively safe. Bob and I can also take this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Dalton made the decision immediately. Hearing this, Avril nodded without any objections. He also wanted to cultivate deeply to see if he could improve his strength. The terror of the Unicorn Hound had clearly shown him the inadequacy of his own power. Dalton seeped his soul power into the cave establishing treasure and began to forcibly search the Unicorn Hound's mind. However, the Unicorn Hound resisted fiercely, sealing its own nascent soul, making it difficult to penetrate. But Dalton managed to obtain some valuable information, especially about the location of the Unicorn Hound's lair, which would be ideal for cultivation. Shortly after, the trio arrived at an underground grotto, which was the Unicorn Hound's nest. Inside, gemstones emitted light, making it far from dark. More importantly, there was a spiritual vein within, abundant with spiritual energy. Dalton stood by a pool of water, his eyes showing surprise. Spiritual energy has condensed into liquid, merging with the essence of the earth. This is excellent for tempering the body. Thus, he understood why the Unicorn Hound's physical body was so strong. It had clearly benefited greatly from this pool. This is good stuff. It might further enhance my constitution. Avril's eyes shone brightly. He immediately sat down and began drawing spiritual energy from the pool to cultivate. Dalton set up defenses around the grotto to ensure no one or beast could intrude silently while they cultivated. No matter where or when, one must never place oneself in danger. Exploring further, Dalton discovered a stone pillar covered in 6th grade spirit herbs called Earthfire Ginseng, some of which were quite old, large, and potent. He didn't pick them but stored the entire stone pillar in his cave establishing treasure. Clearly, this stone pillar was a treasure itself, capable of growing such herbs. In another cave, Dalton found something even greater. This seemed to be the core of the entire underground complex, with the spiritual vein originating from here. The cave was not only rich in spiritual energy but also exuded an ancient, primeval aura. One stone wall was particularly special, flowing with deep and mysterious light, destinating terrifying malevolent chi and extraordinary law power. After careful observation, Dalton exclaimed in realization. So this stone wall created the Unicorn Hound. Inside it is a ball of golden fur hound blood essence containing laws, which, despite much time passed, remains highly active. For brute beasts, the value of this stone wall was unimaginably high. Since he had encountered it, he couldn't let it go. Dalton took out a Talus Dustin pen and started drawing symbols. His goal was to remove not just the stone wall, but also the spiritual vein. Collect. With a low shout, the Talus Dustin symbols activated, causing the cave to shake violently. After considerable effort, the stone wall and the spiritual vein were successfully collected. The golden fur hound's blood essence and laws are truly rare treasures, perfect for cultivating 2 unicorn hounds, Dalton murmured, feeling elated. Though the 2 unicorn hounds hadn't submitted yet, being suppressed in the cave establishing treasure meant it was only a matter of time before they would. Ensuring nothing was left behind, Dalton returned to Avril beside the pool and began cultivating himself, drawing from the pool's spiritual liquid, which was especially beneficial for the imperishable golden body technique. 7 days passed in a flash, while all 3 immersed themselves in cultivation. At one point, both Dalton and Avril felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura emerge, causing them to withdraw from their meditative states. It's Misty breaking through. Truly admirable, Avril remarked happily. In this region, reaching the nascent soul realm was the pinnacle, a status everyone aspired to. But breaking through to the nascent soul realm was extremely challenging. Out of 100 peak golden core realm cultivators, few could succeed. Failure could result in severe injury, loss of cultivation, or even death. Though one could attempt multiple times, failure in the first try only made subsequent attempts harder. The key step was condensing the nascent soul, involving the soul. Any slight mistake could have dire consequences. Misty succeeded because the soul sculpting pill fixed her soul defects, allowing her to seize the opportunity perfectly. Missing this chance might have made future attempts significantly more difficult. Dalton looked at the dried up pool. The spiritual liquid here has been consumed by us, timing it just right. Soon, Misty completed her breakthrough, solidifying her cultivation and officially ascending to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations, Misty. You've achieved your goal, Avril congratulated her with a smile. Dalton added, indeed, congratulations on stepping into a new realm. If it weren't for Malik refining the soul sculpting pill and teaching me the cultivation method, reaching the nascent soul realm would have been impossible. Thank you, Misty expressed her gratitude earnestly. Dalton replied, if you consider me a friend, don't speak so formally. Avril suddenly turned serious. Your breakthrough is certainly joyous, but once we leave the White Tiger's secret realm, trouble might come. The major factions we offended might target you. For him and Dalton, being it's completely undetectable. After Misty put on the Talus Dustin, Avril immediately showed a surprised expression. To him, Misty still appeared to be at the Golden Core realm, proving the concealment effect to be excellent. Misty also breathed a sigh of relief. She had naturally been worried but couldn't miss this great opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm due to fear of retaliation from major factions. This way, everything was perfect. In the future, she just needed to be cautious, and there wouldn't be any problems. Without any lingering concerns, Misty smiled genuinely, feeling incredibly relaxed. Let's go. There are only a few days left. We should hurry and explore more places, Dalton said. The trio didn't waste any more time and immediately exited the underground grotto, continuing their exploration of the secret realm. Chapter 374, Calamity of Body and Soul. Roar. A terrifying roar that shook the entire secret realm suddenly resounded, causing heaven and earth to change colors. The spiritual energy turned chaotic as eerie and unpredictable auras rapidly spread. Every creature that sensed this aura was struck by fear, feeling an overwhelming chill run down their spines. In the deepest part of the secret realm, golden light surged up, forming an enormous white tiger projection that emitted vast waves of pressure. The white tiger phenomenon has appeared again. Great fortune lies in that direction. Seeing the white tiger projection, Dustini people couldn't help but become excited. Ever since entering the white tiger's secret realm, quite a few had been eagerly awaiting the appearance of the white tiger projection, hoping it would guide them to where the greatest opportunities awaited. This grand opportunity within the white tiger's secret realm occurs only once every few thousand years. If obtained, it could reverse one's destiny. Even those with poor aptitude can ascend overnight, Avril said, his eyes sparkling with longing. His own bone structure and aptitude were not lacking, and he possessed a special constitution. But who wouldn't want better bone structure or aptitude? Often, the more outstanding individuals yearn to become even better. Misty was also unable to contain her excitement, her eyes gleaming as she wished to immediately rush to the place of great fortune. After all, compared to Dalton and Avril, her martial arts talent was slightly inferior. Though she had advanced to the Jameson realm, achieving significant success might still be challenging for her. She had to rely on external aid to change this situation. However, after gazing at the white tiger phenomenon for a moment, Dalton frowned. He felt an indescribable sense of unease rising in his heart. That projection is indeed related to the white tiger divine beast, but it seems there are major issues. Dalton thought. At this moment, he distinctly felt the true form of the white tiger within him react, conveying a restlessness, which deepened his concerns. Simultaneously, he sensed the true form urging him toward the location of the white tiger projection for some unknown reason. Well then, since the projection is related to the white tiger divine beast, I should investigate. Perhaps I can uncover some mysteries, Dalton thought. Unable to resist, he spoke to Avril and Misty. I'm going to check that out. What are your plans? There's no need to ask. We're going together, Avril answered without hesitation. Misty nodded, saying, we'll go together. Such a grand opportunity lay right before them. Although they didn't know if they could obtain it, if they didn't make an effort to strive for it, they would definitely regret it for life. With their agreement, the trio wasted no time and immediately set off. In fact, not just them, other martial artists and beasts entering the White Tiger secret realm were also heading towards the location of the White Tiger projection. They used all their skills to hasten their journey, fearing falling behind. Even the ancient species and fierce beasts native to the White Tiger secret realm were drawn mysteriously towards the same location. As a result, this greatly benefited the outsiders, allowing them to reach their destination quickly without being hindered or attacked by ancient species or fierce beasts. Stopping before a valley, Dalton halted abruptly. Bizarre, why did you stop? Let's go, Avril urged. There's something I want in this valley. You two go ahead. I'll catch up later, Dalton replied. All right, hurry, Avril agreed. With that, he and Misty continued their journey, reasoning it was best to reach early and secure a good position. Watching them leave, Dalton turned his gaze to the nearby valley. This valley was shrouded in mist, obscuring its interior. Most importantly, there was a natural symbol array present, making entry difficult. However, with the current absence of its owner, now was the perfect opportunity. Dalton believed that while great fortune existed where the White Tiger projection appeared, two Dustini competitors made obtaining it uncertain. It might be better to seize other readily available opportunities. Using the divine eye, Dalton clearly observed the symbol array outside the valley, pondering methods to penetrate it. Fortunately, he was now a 6th-rank Talus Dustin master, otherwise, he wouldn't even dare covet the treasures inside. Despite his skillful expertise in symbol patterns, it took considerable effort to tear open a gap in the symbol array surrounding the valley. Taking advantage of this breach, Dalton swiftly moved into the valley. Inside the valley, the view became clear and devoid of mist. Here, myriad flowers 46th-rank plasma-breaking pills. Dalton's eyes glinted with excitement. Given its length and thickness, merely 5 inches were required for one pill. If its efficacy was fully utilized, even less might be necessary. Apart from the blood snake vine, Dalton found several 6th-rank spirit herbs within the valley, one of which was an auxiliary ingredient for refining the 6th-rank plasma-breaking pill. There were plenty of spirit herbs below the 6th rank, with nearly half of the visible flora classified as such. Not only spirit herbs but other spirit items were abundant here. It was truly a treasure trove. It seems this place is unclaimed, Dalton deduced. It made sense. Even a powerful 6th-rank ferocious beast or ancient species would find it difficult to break through such a formidable symbol array. Undoubtedly, he had stumbled upon immense fortune. This encounter matched all his previous gains in the White Tiger's secret realm. Without delay, Dalton began harvesting the spirit items and translocating the spirit herbs. After all, he still needed to head towards the White Tiger projection. He left the blood snake vine for last, as it was guarded by a strong symbol array, making transplantation difficult. Dalton exerted considerable effort to finally break through the protective symbol array of the blood snake vine. But just as he was about to transplant it, sudden changes occurred. A hidden symbol array unexpectedly activated, enveloping him. Instantly, he felt excruciating pain as terrifying power infiltrated his body, tearing apart his flesh, each inch subjected to unimaginable agony exceeding his tolerance. What sort of devilish array is this? Dalton's expression twisted in agony as he struggled to endure. In dire straits, the unextinguished golden body technique automatically activated. Meanwhile, the void pulse further integrated with the Josephinianling realm, channeling tremendous Josephinianling energy to mend his damaged body at astonishing speed. Just as soon as it healed, it was torn apart again by the symbol array, repeating the cycle. Thus, Dalton's body constantly oscillated between tearing and healing, almost driving him to despair. However, during this process, his physical strength noticeably strengthened, the body refinement effect being exceptionally effective. Gradually, Dalton felt numbness creeping in. His consciousness detached itself, acting as a detached observer. Not only the unextinguished golden body technique, but also the extreme Dao Sky martial cannon began to operate on their own, continuously tapping into Dalton's potential and solidifying his martial arts foundation. How long will this symbol array keep running? Dalton felt some worry. If he were trapped here for too long, it would be troublesome. Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, another even more deeply hidden symbol array emerged, releasing a very mysterious and obscure fluctuation that seeped into his body. However, this array did not target his physical body. Instead, it directly targeted his soul. In just an instant, Dalton's soul emitted an unbearably shrill scream. His soul suffered unimaginable damage, with his spiritual body developing countless cracks like a porcelain vase on the verge of shattering. You really want to take my life? Dalton truly experienced what it meant to be in unbearable pain. The torture inflicted upon his soul was indescribable. Just as before, the soul essence great transformation automatically activated, and the void pulse tightly integrated with the primordial soul realm, drawing in a large amount of primordial soul Judah to nurture and repair his heavily damaged soul. Isidrat, as soon as one part was repaired, it was immediately torn apart again, even affecting his soul essence, making the situation extremely perilous. Dalton's heart trembled. If not for his extraordinarily strong body and soul, he would have been instantly killed by these two wicked symbol arrays, leaving no hope for survival. This experience was clearly a calamity. Given the current situation, he had no absolute confidence in surviving. The second symbol array caused too much damage to the soul, with the repair speed unable to keep up with the rate of injury. The soul's wounds continued to spread, and clear cracks appeared on the soul essence, making it difficult to heal. Once the cracks covered the entire soul essence, it would be beyond saving, no matter how strong his willpower was. The only way now is to cultivate the soul essence great transformation to a higher level. Dalton instantly thought of a way to survive. He had previously cultivated the soul essence great transformation to the 9th layer, reaching the mid-stage after numerous trials. However, the difficulty of advancing increased exponentially as he progressed. By his estimation, to get through the current crisis, he would likely need to cultivate the soul essence great transformation to the late or peak stage of the 9th layer, allowing his soul essence to undergo significant transformation. Despite the challenge, he had no other choice but to do his utmost to achieve it. #### Chapter 375, Triple Test. Relying on his indomitable willpower, Dalton successfully entered a deep meditative state despite enduring excruciating pain. He delved into the profound mysteries of soul-spirit transformation, continuously analyzing and comprehending its innermost secrets. The virtual meridians vibrated, connecting more tightly with the primordial soul realm, almost opening a tangible channel that allowed the surging primordial soul energy to pour in, merging with his soul to counteract the bizarre power of the rune array. The worsening trend of his soul's core was finally halted, buying him some time to practice soul-spirit transformation. As time passed, Dalton's understanding of soul-spirit transformation deepened, and his cultivation gradually improved. At one moment, he reached the late 9th level of soul-spirit transformation, significantly strengthening his soul's core. The self-repair speed managed to catch up with the destructive rate of the rune array, achieving a certain balance between repair and destruction. However, this was still not enough to resolve his issues, so he needed to advance soul-spirit transformation to an even higher level. After his soul's core stabilized, a third hidden rune array appeared and exerted its power upon him. This time, it targeted his martial arts origin pearl, attempting to crush it. These three rune arrays, from the physical body to the soul, then to the martial arts origin pearl, formed a closely linked chain. Ordinary people would likely be unable to withstand the first rune array, let alone experience the second and third ones. Undoubtedly, if one could endure all three rune arrays, they would gain tremendous benefits, solidifying their martial arts foundation to an extreme. However, these three rune arrays were terrifying, making it extremely difficult to endure them. Any who dared would face a near-certain death. At the instant the third rune array activated, Lotus Birth of 10,000 Dao automatically operated. The Dao Lotus swayed gently in the ocean of void spirit fire, emitting a strange light to protect the martial arts origin pearl. Following this, the martial arts origin pearl also radiated a brilliant golden glow, revealing the clear 7 crane patterns, intricate and seemingly containing all the mysteries of the universe. Under the pressure of the rune array's power, both the Dao Lotus and the martial arts origin pearl trembled violently, their luster gradually dimming and cracks beginning to appear. At this point, the spirit control incantation also began to operate, causing all the spirit control heavenly patterns within Dalton's body to clearly dustinifest. It actively imprinted surrounding cosmic patterns, validating with the spirit control heavenly patterns. Additionally, other techniques Dalton practiced, including the Four Directions Profound Technique, the Ascending Snake Profound Technique, and the Great Yin Cleansing Body Scripture, also started functioning. They defended against the 3 rune arrays while using them for cultivation. Crack! Suddenly, both the Tao Lotus and the martial arts origin pearl shattered completely, transforming into a mass of divine light. This was undoubtedly a dire situation. Losing the martial arts origin pearl meant his cultivation would fall back to the gathering spirit realm. But in the next moment, the mass of divine light rapidly coalesced under the refining of the void spirit fire, miraculously reforming into a more substantial Tao Lotus, shimmering with divine light. Then, the Tao Lotus bloomed, revealing a new martial arts origin pearl with a dark golden hue. The 7 crane patterns on it were incredibly clear, as if they were real entities. Compared to before, these 7 crane patterns were evidently more complex, spawning Dustini variations. Even Dalton himself probably did not realize that his previous cultivation was not perfect and had room for improvement at various levels. Fortunately, this time, through fortuitous circumstances, his minor flaws were compensated for through this breaking and re-establishing process. Next, the cracks in Dalton's soul's core vanished entirely, becoming perfectly rounded and substantially stronger than before. Simultaneously, his physical body was thoroughly repaired, completing the immortal golden body technique. Boom! Dalton sensed several unique spaces connected to the virtual meridians shaking intensely, unleashing immense power into his body, purifying his form and spirit. Along with this immense power came 4 powerful laws from the primordial soul realm, mystic spirit realm, golden spirit realm, and wood spirit realm, respectively. The law from the primordial soul realm merged into his soul's core, while the mystic spirit realm law integrated into his physical body. The laws from the golden spirit realm and wood spirit realm fused into the martial arts origin pearl. Thus, he now had 6 laws within his body: soul law, mystic spirit law, blashning law, sword law, golden law, and wood law. The blashning law, along with the golden law and wood law, existed within the martial arts origin pearl, while the sword law resided within the supreme sword bone. Upon the soul law entering his body, Dalton's soul's core couldn't help but tremble, reaching the perfect 9th level of soul spirit transformation. His soul's core underwent a fundamental transformation. With this, Dalton completed the preparations for condensing his primordial spirit. Immediately after freeing himself from the 3 rune arrays constraints, Dalton took 7 great nirvana golden pills and consumed them. The trials by the rune arrays greatly advanced his cultivation, meeting the conditions for breaking through to the next sublevel. Without any unexpected issues, Dalton smoothly broke through to the 8th stage of the golden pill realm after reaching the great perfection of the 7th stage. Phew! Dalton exhaled deeply, ending his cultivation. This time has been highly beneficial, but also extremely perilous. The triple rune array tests were too strict, Dalton said, feeling somewhat apprehensive. If his foundation had been weaker, he would have faced irreversible doom. The significant gains were due to his risking his life. Now, nothing could stop him from transplanting the blood snake vine. He immediately proceeded. The blood snake vine was peculiar, a bare vine with no leaves, covered in scale-like skin, resembling a snake. Taking the blood snake vine as the center, Dalton relocated all the soil within a 10-foot radius around it, digging down 10 feet deep to ensure it didn't affect its growth. After confirming there were no omissions, Dalton left, having spent considerable time there without knowing the current situation outside. Leaving the valley required solving the rune array. However, Dalton's soul was now stronger, allowing him to handle rune patterns more skillfully. What's happening? Just as Dalton started deciphering the rune array, another anomaly occurred. The rune array in front of him suddenly emitted divine light, trapping him and immobilizing him. While contemplating his next move, the space around him twisted, expanding rapidly and engulfing him. Suddenly, he lost perception of everything around him, falling into a dark abyss, filled with intense fear. It wasn't due to cowardice but an instinctive reaction. This sensation felt both fleeting and eternal, disrupting his sense of time and space. As he felt his consciousness dimming, his perception suddenly returned. The surroundings became bright again, pulling him out of the darkness and back to reality. Dalton calmed himself, glancing around. He realized he had already left the valley, now atop a mountain peak. Before him loomed the giant white tiger projection, and he saw numerous figures, Dustin warriors, ancient beasts, exotic creatures, and ferocious beasts, all gathered before a massive light barrier, attempting to enter. To think I was directly teleported here. Surprise was evident in Dalton's eyes. The valley contained a teleportation array connected to this place, something he hadn't anticipated. Of course, this was convenient, sparing him the trouble of traveling. Moreover, judging from the scene, he seemed to arrive just in time. The great opportunity remained sealed, untouched by anyone. Hashtag chapter 376, grounded and graded. After a thorough search, Dalton did not find the figures of Avril and Misty, which inevitably made him somewhat worried. He carefully released his soul power to secretly search for them. Before long, he had a discovery. They're here. Breathing a sigh of relief, he swiftly descended from the mountain peak, heading straight for where Avril and Misty were hiding. A short while later, Dalton arrived at a towering tree that would require over 20 people to encircle its trunk. Over 10 zhang above the ground was a tree hollow where Avril and Misty were hiding. "You finally came," they greeted, quickly ushering Dalton into the hollow. The hollow was spacious enough that all three could fit comfortably, with the tree emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. "How did you end up hiding here?" Dalton asked curiously. Avril sighed. "Don't get me started. When we arrived, we found that this place was teeming with powerful experts. Not just those who recently broke through to the Essence Spirit Realm, but also Dustini existing Essence Spirit Realm experts are no longer suppressed. The Black Demon Sect, Bloodfiend sect, and other major forces all have 4th rank essence spirit realm powerhouses. We can't fight them. If we venture out, we'd be torn apart alive. 4th rank essence spirit realm was no longer bottom tier. It was considered mid-level, making it unnecessary for them to enter the White Tiger secret realm for risks. The worst is that the Beast Valley even has a 6th rank essence spirit realm powerhouse, Avril added. See that old turtle with a carapace as big as a grindstone? I think it's nearly reaching 7th rank essence spirit realm. As he spoke, he pointed through the dense foliage at a giant golden-shelled turtle in the distance. Dalton looked in that direction, sensing with his powerful soul force, and his eyes revealed surprise. Indeed, as Avril said, the turtle was at the brink of breaking through. Such a formidable being entering the White Tiger secret realm indicated the Beast Valley had significant motives. Moreover, we noticed key talents like Xavion, Justice, the Sickleheart Evil Maiden, Bradley, and others cultivated by major forces have already surpassed the Gold Core Plasmatation stage, Avril continued. While Avril himself was only at the initial breakthrough stage, these geniuses had already broken their limitations thrice, showcasing a considerable gap. With such backgrounds, threats below 4th rank Essence Spirit Realm are hard to harm them, Dalton calmly remarked. It seems they've all gained significantly within the White Tiger Secret Realm. If they obtain more great fortunes, they could achieve 4 consecutive breakthroughs, ushering in a new era for the Chaotic Domain. Breaking limitations 4 times was the limit in the Chaotic Domain. No one had ever achieved 5. Therefore, those aspiring to be supreme powerhouses chose to break limitations starting from the Void Core stage for maximum strength. However, true Essence Spirit Realm limitation breaks were extremely difficult. Those who age to complete 4 limitations from Void Core to Essence Spirit Realm were exceedingly rare. Avril sighed, unfortunately, I awakened my special constitution too late and encountered limitation-breaking secrets too late. I can't match the geniuses cultivated by these major forces. Misty echoed. At least you've awakened your special constitution and broken through once. I probably won't have the chance in my lifetime. Despite her Essence Spirit Realm cultivation, she would remain ordinary without any special encounters. Avril laughed. I got lucky meeting Dalton, leading to today's fortune. Haven't you benefited similarly? Misty looked thoughtful, realizing that both their fates improved after meeting Dalton, resolving major issues. Dalton said, how long do you plan to hide here? If you don't act, when the light barrier breaks, the great opportunities inside will be claimed. We offended 2 Dustini people. Venturing out means trouble, Avril replied helplessly. Dalton smiled lightly. Trouble is solvable. Trust me, I'll handle it. Really? You broke through again? Avril was surprised. Earlier, Dalton had hidden his aura, preventing immediate detection. Knowing Dalton had only recently broken through and still needed time to stabilize, Avril couldn't comprehend how he broke through so rapidly. Misty also appeared astonished. She had rarely seen someone progress so fast. Dalton shrugged. Just see some opportunities in that valley. If only we hadn't left, Avril lamented. Dalton shook his head. Those opportunities came with immense risks. You wouldn't want to endure that ordeal. It was true. Activating those hidden Talus Dustin arrays would likely yield disastrous results for Avril and Misty. So perilous? It seems great opportunities within the White Tiger secret realm aren't easily obtained. This greatest opportunity may endanger Dustini, Avril pondered. Even if the opportunity itself wasn't dangerous, competition could lead to fatal outcomes, potentially costing several Essence Spirit Realm experts. Dalton stated nonchalantly, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Wealth and honor are sought amidst dangers. Opportunities require taking risks. Nothing comes easy. He knew the current grand opportunity was risky but wasn't planning to give up. Missing it might leave lifelong regrets. True. Let's try. If these enemies seize it, our future will only worsen, Avril resolved firmly. Misty nodded. We can't hide forever. Might as well face them bravely. She decided that if pushed to the brink, she would take down as Dustini adversaries as possible. They left the tree hollow, approaching the light barrier boldly. Their appearance immediately drew attention. People from Bobju sect, Black Demon sect, Bloodfiend sect, and Original Devil sect focused on them with hostile gazes. Heaven has a way, but you choose hell, Xavion turned around, speaking coldly. Defeated badly by Dalton last time, including losing his mount, today he aimed to reclaim his honor. This wasn't Thunder Sound Marsh, and Xavion was now stronger, confident of crushing Dalton. Whoosh! Without waiting, Xavion attacked, holding an evil spear and lunging towards Dalton with blinding speed. Before reaching him, hundreds of sharp spear beams struck near Dalton, unstoppable. Isidrot, all the spear beams halted 3 feet from Dalton, unable to advance further, as if time froze. Xavion's eyes showed surprise. Being able to restrain his attack wasn't something ordinary people could accomplish. Kill! Roaring, Xavion rushed forward, spear raised, disbelieving Dalton could withstand him. Dalton stood still, extending one hand to point at the tip of the evil spear. Despite the tremendous destructive power concentrated on the spear tip, it couldn't pierce Dalton's skin, an unusual phenomenon. Xavion's pupils constricted, feeling a strong shock internally. The force contained in his spear thrust was so immense that even a top-tier 5th-rank magical treasure might not be able to withstand it, likely being pierced through directly. He couldn't fathom how the physical body of a gold core realm martial artist could be so formidable. Under Xavion's astonished gaze, Dalton flicked his finger, and the evil spear suffered a heavy blow, forcing Xavion to retreat continuously, almost losing his grip on the spear. Impossible. Xavion's eyes widened. He couldn't accept this reality. However, before he could steady himself, Dalton was already right behind him, closing in swiftly and grabbing him by the neck. Bang! Xavion was forcefully slammed into the ground by Dalton, creating a deep furrow as if plowing the earth. Xavion was buried in the mud, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. No one expected Xavion's aggressive attack to end like this. The scene seemed unreal, as if they were all dreaming. Chapter 377. Bullying the greater with lesser strength. Innes struggled desperately but found himself immobilized, unable to make a sound. His eyes bulged wide as he stared at Dalton in shock. He couldn't understand why he, who had already transcended the limits of the Golden Core realm, could still lose so miserably to Dalton without putting up any resistance. Whoosh! A streak of bloodlight shot through the air towards Dalton, a move by Blood Devil Sect's 4th-ranked Divine Soul Realm powerhouse. No matter what, he could not let Dalton kill Blood Devil Sect's genius right before his eyes. Here inside the White Tiger secret realm, where rules did not apply, he didn't have to worry about repercussions from bullying a lesser opponent. Dalton waved his hand effortlessly and deflected the incoming blood light. This was the power of his current physical body, the ability to withstand attacks from a 4th-ranked Divine Soul Realm expert barehanded. The trial of the rune array was indeed terrifying, but it provided tangible benefits as well. His physical strength now rivaled that of a 6th-tier spirit tool, or one could say he was a Who-Dustin-shaped 6th-tier spirit tool. Swoosh! The 4th-ranked Divine Soul Realm powerhouse from the Blood Devil Sect burst into motion and charged straight for Dalton. Dalton lifted Innes in front of him as a shield. The Dustin hesitated to attack, retracting his blow. Seeing this, Dalton seized the opportunity. The Spirit Abyss sword flew out from his back, multiplying into 100 blades in an instant, slicing through the air. Facing such a formidable opponent, he held nothing back, combining the Law of Metal and the Law of Sword to unleash the full potential of his sword technique. The 4th-ranked Divine Soul Realm expert from the Blood Devil Sect initially intended to block this attack, but upon contact with the flying swords, his expression changed dramatically. He was forced backward by the overwhelming force. Subsequently, facing the onslaught of 100 flying swords, he could only retreat while using all his skills to defend. Pooh! One flying sword broke through the Dustin's defenses, leaving a deep wound on his arm, spilling blood everywhere. Am I seeing things? Hansen actually got injured. Many people gaped in disbelief at this scene. It was undeniable that some geniuses could possess strengths comparable to a Divine Soul Realm expert even at the Golden Core realm, but no one had ever heard of someone in 8th stage Golden Core defeating a 4th-ranked Divine Soul Realm expert. Hansen of Blood Devil Sect was equally astonished. Dalton's sword technique was terrifying, and the extraordinary power contained within the flying swords was more than he could handle. His spirit barrier formed by demonic arts crumbled instantly. This boy must harbor great secrets. This isn't a power he can control, Hansen thought to himself. Due to his limited knowledge, he couldn't recognize the force as being from laws, which were frighteningly superior in nature. Additionally, after the reformation of Dalton's Martial Dao Golden Core, his spirit energy quality had greatly improved, almost matching that of a Divine Soul Realm expert. This enabled him to unleash various techniques with exceptional power. Hansen kept retreating, accumulating more wounds. He was completely overpowered by Dalton, leaving everyone around stunned. Those strong figures at Hansen's level were gravely serious. They never anticipated encountering such an anomaly. Evil Blade Heart Lady, Justice, and others felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, they hadn't made a move, or they would end up like Innes. Innes was still alive, but his life now hinged entirely on Dalton's will. He probably wouldn't escape. Boom. Another powerful figure intervened, helping Hansen fend off all the flying sword attacks. Dusty of the Gold Extinction Sect stepped forward, aligning with Hansen. In their conflict with Dalton, the Gold Extinction Sect suffered the most significant losses, starting with Sylvester's death, followed by a Divine Soul Realm expert killed by Dalton. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, after entering the White Tiger secret realm, Dalton had eliminated Destiny of their forces, including another Divine Soul Realm expert. Anyway, the grudge between Gold Extinction Sect and Dalton ran very deep. They dreamed of eliminating him, especially since Dalton, despite his weaker cultivation base, was already such a formidable opponent, they could not afford to let him live. They needed to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Release Innes, and you might still find a way out today. Otherwise, you're doomed, Hansen threatened. He wanted to destroy Dalton, but first had to rescue Innes. Dalton replied indifferently, "At this point, you haven't recognized reality yet? What gives you the right to threaten me? Dare you not be arrogant, Malik? If matters escalate beyond repair, no one will be able to save you," Hansen said fiercely. However, before he finished speaking, everyone heard a sharp sound. Innes's head slumped to one side. "You're courting death," Hansen roared angrily. With a mere thought, Dalton sent Innes into his cave treasure. Then, he faced Hansen's charge with a palm strike. Bang! Both Dalton and Hansen staggered back after the clash, neither gaining the upper hand. Without pause, Dusty of Gold Extinction Sect charged again, wielding a long spear and slashing down at Dalton viciously. Meanwhile, Hansen conjured a blood-red whip, joining Dusty in flanking Dalton from left and right. Dalton gripped the Spirit Abyss sword calmly, countering both men's assaults. After several collisions, surprisingly, Hansen's whip and Dusty's spear showed signs of damage, shocking them and making them feel the pinch. 6th-tier spirit tools were hard to come by. If destroyed, they couldn't afford new ones. Why wait? Now is the time. Hansen whispered covertly to the 4th-ranked Divine Soul experts from Origin Demon Sect and Black Demon Sect. These two factions had also been wronged by Dalton. Dustini disciples had been killed by him. Killing Dalton was necessary to preserve their dignity. The two experts joined the battle immediately, no longer caring about public opinion. Indeed, after witnessing Dalton's formidable combat prowess, nobody dared laugh at them. Instantly, 4 experts surrounded Dalton, attacking in unison. Do you have any shame? 4 4th-ranked Divine Souls bullying a late-stage Golden Core? Even I feel embarrassed for you. Avril shouted sarcastically. Though he was genuinely worried about Dalton, he could offer little help given his limited strength. Shut up, your death is next. Justice coldly yelled and pounced on Avril. Last time outside Thunder Echo Lake, he was insulted by Avril, and this was the perfect chance to redeem himself. Fighting, is it? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Avril's temper flared up. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Though he had only broken limits once, he took a plasmid-breaking pill refined by Dalton and gained greater perfection. Moreover, with his robust constitution and exceptional martial arts, he believed he could hold his own against Justice. Before Justice got close, Averil hurled a barrage of thunder orbs at him, unleashing relentless bombardment. Then, he summoned the mountain-like formation artifact, making it enormous, pressing down on Justice. Under the influence of his unique constitution, the mountain became incredibly heavy, covered with complex spirit patterns, freezing the surrounding space. Justice's face changed drastically as he felt immense pressure, slowing his movements. He actually broke limits too. Justice was alarmed. This was far beyond his expectations. Though the limit-breaking secret technique was widely spread in the Chaos Realm, not everyone had access to it, especially for a lone cultivator like Averil who struggled to get good techniques. How did he dustinage to break limits? Most alarming to Justice was how Averil, after just one limit breaking, posed a considerable threat. It simply didn't make sense. Averil paid no heed to such concerns, mustering all his strength to control the mountain while also employing his lightning techniques, hurling countless thunder orbs madly at Justice. At this point, he was ready to go all out, unafraid of a showdown to the death. On the other side, Dalton, facing the onslaught of 4 formidable opponents, also felt some pressure. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to ensure he wouldn't be defeated. Seems like I can't hold back anymore. A sharp gleam flashed in Dalton's eyes. With a thought, he activated the Eternal Golden Body Art, merging it with his physical body. By leveraging the rune array, he had cultivated the Eternal Golden Body Art to an exceedingly high level, and now using the Eternal Golden Body, as long as he was cautious, there shouldn't be any major issues. Additionally, within his body resided a thread of profound spirit law, which could help him withstand some of the effects brought on by the Eternal Golden Body. The present was not like the past. His understanding and control of laws had reached a new level, allowing him to wield them more freely, which gave him considerable confidence. Boom! Dalton unleashed the immense power of the Eternal Golden Body, exploding with overwhelming force. His aura surged wildly, and in whooshing to Qilong, intangible wave of energy, sent the 4 powerful opponents reeling backward. Note: I've included the Chinese phrase in parentheses to show where the translation was incomplete. Please review and adjust as necessary. Revised version. Dalton unleashed the immense power of the Eternal Golden Body, exploding with overwhelming force. His aura surged wildly, and an intangible wave of energy sent the 4 powerful opponents reeling backward. Let's go again. Dalton's gaze was calm dustending, as if everything was under his control. Averil spared no effort in urging the mountain peak, while also casting thunder spells, hurling spheres of lightning madly toward Justice. At this point, he was going all out, unafraid of a deadly confrontation. On the other side, Dalton faced the assault of 4 powerful foes and felt some pressure. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to hold its ground. It seems I can't hold back any longer. A sharp gleam flashed in Dalton's eyes. With a shift of intent, he performed the Immutable Golden Body Art, activating the Immutable Golden Body and integrating it with his physical form. With the aid of the rune array, he had cultivated the Immutable Golden Body Art to an exceedingly high level. By utilizing the Immutable Golden Body cautiously, there wouldn't be significant issues. Additionally, he now harbored a mystic spirit law within his body, which could help counteract some effects from the Immutable Golden Body. Times have changed. His comprehension and mastery of the law had reached new heights, allowing him almost complete control, which was one of his main sources of confidence. Boom! Dalton unleashed the formidable power of the Immutable Golden Body, erupting suddenly. His aura surged wildly, and an invisible wave of energy sent the 4 formidable opponents staggering backward. Again, Dalton's gaze was disdainful, as if everything was under his calm dusted. Invisible waves of energy sent the 4 formidable opponents staggering backward. Chapter 378, Tense Confrontation. Dalton sheathed the blasting Aiden sword. Next, he would fight unarmed to fully demonstrate his prowess in close combat. He moved with ghostly agility, his speed skyrocketing as he appeared instantly before Hansen, delivering a straightforward punch without any flair. Hansen's pupils constricted as he hurriedly blocked with his whip. To his disbelief, Dalton's punch snapped his already damaged whip in two. The whip had been weakened during its collision with the blasting Aiden sword, and could no longer withstand the force of Dalton's punch. With the whip broken, Dalton's fist struck solidly against Hansen's chest. Even though the whip had absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force still sent Hansen flying, shattering his spirit shield and causing his ribs to cave in. Had it not been for Hansen's emphasis on physical cultivation making him tougher than average, that single punch might have pierced straight through his chest. Pfft. Hansen spat out blood, his internal organs seriously injured. Without further assaulting Hansen, Dalton turned and attacked Dusty, who was closing in. Just as before, he delivered an ordinary punch, effortlessly deflecting Dusty's attack before launching another powerful strike. Dusty attempted to block with his halberd, but it too snapped, sending him flying with a golden fist print imprinted on his body. Next, Dalton attacked two more powerhouses, displaying sheer brutality and dominance. Despite their resistance, they were forced into retreat. Soon, Elders Ku and Dean rallied and joined the battle again, only to be thrown back within moments, each spitting blood and bruised badly. Brother Shao, Brother Bloss, please lend a hand, Hansen appealed when he realized they were no match for Dalton. In the western region of Chaos Territory, over 10 major forces were present at the White Tiger Secret Realm. Each of these factions had sent relatively strong Divine Soul Realm experts, so there were more than just the 4 Divine Soul 4th stage powerhouses like Hansen. Brothers Lemuel and Stefan, please assist. I promise substantial rewards. Dalton was surprised to find the giant tortoise female, her massive form contrasting oddly with her gentle, soothing voice. Hearing the tortoise's words, the 8 powerhouses all focused on the light barrier, noticing its weakening power and imminent disappearance. Opportunities are crucial. I'll let this slide for now, one intended fighter coldly said, finding a face-saving excuse to avoid a confrontation. Ultimately, Dalton posed no direct threat. Why risk life unnecessarily? He believed Dalton spoke the truth, showcasing genuine power. Seeing others retreat, the rest followed suit. The four initially punished by Dalton also withdrew, deciding to cease the conflict. Dalton stopped as well. He wasn't here to fight. Indeed, he was wary of these elders' hidden skills, uncertain if he could handle them. Justice, battling Avril, quickly retreated, fearing Dalton's relentless attacks. A genius who broke limits 3 times, yet you're nothing special, Avril sneered. Though slightly injured, Avril felt exhilarated, as he held his own against Justice, validating his true strength. Justice clenched his fists, wanting to retaliate but ultimately restraining himself, remembering Bloodless End's fate. Young friend, you're impressive. Initially, I dismissed rumors of your ability to defeat divine soul experts. Now, I believe it, the golden shell tortoise chuckled. Dalton modestly replied, Senior overpraises. I merely relied on external means. On my own, I'm far weaker. And I dislike violence unless forced into it. Troubles come uninvited. Dalton expressed deep frustration, recalling his struggles against various factions trying to seize his treasures, nearly wiping out his pursuers. Later, in Laming Marsh, they tried ambushing him again with even stronger forces, but he still defeated them. Here in White Tiger's secret realm, they continued pushing his limits, forcing him to respond strongly. The tortoise sighed thoughtfully. Blast often compels us into situations beyond our control. It then lamented, too bad you aren't a beast. If only. Clearly regretting Dalton wasn't a beast, it wished to recruit him under Beast Valley's protection, where lineage didn't matter much, except for Whodustin exclusion. Dalton respected the tortoise, grateful for its timely intervention which saved him from a desperate battle. Ironically, none of the Whodustin martial artists stood up for him, while it was a beast that came to his aid. I have a spirit fruit that might interest you, Dalton offered unexpectedly. The tortoise perked up. What kind of spirit fruit? Dalton revealed a spirit fruit, resembling a tiny, lifelike turtle from the treasure tree, holding it in his hand. Tortoise heart fruit. You actually have this kind of spirit fruit, the golden shell giant tortoise said with great excitement. Dalton had not been mistaken. This spirit fruit was indeed of immense use to it, even to the point of being something it had long dreamed of. Just one fruit could make it undergo a complete transformation. Chapter 379. The Call from Within. What does my young friend need? Any conditions can be proposed. The golden shell giant turtle seemed extremely eager. Golden light blazed brightly from its body, and in a transformation, it turned into a Whodustin form. What entered Sean's sight was an incredibly graceful figure with slender, long legs, a petite waist, and a close-fitting golden armor that left nothing to the imagination of her proud physique. She had a waterfall of black hair that reached down to her waist, an absolutely beautiful face, and a transcendental aura like a celestial maiden descending upon the world. Sean froze, his eyes dazed as he watched this beautiful Whodustin walk towards him step by step. He hadn't expected the golden shell giant turtle to transform into such a stunning beauty. The contrast was too significant. Archie, standing beside him, also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the gorgeous lady before him was indeed the golden shell giant turtle transformed. The legs, the small waist, the swan neck, nothing about her resembled a turtle. Sean was even more astonished that the golden shell giant turtle could have transformed so early. According to his knowledge, primal beasts usually needed to reach the 7th stage to transform, or at least the peak of the 6th stage. Clearly, the golden shell giant turtle didn't meet these conditions yet. There were only 2 explanations. 1, practicing a special secret technique, or 2, consuming special medicinal herbs, especially considering how perfectly the turtle had transformed, leaving no room for detection, making it even rarer. Gathering his thoughts, Sean cupped his hands respectfully and said, My encounter with this tortoise heart fruit indicates a predestined connection between us, Senior. I shall offer this fruit to you. Hearing this, the stunning Whodustin's eyes revealed surprise. The tortoise heart fruit was a rare 6th-stage spirit fruit, possessing unimaginable value to the turtle race. For Sean to offer it without hesitation was truly generous. Senior, please do not hesitate. I have no ulterior motives. Feel free to accept it, Sean said calmly, pushing the fruit further towards her almost as if to place it directly in her hand. Coming back to her senses, she accepted the fruit straightforwardly. This was what she had long desired, and now presented before her, there was no reason to refuse it. Once she refined the tortoise heart fruit, her bloodline and constitution would significantly improve, greatly increasing her chances of breaking through to the 7th stage. She herself was no ordinary being. Before reaching the 6th stage, she had completed 3 breakthroughs just like the demoness Helena and others, a renowned genius in the Valley of Offended Beasts, enjoying extraordinary status. Smiling gracefully, the beautiful Whodustin said, Don't call me Senior. I am actually not much older than you, having practiced cultivation for just over 50 years. My name is Sabine. You can call me Sister Josephinian. Sean was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sabine to be so young, a true prodigy. While the core students of Tianza Academy were also exceptional, few had reached the Jameson realm in just 50 years, let alone the 6th layer of Jameson. Moreover, Sabine had spent time solidifying her foundation at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stages, making her accomplishments even more astounding. Even in the chaos domain, where prodigies were plentiful, finding someone comparable to Sabine was challenging, let alone surpassing her. Sister Josephinian. Sean adjusted his tone naturally, deciding to draw closer to Sabine. Making a new friend opened up new paths, and he had never wanted to make enemies unless forced. Sabine smiled charmingly and said, I also have something that might be useful to you. As she spoke, a translucent golden bead appeared in her hand, emitting faint lightning inside. This is the golden radiant thunder pearl. It originally came as a pair, with the other already refined by me. This one I give to you. Before Sean could respond, Sabine thrust the pearl into his hand. Evidently, she knew Sean specialized in thunder magic, thus presenting her cherished possession, a tit-for-tat gesture. So, Sister Josephinian also excels in thunder magic. If there's an opportunity in the future, I must certainly seek your guidance, Sean said with a smile. Then remember to visit me in the Valley of Offended Beasts, Sabine replied. Certainly, Sean nodded. At this moment, those around them observed Sabine and Sean chatting amiably, causing Destiny to frown. If Sabine intended to protect Sean, things could get complicated. As the strongest power in the western part of the Chaos Domain, the Valley of Offended Beasts commanded extended respect, and none dared easily offend them. After some conversation, Sabine returned to the group of primal beasts, reverting to her true form. Though she wished to refine the tortoise heart fruit immediately, now wasn't the right time, so she stored it away, intending to deal with it later. Sean, on the other hand, had no qualms and began refining the golden radiant thunder pearl instantly. It was not dust and made but naturally formed by heaven and earth. Since it had no owner, Sean quickly mastered it. Given his practice of the thunder god formula, a thunder attribute treasure was essential. A successfully formed golden radiant thunder pearl, starting at the 5th stage. With some refinement, it should reach the 6th stage soon. Sean's eyes sparkled. Such treasures, naturally formed, possessed a remarkable characteristic: they could grow. Some treasures could even evolve into immortal artifacts. Focusing inward, Sean silently circulated the Imperial Void scripture, integrating the phantom veins closely with the Thunder Spirit realm while activating the golden radiant thunder pearl. Power extended into the Thunder Spirit realm. Next, a powerful blasting law emerged from the Thunder Spirit realm, merging into the golden radiant thunder pearl. Success. Sean felt elated. This technique was acquired during his trial in the symbol arrays. He could channel laws from unique spaces into himself or treasures. Of course, not all treasures could bear laws. They had to be at least 7th stage to withstand such power, or else they would disintegrate. Using this method, Sean had channeled laws into his dark blood sword and symbol pin. The symbol pin had strong inclusivity, accepting various attributes, allowing it to inscribe different types of Talus Dustins in the future. With the law infused, the golden radiant thunder pearl changed noticeably. Its inner runes became more condensed, evolving anew. Given time, the pearl might even self-evolve to 7th stage without deliberate refinement, showcasing its exceptional nature far beyond ordinary spirit weapons. Suddenly, an immensely powerful spiritual force rippled, spreading rapidly. Roar! The gathered fierce beasts around the light barrier roared wildly, their emotions intensely excited. Under everyone's watch, the light barrier shattered into a shower of light, dissipating into the heavens and earth. A primordial aura flooded out from the sealed area, like surging waves. Intense murderous chi and killing intent erupted, sending shivers down spines. Sean sensed an enigmatic, unsettling energy within this aura, causing his mind to unrest. He wanted to retreat, but was inexplicably driven forward to explore deeper. What is this call from within? Is it from the White Tiger Divine Beast? Questions filled Sean's mind. Ever since entering the White Tiger secret realm, he frequently employed the White Tiger mystic technique, absorbing mysterious forces that likely formed the root cause of this call. This translation maintains the original narrative structure, character names, with pinyin accuracy, and the stylistic elements of the Chinese text while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Hashtag chapter 380, making a choice. Where there's blessing, it's not a disaster. If it is, then there's no way to avoid it. I want to see what kind of secrets lie within. Dalton steadied his emotions, and his gaze turned resolute. Cowardice was never in his nature. At this moment, although the light dome had vanished, no one acted rashly, not even the ferocious beasts, which only roared but did not intrude into this special area. Dalton focused his mind, carefully sensing the surroundings. Everyone else had come for the great opportunities here, but he had another goal, to uncover the hidden secrets. Rumble. A ferocious beast moved, running with such force that the entire earth trembled violently. Seeing this, Hudustan martial artists and the savage beasts from Findred Beast Valley also began to act, following behind the herd of ferocious beasts. Strangely enough, these beasts did not attack outsiders, but sprinted toward the center of where the light dome had been. What should we do? Avril asked. A glint appeared in Dalton's eyes as he said, "Of course, we follow. At this point, why would we retreat?" Without hesitation, the three quickly followed the large group at their fastest speed. Dalton wasn't overly concerned now. His earlier actions had likely deterred anyone from challenging them. Should things escalate to the breaking point, the consequences might be unacceptable to the major powers. Still, he remained cautious. He didn't want to be caught unawares by some unexpected ambush. The mist in this area was extremely dense, and towering trees were everywhere, making it difficult to see clearly. Strangely, before the light dome disappeared, they could see the giant white tiger silhouette, but afterward, it vanished without a trace. It didn't take long for the Hudustans, savages, ancient creatures, and ferocious beasts to enter the depths of this primordial wilderness. The surroundings were entirely shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to discern directions. Splash! Suddenly, the white mist surged, forming various sized vortices that distorted space, seemingly swallowing everything whole. Indeed, as the sect records state, destiny pathways will appear here for people to choose from. If you choose correctly, you can obtain unimaginable great opportunities, a martial artist from a major power said excitedly. Being able to successfully reach the deepest part of the White Tiger's secret realm and witness these vortex pathways was undoubtedly a stroke of great luck. However, not all pathways led to places with opportunities. Some led to deadly traps. Thus, everyone needed to decide which pathway to take. In an instant, everyone began carefully sensing, looking for which pathway felt most compelling. Whoosh! Moments later, someone couldn't wait any longer and darted into one of the pathways. With one person taking the lead, others followed suit. There were hundreds of vortex pathways leading to different areas, and everything was uncertain, filled with unknown factors. Malik, Misty, I'll enter this path. Avril pointed to one of the pathways. Misty indicated another path, saying, I feel a strong pull towards this one. Malik, what about you? Avril asked. Dalton replied, I haven't decided yet. You two go ahead. Be careful. Alright, let's meet outside the secret realm, Avril agreed. The secret realm was closing soon, so after they explored this mysterious area, they would be teleported out. Avril and Misty moved swiftly into their chosen paths. By this time, most people had already vanished, and the remaining few were rapidly making their choices, not wanting to miss out on great opportunities. Dalton frowned, his gaze sweeping across 3 vortex pathways. He hadn't made up his mind yet because he felt strongly drawn to each of them, unsure of how to choose. After gazing for a long time, Dalton finally made his decision. He fixed his gaze on a very small vortex pathway. He could faintly sense a peculiar, unsettling aura within it, causing him considerable unease. In fact, the other 2 vortex pathways also emitted similar strange auras, but this one felt the most intense, making him deeply uncomfortable. His main reason for choosing this seemingly dangerous vortex pathway was a mysterious calling from deep within him, triggered by the white tiger true form. Having made his choice, Dalton wasted no more time. His figure flashed, entering the vortex. The next moment, he passed through the vortex, and the scene before him suddenly became vast and open. A towering mountain stood before him, shrouded in clouds, its peak unseen. At this moment, the call within him grew stronger, and it seemed to originate from the mountain peak. What troubled him was that he couldn't fly here. Climbing to the top would require considerable effort. Climb, since we're here, Dalton muttered, gathering his strength to start climbing. The mountain wasn't barren but lush with vegetation, full of life. Dalton moved like a nimble monkey, swiftly leaping from tree to tree, aiming straight for the summit. Bam! Suddenly, Dalton hit something and fell from midair. Finn? A rune array. Dalton showed a puzzled expression. He hadn't noticed it initially and had crashed straight into it. Opening his true divine eye, he observed carefully. A remarkably intricate rune array, completely sealing off the space. It'll be tricky to break through, Dalton murmured, frowning slightly. After some thought, he decided to find a detour instead of wasting time. But soon, he found himself frustrated. The rune arrays were everywhere, with no gaps. His detour plan failed. It seems I must break through this rune array to climb the mountain, Dalton sighed. Given the situation, he had no choice but to break the array carefully. For him, this was also an opportunity to learn about rune arrays. Putting aside distractions, he focused intently on studying the array. With his current soul strength, he could grasp complex matters more efficiently. Despite the complexity of the array,